In a secret chamber of the Hahuan sect, candles flickered as the bed frame creaked in a steady rhythm. A gust of wind swept past, making the flower branches outside the window tremble, petals smooth and white, like congealed cream, and tender buds quivered lightly. Lin En's consciousness was hazy, his gaze unfocused. Everything before his eyes was blurred and indistinct, leaving only Shui Zi's figure swaying back and forth within his field of vision. She was beautiful, yet all he felt was cold. He could sense his yang energy leaking away, his entire being growing lighter and emptier, like a balloon slowly losing air. Young Master Lin. Su Qianyue leaned close to his ear, her voice soft and pitiful. The sect is on the verge of catastrophe. It is thanks to you risking your life to help me break through. This kindness and grace I shall never forget for as long as I live. She paused, lightly, fingertips brushing across his cheek as her tone grew gentle. You are my first man, and you will be my only one. So I will remember for a lifetime. She lifted his hand, now thin and stick-like, and guided it to press against her chest, warm and yielding. Then she turned and left, her movements crisp and decisive, without sparing him a single backward glance. Lin En lowered his head to glance at his own shriveled body. Indeed, he was going to die. Lin En, an engineer from Blue Star, had inexplicably arrived in the cultivation world of the Eldran Continent. He had awakened the legendary Pure Yang sacred body, a 1 in 10,000 dual cultivation physique overflowing with pure yang, tireless and indomitable, impervious to all evil influences. It sounded impressive, didn't it? Yet right from the start, he was captured by Su Qianyue, the Sect Master of the Hahuan sect. After tossing him a manual titled Inyang Hahuan Art, she proceeded to exploit him for 7 whole days. His debut was to be captured. Being captured meant being squeezed dry. Before he could even get a clear look at this world, he was about to receive his death notice. So this was the fate of a transmigrator, nothing more than this. His consciousness grew ever more blurred. Lin En felt like a dead leaf carried by the wind, drifting toward a black abyss. All the good days he had once imagined, such as cultivating to immortality, embracing beauties in both arms, burst like bubbles and vanished. Just when he thought he was completely finished. Ding. Host's imminent death detected. System initiating emergency transfer mode. System undergoing emergency activation. Activation complete. Lin En's eyes flew wide open as he jolted upright from the brink of death. System. He almost roared. I knew it. I knew a transmigrator couldn't possibly be without a system. I knew it. Target plane selection complete. Eldran Continent locked in. Preparing for transfer. Lin En ground his teeth, fixing his gaze on Su Qianyue's devastatingly beautiful face, etching every detail of her features into his mind. Su, remember this well. His voice was hoarse, yet each word was forced out distinctly. This debt I will return to settle with you. The next instant, boundless darkness swallowed him whole, and his consciousness snapped. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself staring at the tattered ceiling of a carriage. Pale gray light seeped through the gaps between the rough wooden planks. The wheels rattled over a stone road with a constant clattering, making his head throb. Babira Biyu. Baba Bowie. An old man's voice sounded from across the carriage, muttering in a gibberish tongue that Lin En could not understand at all. Struggling, Lin En braced himself and slowly sat up. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw an old man in a rough robe looking at him with deep concern, still babbling in that strange tongue. Suddenly, a sharp pain lanced through his head. Chaos-ridden memories surged in like a flood, making his temples pound violently. He nearly fainted again. Lin En Wensight, 18 years old, bastard son of Baron Wensight of the Griffin Empire. His mother died in childbirth and he grew up on the estate. Nominally a young master, yet in truth even the steward could bully him at will. 3 months ago, 3 successive lords of the Luoshang territory under the Baron's name died. No one dared go there. Only then did Baron Wensight remember this bastard son, and with a casual flourish of his pen ordered him to travel north to assume the post. It sounded pleasant calling it inheriting the family estate. In truth, it was nothing more than sending him to his death. The northern frontier had been plagued by undead for 20 years, and Luoshang territory was a disaster area. Its previous lords rarely survived more than 2 years. The original Lin En, terrified and exhausted, had died in this carriage last night. And then he arrived. Using a palm-sized bronze mirror in the carriage, he caught a glimpse of his current face. Sharp brows and bright eyes defined features. Exactly the same face he had possessed before transmigrating. Though a bit short of the dear readers, it was still solidly the face of a strikingly handsome man. Same name, the same face, even the measurements. Lin En was musing when. Ding. System prompt. The original body of Lin En Wensight, due to long-term malnutrition and excessive fright, has suffered extensive organ failure and is unable to bear the host's soul. Solution: after repairing the host's body to its pure yang origin, the system has fully transferred it to the Eldran Continent as a replacement. The current body is completely identical to the host's original body. Note: all measurement data that the host cares about has been fully preserved. Please use with confidence. The lingering heaviness and hollowness he had felt upon waking vanished, entirely replaced by a familiar sensation of strength surging through him. Good. This system was reliable. One's own body was always the most comfortable to use. Young Master, are you all right? Baluo, the steward who had been with Lin En since childhood, asked anxiously when Lin En did not respond. I'm fine. Lin En's throat was dry and aching as he raised a hand to massage his pounding temples. Do you have any water? Give me a drink. Baluo, the steward who had followed Lin En since he was small, hurriedly handed over a leather water pouch. Lin En grabbed it and gulped down 2 mouthfuls. The cool water slid down his throat, and his mind finally cleared a little. Ding. The familiar chimes sounded once more. Double cultivation to God system fully loaded. Host detected in a Western fantasy plane, beginning adaptation. No adjustment needed. This body is completely identical to the original. Core function: form Dao companion bonds with eligible women to gain dual cultivation points, which can be exchanged for cultivation items. Different Dao companion races and tiers grant different bonuses. A semi-transparent blue light screen appeared before his eyes. Name: Lin En Sight. Constitution: Pure Yang Sacred Body SSS. Top-tier physique of the cultivation world. When dual cultivating with a female, Dao companion cultivation efficiency increases by 1,000. Grants innate attraction for women and can feed back improvements to their talent, restrains cold powers, and can dispel various sinister curses. Cultivation level none. Technique: Yin Yang Hawan Art Introductory. When dual cultivating with a female, Dao companion cultivation efficiency increases by 100. Dao companions none. A proper cheat indeed. Lin En then tried staring at his steward while silently thinking. View information, and the semi-transparent panel instantly popped up. Name: Baluo. Tier none. Loyalty 78,100. Skill management LV2. Remarks: an ordinary steward of the Winsight family, honest and inflexible, often bullied by other stewards. Though not well regarded in the family, he has never abandoned the young master. Young Master. Being stared at made Baluo's skin crawl. He scratched his face nervously. Is there dirt on my face? There's nothing. Lin En withdrew his gaze, feeling a subtle emotion as he casually reassured him. I just suddenly realized. You've had it pretty hard too. Baluo. Outside the carriage, a guard suddenly shouted. Young Master Lin En. We've reached Century City. We need to get down and resupply. Lin En lifted the carriage curtain in one motion and leaped down. Steward Baluo hurriedly followed behind. Sentinel Outpost City sat on the edge of the northern frontier. Its walls were built from massive slabs of gray-black stone, their surfaces covered in scars left by blades and axes. Lin En jumped down from the carriage and stepped onto the stone-paved street. He pointed toward a fenced-off area on the eastern side of the city wall. A dense crowd had gathered there, and the clamor carried clearly across half the street. What is that place? Lin En asked. Balu followed the direction of his finger. Young Master, that is the slave market. The north is in turmoil and bandits are everywhere. The slave-catching teams bring people into the city every single day. It is filthy and chaotic inside. Let's take a look, Lin En said, striding forward. The web novels he had read in his previous life told him that the slave market in a beginner village was always a golden treasure trove for transmigrators to pick up hidden bargains. The moment he stepped through the gate in the fence, a pungent stench rushed over him. The odors of sweat, rust, and a faint trace of blood mingled together. Lin En held his breath. In his field of vision, rows of rusty iron cages stood packed tightly together. 4 or 5 people were crammed into each cage, their faces sallow and thin, their eyes dull and lifeless. Several young female slaves were barely clothed, their chests exposed, drawing whistles and crude gestures from passing mercenaries. Lin En silently recited the command to open his system panel. A pale blue light screen floated before his eyes. As his gaze swept over the iron cages on both sides, attribute windows flickered rapidly, one after another. Race: human. Talent: none. Status: gravely ill. Race: half-orc. Talent: none. Status: crippled. After checking dozens in a row, every single one had no talent, and some were clearly on the verge of death. They did not even meet the bare minimum, not worth buying even as manual laborers. Lin En's brows furrowed, a flash of disappointment glinting in his eyes. Young Master, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first time in Sentinel Outpost City? A middle-aged merchant with a sharp nose and monkey-like features squeezed out from the crowd, rubbing his hands as he approached Lin En. He wore a greasy linen robe, and his small bean-like eyes spun rapidly over Lin En's neat, noble attire. What kind are you looking for? Strong laborers for hard work, or a fresh young one to keep your bed warm at night? Old Luo only deals in the finest stock, the merchant said with a broad, ingratiating smile. Lin En kept his eyes on the panel and replied casually, just looking around. Seeing Lin En's lack of interest, old Luo's eyes rolled, and he lowered his voice. If you want a bit of fun, my lord, I suggest you choose a beastman, he whispered. Especially those cowwomen over there. You know exactly what kind of taste that is. And even if you tire of them, they're easy to sell off again. You will never lose money. Lin En followed the direction of his finger. In a separate iron cage, a young cowwoman was confined. She had light brown beast ears atop her head, and a short tail behind her swayed weakly. Her figure was plump, the cloth across her chest stretched tight, outlining the full curves characteristic of her bovine lineage. Race Neo, Beastman, Dairy Branch. Talent none. Meets criteria no. Lin En withdrew his gaze. She was certainly enticing, but unfortunately she did not meet his criteria. He lengthened his stride and continued deeper into the market. Balu followed closely behind, clutching his money pouch with both hands, watching the covetous gazes around them with sharp vigilance. By the time they reached the far end of the market, the stench was even more overpowering. Most of the cages here were damaged, and those inside were all unsellable rejects. Lin En was just about to give up. Suddenly his gaze stopped on a small iron cage in the corner. Inside, a thin small figure was curled up. She was hugging her knees, her head buried against her legs. The skin exposed beyond the tattered cloth was covered in a layer of dusky scales. A tail hung weakly outside the cage. At first glance, she looked like a low bloodline lizard beastman. But at that moment, the blue light screen before Lin En's eyes erupted in a blinding radiance. Name Shirwiya. Race Long Ren, defective bloodline. Rank 0. Talent Blessing of the Rigid Winter S. Purity 100. Status weak, hungry, terrified. Note: a hybrid of the Frost Dragon clan and a human. Because of her defective bloodline, she was abandoned by her father. Her mother died in childbirth and she was taken in by a village. 2 days ago, the village was attacked by bandits. She was captured by slave traders while fleeing. Meets criteria. Scraped talent. Frost Dragon bloodline. Lin En's heart gave a heavy thump. He forced down the surge of emotion within him. He stopped walking and crouched down in front of the cage. The person inside sensed movement, her body jolting as she shrank farther into the shadows. She lifted her head. A delicate little face was revealed. Her nose was straight, and her eyes were a rare shade of icy blue. Only those grayish-white scales spreading from her chin all the way to her temples marred her features. In this world, human aesthetics favored purity. Such a scale-covered anomaly was usually deemed a cursed monster. No one would spare her a second glance. But Lin En was a modern man. After a lifetime steeped in countless anime and games, a dragon girl with scales like this fit perfectly within his sense of beauty. Old Luo caught up to them. Seeing Lin En crouched before that cage, his eyes rolled, and he immediately plastered on a false smile. Young master has excellent taste, truly flawless, he said. No doubt about it. This is newly arrived stock, only locked up for 2 days, very clean, Old Luo said, patting his chest. She's young, easy to train. Raised in a village, definitely not from some unsavory place. Lin En stood up and dusted off his hands, then, how much? Old Luo raised one finger, grinning, so wide his teeth showed. Not expensive, only 1 gold coin. Balu practically leaped into the air. 1 gold coin. Are you robbing us? A family of 3 in Sentinel Outpost City couldn't spend 1 gold coin on black bread in an entire year. With her appearance, I doubt anyone else would even ask about her, Balu exclaimed. In this world, currency had immense purchasing power. 1 gold coin equaled 100 silver coins, which equaled 10,000 copper coins. A strong human slave was worth at most 30 silver coins. Clearly, Old Luo had seen that Lin En was young and well-dressed and intended to fleece this fat sheep. Steward, sir, that is not a fair way to put it, Old Luo said, rubbing his hands. She is a rare exotic race. Look at those eyes, that figure. Take her home for a taste, and you will find her worth far more than the price, he said. Balu, we are leaving, Lin En said, turning away without the slightest hesitation. Hey, young master. No need to rush off. Old Luo panicked and hurried after him. The price is negotiable. Name your price. Lin En halted. If you truly want to do business, he said, pointing ahead. Those 2 Neo beastmen. I will take them as well. Give me an honest price. If it is fair, I pay. If not, I walk away at once. In his vision, the blue panel flickered. Race Neo beastman. Talent strength drank. Status hungry. Following his gaze, Old Luo saw the 2 Neo beastmen sprawled in their cage, panting heavily. Those 2 had enormous appetites. The cost of black bread alone each day was a substantial expense. Young master has a sharp eye, Old Luo thought, rapidly, calculations spinning in his mind. Fine, let's call it making a friend, he said. The lizard girl is 50 silver coins, the 2 Neo beastmen 80 silver coins. Altogether 1 gold coin and 30 silver coins. That truly is my bottom price. Any lower, and I might as well throw them into the moat. Lin En said nothing and merely tilted his head toward Balu. Balu was staring at him in astonishment. When he noticed Lin En's gaze, he nodded. Young master, the price is fair, he said. Barlow, pay him. And Barlow reluctantly untied his money pouch and slammed the coins hard into Old Ro's palm. Old Ro hastily snatched up the payment, terrified that Lin En might retract his offer, then swiftly produced a key and unlocked the iron cage. The rusted iron gate shrieked with grating friction. And Sylvia cowered in the corner, her glacial blue eyes wide with terror. And Lin En bent low and extended a hand. Come out. He deliberately softened his voice. And when she remained motionless, he leaned halfway into the cage and seized Sylvia's slender wrist without hesitation. Her skin was icy to the touch. At the moment of contact, Lin En's refined, pure yang energy flowed from his palm into Sylvia's body, now warm current instantly dispelling the deep chill and exhaustion that had gripped her. She gazed blankly at Lin En as he pulled her free from the iron cage. And nearby merchants and mercenaries watched the scene unfold and burst into mocking laughter. What's this noble brat thinking? Spending 50 silver coins on a lizard monster. En, look at that frail frame. She'll probably be dumped in the woods by tomorrow. Lin En ignored the jeers entirely. And he shrugged off his woolen cloak, shook it open, and wrapped it firmly around Sylvia's slight shivering form. Lin En led his 3 newly purchased slaves back to the temporary camp outside the city walls. "And Martha," he called out the moment he reached the carriage. A sturdy, middle-aged woman in her 40s emerged from behind the carriage, wiping her hands on her apron. "And, Master, you've returned." Lin En gently pulled Sylvia forward from behind him, trembling and hiding. "And, take her to wash thoroughly, and find her something of yours to wear." Martha cast a quick glance at the pale silvery scales dusting Sylvia's cheeks, then took her cold hand and guided her toward the tent behind the camp. Lin En turned toward the 2 guards seated beside the fire, Marcus and Gray. And these men had been generously assigned to him by Baron Winst. Seeing Lin En return with 2 towering Minotaur warriors, the pair exchanged startled glances, each reflecting disbelief in the other's eyes. And Lin En pointed toward the 2 Minotaurs. "They're under your charge. Take them to the horse market for mounts, and procure whatever serviceable weapons and armor you can find." And the 2 nodded, collected the coins, and led the Minotaurs away. Barlow stood aside watching his master's retreating silhouette, and sensed something profoundly changed. In the Lin En he once knew spoke in whispers, flinched from guards, and never dared issue commands. Lin En turned back. "You said we needed supplies from the city. Let's go. And teach me the local markets while we're at it." "En, yes, master." Barlow hurried after him. And by evening the 2 returned to camp with a cart laden with provisions. And Lin En leaned against the carriage and swept his gaze across the encampment. 2 battered carriages. For horses. 2 guards casually discarded by the Baron. An elderly steward. A maid. And 3 new slaves purchased that very day. Was this pitiful entourage truly meant to assume control of Frostfall Hold? And he let out a quiet, bitter laugh, then paused, tasting its irony. And Lin En summoned the 3 slaves before him. "Names," and Tarn, rumbled the taller Minotaur on the left. "En Kor," said the one on the right, scratching absently at his horned brow. "En Sylvia," came a whisper so faint it barely stirred the air. Lin En nodded, turning to the 2 Minotaurs. "Tarn Kor, you'll serve as guards under Marcus and Gray." And the 2 exchanged a glance. They bobbed their heads vigorously. "Yes, master." And so long as they were fed, they would follow any command. And go on. And like obedient colossi, they trotted eagerly toward Marcus. Only Sylvia remained. And Lin En studied her carefully now. And cleansed of grime, her wild tangle of hair revealed its true hue, glacial blue, soft and lustrous as spun silk, cascading over her shoulders. The ash-gray scales along her cheeks and temples shimmered faintly in the firelight. And she wore Martha's old maid's dress, far too large, its loose neckline slipping down to expose the stark, delicate curve of her collarbone. She kept her head bowed, fingers twisting tightly at the hem of her apron. And she knew what came next. A young man had bought her. A young nobleman purchasing a female slave, ordering her bathed and clothed, then isolating her alone. And the implication required no explanation. Village women had whispered grim tales. Girls taken by nobles rarely escaped ruin. "And lift your head," Lin En said. Sylvia flinched, then slowly raised her face. In her glacial blue eyes held only fear and resignation. "And come with me." He turned and walked toward the carriage. And behind it stood a small tent beneath which rested a collapsible table and 2 stools. Martha was already arranging cutlery upon the surface. On the table lay sizzling golden brown steaks dripping rich juices, 2 generous slices of soft white bread, and a steaming bowl of thick vegetable stew. Martha withdrew with quiet reverence as Lin En entered. And inside the tent only Lin En and Sylvia remained. And he sat, then gestured to the chair opposite. "Sit." Sylvia perched gingerly on the edge of the stool, her eyes flickering toward the roasted meat, her throat tightening with a quiet, involuntary swallow. In her village, she subsisted on coarse black bread or thin wild vegetable broth, once in a grate, while she'd snare a small animal. But its meager flesh bore no resemblance to this feast, nor belonged to the same realm of sustenance. Lin En slid the platter of steaks toward her, then pushed the bread and stew forward as well. "Eat." And Sylvia glanced between the food and Lin En, her expression shifting from wariness to bewilderment. "Such fare is fit only for nobles. I'm content with black bread." And she thought bitterly, perhaps this lord merely toyed with her. Perhaps the moment she reached out he'd accuse her of table transgression and have her bound and beaten. And seeing her hesitate, Lin En tore off a piece of bread, dipped it in savory meat juice, and chewed thoughtfully, then remarked idly, This may well be your last meal. Are you certain you won't eat? Nah, so that was it. And she lowered her gaze, and an unexpected calm settled over her. This nobleman proved more merciful than she'd imagined. At least he granted her a final sumptuous repast before execution. And without further hesitation, she seized a steak and shoved it into her mouth. Her teeth pierced the crisp caramelized crust, juices bursting across her tongue in an explosion of richness. And exquisite. Null rules, all dread, all thoughts of nobility vanished. She devoured the meal with fierce, unself-conscious hunger. Within moments, every morsel vanished from the table. And Sylvia stared longingly at the empty plate, then lifted it and licked the remaining juices clean from its base. Setting the plate down, she looked up and met Lin En's steady gaze. And her heart clenched. She understood instantly. In she rose, fingers trembling as they fumbled at the buttons of her collar. The fabric slid from her shoulders. Her chest bared instantly, pale, luminous, blinding in its vulnerability. And Lin En felt a sudden warmth flood his nostrils. What in the world are you doing? Sylvia halted her movements, looking at him with confusion. You feed me such a good meal, are you just waiting for me to finish so you can torment me for your amusement? Lin En reached out and adjusted her collar. Who said I wanted to torment you? He cast a glance at the soft curve, white, pink. Sylvia was even more bewildered. But you just said. This is the last meal. Lin En then realized that he had frightened her with a casual remark when he saw she wasn't eating. He sighed helplessly, his tone softening. I was just joking. I meant this is the last meal for today, so eat well and rest afterwards. Lin En crawled out of the tent, and as the night wind blew, it finally eased the heat on his face. It was not that Lin En was a righteous man, it was mainly because Sylvia was too weak to endure the torment of a pure Yang Saint body. If he were to force it, her fragile body might just fall apart on the spot. Outside the northern gate of the city, the sentry post was bustling with activity. Various merchant caravans had formed a circle, roasting meat and drinking wine while shouting about the latest news from the road. Several adventurer camps were clustered together, with a bard sitting by the campfire strumming a lute. Though they were outside the city, the guards and adventurers numbered at least several hundred, each one a ruthless character who had licked blood from blades. Thus, whether it be monsters or bandits, as long as they weren't completely foolish, they dared not approach this place. Leaning against a sturdy oak tree, Lin En watched the lively scene before him, yet his heart felt anything but lively. His current situation was, to put it bluntly, a complete mess. Baron Winston had sent him north merely to make a statement to the higher-ups of the empire. Fortunately, the original owner's biological father still cared a little about blood ties. He had given him a few people and some money, ensuring he wouldn't go to his death empty-handed. Lin En sighed, not blaming the original owner for being scared to death. Who wouldn't panic in such a situation? The only bargaining chip to break the deadlock was the Pure Yang dual cultivation system. He must quickly become a Tao partner with Sylvia. By obtaining dual cultivation points, he could exchange for cultivation methods and resources to survive in this cannibalistic northern territory. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Departing from the sentry post city, they traveled along the official road heading north. Along the way, they encountered a few stray skeletal remains wandering in from the borders. Although the guards dealt with them swiftly, none of them wore pleasant expressions. It seemed that the situation at the border was worse than they had anticipated. Lin En suppressed his worries, his gaze landing on the figure curled up in the corner of the carriage. After 10 days of adjustment, the effects were noticeable. Thanks to Martha's daily feeding of meat and hearty meals, coupled with Lin En's daily nurturing of her body with Pure Yang energy, Sylvia's complexion had improved significantly. Lin En opened the system panel to take a look. Name Sylvia, status happy, affinity 30100. Over the past 10 days, Sylvia had spent her days in Lin En's carriage. Though they exchanged little communication, her affinity steadily increased. Sylvia was also quite puzzled, not understanding what this nobleman was thinking. Every day, he fed her so well with meat and white bread. He provided her a comfortable carriage with soft cushions and thick blankets, shielding her from the wind and rain. The tasks she had to do were simple, just helping Martha with serving plates and folding clothes. It was so simple that it made her uneasy. Sometimes at night, Sylvia would secretly pinch her own arm, feeling pain, confirming it was not a dream. She feared that when she woke up, she would find herself back in that foul-smelling iron cage, facing the greedy eyes of the slave trader. If this were a dream, she prayed it would never end. Sylvia prayed. After one more day of travel, they would arrive at Frostfall City. Lin En stood outside the tent, gazing at the gray sky to the north. He calculated in his heart he could no longer wait. In the past few days, he had tried to absorb the wandering energy on his own according to the entry method of the Yin-Yang harmony art, but the efficiency was appallingly low. The elemental powers of this world were completely different from the spiritual energy of the cultivation realm. He had to dual cultivate to utilize the system's rules to transform energy. After dinner, Lin En sent Barrow and Martha to the perimeter to keep watch. Inside the tent, the campfire burned brightly, dispelling the cold. Come in with me. Lin En lifted the tent flap. Sylvia obediently followed him inside. Lin En sat down by the bed, gazing at the dragon girl before him. Sylvia, there's something I need your help with. Lin En spoke steadily without beating around the bush. The northern border is more dangerous than imagined. There is a method that can allow me to become stronger quickly, and it can also make you stronger. But this method requires you to unite with me. Sylvia raised her head, her face showing no signs of resistance. The elders in the village once said that the fate of a female slave is to die in the torment of nobles. In contrast, this lord had given her dignity, food, and warmth. This request was only natural. She bent her knees and knelt before Lin En. I am your slave. I will obey the master in everything. Her voice was soft. Lin En reached out, holding her delicate wrist. Her skin felt slightly cool to the touch. Sylvia's eyelashes trembled violently, her body instinctively tensed, yet she did not shy away. Lin En exerted his strength, pulling her into his embrace. Don't be afraid. Lin En patted her back, his voice gentle. Just relax. Sylvia's fingers trembled slightly, but she obediently began to unfasten the buttons of her maid outfit. In the firelight, her body was fully revealed before Lin En. On her pale skin, grayish-white scales spread from her waist to the outer thigh, which did not detract from her beauty, but instead added a peculiar allure. Lin En swallowed hard. The cashmere blanket was very soft. Sylvia lay back on it, her ice-blue eyes filled with confusion, her eyelashes trembling fiercely. Next, I will transfer my power to you, Lin En spoke in a low voice. Sylvia nodded, somewhat understanding. Lin En closed his eyes, the entry method of the yin-yang harmony art appearing in his mind. Yin and yang intertwine, she sinks into the Dantian seek, the mysterious yin gate, and connect the limbs and 100 bones. The theory was rich, but reality was stark. Lin En attempted to find the so-called mysterious yin gate. Time passed second by second. Fine beads of sweat emerged on Lin En's forehead. The Pure Yang Saint body was activated, and the heat within him grew increasingly intense. Previously, he had only been tormented by Su Qianyue and had failed to accumulate any experience. In his past life, he had learned some knowledge from hard discs. However, he now found that theory and practice were two entirely different matters. Teachers misled me. Sylvia sensed Lin En's agitation. She opened her eyes, looking at the sweaty Lin. Master. She softly spoke. What's wrong? I can't find the way. Lin En gritted his teeth and replied. Sylvia was taken aback for a moment. Can't find the way. Though she didn't understand what cultivation was, the innate instincts of the frost dragon lineage made her extremely sensitive to heat. She could distinctly feel that within Lin En there was an enormous violent flame rampaging, unable to find, and the source of that flame was pressing against her thigh. Sylvia's face instantly turned crimson. She recalled the rules Aunt Martha had taught her over the past few days, and vaguely understood something. Master. Sylvia's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. If it's to transfer that energy to me. She extended her slender arms, wrapping them around Lin En's neck. The icy touch slightly cleared Lin En's frantic mind. I can feel where the meridians are. Having said that, she took the initiative to lean closer. At the same time, the faint but pure frost energy within her body, following the skin where they touched, actively reached toward the violent pure yang fire within Lin En. It was as if a bright light had been lit in the darkness. The chaotic energy flow within Lin En instantly found an outlet for release. It was the mutual attraction of ice and fire, the natural compatibility of extreme yin and extreme yang. So it's here. He no longer hesitated, following the guidance of Zirwaya's chi to locate the running meridians. A suppressed moan escaped from Zirwaya's lips. She suddenly arched her snow-white neck. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes, her brows furrowed in pain. But following that was a surge of pure yang energy flowing through her meridians, filling her entire body. Connection established, success. In Lin En's mind, a thunderous sound echoed as the route map of the yin-yang harmony technique lit up instantly. At this moment, the chi within the two bodies completely connected, forming a perfect closed loop. The pure yang energy within Lin En surged wildly through this closed loop. With each circulation, the frantic heat was neutralized a bit, transforming into pure power that nourished his limbs and bones. So refreshing. It was not merely the ultimate physical pleasure, but also a sublime experience on a soul level. Lin En could distinctly feel that his previously empty dantian was being rapidly filled by this power. Boom. A muffled sound resonated within him. Lin En controlled this immense power, beginning to impact the meridians inside his body. The first meridian shattered. The second meridian shattered. He was completely immersed in the ecstasy of the power surge. Initially, Zirwaya was able to endure it. The pure yang energy did indeed disperse the cold that had long resided within her body. That warm feeling made her feel as if she were soaking in warm water, even inducing a hint of indulgence. But as Lin En intensified his assault on the meridians, the influx of pure yang energy into her body increased and became more ferocious. However, the frost dragon bloodline within her was enslaved top-tier talent. Although it had remained dormant due to its incomplete lineage, its inherent pride could not be erased. Now an incoming, extremely domineering pure yang energy dared to attempt to take control of its territory. The frost bloodline was enraged. Buzz. The gray-white scales on Zirwaya's body suddenly erupted with a dazzling ice-blue light. The originally docile Pure Yang energy completely lost control at that moment. An extreme cold aura erupted from deep within her, furiously counterattacking the incoming Pure Yang energy. Ice and fire, extreme Yin and extreme Yang, collided violently within Zirwaya's narrow meridians. Oh! Her body suddenly arched upwards, forming an exaggerated arc. In the next second, her eyes rolled back, and her body slumped back onto the bed, completely losing consciousness. The dazzling ice-blue light erupted within the tent. Zirwaya's body floated in midair, the light intertwining and rapidly condensing into a giant oval cocoon. The cold air was completely locked inside the light cocoon, and the temperature within the tent returned to normal. Lin En didn't bother to put on clothes, standing up directly from the bed and stepping closer. He stretched out his hand, his fingertips touching the surface of the light cocoon. The texture was hard and smooth, completely devoid of any ethereal feeling. System, Lin En silently thought. A faint blue light screen popped up instantly. Name Zirwaya's status, restoring bloodline. Lin En withdrew his hand, letting out a sigh of relief. It seemed that his pure yang energy was indeed having an effect within Zirwaya's body, reconstructing her incomplete frost dragon bloodline. He turned back to the bed and sat cross-legged. Ding! A clear prompt sound echoed in his mind. Dual cultivation successful. Gained dual cultivation points 233. Gained exclusive equipment. Frost Dragon Spear System Store has been unlocked. A flash of blue light appeared in midair, and a string of diamond-shaped ice crystals fell down. Lin En reached out to catch it. The item felt extremely light in his hand, with 12 diamond-shaped ice crystals emitting a soft blue glow connected by a transparent thread. This was clearly a lattice bracelet. Lin En stared at the item description on the light screen. Artifact: Frost Dragon Spear, crafted from ice, attribute Dragon Core, bound to Zirwaya, evolves with level increases. He casually placed the bracelet next to the pillow, turning his head to click on the store icon on the light screen. The interface unfolded with 3 golden characters floating above Spirit Item Pavilion. Below was marked the current assets: dual cultivation points 233. Spirit Item Pavilion has opened. More products will be gradually unlocked as the host's cultivation level increases. Lin En's fingertip slid, quickly browsing through the product categories. Pill, medicines, talismans, magical artifacts, techniques, and miscellaneous goods were clearly divided into 5 categories. The price range was vast, with those at the bottom radiating purple and golden light. The techniques and high-grade artifacts priced from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of dual cultivation points. Lin En directly skipped over the areas he couldn't afford and clicked into the magical artifacts category. His gaze fixed on the top of the list. Low-grade magical artifact, Flying Sword, 200 dual cultivation points. Without any hesitation, Lin En clicked to exchange. The points on the light screen were instantly deducted, leaving only 33 points. Whoosh! A silver light suddenly condensed into shape before his eyes. A 3-foot-long silver sword hovered steadily in midair. Lin En reached out to grasp the hilt. It felt extremely light in his hand, and the blade radiated a chilling sharpness. He flicked his wrist and casually waved it forward. Without using any strength, the blade sliced through the rough firewood placed in the corner of the tent. The wood silently split into 2. The cut was smooth and clean, not a single wood chip fell. Although it was the lowest grade of magical artifact in this world, it was already a weapon capable of cutting through iron like mud. Lin En contentedly placed the flying sword beside him and closed his eyes. At the moment the dual cultivation ended, he already sensed signs of a breakthrough within him. The operational route of the yin-yang harmony technique vividly emerged in Lin En's mind. He held his breath, concentrating, guiding the massive power within his dantian. The pure Yin energy flowing back from Zirwaya's body had been transformed by the system into the purest source spiritual energy. This spiritual energy flowed slowly through his meridians, widening them with each great circulation. The sound of wind and snow outside the tent gradually ceased. The night was deep. Time passed slowly. The faint morning light filtered through the cracks of the tent. Lin En suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of golden light flashing in his pupils. A dull roar resonated from within him. The blocked meridians were completely unblocked, and the spiritual energy flowed ceaselessly through his limbs and bones. First layer of chi refinement. Lin En stood up, looking down at his body. The chest that had previously appeared thin and frail had now become solid and broad. Clear and firm muscle lines appeared on his abdomen. Power filled his entire body. He felt like he could easily punch a minotaur to death. He brought up the system panel. Name: Lin En, Winston. Physique: Pure Yang, Sacred Body SSS. Cultivation: First layer of Chi Refinement Technique, Yin Yang Harmony Technique. S partner: Zirwaya. Physique enhancement 20. At that moment, Crack. A crisp shattering sound echoed in the quiet tent. Lin En turned to look. A slender crack appeared on the surface of the light cocoon in midair. The crack rapidly spread, and in the blink of an eye it covered the entire light cocoon. Boom. The light cocoon shattered violently, countless ice blue light spots scattering and drifting away. A petite figure fell from midair. Lin En took a step forward and steadied her in his arms. The sensation in his hands made Lin En pause. There were no rough and prickly scales, only extreme smoothness and softness. Lin En looked down stunned. The person in his arms was Zirwaya. The gray-white scales had completely disappeared, replaced by smooth, fair skin that shimmered with a faint pearlescent glow in the morning light. Her features had become even more exquisite. Her ice-blue hair flowed down smoothly, radiating a faint chill. On both sides of her forehead a pair of dragon horns stretched out, each half the length of a hand. The horn material was lustrous like jade, glowing with a silver-blue sheen, adding a touch of mysterious allure. Her figure was dramatically different from before. Her slender waist could be grasped with one hand, yet her curves were astonishingly full. The soft weight resting on his arms made his wrists slightly stiff. This figure defies logic. Zirwaya slowly opened her eyes. Her ice-blue pupils were clear and bright, filled with the confusion of just waking up. She tilted her head, her gaze focusing on Lin En's face. Master. Her voice was soft and sticky, laced with uncertainty and an undeniable deep affection. Little Lin En's head buzzed with confusion. The soft and syrupy master combined with her striking visual impact. Who could withstand that? Lin En gave up resisting. He embraced Zirwaya and turned to press her down onto the cashmere blanket. Zirwaya was startled by this sudden movement. She looked at Lin En above her with burning eyes, her heart pounding. The bloodline has just been restored. It is the time when pure yang energy is most needed to stabilize it. Zirwaya did not struggle. She obediently raised her arms to wrap around Lin En's neck. Her icy skin pressed against his heated chest. The temperature within the tent rose once again. After more than an hour, the temperature inside the tent finally dropped a little. Lin En leaned against the soft cashmere blanket, his fingers playing with its astonishing softness. He muttered to himself, no wonder she is the dragon lady. She can truly endure the second awakening of the pure yang sacred body. Then he focused his mind and brought up her system panel. Name Zirwaya. Race Dragonkin. Rank first tier, Dragon Blood Warrior. Talent Blessing of Winter S, Dragon's Body S. Skills Dragon Transformation LV1, Ice Breath LV1, Dragon Might LV1. Status Happy, Infatuated, Satisfied. Favorability 60. Lin En's lips curled upwards. With the bloodline completed, the talent Dragon's Body was added and the rank broke through to a first-tier warrior. Coupled with the awakened skills, this configuration would definitely be considered SSR level in the card-drawing games from his past life. He closed the panel and reached to pull the soft figure beside him closer. Suddenly his mind jolted. Wait, what about the ice crystal bracelet? It seems I threw it aside. Lin En silently glanced at his bare body, then looked at the ice crystal bracelet tossed into the corner, his lips twitching. Great, I was so focused on cultivating that I forgot such an important thing. I am just too diligent, Lin En thought to himself as he rolled out of bed to pick up the bracelet from the corner. Here, take this. Lin En returned to the bedside and handed her the bracelet. Wow, this bracelet is so beautiful. Zirwaya sat up in an instant, reaching out to take it. A deep blue light erupted from the bracelet, wrapping itself around Zirwaya's wrist. The bracelet clung tightly to her wrist, the ice crystals shimmering gently, with her breath accentuating the slender whiteness of her wrist. Zirwaya lowered her head, staring at the bracelet on her hand, closing her eyes, as if sensing something. After a moment, she opened her eyes to look at Lin En, her eyes sparkling. Thank you, Master. Zirwaya said, excitedly pecking Lin En on the cheek. Then she shrank back like a startled rabbit, her cheeks instantly turning crimson. Lin En smiled and touched his cheek. What exactly is this bracelet for? Zirwaya replied softly. Master, this is the bracelet form of the divine artifact Frost Dragon Spear. Lin En raised an eyebrow. Bracelet form? Yes. Zirwaya nodded, reaching to touch the bracelet on her wrist. As long as I enter battle mode, the bracelet can transform into the Frost Dragon Spear at my will. She hesitated for a moment, looking down at her body, biting her lip. Do you want to see, Master? I can demonstrate. Of course I want to see. Lin En sat on the edge of the bed, ready to watch the performance. Zirwaya slowly stood up from the bed. Her fair skin was completely exposed to the air. Dragon Transformation. She softly uttered 2 words. A white light surged from her body, washing over her like a tide. Amidst the white light, her figure gradually expanded. The originally petite body that was only 1.5 meters grew to about 1.55 meters during the transformation. Pale blue scales emerged from beneath her skin, layering upon each other. The changes in her arms were the most pronounced. Her muscles became more toned and powerful, her fingers elongated, and in an instant they transformed into a pair of sharp dragon claws. Then Zirwaya moved her wrist. The ice crystal bracelet on her wrist instantly disintegrated. 12 ice crystals were formed and elongated in midair. A tumter-long spear completely ice blue was held in her dragon claws. The length of the spear was just right for her current form, with the grip wrapped in crystal patterns, making it look particularly imposing in her scaled hands. Lin En leaned closer, reaching out to touch the spear's shaft, feeling the bone-chilling frost and a hardness that far exceeded ordinary steel. No wonder it's a divine artifact, it looks impressive. His gaze shifted to the scales, and he reached out to touch them. The scales were smooth and resilient, and he could feel the power contained beneath them with his fingertips. Though not fully covered, the vital areas were well protected, equivalent to a natural piece of close-fitting armor. The defensive power should be quite good. Lin En's hand slid down her arm, wrapping around her waist, naturally reaching the long dragon tail behind her. Lin En grasped it and lightly traced the scale patterns with his fingertips. Zirwaya shivered all over her tail, jolting away from Lin En's hand, as if shocked, letting out a soft cry of surprise and embarrassment. Master, that tickles. Lin En awkwardly withdrew his hand, clearing his throat. Ahem, I was just testing how sturdy the tail is. He glanced up and down at Zirwaya. The pale blue scales shimmered in the morning light, the long dragon tail swaying gently behind her, and she held the ice blue frost dragon spear. Beautiful, it truly is beautiful. All right, you can revert now. Lin En nodded in satisfaction. Zirwaya deactivated her transformation, and the scales retreated like the tide, revealing her tender white skin beneath. The frost dragon spear in her hand also transformed into a streak of blue light, becoming the ice crystal bracelet. Lin En glanced at the light coming from outside the tent and said, "It's getting late outside. They are probably preparing to set off." Hearing this, Zirwaya turned and picked up Lin En's clothes, helping him put them on one by one. Once Lin En was dressed, Zirwaya picked up the maid outfit prepared for her by Masha and paused for a moment when putting it on. It had been empty before, loose around the waist, the hem dragging on the ground. But now it fits perfectly. The fabric clung tightly to her tall figure, the waistline was just right, and the chest was even a bit snug. The two of them lifted the curtain and stepped out of the tent. Morning light poured down, and the camp was already bustling. The guards were packing their belongings, each person busy preparing for the journey ahead. Masha, holding a piece of cured meat, was stuffing it into a box when she caught sight of the movement near the tent and froze. Is this Zirwaya? Masha's eyes widened, her tone filled with surprise. Others also gradually noticed, their eyes widening, and the expressions on their faces were identical. Who is this? Butler Barlow quickly walked over, his gaze sweeping over Zirwaya for a couple of seconds before turning to Lin En, slightly bowing. "Young master, what is this about Miss Zirwaya? Her bloodline has awakened," Lin En casually replied. Before coming out, he had already thought of an explanation. The awakening of a bloodline is uncommon in this world, but there are precedents making it a good shield to use. "I see. Congratulations to you, young master." Barlow understood the rules well and did not pursue the details further. He turned to call everyone back to work. "What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and pack your things, it's time to set off." Everyone jolted back to reality at Barlow's shout, quickly lowering their heads to continue their tasks. Yet their curiosity was already bubbling over, and they could only sneak glances this way while working. Lin En ignored the probing gazes around him and walked straight up to the carriage. He stepped onto the footrest of the carriage, turning to extend his hand toward the still-standing Zirwaya. "Let's go," Lin En said calmly. "It's time to depart." The carriage jolted along the dirt road all day long. The sky darkened with leaden gray clouds hanging low. "Young master, ahead is Luoshuang town." Balrog's voice came through the door curtain. Lin En lifted the carriage curtain, and the cold wind hit his face, bringing the dampness of decaying leaves. At the end of his sight, a cluster of low wooden houses lay in the snow. Surrounding it was a crooked wooden fence. "Is this a town? It could better be described as a village." Suddenly Lin En frowned. A faint sound of crying wafted in the wind. "Speed up." The whip cracked, and the carriage accelerated up the slope. Lin En saw the situation clearly. Race Undead Skeleton Rank 0, over a dozen pale skeletons were frantically hacking at the town's gates. Rusty iron swords struck the wooden door, sending wood chips flying. Inside the door, a few townsfolk wielding pitchforks could faintly be seen, desperately holding back the wooden door, their faces filled with despair. Crack! The fragile wooden door finally couldn't hold up and shattered with a loud crash. Two skeletons stepped onto the broken planks and lunged inside, their rusty swords targeting the nearest young townsfolk. The townsfolk fell to the ground in fear, scrambling backward. At the moment the rusty sword fell, a golden light shot down from the top of the slope. Lin En didn't wait for the carriage to stop, leaping directly out of the carriage. Cling! The low-grade magical flying sword was drawn. Lin En gripped the sword hilt, pouring his pure yang energy into the sword without reservation. He crossed the shattered wooden door and struck the skull of the foremost skeleton with a single sword. Cling! The low-grade magical flying sword was drawn. Lin En gripped the sword hilt, pouring his pure yang energy into the sword without reservation. He crossed the shattered wooden door The entire skeleton disintegrated as if burned by a fierce fire, turning into a pile of white ash in the blink of an eye, which scattered cleanly in the wind. The townsfolk sitting on the ground gaped in a daze at the figure standing before them. The remaining undead showed no fear, indifferent to the ash of their companion. Their hollow eye sockets fixated on Lin En as they raised their weapons and charged. Seeking death, Lin En snorted coldly, twisting his wrist. He slipped his foot to evade a rusty battle axe coming from the left, and with a backhanded swing, he severed the spine of that skeleton. The pure yang energy surged through the cut, transforming the second skeleton into flying ashes. Then came the third and fourth. The sword light flickered and golden spiritual energy traced splendid arcs in the dim twilight. In less than half a minute, over a dozen undead left not a single complete bone, all turned to ash on the ground. Lin unsheathed his sword and steadied his breath. The pure yang energy was indeed overwhelming, but the chi reserve of the first layer of refining was still too low. This outburst left 1/3 of his dantian empty. The carriage finally arrived outside the gate. Balro stood with his mouth agape, unable to close it for a while. 2 oxbeastmen guards stared wide-eyed at the ashes on the ground. "Master!" Sylphia jumped down from the carriage and hurried to Lin En's side. Her ice-blue eyes were full of self-reproach and her dragon horns drooped slightly. "I'm sorry I didn't react in time and couldn't protect you." She was now a first-tier dragonblood warrior meant to charge into battle. Lin En reached out to ruffle her hair, also caressing her dragon horns. "It's fine, just a few small fries who I didn't need your help." At this moment the townspeople who had survived finally snapped back to reality. A dozen or so of them hurriedly surrounded him, kneeling on the ground with a loud thud. "Thank you, my lord, for saving our lives. Praise the gods, praise your generosity." Lin En waved his hand. "Everyone get up." The townsfolk stood up tremblingly, stealing glances at this young noble. "I am Lin En Winston." Lin En's gaze swept over the crowd. "The new lord of Luoshuang. I have come to take over this territory." As soon as he finished speaking, the gratitude and joy on the townsfolk's faces visibly faded. A few people even instinctively took half a step back. Lin En took all these reactions in. It seemed the previous lords had indeed left a terrible reputation here. An elderly man with graying hair dressed in a patched linen robe squeezed out from the crowd. He leaned on a wooden cane, approached Lin En, and bowed deeply. "Respected lord, I am Aubrey, the mayor of Luoshuang town." The old man's voice was hoarse, carrying a deep weariness. "Welcome to Luoshuang territory. Please allow me to take you to the lord's mansion." The other townsfolk, seeing this, lowered their heads and dispersed, each returning to their dilapidated wooden houses, even bolting the doors tightly. Lin En paid no mind to their attitudes. He turned to Balro. "Balro, you take Marcus and the others to the lord's mansion, unload the supplies, and settle in." "Understood, young master." Balro hurriedly commanded the minotaurs to drive the carriage. "Mayor, let's go." Lin En gestured towards the interior of the town. Aubrey nodded, and leaning on his cane led the way. The two walked slowly along the muddy village path. "What is the current situation in the town?" Lin En got straight to the point. Aubrey sighed. "My lord, the situation is very dire. The entire town now has only 213 people left. Most were either killed by the undead or fled south." Aubrey then pointed to a small clearing on the west side. "The undead often wander around the town, and we dare not venture far. We could only cultivate a small patch of land near the fence and planted some hardy rye. But the yield is too low, it's simply not enough to eat." Lin En nodded lightly, realizing that the undead were indeed the biggest problem. If this issue couldn't be resolved, the town wouldn't be able to farm in peace or develop properly. Even reducing taxes would only provide temporary relief, it wouldn't fundamentally improve the situation. He looked up at Aubrey and said, "Tomorrow morning have everyone in the town gather in the town square." Aubrey was taken aback and quickly asked, "My lord, what do you mean?" "I have something to discuss with everyone." Aubrey gazed at Lin and then nodded. "I will make sure to notify everyone." As they spoke, the two arrived at the west side of the town. A 2-story gray stone house stood in the clearing connected to 2 single-story stone houses. Although dilapidated, it was made of stone much better than those drafty wooden houses in the town. "My lord, this is the lord's mansion." Aubrey stopped. "You rest first, call me anytime if you need anything." "Thank you for your hard work, go on." Lin En pushed open the heavy oak door. The first floor was a spacious hall with a long wooden table and several chairs. The fire in the fireplace had been lit, dispelling the chill in the room. Balro was directing Marcus and Gray in transporting supplies. Martha was in the small kitchen nearby, starting a fire to boil water. Lin En walked to the fireplace and slumped down onto a wooden chair padded with an old beast skin. He rubbed his throbbing temples. Before crossing over, he was just an engineer working overtime every day, being fed empty promises by his superior. Now as the lord, he had to deal with this group of people and manage the lives of over 200 folks in Luoshuang town. His brain cells were nearly fried, and he was more exhausted than working 3 jobs before. He leaned back in the chair, closed his eyes to relax, and shouted towards the stairs, "Sylphia." "My." The young maid poked her head out from a bedroom on the second floor. She was still holding a rag, her ice blue hair tied back with a cloth strip and a streak of gray smeared across her face, making her look somewhat comical. Please wait a moment, master. I will finish cleaning right away. She responded loudly. No rush, take your time. Lin En smiled slightly. At least having the pleasing Sylphia around was the only thing that could comfort him right now. He closed his eyes and began to rapidly sort out his current situation in his mind. Population, food, safety. Each matter was a knot stuck around his neck. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of light footsteps came from the wooden stairs. Lin En opened his eyes. Sylphia descended the stairs. The dust on her face had been washed clean and her fair skin glowed with a faint rosy hue in the firelight. Her long hair flowed smoothly over her shoulders, and the small, exquisite, silver-blue dragon horns on her head were charming. The old maid Martha had indeed found her a slightly tight old maid outfit. The fabric across her chest was stretched tightly, slightly rising and falling with her breathing. Her slender waist was accentuated by the apron strings. Master, the room on the second floor has been cleaned. Sylphia approached Lin En. Lin En nodded just about, but Sylphia took half a step forward. Biting her lower lip, her hands awkwardly twisted the edges of her apron, her cheeks flushed deeply. Aunt Martha had taught her that when the master is tired, the servant should understand how to share the burden. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage to look up. Master, you must be tired after a long day of travel. Sylphia stammered. Do you want to eat first, or take a bath, or... As she spoke the last three words, her head nearly buried into her chest. Lin En was stunned. Why did this line sound so familiar? Looking at Sylphia's shy and nervous appearance, Lin En's irritation vanished. He stood up, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Since you asked like that. Lin En stepped forward and directly wrapped his arms around her slender waist, lifting her effortlessly. Aunt! Sylphia exclaimed in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around Lin En's neck. Of course I choose, or... Lin En held her tightly and strode towards the bedroom. The following morning, the dirt square in the center of Luoxuan town was filled with people. Mayor Aubrey had gone door to door last night, gathering everyone in the town. Everyone felt anxious, fearing that the new lord would cause trouble. Lin En stepped onto the platform in front of the square, walking along the muddy path. Lin En glanced at the pallid and timid townsfolk below. This was the entire population of over 200 people in Luoxuan town. Looking at them, Lin En spoke in a calm tone. I am Lin En Winster, and from today onwards I will be the new lord of Luoxuan. I have gathered everyone here today to announce a few new decrees. Upon hearing the word decree, the townsfolk suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. In previous tenures, every time a decree was announced, it either meant increased taxes or forced labor. They were already close to starving, and if taxes were raised again, it would truly drive the entire town to despair. A few timid women couldn't hold back their tears, their eyes reddening. Lin En raised a finger and dropped a bombshell. The first matter is that starting today, all agricultural and commercial taxes in the territory will be abolished. Previously, the tax was 80%. Now it will be reduced to 20%. As these words were spoken, the square fell into a dead silence. Everyone stared, wide-eyed, mouths agape, doubting whether their ears had frozen. 20%. In the entire empire, there had never been a tax lower than 60%, let alone 20%. After several moments, a buzz of discussion erupted from the crowd. Oh my God, did the Lord just say 20%? Could it be that we heard wrong, and he actually meant to raise it to 1? Aubrey, leaning on his cane, stepped forward, his white beard trembling with excitement. My lord, did you really just say 20%? Is this for real? Lin En looked at the old mayor and nodded affirmatively. That's right, it's 20%. The official notice will soon be posted at the lord's residence. The crowd erupted into chaos, overwhelmed by a mix of cries and laughter. Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord. Someone shouted, and soon everyone in the square joined in shouting fervently. Praise the Lord. Their voices were filled with excitement and disbelief, with a few elderly men even kneeling on the cold, muddy ground to show their respect. Lin En raised both hands to signal for silence. Once the noise subsided, he raised a second finger. The second matter is that I will establish a territorial guard specifically responsible for clearing out the undead outside. Those selected will receive 5 silver coins a month along with 3 meals a day. As soon as this was said, the crowd became even more animated than before. Oh my God, 5 silver coins a month. This offer was not just enticing in Luoxuan town. Even in larger cities, it would have people scrambling to apply. If they could earn this money, their entire family could finally enjoy soft black bread. The townsfolk whispered among themselves, their faces filled with struggle and hesitation. Lin En observed their reactions and felt no urgency. The terror of the undead was deeply rooted in this land. It was only natural for ordinary people to be afraid. He did not expect these people to become a death squad immediately. They needed some time to adapt. Lin En extended a third finger, his tone softening. The third matter is that the territory needs construction work. Farming, repairing walls, clearing ruins. Anyone willing to work will be paid. As soon as these words left his mouth, the eyes of the thin, elderly men and women below lit up. They might not have the strength to fight the undead, but they could certainly handle farming and repairing walls. The crooked wooden fences surrounding the town had long needed repairs, and the abandoned wheat fields also required tilling. As long as they were willing to work hard, they could earn food for the winter. This was indeed a stroke of luck. Lin En saw the rekindled hope in their eyes and continued. For those who want to earn money, come to the Lord's residence every morning to collect work. You will be paid at the end of each day. Oh, I will not let you work for free, nor will I delay any payments. The crowd erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Even the older children jumped up excitedly. The townsfolk's gazes towards the young lord shifted from fear to heartfelt gratitude. All right, Lin En clapped his hands, interrupting their discussion. Now those who wish to join the guard come to this empty space on the right. The square fell silent as everyone glanced at one another, no one daring to take the first step. Lin En did not rush them, quietly waiting. After a while, a man in a tattered leather coat gritted his teeth and stepped forward from the crowd. He trudged through the mud to the right empty space and pounded his chest with one hand. My lord, my name is Drake, and I would like to enlist in the guard. Lin En glanced at him and silently activated the system panel. A light blue screen popped up before his eyes. Drake, wood hunter rank 0, has combat experience with the undead. His bravery is acceptable. Lin En nodded in satisfaction and turned to his steward. Below, make sure to register his name. With Drake leading the way, a few more young men in the crowd stepped forward. My lord, count me in. I'm strong. I want to join too. I'm fast. One by one, more people stood up, and Lin En counted a total of 8 young men. Though these men were frail, their hands were calloused, indicating they were accustomed to hard labor. Although the number was few, it was barely enough to form the first batch of core members. Lin En took out 8 silver coins from his pocket, distributing 1 to each of the 8 men. This is an advance. Each of you gets 1. The rest will be paid in full by the end of the month. The 8 men held their coins, trembling with excitement, repeatedly bowing in thanks. At that moment, 2 thin men in the crowd exchanged glances. The 2 of them pretended to run to the empty space on the right. My lord, we want to join too. We can fight the undead. Below stood beside them, immediately recognizing these 2 as notorious slackers in the town. They usually loitered around, but upon seeing money, they clearly wanted to take advantage of the situation. Below stepped forward, fixing them with a stern look. The guard is a place where one must fight against the undead, not a haven for idlers. If you take the Lord's money, but do not work, do not blame me for being rude. Below paused, his tone turning severe. Taking the Lord's silver without working will be treated as theft under imperial law, and you will be made slaves. The 2 thin men shivered at the mention of being turned into slaves, and quickly withdrew their outstretched hands. They smiled awkwardly and retreated into the crowd, no longer daring to show their faces. Lin En looked at the registered roster and waved to the townsfolk in the square. All right, that's enough for today. You can all disperse now and go about your business. The townsfolk expressed their gratitude as they dispersed, each step lighter than when they arrived. Lin En turned around to face the 8 members of the guard standing in a row. Sylvia stood quietly beside him, her icy blue eyes reflecting a hint of anticipation. Lin En glanced at the sky, his tone growing serious. You all go to the back courtyard of the Lord's residence and tidy up. Training will start shortly, as the undead will not give you any time to rest. 8 young men, led by Marcus, swiftly arrived at the storeroom door in the Lord's Manor's backyard. Along with the 8 human youths, there were also 2 bull beastmen, Ton and Cole, making a total of 10. He strode to the corner, lifted a few old wooden crates, and pulled out stacks of somewhat worn leather armor. Come here and pick one that fits, don't dawdle. Marcus pointed at the leather armor on the ground and loudly called to the new recruits. The 8 men rushed forward, each searching through the boxes for a suitable size of leather armor. Ton and Cole were too large for ordinary leather armor, ultimately managing to find only 2 oversized old armors that barely fit. After donning the leather armor, the group of townsfolk truly resembled a guard unit, each standing straighter and sizing each other up. Lin entered with Sylphia, her gaze sweeping over the newly equipped recruits, nodding in satisfaction. Ton, Cole, you 2 are strong and your hides are thick. Each of you take a tower shield and be responsible for bearing the brunt of the damage up front. The 2 bull beastmen responded in deep voices and walked over to lift a heavy half-body tower shield each. Lin then pointed to Drake and Amon, the 2 relatively sturdy men. You 2 each take a 2-handed warhammer and follow behind Ton, responsible for dealing damage. The 2 hurried over, selecting 2 suitable 2-handed warhammers, swinging them vigorously in their hands. As for the rest of you, Lin looked towards the other 6 men. Each of you take a small round shield and a 1-handed hammer. Your task is to flank from the sides, waiting for the right moment to deliver finishing blows to those skeletons, ensuring they do not rise again. The 6 men mimicked each other quickly, selecting weapons from the pile and forming an orderly line with their... Lin finally turned to the guards, Marcus and Gray standing aside. Marcus, Gray, you 2 wield long swords and round shields. Keep a close watch on the battlefield. If any unexpected situation arises, you must act immediately to ensure their safety. The two straightened up, thumping their chests with one hand, responding loudly. With all the equipment distributed, Lin began teaching them the most basic drill movements. Attention, at ease, march forward. These commands were utterly unfamiliar to the people of this world. Basic commands like left turn and right turn often resulted in them colliding face first. Lin patiently corrected their movements over and over, teaching them how to listen to commands and move in unison and how to maintain formation during the march. Although these were merely the most fundamental movements, this synchronized training method quickly transformed the disorganized townsfolk into semblances of soldiers. Drake and the others were sweating profusely, their respect for the young lord growing ever deeper. Having never witnessed such profound training methods in their lives, the image of their lord elevated significantly in their minds. Seeing the training getting on track, with everyone managing to march somewhat in sync, Lin finally handed over the supervision to Marcus. He then turned with Sylphia and returned to the study on the second floor. Frostfall Town was currently in dire need of development, with an overwhelming number of matters to handle. Lin sat behind the desk, tirelessly writing with a quill. Before he knew it, the afternoon had arrived. The wooden door of the study was gently knocked upon, and Sylphia entered quietly, holding a tray. On the tray was a cup of steaming black tea and 2 butter cookies. The aroma of the tea mixed with the sweetness of the butter filled the study, causing the tense atmosphere to relax slightly. "Master, you've been busy for half the day already. Take a break and have some tea." Sylphia gently placed the tray on one corner of the desk. Lin set down the quill and rubbed his aching forehead. Prolonged desk work had left his neck and shoulders stiff. He leaned back in his chair and stretched. Looking at the obedient Sylphia standing by the table, a mischievous thought suddenly crossed Lin's mind. He abruptly reached out and grabbed Sylphia's wrist, pulling her entirely into his embrace. Sylphia gasped, landing on Lin's lap, her ice blue eyes filled with panic. "Master!" "It's still..." Her face flushed, her voice barely above a whisper, her hands nervously twisting together. Lin leaned in close to her ear, his tone teasing. "What, daytime or nighttime? I never said I was going to do anything. What are you thinking with that little head of yours?" Sylphia was left speechless, her fair neck blushing a shade of pink. I didn't." She stammered for a long time, unable to articulate a complete sentence. Lin chuckled softly and lifted her onto the wide desk. "But well, you're not wrong to guess." Sylphia jumped quickly, propping herself on the desk, attempting to slide. "Master, this is a desk. We can't do that here." She hurriedly waved her hands, her gaze darting around. Lin pressed his hands on the edge of the desk, not giving her a chance to escape. "What's wrong with the desk? Is it more noble than a bed?" He raised an eyebrow, watching her with a half smile. Sylphia quickly shook her head, urgently attempting to explain. "I didn't mean that. I just think this is where you handle important matters. It wouldn't be good to dirty it." Then, that settled, Lin casually pushed the parchment filled with plans aside. "Today I'll be your teaching assistant, guiding you properly right here. You need to learn more useful knowledge to assist your master better in the future. After all, the future of Frostfall Town will depend on both of us to build together." Hearing that she could help her master, the panic in Sylphia's eyes vanished, replaced by a bright expression. She nodded vigorously, her demeanor serious and determined. "Master, please teach me. I will definitely work hard and diligently learn what you teach me." Seeing her eager and studious appearance, Lin's temper flared up. He stopped talking nonsense, directly grasping the makeshift tablecloth and pulling it off forcefully. "Then let's start the lesson now." Lin unfastened the slightly tight button of the maid's outfit. The temperature in the study rose rapidly, the sounds of training outside completely isolated from this small world. An hour later, the study was filled with a strange, ethereal fragrance, the air growing somewhat thick. Sylphia lay on the desk like a puddle of soft mud, her ice blue hair in disarray, covering half of her small face. She was panting heavily, a fine sheen of sweat glistening on her fair skin. Even her translucent dragon horns emitted a faint pink glow. "Master, I really can't absorb any more," she muttered weakly, lacking even the strength to lift a finger, her whole being feeling soft. Lin leisurely tidied his clothes, looking at the adorable and fragile figure on the desk, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Master, you are so amazing, knowing so much." Sylphia tilted her head, gazing at Lin, her eyes filled with infatuation and deep admiration. Lin pinched her soft cheek, chuckling lightly, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. "They'll let you off this time, but your pace of learning is still too slow. You need to practice more. Next time I'll teach you some other new knowledge, so be prepared in advance." Sylphia nuzzled his palm obediently, her voice soft and gentle, carrying a sense of post-event languor and dependence. "Thank you for teaching me, Master. I will continue to work hard in my studies." The next morning, the morning mist of Luoxuang Town had not yet dissipated. Lin En pushed open the door of the Lord's mansion, and a chill rushed towards him. The 10 members of the territory's guard had already gathered in the courtyard, all wearing the old leather armor issued the night before. Each held a weapon in hand, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Lin En glanced at everyone and led the team towards the outskirts of the town. The atmosphere in the team instantly became tense. Zirwaya closely followed Lin, En sensing the surroundings with her dragon bloodline. After walking a short distance, she suddenly stopped, pointing to a patch of withered woods in the front right. Master, there's movement over there less than 50 meters away. Lin En looked in the direction she pointed. Two pale skeletons were wandering among the dead trees, their bone seems glowing with ghostly blue soul fire. Upon seeing the real deal, the new recruits' hands trembled as they held their weapons. The two minotaurs did not know what fear was. They snorted excitedly, exhaling white vapor from their nostrils. Without needing Lin En's command, they raised their half-body tower shields and charged forward. The two skeletons had just turned their heads. Bang! A muffled sound of impact resonated. The tremendous force sent them flying 2 meters away, their skeletal remains scattering across the ground. Drake and Eamon stood dumbfounded, mouths agape at the scene. What the hell are you all doing? Marcus, standing nearby, cursed angrily. Hurry up and smash them with hammers. Are you waiting for them to stand up and chop you? Drake snapped back to reality, raising both hands with his warhammer, and charged in. Eamon and the others quickly followed. The two skeletons had just reattached their scattered arm bones and had not yet managed to stand up. Die! Drake closed his eyes, swung his warhammer with all his might. Crack! The skull of the skeleton was crushed, caving in completely. The ghostly blue soul fire flickered twice before extinguishing completely. Eamon and the others also swung their weapons wildly, reducing the other skeleton to dust. Breathing heavily, Drake opened his eyes and looked at the bones on the ground, struggling to believe what he saw. Did we win just like that? Well done. Lin En stepped forward. Undead are not so terrifying as long as you shatter them. They are just a pile of broken bones. The guards exchanged glances, their fear dissipating, significantly replaced by an indescribable excitement. Continue forward, clear the outskirts. Lin En waved his hand. For the next 2 hours, the team pushed forward around the outskirts of Luoshuang town. Zirwai's perception was extremely precise, always providing early warnings. They encountered several waves of undead, with as many as 5 or 6 at times, and as few as 1 or 2. With the experience from the first encounter, the coordination of the guard improved significantly. Tan and Cole held the front against the charge. Marcus and Gray flanked the sides, while Drake and the others waited for the right moment to strike. After clearing over 20 skeletons, no one in the team was injured. Morale was at an unprecedented high. The team advanced to the southern side of the town, which had once been the largest farmland in Luoshuang territory, now overgrown with half-man-high dead grass. In the center of the wasteland stood a figure. Lin En halted his steps. This was not an ordinary skeleton. Its bones exhibited a dull metallic luster. Lin En silently activated the panel. Race: Undead Skeleton. Rank: Level 1 Warrior. Skills: Swordsmanship. Magic Power. F notes: once a low-level soldier in life after death, it was tainted by undead energy and evolved into a Level 1 skeleton possessing basic combat skills and greater strength. Lin En's brow furrowed. Level 1, or everyone be careful. The atmosphere in the team instantly. Drake's newly built confidence was shattered by the words Level 1. Sweat broke out on his palms, gripping the war. Tan and Cole did not care about this. They yelled and raised their tower shields, charging at the skeleton. The soul fire in the skeleton's eye sockets flared wildly. It turned around and quickly raised its wooden shield to assume a defensive stance. Bang! Tan's tower shield slammed heavily against the skeleton's shield. The skeleton's feet sank into the mud as it slid back 2 steps, firmly bracing against the charge. Cole followed closely, crashing into the skeleton. The skeleton sidestepped, using its iron sword to deflect Cole's shield to the side. Drake, watching from behind, widened his eyes, gritting his teeth as he raised his warhammer and charged in. The skeleton's hollow eye sockets turned towards Drake. It exerted force with its left arm, thrusting the wooden shield forward and knocking Tan back a step. Then it twisted at the waist, the iron sword in its right hand slicing through the air with a sharp whistle sweeping outwards. Drake had no time to react. He instinctively tried to step back as he saw the sword edge sweeping towards his neck. But his heel stepped on a raised dirt mound. Losing his balance, Drake fell backward. Just as the iron sword was about to strike into Drake's body, Marcus reacted. Clang! The two swords clashed. Marcus' expression changed drastically. A tremendous force transmitted through the sword. He was knocked backward, crashing heavily onto Drake, who had just gotten halfway up. The two tumbled into a heap covered in mud and water. Lin En watched this scene with wide eyes, unable to hold back a curse. Damn, is a level 1 skeleton monster this strong? Although Tan and Cole were only at 0 level, their strength and physique were evident. The two charged together, yet they could not subdue this skeleton. If this were a game from his past life, it would definitely be a boss-level existence, right? Lin En grasped the sword hilt, ready to step in personally. Master, let me handle it. Zirwai suddenly stepped forward to block Lin En. I want to help share some of the burden. I can't always hide behind you. Lin En glanced at her, sensing the strong battle intent radiating from her, and nodded slightly. Be careful, don't overexert yourself. Zirwai nodded, her lips moving slightly. Dragon transformation. A dazzling white light instantly surged from her body, enveloping her entirely. As the white light dissipated, Zirwaya's form had completely unfurled. Delicate blue scales layered over one another. She exerted force in her legs and transformed into a blue shadow charging towards the skeleton. The skeleton's soul fire flickered wildly, raising its iron sword for defense. Zirwaya disregarded any techniques. Her right hand morphed into a sharp dragon claw heading straight for the skeleton's head. The skeleton reacted extremely quickly, gripping the sword with both hands to block upward. The dragon claw fiercely clashed against the iron sword, producing a piercing screech. At the same moment, an extremely cold frost aura spread from the dragon claw to the iron sword. In the blink of an eye, the rusted sword was covered with a thick layer of white frost. The skeleton's arm also stiffened, its movements noticeably slowing. Seizing the opportunity, Zirwaya spun sharply, her thick dragon tail sweeping across. Bang! It struck solidly against the skeleton's ribcage, sending it flying. While the skeleton was still in midair, Zirwaya bent her legs and leaped up high. She opened her mouth, icy blue frost billowing out. Frost breath. The extremely low temperature instantly enveloped the skeleton, suspended in the air. The skeleton had no chance to struggle, instantly frozen into a gleaming ice sculpture, crashing heavily to the ground. Zirwaya descended from the air, her right fist tightly clenched with power surging within her. Using the momentum of her descent, she smashed her fist down hard on the frozen skeleton's head. Crash! The ice sculpture was instantly covered in cracks and exploded the next moment. The level 1 skeleton was directly smashed into a pile of ice shards. The surrounding guard members were all left dumbfounded. Marcus and Gray, the two veteran guards, were especially horrified, their scalps tingling. They had always assumed this exotic girl was merely a personal attendant purchased by Lord Lin En, petite in stature, quiet in demeanor. Who could have imagined that this seemingly delicate maidservant, when provoked, would strike with more terrifying ferocity than a rabid orc? Marcus swallowed hard, his neck stiff, as he turned toward Gray and lowered his voice. Gray, have we ever offended her before? Gray paused, searching his memory, then shook his head uncertainly. I don't think so. We've barely exchanged more than a few words with her. Marcus exhaled deeply, wiping cold sweat from his brow. Good. Very good. The two guards exchanged glances, and silently pledged the same vow. Henceforth they would treat this young maidservant with utmost courtesy, never daring to provoke even a flicker of displeasure. The faint cerulean scales receded from Sylvia's skin. Her razor-sharp, draconic claws softened back into slender, pale fingers. She turned. Gone was the glacial, merciless aura that had frozen all breath. She skipped across the glittering shards of ice toward Lin, in her sapphire blue eyes alight with eager anticipation. Master, am I impressive? She tilted her head upward, her dragon horns shimmered with silver-blue luminescence in the dying light. Lin En raised a hand and gently ruffled her silken hair. Outstanding work. Without you, these men would surely have perished here today. A blush rose to Sylvia's cheeks. She lowered her gaze, twisting her fingers around the hem of her dress, her voice barely a whisper. It pleases me to know you are satisfied, Master. Beside them, Marcus and Gray exchanged another glance, and simultaneously swallowed hard. Who, gazing upon this demure, blushing girl, could possibly reconcile her with the monster who had just torn skeletons apart barehanded? Lin En paid no mind to the guard's stunned silence. He strode forward and knelt beside the scattered ice fragments, the bones shattered beyond recognition. He sifted through the frost with careful fingers. A dull gray crystal caught his eye, no larger than a thumbnail, its interior swirling with faint ashen-black mist. He picked it up. A pale cerulean interface materialized before him. Item Tier 1 Undead Core Use Base Ingredient for Mana Elixirs. Mana Elixirs, the swiftest, safest path for ordinary mortals to transcend the Zeroth tier. Yet, even the most basic Tier 1 elixir cost 1 gold coin, enough to sustain a peasant family for an entire year. In a destitute hamlet like Frostfall Town, not even a single transcendent could be maintained. That was why such beings remained so rare. Resources were monopolized by the highest noble echelons. Lin En slipped the core into his pocket and rose. The last embers of sunset vanished beneath the horizon. The air grew sharply colder. A biting wind swept across the barren earth, rustling dried grasses with a hushed, whispering sigh. Nightfall approaches, Lin En observed, scanning the encroaching dusk. Undead grow bolder after dark. Our expedition ends here. He turned to the still dazed members of the guard. Form ranks. Return to town. Drake and the others hastily retrieved their fallen weapons and scrambled into formation. The column pivoted and marched toward Frostfall Town. Lin En led at the front. Sylvia walked closely beside him. Was today's exertion taxing? She paused, assessing the reserves within her body. Not at all. I could fight 10 battles of that intensity with— She hesitated, then lifted her gaze to Lin En's profile. So long as I may serve you, Master, I fear nothing. Lin En said nothing. A chill wind swept past. Instinctively, Sylvia edged closer, her shoulder brushing his. He did not withdraw. Half an hour later. Frostfall Town's dilapidated wooden palisade emerged on the horizon, its gate wide open. Mayor Aubrey stood in the wind, leaning heavily on his cane, pacing back and forth. Behind him stood a dozen townsfolk, the families of the guard. Several women clasped their hands in prayer, lips moving ceaselessly. Shadows lengthened, dread coiled like frost around every heart. This was their first sortie beyond the walls, to face monsters who slaughtered without mercy. How many of these 10 would return alive? Mayor, if we must, let us close the gate, a gaunt townsman stammered, teeth chattering. What if undead creep upon us once full night falls? Silence. Aubrey whirled, glaring fiercely. No one shuts that gate, not while Lord Lin En remains outside. His words had scarcely faded when rhythmic footsteps echoed down the dirt road. Aubrey snapped upright, squinting into the twilight. Dozens of silhouettes resolved from the gloom. Lin En at the vanguard, flanked by 2 towering bovine orcs, followed by Drake and 8 other robust young men. Intact, every last one. Not a single limp, not a single wound. Aubrey gasped, staggered forward, and rushed to meet them. Lord Lin En. His voice trembled as his eyes darted frantically across the ranks. You, all of you, have returned. Lin En halted and gave a calm, measured nod. The outer perimeter has been largely cleared. For now the village faces no immediate threat from undead. Aubrey's knees buckled, he nearly collapsed. The Lord had actually ventured forth to purge the undead, and returned with every man unharmed. As Drake and the others entered the town, their spines straightened instantly. They carried warhammers and round shields caked in bone, ash chins held high. Families surged forward in a wave. Drake, are you injured? His wife seized his arm, inspecting him head to toe. Injured? Huh. Drake waved a massive hand, grinning broadly. Those skeletal wretches. 1 swing, and 3 shattered under my hammer. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Eamon immediately chimed in. Drake fought bravely today, but the true marvel was Miss Sylvia. Eamon shouted, voice booming. You should have seen it. How fierce that tier 1 skeleton was. 1 slash sent Master Marcus flying. A chorus of shocked murmurs rose. Then what happened? Someone cried urgently. What happened? Eamon slapped his thigh and pointed emphatically toward Sylvia, standing quietly behind Lin En. Miss Sylvia intervened. Every gaze snapped instantly to the petite, seemingly fragile foreign girl. Eamon grew increasingly animated, spittle flying with each word. You missed it. Miss Sylvia radiated azure light. Scales erupted across her skin, horns sprouted, a tail unfurled. Just like the legendary dragons of myth. With a single claw strike she hurled that skeleton skyward, then unleashed a torrent of blizzard. Trees froze solid in an instant. That tier 1 skeleton became a brittle ice statue, shattered utterly beneath her fist. Silence fell for several heartbeats. The townsfolk stared, eyes wide with awe and reverence, while Sylvia, crimson-faced, ducked behind Lin En and buried her burning cheeks in her palms, too mortified to meet anyone's gaze. Lin En watched the increasingly embellished retelling with quiet resignation and shook his head. Enough. His voice cut through the air. Instantly the square fell silent. Today's performance was commendable. Dismissed. Rest well. Yes, Lord Lin En. The 8 men snapped upright, pounding fists against chests in unison. A thunderous, resonant salute. Lin En turned Sylvia and the guards falling into step behind him as they headed toward the manor. Behind them, Frostfall Town erupted. Waves of astonishment, praise, and jubilation surging through the night air. In the hall on the first floor of the Lord's mansion, the firewood crackled in the fireplace. On the oak-long table lay the dinner just served by Marcia. A large platter of roasted lamb, golden and crisp, 2 thick slices of white bread, and a pot of bubbling meat soup. Lin En sat down in the master seat and picked up the knife and fork to slice the meat. Sylvia sat beside him, sipping the soup in small sips, her icy blue eyes occasionally glancing at Lin En, her expression revealing satisfaction. Below stood by the table, pulling out a roll of parchment from his bosom and handing it over with both hands. Young master, this is the list of construction tasks for the territory that you instructed this afternoon. I have marked the wages for each task for your review. Lin En put down his knife and fork, took the parchment, and unfolded it. The paper was densely packed with several major tasks: repairing the outer wooden fence of the town, paid daily at 2 copper coins per day; reclaiming the wasteland to the south, paid daily at 2 copper coins per day; cleaning up the ruins in the town, paid at 1 copper coin per day. Lin En's gaze swept over the numbers and his brows furrowed. Below's heart tightened, and he quickly spoke up. Young master, is the wage set too high? It's not too high, it's the payment method that's wrong. Lin En picked up the feather pen on the table. Calculating this way, these people will definitely slack off. Whether they work hard or not, they'll receive the same pay. Who would put in the effort? Lin En rewrote a few lines on the paper. We'll still pay daily, but we need to change the calculation method. Lin En pushed the parchment back to below. Repairing the fence, pay 1 copper coin for every meter repaired. Reclaiming the wasteland, pay 2 copper coins for every moo of land turned. Cleaning up the ruins will be based on the quantity of stones and wood cleared. Below was taken aback for a moment, then his eyes brightened. Young Master is brilliant. With this, those commoners wanting to earn more will work hard, and the progress will definitely be twice as fast compared to paying by the day. Also tell Marcia to set up 2 large pots in the square at noon tomorrow. Anyone who works will be provided with a hearty meal, and there must be visible oil in it. Lin En added, the people of Frostfall Town are so hungry that their skin is wrapped around their bones. If we don't provide them with some energy, they won't be able to work at all. Understood. I'll arrange it right away. Below said, taking the parchment and excitedly leaving. The hall fell silent. Lin En finished the last piece of roasted meat, wiped his hands with a napkin, and took out a blank piece of parchment to start drawing a layout sketch of Frostfall Town. The defense works needed to be replanned, the irrigation ditches for the farmland needed to be prioritized, and there were also the training plans for the 10 guards. The tasks were numerous and complex. Lin En held the pen, sketching and writing, occasionally pausing to ponder for a moment. Sylvia sat beside him, resting her chin on her hands, quietly watching him. The firelight from the fireplace illuminated Lin En's profile, highlighting his rugged features. As Sylvia watched, her eyes gradually became dreamy. She felt that her master's serious expression while thinking was even more beautiful than when he shattered the undead with a sword during the day. Lin En paused his writing and turned to meet her gaze. What are you staring at? Are you about to drool? Lin En said with a mischievous smile. Sylvia was startled and quickly raised her hand to wipe the corner of her mouth, only to realize there was nothing there, coming to terms with being tricked. Her face instantly turned crimson, and the dragon horns on either side of her forehead also flushed with a light pink hue. Lin En turned around, resting one hand on the armrest of the chair, leaning closer to her. Staring at me all night? Are you wanting to learn again? Sylvia's face turned even redder, her head nearly buried in her chest. She nodded gently. I want to learn. Her voice was soft, carrying a hint of barely detectable longing. She raised her head, her icy blue eyes filled with seriousness. After learning yesterday, I feel like my strength has grown a little inside. I want to become stronger so I can protect my master and help him fight those wicked skeletons. Lin En looked at her, who was earnestly saying such things, and a surge of anger flared up inside him. This dragon girl was simply testing the weaknesses of the leaders. All right. Lin En stood up and picked up Sylvia in a horizontal embrace. Since you are so eager to learn, tonight's teaching session officially begins. Sylvia gasped in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around Lin En's neck, pressing her flushed cheek against his chest. Lin En held her and strode up the stairs, kicking open the door to the master bedroom. The master bedroom had no fire lit, and a slight chill lingered in the air. Lin En placed Sylvia on the large wooden bed. She was still wearing that black and white maid outfit today, the hem slightly curling up from the earlier movement, revealing a fair and well-proportioned calf. No more small talk. The pure yang holy body's vital energy surged within, carrying a domineering heat. Sylvia's frost blood sensed this heat and began to circulate, autonomously responding. Clothes were strewn across the floor. The energies of pure yang and frost flowed between the two. Lin En guided the pure yang force, slowly probing along Sylvia's meridians. The frost bloodline did not resist, but actively embraced it, wrapping the pure yang force, transforming it into pure original power and returning it back into Lin En's body. Sylvia tilted her head back, her long neck forming a graceful arc. She clutched the bed sheets tightly, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. Focus. Lin En lowered his head and playfully nipped at her ear. Feel the spiritual energy gathering in your dantian. Sylvia gasped, obediently nodding, trying to gather her thoughts and synchronize with Lin En's rhythm. The temperature in the room rapidly rose. After circulating the energies through 3 major cycles, the heat within Lin En subsided somewhat, and reason reclaimed its ground. What did you think of that first-level skeleton today? Lin En casually asked while teaching her knowledge. Sylvia was momentarily stunned by this sudden question. Asking this at this moment. The bones. The bones are very hard, Sylvia answered intermittently, her voice trembling slightly. Much harder than a normal skeleton. When my claws grasped it, it felt like grabbing onto a block of iron. What's the difference between it and an ordinary skeleton? Lin En grasped her wrist and infused the pure yang force. Up. Sylvia's body arched sharply, her dragon tail uncontrollably coiling tightly around Lin En's calf. She gasped for breath, her mind going blank, and it took her a while to regain her voice. Its strength is very great, and it knows how to use its shield to deflect force. It's not like an ordinary corpse awakening, it's more like. It retained its combat instincts from when it was alive. Lin En's eyes narrowed. A undead with retained combat instincts. This meant that the undead would be more dangerous than imagined. Where do you think those skeletons came from? Lin En adjusted the path of the spiritual energy while continuing to speak. Sylvia's entire being softened, her hands propped up on the bed, barely maintaining her posture. To the north. Huff. Deep within the northern part of the town. I can sense that there's a thick aura of death over there. It seemed that to completely resolve the security issues of Frostfall territory, they would inevitably face stronger undead from the north. But not now. The current guards couldn't even handle a few first-level skeletons. Going in would be a death sentence. Master, this question is too difficult. Sylvia finally couldn't bear the torment of analyzing problems. She turned her head, her icy blue eyes brimming with tears, looking pitifully at Lin En. I can't learn anymore. My head feels so dizzy. Then don't think about it. Lin En chuckled lightly, completely releasing the suppression of the pure Yang holy body. The sea of questions instantly overwhelmed Sylvia. The night deepened. The commotion in the master bedroom finally subsided. Sylvia was utterly defeated. She lay limply against Lin En's chest, lacking any strength throughout her body. The originally lustrous dragon horns now appeared dull and lifeless, and her long dragon tail drooped weakly over the edge of the bed. She had become pufious soft and emitting a sweet, cloying fragrance. Lin En leaned against the headboard, wrapping one arm around her, bringing up the system panel. Cultivation Chi Training Level 1 Progress 65, Dual Cultivation Points 450, only one step away from Chi Training Level 2. Lin En's gaze deepened, the image of that first-level skeleton from earlier today flashing in his mind. He closed the system panel and lightly tapped the headboard with his knuckles. Faster. It must be faster. In the early morning, the Lord's estate in Frostfall Town was bustling with people. The cold wind could not dampen the fervor in the townsfolk's eyes. Barlow stood on the steps, shouting, while holding a piece of parchment. We need 10 people to repair the southern wall. 1 copper coin per meter payment upon completion. As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of hands shot up from below. Sir Butler Armstrong, I can carry a sack of rice to the second floor. Choose me. Choose me who will give you a sack of rice, spicy tea on side. Barlow pointed decisively. You and you. Gather 10 and head to the backyard to collect tools. He continued. We need 5 people to clear the rubble from the main road. 15 people to cultivate the wasteland on the east side. The townsfolk were arguing fervently, their faces flushed with excitement. Those who were not selected wore expressions of frustration, while the chosen ones joyfully ran off to work. Lin En stood by the window of the study on the second floor, observing the scene with a slight smile. In just a few days, Frostfall Town had transformed. The crooked wooden fences were taken down and replaced with sharpened wooden stakes driven deeply into the frozen soil. 30 acres of wasteland on the outskirts of the town had been cultivated, the black soil turned up waiting to be sown. On the first day of distributing wages, the townsfolk lined up, still half in disbelief. Barlow publicly pulled out a purse and slapped a copper coin into each person's palm. A large pot was set up in the square, bubbling meat soup with floating oil droplets and rye porridge steaming hot. With real gold and silver in hand and warm meals to eat, the townsfolk went completely wild. The townsfolk now with real money and warm meals brought their families the next day. Even the smaller children eagerly rushed to pick up stones and carry bricks. At night, in the Drake household, a few copper coins were lined up on the rickety wooden table, glinting warmly under the oil lamp. Drake's wife, who had originally stayed home to care for the children, had also joined in clearing the streets in town these past few days. She counted the copper coins 3 times, her fingers trembling slightly. She looked up at Drake across the table, her eyes glistening. Dear, we earned 12 copper coins these past few days. Drake sat across the table, arms crossed, smiling broadly. The Lord keeps his word. Tomorrow I will join the guard to clear the undead and can earn silver coins as well. By the end of the month, we can buy 2 hens that lay eggs. His wife nodded vigorously, putting the copper coins into a cloth bag and placing it under her pillow. Scenes like this played out simultaneously in dozens of households across Frostfall Town. There was money to be made and food to eat. The once lifeless town had come back to life. At the Lord's estate in the main bedroom, Lin En was also busy. During the day, he led the team to advance the defenses on the outskirts of the town, clearing the scattered undead. At night, he returned to his room to cultivate with Sylvia. After several days of accumulation, the dual cultivation points on the system panel jumped to 800. Lin En leaned against the headboard and opened the system shop. Pure Yang Sword Technique First Level Attribute gathers pure Yang power into sword. Intent restrains evil spirits and inflicts additional damage to undead creatures. Exchange required 800 dual cultivation points. Without hesitation, Lin En clicked to exchange. The points were deducted, and a warm current of energy suddenly appeared in his dantian. The spiritual energy surged wildly through his meridians, burning like a branding iron wherever it passed. A set of sword movements appeared in his mind out of nowhere. The starting position, channeling, and sword strikes, every detail was clear down to the muscle level. The pure Yang power suddenly condensed, shifting from gentle to sharp. Sylvia's movements abruptly paused. She keenly sensed the change within Lin En. That pure Yang power suddenly carried a bone-chilling sharpness. Master. She rested her head on Lin En's chest, confusion filling her ice blue eyes, her dragon horns trembling uneasily. It's nothing. Lin En held her slender waist with both hands. I just made a slight breakthrough. Let's continue. Sylphia tilted her head back, her dragon horns glowing with a pink aura, her dragon tail wrapping around him. The night was deep and the temperature in the room remained high. The next morning, Lin En led the team to continue advancing northward. At the edge of the withered forest, a skeleton with gray bones wandered out. First tier undead. Drake tightened his grip on the warhammer, warning in a low voice. Tan and Cole exchanged glances, and without needing a command, both half-body tower shields slammed forward. Bang! The shield wall hit the skeleton, causing it to stagger back 3 steps. It had no shield, only a rusty iron stick in hand. Drake seized the opportunity, stepping forward, and swung his warhammer down onto the skeleton's kneecap. Crack! The bones shattered. The skeleton knelt on one knee. Eamon and several other guard members rushed forward, smashing down with their maces. In less than 10 seconds, this first-tier skeleton was reduced to a pile of broken bones. Lin En stood at the back, raising an eyebrow. It seemed that the last skeleton that knew how to use a shield to deflect attacks was definitely an elite-level opponent. An ordinary first-tier undead was just a bit tougher and stronger. The team's coordination was becoming increasingly seamless, and dealing with regular first-tier undead was no problem. Continue to advance, Lin En ordered. The team climbed over a small hill. The terrain ahead opened up. A grayish building complex appeared in sight. The buildings were mostly constructed of gray stones, far larger than Frostfall Town. Amid the crumbling walls, the streets were overgrown with black weeds. My lord, ahead is Greystone Town. Drake approached Lin En, pointing at the ruins. There used to be hundreds of households here, relying on blacksmithing for a living. Later, when the undead tide broke out, Greystone Town was overrun and abandoned. Lin En nodded, his gaze sweeping over the rusted anvils and collapsed forges among the ruins. A town making a living through blacksmithing implied that iron mines were nearby. Weapons, farming tools, and armor could all be obtained. This place must be taken. The team slowly approached the entrance of Greystone Town. Sylphia stopped, closed her eyes to sense for a moment. Master. She opened her eyes, her tone serious. There are many undead inside, about 30 or 40. Among them, a few have strong auras. They are first tier. Lin En scanned the ruins ahead. 30 or 40 undead, a few of which are first tier. This posed a challenge for the guard. Tan Cole. Lin En drew his flying sword. Form a shield wall to block the main road. You two be on guard behind the shield wall, responsible for clearing the ordinary skeletons. Do not overreach. Yes, my lord. The guard members responded in unison. Lin En turned to Sylphia. Let them handle the ordinary ones. The few first tiers we will handle ourselves. Sylphia nodded firmly, white light emanating from her body. Dragon transformation. Light blue scales covered her entire body, dragon claws extended, and the frost dragon spear was gripped in her hand. Lin En drew his sword and stepped into Greystone Town first. The moment he entered the street, the sound of rattling bones echoed from all directions. Dozens of white skeletons surged out from the abandoned stone houses, hollow eye sockets locking onto the intruders, rushing forth with broken metal and rusted weapons. Hold the formation, Marcus shouted loudly. The skeleton horde crashed into the shield wall. Tan and Cole gritted their teeth, holding the tower shields firmly. Drake and the others poked their warhammers through the gaps in the shields, smashing the skulls of the skeletons one by one. Lin En ignored the cannon fodder. His gaze was locked onto the 3 gray-boned skeletons at the end of the street. 3 first-tier undead. Lin En pushed off the ground, launching himself forward. The pure yang power within him surged wildly, converging in his right hand according to the route of the pure yang sword technique. The low-grade flying sword glimmered with a dazzling golden light. The 2 first-tier skeletons raised their rusty battle axes, cleaving toward Lin En. Instead of retreating, Lin En advanced, twisting his wrist. Swish! A golden crescent-shaped sword energy shot out. The pure yang sword, intent carrying the power to burn evil, sliced through the waists of the 2 skeletons. There was no sound of bones breaking. The actions of the 2 first-tier skeletons froze in their axe-swinging poses, and then their upper bodies slowly slid down. Golden flames ignited at the cut, spreading silently. The entire skeleton disintegrated into powder in the flames, carried away by the wind. 1 sword. 2 first tiers. Turned to ash. Sylphia faced the 3rd first-tier skeleton. The dragon spears swept horizontally, crashing down on the skeleton's shield. The immense force shattered the wooden shield. Sylphia closed in her dragon claws, gripping the skeleton's skull. She clenched her 5 fingers. Frost spread from her palm, instantly freezing the skull into a chunk of ice. She squeezed her fingers tightly. The icy bones shattered, fragments falling from between her fingers. Lin En sheathed his flying sword, a slight warmth lingering in his right hand. With 1 sword he had slain 2 first tiers, consuming less than 1/10 of his spiritual energy. Behind the shield wall, the guard had also cleared the last few ordinary skeletons. Drake stared blankly at the 2 piles of ashes at the end of the street, swallowing hard. Lin En turned and calmly ordered, clean up the battlefield and collect the magic cores. Lin En drew his flying sword back. Zirwaya edged nearer, preening as if to claim credit the swell of her curves straining the fabric of her maid's dress. Master, I've taken care of that one too. Lin En reached out and pinched the side of her cheek. The skin where scales had just faded felt faintly cool to the touch. Well done. Zirwaya brushed against his palm, a faint flush rising at the corners of her eyes. My lord, come and see quickly. Dalik's voice came from a larger stone house to the left. Lin En stepped over. The stone building had once been a smithy. 7 or 8 rusted anvils sat stacked in a corner. Aemon and Dalik were heaving aside a heavy flagstone, together revealing the entrance to a cellar below. There's something down there, Dalik said, peering in. Lin En descended the cellar steps. The light was dim against the wall. Dozens of iron ingots were neatly piled. Their surfaces were rusted, but their weight was substantial. Bring them up, Lin En ordered. The guards moved. Tain and Kier, the 2 beast folk, each grabbed 2 ingots and ran back and forth until the cellar was emptied. At the far end of the cellar, 3 wooden chests lay buried under thick dust. Lin En went forward and lifted the lids of the first 2. They were filled with unrefined black iron ore. He opened the 3rd chest. A blast of cold met him. The ore inside glowed a ghostly blue, its surface mottled with a delicate frost. A blue veil of light unfurled before his eyes. Name Hontai Cold Iron. Rank Tier 1 magical material. Uses forging weapons and armor, can grant finished goods an ice elemental damage attribute. Find a few carts and haul all this back. Lin En pointed at the chests and ingots. The guards rummaged through the ruins and found 3 battered wheelbarrows. They were patched and barely serviceable. With the ingots and ore loaded, the axles groaned under the weight. The convoy set off heavily laden. By the time they returned to Luoshuang town, the sky was entirely black. The town gate stood open, torches lighting the common green. The creak of wheels over the muddy road carried into the settlement. They're back. A cheer rose from the crowd. Townsfolk pressed forward, and when they saw the carts piled high with ingots and chests, their eyes shone with light. By the light, God, so many ingots. How many hoes and sickles will this make? Luoshuang town was so impoverished that many iron tools were shared between households. To them, these ingots were more tangible than gold. Lin En walked at the front. Move the goods into the warehouse. Baluo, record the accounts. Yes, young master. Baluo's face flushed as he ordered Makusi and the others to unload. Lin En waved his hand, dismissing the crowd to rest. He escorted Zirwaya back to the manor. In the ground floor hall, he sank into a wooden chair cushioned with beast hide. After 2 days of clearing undead, his body did not ache, but his nerves were taut from constant vigilance. Zirwaya obediently came behind him, hands on his shoulders, kneading with just the right pressure. Master, more pressure on the left or on the right? She asked in a soft, syrupy voice, leaning forward, so something weighty pressed against the back of his head. Keep this pressure, he said. Lin En closed his eyes. Footsteps sounded at the door. Town Mayor Eobuli limped in on his cane. My lord, are you resting? Lin En opened his eyes and sat up. No, come in. What is it? Eobuli approached the table and handed over a coarse piece of parchment. My lord, the sanitation order you issued a few days ago has been completed. Eobuli reported item by item. The town has dug 2 deep pits for refuse and built dry latrines. We have required everyone to wash their hands before and after meals and to boil drinking water. At first, a few lazy men paid no heed and still relieved themselves by the base of the walls. I had Baluo's steward catch them in the act. Each was fined a copper coin. Now no one in the town dares to answer nature wherever they please. Lin En leaned back in his chair and exhaled deeply. Since crossing over, he had endured every hardship, but stepping outside felt like traversing a minefield. Nothing provoked him more. Now he no longer had to stare at his feet. Even the air in his lungs felt a little freer. Good work, Lin En praised without reserve. Eobuli was dazed by the compliment. He could not fathom why such fuss had been made over commoners' latrines and the digging of pits. Go to Baluo and collect a silver coin as a reward, Lin En continued. Eobuli's eyes widened. In all his years as mayor, he had never seen money so readily earned. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Eobuli bowed repeatedly. You deserve it. Do your duty well, and you will not miss out on rewards. Lin En tapped the table and shifted the subject. You saw the iron we brought back. I plan to have a first batch of farming tools made. Is there a blacksmith in town? The color drained from Eobuli's face, and he sighed. There used to be an old blacksmith here. But 3 years ago, when the undead raged, he fled with his family. The nearest smithy is in Wenquan City, Eobuli answered. They have high sturdy walls and an organized nightly garrison there. Many artisans fled to that city. All the better, Lin En said, fingers tapping the desk. Our territory still lacks winter supplies, cotton garments and grain. I had planned a trip to Wenquan City to procure provisions, and to see if we can recruit a blacksmith while there. Eobuli shook his head and gave a bitter smile. My lord, that will be difficult. Wenquan City has tall stone walls and several hundred regular guards. Luoshuang town is a poor backwater where people struggle to eat, and the land outside is overrun with undead. Which blacksmith would leave comfort to come here and suffer? Lin En leaned back, his thumb slowly rubbing the hilt of his sword. Where great reward is offered, brave men will appear. If money cannot move them, then the sum is too small, or the bait is wrong. Understood. Lin En rose, his gaze deep. Leave the blacksmith matter to me. I will find a way. Aobuli bowed slightly. My lord, it grows late. I will take my leave so as not to disturb your rest. Go on. Aobuli turned to leave, paused at the threshold, and slowly came back to his feet. My lord. Lin En turned his head to look. The old mayor stood at the doorway, his hand on the cane tightened. I've lived in Luoshuang town for more than 60 years, and have seen one lord after another. You are the first to truly treat this place as your own home. He said it, then, without waiting for an answer, shuffled away into the night. Lin En stood by the window watching as Aobula's figure disappeared into the night. The door behind him creaked open, accompanied by the aroma of roasted meat. Master. A soft voice like a small stone thrown into still water instantly created ripples. Sylvia entered the study carrying a large wooden tray and placed it steadily on the table, casually pushing aside a piece of parchment. It's time to eat. Lin En turned around, walked to the table, and gently rubbed her head. All right, let's eat. He picked up a knife and fork, cutting a piece of steak to put into his mouth. The meat was a bit tough, lacking spices, with only the salty taste of coarse salt. As Lin En chewed, his mind was preoccupied with matters of the territory. Issuing a cleanliness order and building dry toilets were just the first steps. The next step was composting. The farming methods in this world would frustrate any agricultural student from Blue Star. There was magic, martial energy, and various extraordinary races. Yet commoners farmed by simply throwing seeds into the ground, watering them, and then bowing before the statue of the harvest goddess. Despite the barren fields, they did not reflect on their farming practices, and instead they felt they were not devout enough, donating their last copper coin to the church, even with empty stomachs. Fertilizing. They didn't understand. Crop rotation. They had never heard of it. But they couldn't be entirely blamed. The great nobles kept mages, and a growth spell could do the work of an ordinary person for half a year. With such shortcuts available, who would bother to study fertilization or crop rotation? However, in Luoshuang town, not even one extraordinary being could be seen, let alone the scarce mages. Thus the agriculture here could only rely on him for salvation. Lin En swallowed the last bite of meat, and picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth. Take it away. Sylvia obediently cleared the tray and turned to leave. Lin En pulled out a blank piece of parchment from the drawer, and picked up a quill. In his past life as a mechanical engineer, drawing blueprints was an instinct ingrained in his bones. The quill scratched against the parchment, producing a soft rustling sound. No straight edge or compass needed. The lines flowed smoothly and confidently, completed in one go. The proportions of length, width, and height, the position of the vents, and the structure of the drainage layer. Each stroke was decisive and clear. When Sylvia returned after delivering the tray, she leaned over the desk. She peered closely, watching as the complex design gradually took shape on the parchment. Master, your drawing is so beautiful, she murmured softly. In truth, she didn't understand what it was, as she just felt that the perfectly straight lines exuded an indescribable sense of order. Lin En set down the quill to dry the ink on the parchment. What is this? Sylvia asked, pointing at the drawing. A compost pit, Lin En replied. Sylvia blinked her ice blue eyes, looking utterly perplexed. Lin En couldn't help but laugh at her bewildered expression and pinched her soft cheek. Simply put, it's about mixing wild grass, fallen leaves, and the dung you all produce into food that can nourish the— Sylvia gasped, her mouth agape. Dung can be food. Her eyes widened with disbelief as she looked at Lin En, which then transformed into blind admiration. The master is amazing, even understanding what crops eat. Go take this drawing to Barlow. Lin En rolled up the parchment and handed it to her. Tell him to choose a spot downwind and away from the water source, and to start digging tomorrow morning. Okay. Sylvia accepted the drawing with both hands and dashed out of the study. Lin En leaned back in his chair, gazing at the night outside. Agriculture was the foundation of the territory. Only by ensuring these people were well fed could he discuss development and the formation of a stronger army to combat the undead in the north. The system's marketplace was not without shortcuts. Lower-grade spirit fields, spirit-nurturing liquid, everything one could wish for. Yet the cheapest lower-grade spirit field costs 10 dual cultivation points per square meter. With over 200 people in Luoshuang town to feed, at least dozens of acres had to be cultivated. Lin En calculated quietly, and the corner of his eye twitched. This was going to be a huge burden. Thus, rather than relying on the system marketplace, it was better to address the issue of food security using science from Blue Star. The compost pit was the first step in lighting up the technological tree for Luoshuang town. Not long after, the sound of footsteps echoed in the corridor. Sylvia burst in through the door, rushing right up to Lin En. She tried to maintain a serious expression, mimicking Barlow with her eyes wide and her cheeks slightly puffed. Master, the steward had that exact expression just now, she exclaimed while gesturing. He looked at the drawing back and forth several times. He said he has never seen such a neat drawing in all his years. Lin En looked at her serious yet comical face, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. He also said that at dawn tomorrow he would personally lead people to dig the pit, and would absolutely not delay the master's important matters. Good, that's just fine. Lin En stood up, stretching his arms in a long yawn, his bones cracking loudly. The pure yang energy circulated within him, dispelling the fatigue of the day. He'll think about hiring a blacksmith tomorrow. Lin En scooped Sylvia up in his arms and strode towards the bedroom. The door to the master bedroom was kicked open. The room was unlit. The air was chilly. The pure yang's sacred body within Lin En operated on its own, emitting waves of warmth that dispelled the surrounding cold. Lin En walked a few steps to the bedside and set Sylvia down. The black and white maid outfit slipped off her shoulders, pooling around her ankles. Sylvia skillfully tilted her head back, closed her eyes, her long eyelashes fluttering gently, waiting for the familiar pure yang power to surge in. No studying today. Lin En pressed down on her shoulders, stopping her movements. Sylvia opened her eyes, her ice blue pupils filled with confusion. No studying. Is the master tired today? Should I massage your legs? I'm not tired. Lin En crossed his arms in front of his chest, his expression becoming extremely serious, as if discussing the century-long plans for the future of the territory. Today I want to conduct a comprehensive survey of your dragon transformation state. Comprehensive survey. Sylvia was taken aback. Exactly. Lin En spoke earnestly, making absurd claims. During the day you battled in Huishur town, although you won, your control over your transformed body is still not precise enough. Only by completely familiarizing yourself with the agility and sensitivity of every inch of your muscles can you reduce injuries when facing stronger undead. As your master, I have the obligation to help you identify any potential issues with your body. Upon hearing this, Sylvia's eyes instantly sparkled with admiration. The master understands so much, even the profound theory of combat quality surveys. I understand. Sylvia nodded vigorously, her expression turning resolute. In order to better protect the master, please conduct a thorough survey of me. As soon as the words fell, a dazzling white light erupted from within her body. When the light dissipated, a layer of delicate pale blue scales covered her limbs and torso. Her dragon tail grew thicker, restlessly swaying in midair. The transformation was complete. Although the scales covered her body, the texture fitting closely against her skin accentuated her breathtaking curves. Sylvia's cheeks flushed and her hands instinctively crossed in front of her chest and lower body. Master, is this how it is? Her voice was as faint as a whisper, and she didn't dare to lift her head. Lin frowned, his tone stern. Hey, with you blocking like this, how am I supposed to observe the arrangement of the scales? How can I assess the efficiency of magic power conduction? Put your hands down and cooperate with the investigation. Sylvia bit her lip, her face flushed obediently, placing her hands at her sides. Lin stepped forward, extending his finger to press against her left forearm. The sensation from his fingertip was cold and hard, yet pressing firmly revealed the astonishing elasticity of the muscle beneath the scales. The scale coverage on the arm is 100%, the texture is hard, and the magic power conduction is smooth. Lin, like a meticulous scholar, evaluated while touching. Sylvia's body trembled slightly. The warmth from Lin's fingertip penetrated through the cold dragon scales, stirring a wave of tingling sensations. Lin's fingers continued to wander, moving down her arm to her waist. The scales here became smaller and softer. Lin applied a bit of pressure, feeling the elasticity beneath. The flexibility at the waist is quite good, Lin commented seriously. However, during rapid twists, these small scales are prone to rolling up. You need to learn to cover this area with frost magic to form a secondary protection. Sylvia bit her lower lip. Lin's kneading made the frost magic within her stir restlessly. Lin's fingers slid across her flat abdomen, pausing around her navel. The protection here is too weak. He shook his head, tracing circles around the navel with his finger. If pierced by a spear-type weapon, it would directly injure the internal organs. I understand. Lin's palm continued to move upwards. He passed over her collarbone, the pale blue scales extending along the edges, not fully covering them. This is the dragon's reverse scale, radiating a lustrous sheen. Lin narrowed his eyes. Sylvia felt as if struck by lightning, letting out a short gasp. The ice blue dragon horns rapidly turned a shade of crimson. As the saying goes, a dragon has a reverse scale, touching it will lead to. Lin murmured, it seems the ancients did not deceive me. Sylvia fell limp on the bed. Master, I can't take it anymore. My bones are going to fall apart. Sylvia pleaded with a sobbing tone, her hands weakly grasping Lin's wrist, trying to stop his actions, but lacking strength. Is this really too much? What if an enemy attacks your reverse scale in actual combat? Lin maintained a serious tone, releasing his grip. Sylvia had just let out a sigh of relief. The next second, Lin's large hand gripped her robust dragon tail from behind. The tail is crucial for a dragon's balance and launching powerful strikes. I need to test its tensile strength. Sylvia gasped as her tail stiffened straight. Sylvia was forced to stand upright, her toes barely touching the ground. We will now begin testing the tail's load-bearing strength and flexibility, Lin announced as the test entered the next phase. The pure yang power erupted, explosively golden blood and energy surged within her. Next, we will conduct a test on the enhancement ratio of physical attributes post-transformation. Be mindful of the skeletal vibration feedback, Lin commanded in a deep voice. He unleashed the full extent of the terrifying power brought by his pure yang body. Ugh, Master. It's too heavy. Sylvia clutched the wooden bed frame tightly. The physical attributes in dragon form were indeed formidable. Under normal circumstances, this level of testing would have knocked her out cold. However, now the pale blue scales were infused with frost magic, constantly dissipating the pure yang power. Lin commented. Sylvia finally let out a breath. Check if the scales have any signs of dryness or splitting. The temperature in the room fluctuated between scorching hot, like an oven, and icy cold, like a frost cellar. Sylvia's consciousness began to blur. She felt her body like a small boat. Master, I can't take it anymore. My bones are going to fall apart. The test is not over. Lin did not give her a chance to breathe. The final step, Lin leaned closer. Boom. Sylvia's tightly stretched mind snapped completely. She tilted her head back and let out a high-pitched dragon roar. A frigid current erupted, instantly sweeping through the entire room. A thick layer of white frost formed on the surface of the sturdy wooden bed. The soft mattress below began to show ice shards, and tiny ice crystals floated in the air. As the white light flashed, the pale blue scales, dragon horns, and dragon tail quickly receded. Sylvia reverted from her dragon form to the petite and delicate girl of another race. She felt completely drained, lying limply on the frozen mattress, gasping for breath. A layer of enticing pink hue spread across her fair skin as sweat mixed with melting ice water trickled down her beautiful curves. Lin paused his actions, regaining steady breath. The pure yang power completed a full cycle within him, his dantian swelling with energy. He grabbed a nearby unfrozen beast skin blanket, wrapped Sylvia in it, and held her close. All test. Now let's summarize everything. Lin looked down at the small maid in his arms, who couldn't even lift a finger, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. In dragon form, the resistance to blows increases by 300% with excellent flexibility. However, the defense at the reverse scale is too weak, making it prone to magic power instability. Lin pretended to give a report. In future battles, you must protect your reverse scale well. Do you understand? Thank you, Master. She murmured softly, once more closed her eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. Lin listened to her, even breathing, content to close his eyes. Few comments. The next morning, the sound of birds chirping came through the wooden gaps into the master bedroom. Lin En opened his eyes. The space beside him was empty, still carrying a faint scent of milk. The door swung open. Sylvia entered, carrying a copper basin. Master, you are awake. She set down the basin, walked to the bedside, picked up the clothes draped over the chair, and began dressing Lin En. After days of training, her movements had become much more adept, and even the speed of fastening buttons had improved significantly. Lin En allowed her to adjust his collar. He raised his hand, lightly touching the dragon horn atop her head. Today I am going to the hot spring city. Sylvia paused in her task of adjusting the collar. Someone in the team needs to handle first-tier undead. Lin En's tone softened. You stay behind and assist the guard team in clearing the outskirts. Sylvia lifted her head, a hint of disappointment flashing in her icy blue eyes. But she quickly lowered her head and softly replied, Understood, Master. Lin En ruffled her hair. Good girl. Sylvia bit her lip and fell silent. Dressed and ready, the two made their way downstairs. In front of the Lord's Manor, the guard team was lined up. The personnel heading to the hot spring city were streamlined. The steward Barrow was responsible for negotiations and accounting, while Drake and Moshi handled 2 empty carts to carry supplies. Lin En walked to the front of the line and looked at Marcus. You all continue to clear the undead to the north of the town. If you encounter danger that you cannot handle, retreat immediately. He paused, his tone becoming more serious. Your lives come first. Marcus and Gray stood straight, thumping their chests with one hand. Yes, my lord. Lin En. Barrow sat at the front of the cart, cracking the whip. Drake and Moshi drove the empty carts behind. The wheels creaked as they rolled over the frozen ground, heading towards the outskirts of the town. Marcus watched the departing wagon and turned to look at Gray. Our young master is really different. Gray nodded. Indeed, who among the other nobles cares about the lives of their servants? Old Town Mayor Aubrey stood by with a cane, watching the convoy's retreating figure, his face filled with emotion. The Lord is a good master. He paused and lowered his voice, smiling on his aged face. When you go to the hot spring city, don't just focus on that place has hot springs, cough, and there are casinos and red light districts, anything you can imagine for a price. He winked. The air suddenly fell silent. A chill ran down Aubrey's neck. He stiffly turned his head. Sylvia was standing right behind him, her icy blue eyes fixed on him. The master is not that kind of person. Sylvia gritted her teeth, emphasizing each word. Yes, yes, yes. The Lord is wise and mighty. How could he possibly go to such places? Aubrey broke into a cold sweat, waving his hands repeatedly. I was just saying it casually. Just saying it casually. Zervia shot him a glare. She turned around. Everyone, let's go. She strode towards the town's exit, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Marcus and Gray swallowed nervously and hurriedly called the guard team to follow. Today this group of undead is likely in for a rough time. The cart bumped along the dirt road for most of the day. As evening approached, the outline of the hot spring city appeared on the horizon. The city walls were at least 5 to 6 meters high, constructed entirely of massive gray-blue stones. The wall was etched with faint red magical patterns, subtly pulsating with magical energy and emanating a slight warmth. Lin En's gaze passed over the city walls, landing on the dark red mountain behind. Clouds swirled atop the peak where faint red lights flickered. The air was thick with a scent of sulfur. Lin En silently chanted, activating the system panel. Objective volcano current status active, period estimated eruption time 356 days, 11 hours. Lin En stared at the string of numbers. 1 year. This city will be swallowed by lava in 1 year. Tens of thousands will turn to ash. He lightly tapped his fingers on his knee. He must accelerate the pace of territorial development and secure a retreat route. A long line waited at the city gate. Barrow stepped forward to pay the entry and management fees, leaving the wagon and carts at the designated stable outside the city. The four walked through the city gate. As soon as they entered the hot spring city, a wave of warmth enveloped them. The temperature inside the city was a good 10 degrees higher than outside. The streets were wide, paved with smooth stone slabs. Shops lined both sides and pedestrians flowed continuously. There were mercenaries in leather armor, merchants in long robes, and quite a few nobles here to enjoy the hot springs. At the entrance of a hot spring stood several young women. They wore very little fabric, exposing large areas of pale skin to the air. The places that should be covered were not fully concealed, and those that shouldn't be covered were mostly exposed. My lord, come in for a drink. Sir, we have the finest hot springs here, and our service will surely satisfy you. The sweet, delicate voices rang out in succession. Drake and Mox's eyes widened, their steps unconsciously slowing. A woman in a red gauze dress approached, her pale skin subtly visible beneath the sheer fabric. She directly linked her arm with Lin En's, her soft body pressing against him. The scent of rouge mixed with the heat of the hot spring wafted towards him. My lord, don't walk so fast. Her voice was sweet to the point of being cloying, and she deliberately rubbed against Lin En. You must be here for the first time, right? Do you want me to give you a proper introduction? It's very warm inside. Is this it? Not as good as Zervia. No thanks. The woman was momentarily taken aback, and the smile on her face faded. She looked Lin En up and down, rolled her eyes, and huffed. TCH, just another poor guy. She turned and swayed away, searching for her next target. Lin En ignored her and walked straight ahead. Drake followed behind, watching the woman's retreating figure and smacking his lips. Barrow turned back and shot him a glare. Stop staring, the young master has important matters to attend to. Drake quickly averted his gaze, scratching the back of his head. The Hot Spring City Merchant Association. Lin En and his group entered the hall. The hall was spacious, with a floor paved with smoothly polished blue stone slabs, and the walls embedded with low-grade magic crystals for lighting. Behind the counter, a man with a handlebar mustache looked up. Gentlemen, are you here to buy or sell? Lin En walked to the counter, pulled out a cloth bag from his waist, and poured its contents onto the table. 15 dull, gray crystals rolled out. Inside the crystals, a faint gray-black mist swirled. The clerk put on a monocle and glanced. First-tier undead magic cores. The quality is decent. 3 gold coins, each. You'll take them all. Lin En reached to gather the magic cores back. 5 gold coins. The undead on the outskirts of the hot spring city have already been cleared. If you want to collect goods, you'll have to go to the northern wilderness. The lives of mercenaries are worth more than that. The clerk pressed down on a corner of the cloth bag, forcing a smile. 5 gold coins is too high. There's no profit in it. For gold coins, let's each take a step back. Lin En relaxed his grip. Deal. After exiting the Merchant Association, Lin En headed directly west of the city. The signs lining the street became increasingly explicit. Hot spring halls, brothels, and gambling dens appeared one after another. He stopped in front of a 3-story circular stone building. A golden sign reading Golden Sands Casino hung above the entrance. A man dressed only in oversized shorts fell down the stairs, his front teeth broken and his mouth bloodied. He crawled desperately to the feet of the guard at the door, clinging tightly to the other's leather boots. Please give me another chance. Just lend me a copper coin. With just 1 copper coin, I can turn my fortunes around. The guard kicked him down the stairs and drew a short knife from his waist. Get lost. If you keep talking, you'll cut your tongue off and feed it to the dogs. Barrow grabbed Lin En's sleeve. Young master, let's not go in there. The money for food is already enough. If we lose it all inside the territory, we'll be finished. Lin En patted Barrow's shoulder. A small gamble is for fun, but a big gamble can hurt you. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. He stepped up the stairs. Pushing open the big door, a wave of heat and noise hit him. The hall was resplendent with a massive crystal chandelier hanging from above. Crowds filled dozens of gaming tables, the sounds of shouting, cursing, and clinking gold coins blending together into a deafening roar. Women in revealing outfits carried trays of drinks weaving through the crowd, allowing the winning gamblers to grope them, letting out delicate giggles. Lin En scanned the room and walked directly to the nearest high-low table. The dealer was shaking the dice cup and the gamblers in front were focused on the table, some betting high, some low. The rules are simple: 3 dice, 10 points as the boundary, and a triplet wins outright. Bang! The dice cup was slammed onto the table. Bets are locked in. The dealer elongated his voice, scanning the gamblers at the table. Lin En silently activated the system panel. A faint blue light screen unfolded before his eyes. Item bone dice points 1, 6, 3, a total of 10 points low. Lin En took out 2 gold coins and tossed them into the low area. The dealer lifted the dice cup. 1, 6, 3, 10 points low. 2 gold coins turned into 4. Drake's eyes widened behind him. Young master, your luck. Lin En remained silent and continued betting. He bet 10 gold coins on low and won. He bet 5 gold coins on high and lost. He bet 20 gold coins on high and won again. His chips piled up little by little. After several rounds, 60 gold coins rolled into over 300. The surrounding gamblers turned green, with envy no longer placing their own bets, all eyes fixed on Lin En's hands. Whatever he bet, they followed. The thin dealer was sweating profusely, his hands shaking as he shook the dice cup. He threw down a change dealer and turned to run upstairs. The crowd parted to make way. A middle-aged man approached the gaming table and slammed his palm down on it. The gold coins jumped slightly. I am the supervisor here, Bentley. From now on I will roll the dice for everyone. Bentley grabbed the dice cup, his movements so fast that only afterimages remained. Bang! The dice cup was placed down. Lin En opened the panel. Points 4, 5, 6. Lin En pushed 10 gold coins to the high area. Bentley fixed his gaze on Lin En, discreetly manipulating a mechanism under the table. Lin En's panel data instantly fluctuated. Points 2, 2, 2, a mechanism. Trying to trick me. Lin En sneered inwardly. Then don't blame me for being rude. His spiritual energy surged from his fingertips, drilling into the dice cup along the table. The data reverted back to points 4, 5, 6. Bentley lifted the dice cup. 4, 5, 6, 15 points high. The surrounding gamblers erupted in cheers. Bentley's expression darkened. He had clearly pressed the mechanism to change it to a triplet. Why did it not respond? Lin En began to raise his bets. He bet 50 gold coins on low and won. He bet 100 gold coins on high and won again. Bentley's tricks repeatedly failed. Sweat dripped from his forehead onto the table, his hands trembling. After 10 rounds, 980 gold coins piled up on the table. The surrounding gamblers no longer dared to follow suit, all holding their breath as they watched Lin En. Lin En swept all the gold coins into a cloth bag and tossed it to Barrow behind him. Today my luck is good. Let's go handle business. Lin En turned to leave. Stop. Bentley's voice came from behind. Lin En halted, turning around. Friend, your luck seems quite good. Bentley stepped out from behind the gaming table, his eyes glinting with menace. Having won so much, are you planning to just walk away? What? Lin En replied calmly. Is the Golden Sands Casino unable to accept the loss? The noise in the hall quickly quieted down. All eyes turned towards them. The gamblers retreated, clearing a large area. Winning is certainly fine. Bentley drew a short club from his waist. But if the winnings were through cheating, it won't be so easy to leave. Just as he finished speaking, more than a dozen burly thugs squeezed out from the crowd, silently surrounding them. Heavy footsteps sounded from the stairs. A middle-aged man covered in rings descended, followed by 2 armored guards. Who dares to cause trouble in my establishment? Bentley immediately bowed. My lord, this man is cheating. The Baron stood on the stairs looking down at Lin En. Oh, someone actually dares to cheat on my turf. He sneered. You've got some guts. Lin En placed one hand on the hilt of his sword. What evidence do you have? Bentley slightly turned his head, signaling to the crowd. A man with a pointed face immediately squeezed out from the crowd of gamblers. He pointed at Lin En's nose and shouted. I saw everything clearly from the side. He was hiding cards in his sleeve. Just now, no, he used his hand to manipulate the dice. I can testify he definitely cheated. Bentley looked at Lin En. See, there's a witness. Do you dare say you didn't cheat? Lin En turned his head calmly, looking at the man with the pointed face. The man met Lin En's gaze and shrank back. But he caught a glimpse of Baron Seth and Bentley on the stairs, and his courage surged again. He straightened his chest, stepped forward, and was about to continue shouting. Swish! A flash of golden light passed. The man with the pointed face still held his chest out. A blood hole appeared right in the center of his forehead. He fell straight back, landing heavily on the bluestone floor. Lin En tilted his head, looking at Bentley. The hall fell into silence. Then a wave of terrified screams erupted. The surrounding gamblers frantically retreated, clearing a large area. The Baron's complexion changed, retreating behind his guards. More than a dozen thugs in the casino simultaneously drew their weapons, surrounding Lin En and his companions. The first-level guard beside him stared at Lin En and spoke quietly. "My lord, don't be afraid. He has no magical fluctuations. He's just an ordinary swordsman, we can handle it." Hearing this, the Baron's expression softened. He straightened his slightly disheveled silk robe collar and stepped out from behind his guards. "Daring to kill on my turf, you have quite the audacity." Baron Seth fixed his gaze on Lin En. "However, I will give you a chance. You will compete with Bentley." Baron Seth walked down the stairs and approached the gaming table. "This time it will be a wager. Each of you will roll 3 dice. The one with the higher total wins. If you win, you take all the money on the table. If you lose, you leave your life behind. If anyone has any opinions, feel free to bring them up at any time." Lin En glanced at the Baron and nodded. "All right." A flicker of ecstatic joy flashed in Bentley's eyes. Having frequented the gambling dens for over a decade, his dice-rolling skills were now second to none. In this wager of dice, he was certain he could not lose. A guard stepped forward and placed a fist-sized transparent crystal in the center of the gambling table. "This is a crystal that detects magical energy." Baron Set pointed at the crystal. "If anyone uses magic to cheat, while rolling the dice, the crystal will turn red. At that time, I will have someone chop off their hand." Lin En cast a glance at the crystal, but remained silent. Bentley picked up the leather dice cup and swept 3 bone dice into it. He shook the cup violently in the air. The dice struck the inner walls, producing a series of crisp sounds. Bang! Bentley slammed the cup down heavily onto the table. He raised his head, brimming with confidence. Inside there were definitely 3 sixes. Lin En casually picked up another dice cup, covered the dice, and gave it a light shake on the table. In his heart, Lin En silently invoked the system panel. "Target dice cup, internal numbers 6, 6, 6. Lin En lowered his eyelids. The pure Yang Qi surged within his dantian. The pure Yang Qi spread along the wooden grain beneath the table, precisely reaching beneath Bentley's dice cup. The magical sensing crystal showed no reaction. The Qi entangled the dice and gently nudged them. The dice silently flipped over inside the cup. Lin En withdrew the pure Yang Qi. He extended his hand and directly lifted his dice cup. The 3 dice lay quietly on the table. The numbers were 1, 1, 0, and 2. Bentley saw the numbers and couldn't help but burst into laughter. 4 points. Huh, you actually rolled 4 points. Bentley pointed at Lin En, laughing so hard he could hardly stand up. The surrounding gamblers joined in the laughter. Lin En was surely going to lose this wager. Baron Set crossed his arms, looking down at Lin En with disdain. "I thought you had some real skills. Turns out you're just a fool who's run out of luck." Bentley laughed heartily as he grabbed the lid of the dice cup. "Kid, remember not to mess with the wrong people in your next life." Bentley flipped open the dice cup. "Look carefully, I am." Bentley's laughter abruptly ceased. The laughter of the surrounding gamblers was also suddenly choked in their throats. Bentley's eyes widened, staring fixedly at the 3 dice on the table. 1, 1, 1. 3 points. This is impossible." Bentley yelled hysterically. "How could it be 3 points? Absolutely impossible. I clearly rolled 3 sixes." Baron Set's expression turned ashen. He strode to the table and clearly saw the 3 bright red ones. Slap. Baron Set slapped Bentley hard across the face. "Waste." Baron Set cursed angrily. Bentley covered his face and pointed at Lin En, shouting, "My lord Baron. He cheated. He definitely cheated. The sensing crystal must be broken. He must have used some underhanded trick." Baron Set turned to look at the sensing crystal in the center. The crystal was clear and transparent, showing no signs of turning red. The Baron suppressed the anger rising within him. In front of the public, he had set the rules, and the anti-cheating measures were his own. If he forced to renege, the reputation of the Golden Sands Casino would be utterly ruined. Baron Set turned his head, casting a gloomy gaze at Lin En. "You won. You can leave now." Bentley covered his face, wanting to speak. "My lord Baron, but he... Isn't it embarrassing enough?" Baron Set snapped sharply. Lin En shrugged, his expression calm. He turned to look at Drake. Lin En turned around, leading Drake and Moshi striding toward the door under the watchful eyes of the thugs and gamblers. Baron Set stood by the gambling table, his expression dark. The oak door at the end of the second-floor corridor closed. The noise from the casino below was cut off. Bentley followed behind Baron Set, covering his swollen cheek. "My lord Baron, just let him go like this." "How could that be?" The Baron walked to the wine cabinet and poured half a glass of red wine. "But if we act now, it will tell everyone that the Golden Sands Casino can't afford to lose." Bentley lowered his head, not daring to respond. "Soon there will be a mysterious island ball, where surrounding viscounts and barons will come. At this critical moment, I don't want to hear any rumors of tarnishing our reputation in the city. Do you understand?" Bentley's eyes brightened, nodding repeatedly. "Understood, my lord Baron. Rest assured. As long as he leaves the city, I will ensure he won't be able to act arrogantly again." Baron Set did not respond, but simply took a sip of red wine. On the other side, Lin En and the others exited the casino. Below wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Young master, you scared me to death just now. Below lowered his voice and looked around. Should we leave the city overnight? That Baron definitely won't let this go. No need to worry, Lin En said. He won't take action in the short term. Otherwise it would be telling everyone that winning in his casino means death. The four of them crossed the main street and turned towards the blacksmith district in the west of the city. The shops on both sides were mostly engaged in ironwork, and the scent of rust filled the air. Just past a fork in the road, a small thin shadow darted out from an alley. Ouch! Below, caught off guard, fell flat on the ground. I'm sorry. The little boy bowed repeatedly and turned to run. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into the crowd. Below sat on the ground, rubbing his waist. These little brats nowadays don't pay attention when they walk. He stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. His hand fumbled at his waist. His face turned pale. Young master, my money pouch is gone. Below slapped his thigh in panic. It had several gold coins in it. Lin En didn't waste words and took off after him. Locking onto the boy's silhouette, Lin En activated the pan. Name Aaron, race human, age 17, talent forging, intuition B, skill basic blacksmithing, LV1 status hungry, tired, anxious. Remark, son of a blacksmith, learned blacksmithing skills from his father since childhood with exceptional talent. His father was killed for offending a lord, and his mother passed away, leaving him to take care of his younger sister. Lin En looked at the data on the panel, quickening his pace. Forging, intuition B. This kid is simply a natural-born blacksmith. Aaron was extremely familiar with the terrain, turning left and right, and suddenly dashed into a deadened alley, squeezing through a dog hole in the corner of the wall and disappearing. Lin En came to a stop. Drake and Moshi hurriedly caught up, while Below was panting heavily. Young master, where is he? He slipped through. Lin En pointed to the base of the wall. You three wait here. Don't go anywhere. Lin En leaped, grasping the edge of the wall to climb onto the roof. His view opened up. Lin En silently uttered Aaron's name. A line of small text appeared at the edge of the panel. Target marked, can be tracked. In the distance towards the slums, a faint blue marker appeared. Found him. Lin En moved swiftly across the rooftops, jumping over broken tiles and eaves, getting closer to the marker. Below, a chorus of curses erupted. You little brat. Still dare to run. Damn it, hurry up and hand over the money. Lin En crouched by the edge of the roof, looking down. In a narrow alley full of sewage, Aaron curled up on the ground, clutching his money pouch tightly. 5 or 6 thugs surrounded him, raining down fists and kicks. Aaron was beaten black and blue, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. This money is for my sister's treatment. Aaron's voice trembled with tears as he clutched the pouch tightly. You can't rob me. I'm begging you. The lead bald thug spat a thick phlegm on the ground. Treatment? What kind of disease can a stinking beggar like you have? The bald thug sneered. Hand it over. He raised his foot and kicked Aaron hard in the stomach. Aaron cried out in pain, the money pouch flying out of his grasp. A thug nearby bent down to pick up the pouch, weighed it in his hand, and waved it at the bald thug. This will keep us entertained for several days. The bald thug grinned. Aaron struggled in the mud, crawling forward. Give it back to me. Give me the money back. He reached out to grab the bald thug's trouser leg. The bald thug lifted his foot and stomped down on Aaron's wrist. Give it back to you. You little brat, it's a blessing you're not dead yet. The bald thug ground his shoe against Aaron's wrist. The other thugs laughed along. That's enough. Lin En leaped down from the eaves, landing steadily by the muddy puddle. A few thugs turned their heads. Upon seeing Lin En's noble attire, their arrogance immediately diminished by 3 points. The leader, a bald man, sized up Lin En from head to toe and glanced at the alley entrance, realizing there were no attendants following him. His confidence instantly swelled. Noble sir, it's best you leave the matters of the slums alone. The bald thug weighed his dagger in hand. Hurry up and leave. The ground is slippery, and you might break your precious legs. Lin En sighed. I didn't want to resort to violence. Before he finished speaking, he exerted force under his feet. The pure yang energy surged into his legs, and his figure instantly left a blur. Bang! A fist struck the bald man's face. The sound of his nasal bone breaking was sharp and piercing. The bald thug didn't even have time to scream before he was sent flying, crashing into the wall and losing consciousness. The remaining thugs were stunned for a second before raising their clubs to strike. Lin En didn't retreat, but advanced instead. He sidestepped the wooden clubs and swiftly delivered a knife hand strike to one thug's neck. Then he raised his leg and kicked another thug into the filthy gutter. In less than 10 seconds, 5 or 6 thugs lay groaning in the mud. Get lost. Lin En coldly spat out a word. The thugs were terrified, scrambling out of the narrow alley. Lin En bent down to pick up the money pouch, brushed off the mud, and stuffed it into his pocket. He walked up to Aaron. Aaron was curled up on the ground, trembling all over, not daring to lift his head. It was over. He had stolen from someone formidable this time. This noble sir would surely break his legs or throw him into the city guard's jail. What illness does your sister have? Lin En squatted down, his tone calm. Aaron was taken aback. He looked up in confusion. The other party was not beating him, but instead asking about his sister's illness. High fever. Aaron instinctively replied, tears instantly streaming down his face mixing with the dirt. She has had a fever for 3 days, and no medicine seems to work. I really have no choice but to think of stealing some money to buy medicine. Aaron babbled, suddenly banging his head on the ground. Please don't arrest me, I still need to go back to take care of my sister. Take me to see her. Lin En stood up. Perhaps I can cure your sister's illness. Aaron was stunned. But Lin En looked at him. From now on, work for me, be my subordinate. As long as you can cure my sister, I will be your... Aaron did not hesitate, banging his head repeatedly. Get up. Lin En reached out to help him up. The two of them walked out of the alley and returned to the street. Below was anxiously pacing. Seeing Lin En return with Aaron below, breathed a sigh of relief, then pointed at Aaron and began to curse. You little brat. You dare to steal from the Lord. Watch me skin you alive. Enough. Lin En raised his hand to stop him. The money has been retrieved, let's go see his sister first. Below glared at Aaron, not saying another word. A few of them followed Aaron, winding through the alleys until they reached the depths of the slum. A dilapidated wooden house with drafts blowing from all sides. Pushing open the rickety door, the inside was dark and damp, exuding a pungent, musty smell. In the corner, a tattered wooden board was laid with a pile of blackened cotton. A girl of about 10 lay on it, curled up, her face pale and lips purple. Her body fluctuated between cold and hot, sometimes shivering with cold, at other times sweating profusely. Sister, I've brought a noble sir to save you. Aaron rushed over, kneeling by the bed, tightly holding the little girl's hand. Just hang in there a little longer. This noble sir is very powerful. He will definitely be able to cure you. Lin En stepped forward, his gaze falling on the little girl. The system panel popped up automatically. Name Millie. Race human. Talent alchemy intuition A. Fire element affinity A. Wood element affinity C. Status magical power disturbance high fever coma. Note this child has extremely high talent, but there is not enough magical power in her body to support her, causing a backlash of magical power. Treatment method supplement magical power. About to meet the conditions for a Dao partner worth cultivating by the host. Lin En stared at the system panel, a glint of wild joy flashing in his eyes. This trip to the hot spring city was incredibly worthwhile. Not only did he gain a grade forging genius for free, but also an alchemy talent with dual grade affinities. The most crucial part is that she is a potential Dao partner who is about to meet the conditions. This brother and sister pair was simply a feast served right on his plate by the heavens. Lin En collected his thoughts and refocused on Millie. The magical power backlash required replenishing magical power. The pure yang spiritual energy within him could be converted into various forms of magical power, extremely gentle, perfect for calming such disturbances. Noble sir, is my sister still savable? Aaron looked up, his voice trembling greatly. Lin En did not. He walked to the bedside, reaching out to check Millie's burning forehead before turning to the other three in the room. You all wait outside. Noble sir, then what about me? Aaron asked anxiously. You need to go out as well. This illness can be cured, but I need to use secret methods to guide the power within her. Lin En looked at Aaron. The treatment process requires close contact, and there must be no interference. Not even a fly should be allowed in. The door creaked as Aaron closed it from the outside. Only Lin En and Millie, who lay on the cotton, remained in the room. Lin En sat down by the bed, pressing down on Millie's wrist. Her wrist was slender, and her skin was as hot as charcoal. Lin En circulated pure yang spiritual energy, slowly channeling it into Millie's body through his fingertips. As the spiritual energy entered Millie's body, trembled suddenly, and the painful expression on her face eased slightly. A prompt popped up on the system panel. Pure Yang spiritual energy injection in progress, magical power disturbance level decreasing 90, 80, 50. As the spiritual energy continued to flow in Millie's fire element affinity, it was fully activated. A faint red glow appeared on her body, and the surrounding air began to heat up. Due to magical power resonance, the target instinctively produces attachment behavior. Please be cautious, host, to avoid being shocked. Millie suddenly opened her eyes. Her consciousness was still fuzzy, but she instinctively sensed the warm power emanating from Lin En. She wrapped herself around him like an octopus, her little hands tightly gripping Lin En's clothes, her body continuously nudging into his embrace. Lin En allowed Millie to burrow into his arms, increasing the output of spiritual energy to forcibly help her calm the magical power storm inside her. After a moment, the red glow subsided. Millie's high fever completely retreated, her breathing became steady, and she closed her eyes, falling into a deep sleep in Lin En's embrace. The system panel refreshed. Treatment complete. Millie's magical power is initially stabilized. Full stabilization can only be achieved after advancing to the first tier. Lin En placed her back under the quilt and tucked her in. He turned and walked towards the wooden door. With a creak, the door opened. Aaron sprang up from the ground like a spring, rolling and rushing into the room. Below, and Drake peeked in behind him. Aaron rushed to the bedside, seeing that his sister's previously pale and purple face had regained color and her forehead was no longer burning. He abruptly turned around and with a thud knelt at Lin En's feet. "Noble sir, thank you. You saved my sister's life." Aaron's voice choked, tears streaming down his face. "Get up and speak." Lin En walked over to a rickety wooden table, missing a leg, and leaned against its edge. "Tell me about your situation. How did you end up like this?" Aaron wiped his face chaotically with his sleeve, getting up from the ground, and began to speak with his head down. It was similar to the notes on the system panel. Aaron's father was originally a blacksmith in the west of the city. 6 months ago, he offended the city lord over the deadline of a weapon and was brutally beaten to death by the lord's guards. Unable to bear the blow, his mother passed away soon after. The house was confiscated and my sister and I were driven out. I had learned blacksmithing from my father for a few years and initially planned to apprentice at another shop. Aaron clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. But no one in the city dared to take me in for fear of offending the Baron. I could only move into the slums with my sister, relying on scavenging for food. A few days ago, Millie suddenly developed a high fever, and I really had no money to buy medicine, which is why. Lin En listened quietly. This was the survival rule of this world. This aligns perfectly with the survival rules of this world. Nobles squander money in casinos while commoners struggle for survival in the mud. The disparity is stark. Ordinary people are merely chives that nobles can harvest at any time. A faint murmur came from the bed. Aaron turned around abruptly. Millie, wrapped in cotton, opened her eyes and weakly stared at the gaps in the roof where the wind leaked in. "Sister, you're awake," Aaron exclaimed, grasping her hand in excitement. Millie still looked a bit dazed. She turned her gaze to Lin En's face. "It's all right." Lin En looked at her. "The power within you has stabilized. As long as you replenish your magic power regularly, you will fully recover." Millie gazed at Lin En's handsome face, recalling the domineering yet warm aura she felt while unconscious. That pure yang energy seemed to still be coursing through her body, causing her small face to flush instantly. She buried half of her face in the tattered cotton, whispering an sound. Aaron turned back around, facing Lin En again, preparing to kneel. "Don't rush to thank me yet." Lin En raised his hand to interrupt him. "I am the lord of Luoshuang Town. If you are willing, come with me and your sister. When we reach Luoshuang Town, you will help me with work. I will provide you with a place to live, food to eat, and a salary every month. But you must sincerely follow my lead. If you are unwilling, I won't force you." Without a moment's hesitation, Aaron heavily knelt on the ground with a thud, his forehead striking the filthy wooden planks. "Sir, I am willing." Aaron raised his head, his eyes red, but filled with unwavering determination. "From today onwards, you are the master of my sister and me. Whatever you ask us to do, we will do it, and we will never betray you for the rest of our lives." Millie, peeking out from under the cotton, blushed and softly echoed, "Master. Get up. From now on, we are family." Lin En reached out to help Aaron up. "Pack up and leave this place." There was hardly anything to pack in the room. Aaron carried his sister on his back as they exited the slums. Returning to the bustling main street, the sky had completely darkened. Lin En turned to give Barrow instructions. "Take them to an inn, book a room, and get some warm food. We will leave the city together first thing in the morning." "Yes." Barrow nodded and waved to Aaron. Lin En stood at the street corner, watching the three figures disappear into the crowd. He turned to look at the Drake and Mossy behind him. "Let's go sit at the tavern." Drake was taken aback and scratched his head. "Young master, do you want a drink?" "Not drink, just looking for someone to chat with." Lin En stepped across the street. Drake scratched his head, not quite understanding, but followed Lin En forward. The night in Hot Spring City was even livelier than during the day, with all the taverns open. Warm yellow magical lights shone through the windows, illuminating the cobblestone path. The girls at the entrance drew closer to the men. "Sir, come in and sit with us. We have the finest imported honey wine here, guaranteed to make you want more." Lin En ignored them and walked straight ahead, pushing open the door of the busiest tavern. Upon entering, the heat enveloped him, mingled with the smell of alcohol and sweat, causing Lin En to frown involuntarily. The tavern was noisy, with more than 20 tables filled. Some were playing games, others boasting, while some were groping the girls without a care in the world. A woman in a red dress approached, her wavy hair and bright red lips making quite an impression. "Oh, this gentleman looks unfamiliar. Is this your first time here?" Lin En nodded. "How many are with you?" "3. "Great, follow me." The woman swayed her hips as she led them through a few tables, finding a spot against the wall to sit down. She didn't hurry to leave, standing by the table with a smile. "Sir, since it's your first time here, let me introduce you to our drinks." As she spoke, she pulled down her collar, revealing a large expanse of fair skin. "We have regular ale for 5 copper coins a cup. The premium honey wine is 20 copper coins a cup, and grape wine imported from the south is 1 silver coin a cup." She threw a flirtatious glance at Lin En when mentioning the grape wine. These women earn commissions from selling drinks, so the more expensive and numerous the orders, the more they earn. Hence, they always try to persuade customers to order the pricier options. Lin En took out a silver coin from his pocket and pushed it across the table to her. 2 cups of regular ale." The smile on the woman's face stiffened. 2 cups of ale only cost 10 copper coins, yielding little commission. But Lin En's next sentence brought her smile back. Keep the rest for yourself. The woman quickly grabbed the silver coin and stuffed it into her bodice. This money was equivalent to her earning from selling a lot of drinks. You are indeed generous, sir. Her voice became 3 times sweeter. Please wait, I will fetch the drinks right away. After finishing, she quickly walked away, swaying her hips. Soon she returned with 2 cups of ale, placing them on the table with a smile. Lin En pushed the drinks to Drake and Mossy. He had no interest in the alcohol. The 2 quickly thanked him, lifting their cups to take a sip, their faces filled with satisfaction. Sir, you don't like drinking? We also have imported drinks and a cup service. The woman leaned closer, shaping her bosom to resemble a container. Lin En withdrew his gaze and shook his head in refusal. Ahem, I am looking for some craftsmen to work. Could you provide me with some information? Blacksmiths, carpenters, physicians, or anyone skilled will do. The woman didn't expect this to be his request. She tilted her head in thought and replied, there are indeed a few. The first is Dr. Mondo, who boasts of having no complaints in many years of practice, but he looks nothing like a doctor, being all muscle and constantly muttering, I am Mondo, wherever I want to go I will go, and is quite eccentric, so no one dares to let him treat them. No one knows how good his medical skills actually are. Lin En listened, finding him quite unreliable. There's also a clever Murphy who can write and calculate. He used to be a manager in a trading company overseeing dozens of people. Later the trading company collapsed, and he was dismissed. He claims it was the boss' fault while the boss says it was his fault. No one can clarify whose problem it was. Then there's the architect Toros, who builds walls quickly and well, but loves to cut corners. A while ago he built a house for a friend, and the wall collapsed, leaving his friend half paralyzed. Now no one knows where he has gone. Finally there's the blacksmith Owen, whose skills aren't bad, but he has a bit of randomness in his work. What do you mean? Lin En asked. It means if you ask him to forge a knife, he might give you a hammer. If you ask for a frying pan, he might make you a shield. Whatever you request, he'll likely give you something else. Lin En was utterly speechless. So can he forge or not? He can forge, and his quality is good. The woman quickly replied. Although what he makes might not be what you wanted, the quality is generally quite good. The wrongly forged hammer lasted for years without breaking. That wrongly forged shield was even sturdier than a regular one. Lin En was silent for a few seconds and asked, are these the only people? Are there no more normal ones? The woman shrugged, her fair skin swaying along. The normal ones are either tied to noble families or guilds, they can't just leave with you. Although these people are peculiar, at least they have skills, and now they have nowhere to go. If you offer them money, they will surely be willing to work for you. Alright, let's check out Owen first. Lead the way, Lin En said. That Owen, although his work was off, had good quality. This at least indicates that his skills are decent, just a bit lacking in common sense. Lin En thought for a moment and decided to go see. The woman led Lin En through the tavern to a table at the far end. On the table lay 7 or 8 empty bottles, and a dwarf was sprawled across it, his beard soaked in spilled liquor, snoring loudly. Aorn, wake up, someone is looking for you. The woman patted his shoulder. The dwarf showed no reaction and continued to snore even louder. The woman lifted her beautiful leg and kicked him in the backside. Ouch! My god of flame and forging, which bastard kicked my butt. The dwarf's head jerked up suddenly, but he couldn't steady himself and fell backward to the ground. He supported himself with the chair, and upon seeing the person in front of him helplessly said, Oh, it's Chi-Chi. My goodness. What did I do to offend you? Chi-Chi put her hands on her hips. Who told you not to buy wine from me? Is my wine not good? My heart only holds rosebud this lifetime. I won't buy wine from anywhere else but her. Aorn huffed. With a fat woman like Rose, that's the extent of your taste. Chi-Chi scoffed and rolled her eyes. Fine, I can't be bothered to argue with you. Someone is looking for you. She turned around, swaying her hips as she walked away. Aorn mumbled and finally noticed Lin En, who was examining the dwarf before him. Lin En silently recited in his heart and brought up the system panel. Name Aorn, race dwarf, rank first class, forge master, age 47, talent dwarven, strength B, skills forging LV3, hammer proficiency LV3, heavy strike LV 1, a random forging passive. Each time a forging is done, the final product will inevitably deviate from the expected target shape function type. However, the quality of the items after deviation is improved by 10 to 30. Status slightly tipsy, remarks dwarven blacksmith with exceptional talent, but due to the innate passive skill, random forging, everything forged deviates from expectations. The quality is excellent, but no one wants to employ a blacksmith who can never forge the right items. Currently unemployed. Looking at the passive skill, random forging, he began to understand what was going on. Lin En sat down opposite Aorn. You are Aorn. The dwarf rubbed his eyes and looked Lin En up and down, saying, I am. Who are you? What do you want with me? My name is Lin En Winston, the Lord of Frostfall Town. I want to ask you to be my blacksmith. Aorn was taken aback for a moment, then waved his hand. No way, no way. Frostfall Town. That poor, dangerous backwater. I don't want to throw my life away. He grabbed a bottle from the table and took a swig, mumbling. Besides, you know my skills. Anything I forge will definitely be wrong. Why do you want me? To waste your iron. Lin En leaned back against the chair. I don't care what you forge. Eldran looked up. Whatever you forge, I will take it. Anyway, I have nothing there right now. No hoe, no hammer, no shield, no sickle, no iron pot. I'm short on everything. You can forge anything as long as it's sturdy and durable. Ooh, I want it all. Eldran opened his mouth, but then closed it again. After 39 years of blacksmithing, it was the first time he heard someone say such words. Lin En was not in a hurry. He took out a gold coin from his pocket and placed it on the table, pushing it toward Eldran. 1 gold coin a year for wages with 3 meals covered. Eldran's hand holding the bottle paused. He looked down at the gold coin, then raised his head to look at Lin En, swallowing hard. Lin En smiled, saying, Haven't you always wanted to marry Rose? Work with me, save up for a year, and you'll be able to have either a black silk or white silk. You can have them all. Eldran scratched the back of his head. I don't know black silk or white silk. I just want Rose. He reached out and grabbed the gold coin, clutching it in his palm. All right, I'll go with you. I'll head back right now to pack my things. I can't leave behind any of my blacksmithing tools. Lin En gestured for him to calm down. No rush, meet outside the south gate of the city early tomorrow morning. Get your things sorted today? Okay. Eldran nodded repeatedly, his face breaking into a smile. I'll definitely be there tomorrow. He took the gold coin and practically bounced out of the tavern. Lin En watched his departing figure and turned back to return to the inn with Drake and Mashi. Barrow was waiting at the door. Young Master, the brother and sister have been arranged to stay on the 2nd floor. All right, rest early. We need to go shopping early tomorrow. A night passed without conversation. Early the next morning as dawn broke, Lin En was awakened by Barrow. After a quick wash, he had a few bites of bread and drank a bowl of hot soup, and the group headed straight for the market. Then the group left the inn and headed straight for the market in Hot Spring Town. Lin En led the way, buying as they walked. Over 1,000 kilograms of rye flour, several hundred kilograms of white flour, over 100 pounds of meat and vegetables, blankets, clothing, and 2 clean dresses picked out for Sylvia. Tools for blacksmithing were also essential, as this trip was largely for that purpose. Besides, there were all sorts of miscellaneous items. After buying a huge pile, they filled 3 carts to the brim. While Lin En was shopping, Bentley was watching him from a window on the 2nd floor of the Merchant Guild. He squinted his eyes, watching Lin En pull out 1 gold coin after another from his money pouch, the corners of his mouth gradually curling upwards. Bentley said to the lackey behind him, Go find the Greyhound Bandit group and say there's business to be discussed. The lackey nodded and turned to leave. Watching Lin En load bundles onto the cart, he sneered, Little brat, you think you can walk away after winning? Today you'll find out whose territory this hot spring city really is. He chuckled coldly and closed the window. Lin En was completely unaware of all this. He was currently squatting in front of the counter of a magic shop, haggling with the owner. Boss, I bought so many things, can't you give me a discount on this magic scroll? In front of him was a pile of magical items. The owner was a thin old man who shook his head helplessly. Young master, this is already the lowest price. If I go any lower, I'll be at a loss. Seeing his firm attitude, Lin En knew further bargaining was pointless, so he pointed to an inconspicuous scroll in the corner of the counter and said, All right, I won't haggle. Ooh, just this one, give it to me for free. The owner looked where he pointed, and upon recognizing the scroll said, Young master, you really know how to pick. That's a fertile land scroll. Although it's only 5th grade, it still costs 2 gold coins. It's not some worthless trinket. You said it yourself. Oh, it's 5th grade, the cheapest kind. Lin En smiled, saying, I've spent hundreds of gold coins on all these items. Giving me 1 scroll isn't too much to ask, is it? The owner sighed helplessly and waved his hand. All right, I'll give it to you. Seeing you are so straightforward, I don't mind this little bit. Lin En immediately took out some gold coins from his pouch and handed them to the owner. The owner took the money, carefully wrapped the scroll and potion, and handed them to Lin En, specifically reminding him, the holy light scroll must be kept dry. The magic potion should be consumed quickly once opened, or it will lose its effectiveness. Lin En took the items and nodded, Thanks, boss. As soon as he stepped out of the magic shop, Barrow approached him. Young master, everything is bought. The cart is full. We can set off at any time. All right, let's leave the city. The caravan slowly departed from Hot Spring City, traveling north along the official road. Barrow sat at the front of the carriage, humming an unknown tavern tune, appearing to be in good spirits. Drake and Mashi drove the heavily laden cargo cart behind, chatting and laughing as they reminisced about the voluptuous woman from the tavern last night. Lin En leaned back in the carriage, resting his eyes while his mind calculated the arrangements for his return. Young master, Barrow's voice came from outside, tinged with a hint of caution. It seems there is something on the road ahead. Lin En opened his eyes and lifted the curtain to look outside. About 200 meters ahead on the official road lay several fallen tree trunks. Behind the trunks stood 5 or 6 individuals, each gripping a weapon. The leader was a bald, muscular man with a face full of scars, a centipede-like scar running across his neck. He carried a machete, swaggering towards them, followed by 5 lackeys. This road is mine. These trees were planted by me. The scar-faced man shouted hoarsely, but before he could finish, a scrawny figure beside him tugged at his sleeve. Boss, there are no trees here. the scrawny figure whispered urgently. The scar-faced man paused, looking down at the fallen trunks on the ground. Then let's change it to, this road is mine. These few logs were planted by me. Boss, the logs weren't planted either. Shut the hell up. The scar-faced man slapped the back of the scrawny figure's head, causing him to grimace in pain. Lin En leaned against the carriage, watching the amusing duo with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. People inside the cart listen. The scar-faced man pointed his machete towards Lin En. Be sensible and hand over all your valuables. I'm in a good mood, and will spare your lives. If you don't cooperate, he licked the blade of his machete and added, I don't have mercy for my knife. Dreek and Moshi jumped down from the cart, hands resting on their weapons at their waists. Young master, there are quite a few of them. If we can avoid trouble by paying, let's do that, Barrow suggested in a lowered voice, glancing at the bandits. The system panel popped up automatically. All were at the 0 level. He let out a soft sigh of relief. With a cultivation level of Chi refinement stage 1, he barely counted as a level 1 in this world. Dealing with these 0-level bandits would be more than enough. Lin En took a step forward. The scar-faced man sized him up, sneering. Well, look who's come, a fearless one. He hefted his machete and swaggered towards Lin En, while his lackeys followed closely, giggling. And kid, do you know who we are? The scar-faced man approached Lin En and tapped the blade's tip against his chest. Grey Dog Raiding Group, ever heard of it? In this area, who dares to disrespect us? Never heard of it, Lin En replied honestly. The scar-faced man's expression darkened instantly. All right, you've got guts. He licked his lips, squinting his eyes. Then let me show you. Before he could finish, Lin En drew his flying sword. The flying sword transformed into a silver streak, slicing cleanly through the hilt of Glenn's machete. Clang! The hilt snapped, sending the blade, along with half of the wooden handle, flying clattering to the ground. The scar-faced man felt his hand lighten, and looked down only to find himself holding a mere stub. He froze for a second, then his face changed dramatically as he stumbled back 2 steps. Lin En did not give him the chance to speak. He kicked the man in the knee, causing a pitiful scream as the scar-faced man dropped to one knee. Boss! The two on the left, wielding short axes, reacted the fastest, lunging at Lin En. Lin En sidestepped the first axe, sweeping the spine of his sword to accurately strike the wrist of the one in front. With a jolt, the short axe slipped from their grip. The second one swung their axe down. Lin En stepped forward, pressing into their embrace, driving his left elbow into their chest. The person was sent flying as if struck by a hammer, rolling twice on the ground and lying there groaning. The remaining 3, armed with swords, exchanged glances and bravely charged together. Lin En didn't use his sword, simply sheathing the flying sword. The first to reach him was kicked in the back of the knee and fell to the ground. The second sword hadn't even completed its swing when Lin En drove his knee into their stomach, causing them to faint. The third turned to flee, but Lin En picked up the short axe from the ground and threw it at the back of their head. Thud! It hit perfectly. The person collapsed face down in a pile of fallen leaves. Dreek and Moshi stood in place, maintaining their ready stance. It wasn't that they didn't want to help, they simply didn't have the chance. Aeon peeked out from behind the cargo cart, still clutching his hammer, his mouth open, as if he could fit a fist inside. Millie, draped over Aaron's back, sleepily asked, Brother, what's happening? Aaron swallowed hard and replied, It's nothing, the master is just exercising. Lin En put away his flying sword and turned to Dreek, saying, Go get the ropes and tie them all up to take back to Frostfall Town. Dreek paused for a moment. Young master, why take them back? To work, of course, Lin En replied matter-of-factly. Otherwise, why keep them around? Dreek and Moshi exchanged glances, both feeling that the young master's reasoning was quite sound. The two hurriedly fished out hemp ropes from the cart. They tied the 7 bandits together like a string of candy. The scar-faced man held his knees, sweating profusely, yet stubbornly cursed. Do you know who our leader is? If you dare to touch us, he won't let you off. Lin En walked over to look at him. Oh, who is your leader? The scar-faced man scoffed. I'll tell you, it'll scare you to death. Our leader is Grey Dog Dugel, and at least dozens of people have died by his hands. Oh, Lin En nodded. Are you scared now? The scar-faced man cackled. If you know what's good for you, quickly let us go. Honestly, hand over the things from the cart and apologize to me. Before he finished speaking, Lin En picked up the sword from the ground and casually tossed it towards his groin. If you talk nonsense again, next time I may not be so precise. Lin En clapped his hands, feeling quite pleased. If you talk nonsense again, next time I may not be so precise. Lin En clapped his hands, feeling quite pleased. From today onward, you are laborers of Frostfall Town. If you do well, I might give you the chance to become free citizens. Lin En raised a finger. But if even one of you tries to escape or disobeys, he patted the hilt of his sword at his waist. The 6 bandits all shivered in unison. We understand. The scar-faced man croaked, and the 5 behind him nodded vigorously. Lin En brushed off the dust from his hands in a good mood. He had initially been worried about being broke after buying supplies without any money left for slaves. But now this was a stroke of luck. Wasn't this just labor force delivered to his doorstep? Dreek, have them move this tree from the road. Once moved, they should walk with the cart. Those who can't keep up should be tied to the back and dragged along. Yes, Dreek shouted, kicking the bearded man. Get up. Time to work. The 6 bandits were pushed to move the tree, and after that they obediently lined up to follow behind the cart. Barrow drove the cart, glancing back at the line of people. Young master, you are truly impressive, Barrow sincerely remarked. Even bandits can be turned into laborers. Lin En leaned back against the cart, closing his eyes. Free labor, why not take advantage of it? Aeon peeked over, murmuring softly, this lord won't be thinking of making me a free laborer too, would he? Return the gold to me. Aeon immediately shrank back, clutching the blacksmith's tools tightly. On the distant horizon, the silhouette of Frostfall Town finally emerged. From the rear of the cargo wagon, the dwarf Orn poked his broad head out, his gaze fixed upon the approaching settlement. Is this Frostfall Town? Orn blinked hard, double-checking. He hadn't misjudged the view after one too many Alash. This place bears little resemblance to the tales I've heard, he muttered under his breath. Didn't outsiders claim Frostfall was overrun by undead, so dire that its living inhabitants barely clung to life? Lin smiled gently and replied offhandedly. The rumors exaggerate greatly. Barlow, halt. The caravan slowed to a stop beside a freshly cleared field. Over 20 townsfolk were tilling the earth near. Orn instantly discerned the hardship. The farming tools in their hands were pitifully crude. Many wielded rusted hoes with jagged chipped edges, others resorted to sharpened wooden stakes just to break the soil. His brow furrowed. This is truly grim. Not even a single serviceable tool among them. Precisely why I brought you here. Lin spoke calmly. Whatever ironwork you forge, hoes, shovels, even a lump of solid iron. Well, he gestured toward Aaron at the rear of the caravan. By the way, this young man apprenticed under his father in blacksmithing. From now on you'll train him. Pass your craft on to him. Aaron froze, pointing incredulously at himself. My lord, you wish me to learn smithing? Do you refuse? He shook his head vigorously, voice trembling with excitement. I'd be honored. I train with my father. I already have a foundation. Orn scrutinized Aaron's slender frame with quiet skepticism. With those frail shoulders, can you even lift a heavy hammer? Of course I can. Aaron straightened his spine, brimming with confidence. My father always said I was born with strength far surpassing ordinary men. Very well. Tomorrow at first light you begin training under me. Orn stroked his thick beard, delivering a stern preface. Let me be clear, if you fail to grasp what I teach, I will not lower my standards for you. After brief rest, the caravan resumed its journey and rolled slowly into Frostfall Town. Residents working along the roadside paused mid-task, watching the procession with curious eyes. One villager immediately recognized Lin's carriage and called out loudly, Our Lord has returned. A cluster of children burst forth, gleeful and eager. They trailed the wagons, joyfully sprinting alongside the laden carts, while behind them a line of bound bandits drew stunned glances from every corner of town. Mercy above, what manner of folk are these? They look like hardened cutthroats. An elder hurriedly pulled a child close, whispering low, Keep your distance. None of them are kind souls. Thank the heavens our Lord shields us. As the caravan reached the central square, rhythmic, disciplined footsteps echoed from afar. Lin glanced eastward. Marcus approached with his guard unit. Marcus stepped forward, swiftly bowing deeply with radiant delight. My lord, you've returned. Lin nodded once. Marcus, unable to contain his elation, reported at once. During this eastern patrol we eliminated 37 wandering undead and secured 3 arcane cores. He paused, turning respectfully towards Sylvie, his tone reverent. All 3 cores were claimed by Lady Sylvie. She alone slew 15 undead. Lin turned to Sylvie, standing quietly beside him. The young woman stood still, her delicate face touched with faint weariness. Lin stepped closer and gently ruffled her hair. You've done well. Sylvie's ears twitched softly, though she murmured demurely that she felt no fatigue. Her dragon tail swished behind her like a delighted fan. Lin turned to address the guard's, voice clear and resonant. Well done. That simple phrase sent every soldier snapping upright with pride. Tonight, full rations and a day's leave. We swear eternal fealty, to follow you into fire and flood. Their thunderous cry scattered birds from the square's boughs. Lin smiled, raising a hand to quiet them, then turned to Barlow. Assign Orn lodgings. Give him full use of the vacant smithy in town. Aaron shall reside there as well. And place Millie under Martha's care. He gestured toward the bound captives. Allocate land west of town. Erect a shelter to house them. They labor by day, locked by night. Should any prove unruly. A scarred thug instinctively flinched. Derek, you oversee them. At once, my lord. Once affairs were settled, dusk had fallen. Lin escorted Sylvie back to the manor for rest. In the dining hall, candlelight flickered softly. Lin sliced into a perfectly seared roast, savoring the tender, crisp-edged meat. Across the table, Sylvie cradled a cup of milk, her gaze drifting repeatedly, almost imperceptibly toward him. The moment his eyes lifted, she jerked hers away like a startled fawn, burying her nose deep into her bowl. What is it? Lin set down his knife and fork. Nothing. Sylvie stammered, her cheeks burning as she buried her face deeper. After dinner she flushed crimson while clearing the dishes, and slipped quietly into the bathhouse. The rhythmic rush of water filled the air. Lin stroked his chin thoughtfully. This girl clearly harbored something unspoken. He pushed open the wooden door. Warm steam billowed forth. Sylvie stood with her back to the door, ladling water over herself with a wooden dipper. Her cerulean hair, damp and glistening, clung to her pale, flawless back, sliding down the breathtaking curve of her spine. Lin approached, silently stopping behind her. Unaware, Sylvie raised the dipper to rinse her shoulder, when Lin slid his hands beneath her arms, steadying her gently. "Ugh!" A soft cry escaped her lips. The dipper clattered to the floor, splashing water in all directions. Pure Yang energy flowed from Lin's palms into her skin. Her knees weakened, she collapsed backward, leaning fully against him. "Why did you keep stealing glances at me during dinner?" He whispered near her ear, his tone teasing, unyielding. Sylvie gasped, gripping his arms weakly, her fingers slipping against his sleeves. "Master, please." Refused to speak. His fingertips pressed firmly into the acupoint at her wrist. Her dragon tail stiffened taut with tension. I'll tell. Lin waited patient. She melted against him, voice barely audible. "I was wondering whether Master visited the specialty services in Hot Springs City yesterday." Lin withdrew his hand and turned her to face him. "That's all." She kept her gaze lowered, refusing to meet his eyes. "Of course not." She lifted her face, cerulean eyes shimmering with sudden luminous hope. "With such a devoted, charming Sylvie at home, why would I seek anyone else?" He pinched her cheek lightly. Sylvie beamed. Her tail whipped twice before coiling tightly around his thigh. Rising onto her toes, she wrapped her arms around his neck and pressed her lips to his. Lin returned the kiss. Steam curled in languid spirals. Their breaths mingled, deep and slow. Only after a long suspended moment did Sylvie pull back, breathing hard, chest rising and falling rapidly. The floor slick from the fallen dipper glistened beneath them. Lin released her, stripping off his clothes with effortless ease. "You doubted me, so tonight we train harder." Before Sylvie could react, Lin guided her shoulders downward, bending her over the edge of the tub. The wooden rim was firm, but she offered no resistance. She braced her palms inside the tub, tail lifting high behind her. Lin En leaned in, extending both hands to grasp the dragon's horn. Zerwia softened, nearly tumbling into the bathtub. "Hold on tight." Lin En seized the steering wheel, channeling Pure Yang spiritual energy into the engine, propelling the racing car to speed down the rugged mountain road. The road conditions were poor. The car jolted violently over the uneven surface. Lin En controlled the speed, the engine growling deeply and powerfully, steadily overcoming each bump. Zerwia swayed with the car's movements. The dragon's tail slapped against the water surface, splashing a spray of water. "Master, the car is going too fast." Zerwia bit her lip, her voice carried away by the wind. As a curve approached, he sharply turned the steering wheel, causing the car to drift into the bend. The vehicle glided along the mountain wall in a graceful arc. The Pure Yang power spun rapidly within the engine, driving the car to continue its sprint along the winding tunnel. "I can't take it anymore." Zerwia shut her eyes. The frost magic within her was completely suppressed by the Pure Yang power. At that moment, a long uphill appeared ahead. Lin En took a deep breath, the spiritual energy in his dantian operating at full speed. He gripped the steering wheel tightly and decisively pulled the gear lever back. Due to the steep gradient, the car angled sharply upward, and Zerwia was pressed deep into the seat by inertia. He floored the accelerator. The racing car began to charge toward the finish line with all its might. The body of the car creaked and groaned under the high speed and rough road. Zerwia clung tightly to the seatbelt amid the violent driving. Her consciousness began to be consumed by the dizziness from the high-speed ride, and she could only instinctively tense her body, trying to stabilize herself against the centrifugal force. Finally, the racing car reached the finish line. Completely defeated, it slid softly into the bathtub. Lin En also ceased his actions. The Pure Yang spiritual energy within him initiated an automatic circulation after the previous rapid operation. A warm current rose from his dantian, flowing through his limbs and bones. Second layer of chi refinement. Lin En stood still, closing his eyes, feeling the changes in the power within him. He summoned the system attribute panel. A pale blue screen unfolded before his eyes. Name: Lin En Saint Physique, Pure Yang Sacred Body SSS Level Cultivation, Second Layer of Chi Refinement Cultivation, Method Yin Yang Harmony Technique, S Level Dao Partner Zerwia. 20 Physique Enhancement. Lin En gently clenched his fists. He could clearly feel that the spiritual energy within his dantian had become much more substantial and refined than before. His meridians had widened, and the speed of chi circulation had increased significantly. The refreshing sensation from the recent cultivation still lingered, making him feel relaxed enough to stretch. Lin En stepped into the bathtub and lifted Zerwia out of the water. She leaned against Lin En's chest, lacking even the strength to open her eyes. Lin En took a towel and dried both of their bodies. He carried Zeruiah out of the bathroom and back to the master bedroom. He tucked Zeruiah into the blanket lying down beside her. Instinctively, Zeruiah snuggled closer to him, finding a comfortable position and drifting into a deep sleep. The next morning, Marcia brought white bread and hot milk. Zeruiah was wearing the long dress Lin En had bought in the hot spring town. The deep blue velvet fabric fell from her shoulders, and at the waist a delicate vine pattern was embroidered with silver thread. Her ice blue long hair cascaded over her shoulders, perfectly complementing the silver thread on the dress. Zeruiah took a bite of the white bread, looking thoroughly satisfied, her legs unconsciously swaying gently as she mumbled, "This dress is too cumbersome, it's not convenient for movement, and I can't wear it for fighting." Lin En chuckled at her reaction. This girl was undoubtedly a battle fanatic, uninterested in dressing up, preferring instead to rush off to fight the undead. "We won't be going out to hunt the undead today," Lin En said. "I plan to patrol the area. Do you want to join me?" Zeruiah quickly swallowed the bread in her mouth and nodded eagerly. "I'll go. I want to come along." Early in the morning, Frostfall Town was much livelier compared to when they first arrived. A few women were squatting by the well washing clothes, and upon seeing Lin En approach, they quickly stood up to greet him. "Good day, Lord." Lin En smiled and nodded in response. The southeastern corner of the town housed the blacksmith shop. A low stone building, even from a distance the rhythmic clanging of hammering could be heard inside. As he got closer, he saw Eldran working shirtless, squatting on the ground, tending to the furnace. Aaron was nearby, helping to move iron materials. The blacksmith shop was an old establishment in the town, and the furnace was still intact. Last night, Eldran had been busy making all the necessary repairs and replacing what needed to be changed. As soon as dawn broke, he was ready to light the fire and start working. "Eldran," Lin En called out. The dwarf looked up, dust on his beard, and grinned widely. "You're just in time. I was about to start the fire." Aaron, seeing this, quickly ran over. "Master, don't mind me. You carry on with your work as usual." Lin En casually found a corner to sit down and beckoned to Zeruiah. With wide eyes full of curiosity, Zeruiah surveyed everything in the shop, clearly witnessing the scene of blacksmithing for the first time. Eldran filled the furnace with charcoal and lit it, pulling the bellows a few times. The flames immediately surged high. "Today I'll start by making a few hoes." He casually tossed a piece of iron material into the fire. The old tools used in the town's fields need to be properly replaced. While continuously working the bellows, he earnestly instructed Aaron beside him. "Keep a good eye on this. The most important aspect of blacksmithing is controlling the heat. The iron must be heated until it is uniformly orangered, any less, and it won't do, and if overheated it will become soft, while insufficient heat makes it impossible to hammer." Aaron nodded repeatedly, his eyes fixed intently on the glowing red iron block, looking particularly serious. Once the iron was thoroughly heated, Eldran skillfully clamped it with tongs and placed it heavily on the anvil. He then raised a large hammer and struck down hard. The ringing sound of hammering echoed continuously, each blow powerful and precisely aimed, with scorching sparks flying in all directions. Eldran occasionally murmured something, yet his hands never slowed down. Lin En noticed that every time Eldran brought the hammer down, a faint dark red glow shimmered on the surface of the hammer. At the moment of contact, the impurities mixed in the iron block were forcibly squeezed out. Magic forging. No wonder blacksmiths in this world relied solely on their skills. It turns out that forging itself was tied to magical power. Aaron busily flitted around, occasionally helping to hand over tools and flip the iron block, working industriously. The shape of the hoe gradually took form under the hammering. Eldran then directly immersed the forged iron item into cold water for quenching, producing a loud sizzling sound as clouds of white smoke instantly rose. He pulled it out with tongs and held it up to inspect. He fell silent. The object before him had a thick, wide edge with a ridge protruding in the center, tapering off on both sides. What was before him was not a hoe, but clearly a well-crafted hand axe. Aaron leaned over to take a look and cautiously asked, "Master, this isn't a hoe, is it?" "Of course not. This is clearly an axe." Eldran puffed out his beard and glared. Lin En stepped forward to pick up the axe, weighing it in his hands. It felt just right, heavy, yet well-crafted with a smooth blade. "This is made very well, just what we need for chopping firewood and timber." Lin En smiled as he spoke. Eldran scratched his messy hair, visibly relieved. "As long as the Lord isn't dissatisfied, that's good." Lin En didn't rush him to continue making tools, but instead walked over to the furnace, bending down to examine the old hand-operated bellows. This forging method was not much different from the medieval techniques he was familiar with. To produce high-quality iron tools relied solely on the blacksmith's exquisite skills and their own magical power. Lin En surveyed the shop, picked up a piece of charcoal, squatted down, and casually sketched a rough design. Eldran and Aaron quickly gathered around, curious to observe. "Lord, what is this you are drawing?" Eldran tilted his head, looking puzzled. "This is called a piston-type bellows," Lin En explained, patiently pointing at the drawing. "The principle is very simple. Pushing forward sends air and pulling back draws air from the back. No matter which direction you pull, it will continuously send air into the furnace. With this device, you can continuously supply hot air, raising the temperature of the flames inside the furnace several times higher than it is now. The iron blocks will be heated more thoroughly, and the items forged will be tighter and more uniform in quality. As a seasoned forging master, Eldran immediately grasped the intricacies, his eyes lighting up with excitement. This device has a simple structure and is not difficult to make. I can start working on it right away. Not so fast, there's one more thing. Lin En pointed to the wooden tub mold. Don't use water for quenching anymore. Eldran was taken aback. No water. Then what do we use? Oil. Warm canola oil or animal fat. Eldran frowned. Oil quenching. I've never heard of that. You can give it a try, Lin En encouraged. Eldran immediately slapped his thigh. All right. Owen's craftsmanship is truly remarkable. In less than half an hour, a rough, yet structurally sound piston-style bellows was completed. He installed the new bellows onto the furnace and gently pulled it back and forth for testing. A deep sound of air being blown filled the air, and the volume of air delivered was several times greater than before. The originally orange flames in the furnace suddenly surged into a blinding white light. Owen's eyes widened in shock as he gasped. Great God of flame forging above. This temperature is truly astonishing. He quickly shoved a piece of iron into the furnace. Previously, it would take about half an hour to heat the iron, but now it glowed bright red in less than a quarter of the time. Eldran had already prepared the oil for quenching, carefully warming the rapeseed oil over a low flame. Eldran flexed his wrist, gripped the hammer handle tightly, and began forging. This time he went all out, infusing every hammer strike with magical power. The iron material was repeatedly hammered and folded on the anvil, sparks flying. Upon finishing the forging, he steadied the product with tongs and slowly immersed it into the warm oil. Sizzle. The sound was much quieter than water quenching, and fine bubbles began to rise on the oil's surface. After a moment, Eldran took the finished product out and placed it steadily on the anvil. This time he intended to forge a shovel, but what emerged was a smoothly contoured longsword. Eldran examined it from every angle, his expression shifting from helplessness to astonishment. The blade of the longsword gleamed far more brilliantly than the previous axe. The sword had intricate and smooth patterns with not a single air hole or crack. He flicked the blade gently with his finger, and the crisp, melodious sound of the sword echoed for a long while. What a fine sword! Eldran's tone was filled with excitement. This is undoubtedly the best weapon I have ever forged in my life. Eldran leaned in for a closer look. Though he didn't fully understand, he could tell that this sword was on an entirely different level than the previous ironworks. Eldran turned to Lin En beside him, his expression extremely serious. My lord, have you perhaps received the divine blessing of the god of forging? What divine blessing? Lin En chuckled lightly, shaking his head. I merely know a bit of the fundamental principles. Eldran set down the longsword, filled with emotion. It seems I truly did not make the wrong choice in following you, my lord. Don't flatter me too much. This is merely the most basic improvement method. There are many more forging techniques that can be upgraded and optimized in the future, but for now the conditions are still lacking. As he spoke, he squatted down, adding a few strokes to the ground, and continued. In the future, you might try this method. Cut the wrought iron into small pieces, place them in a sealed iron jar, fill it with charcoal powder to completely seal it, and then put it in the furnace for high temperature smelting. The material produced will be on an entirely different level compared to today's ironworks. He did not elaborate further on the specific differences. Eldran nodded earnestly, already eager to try the new forging method. Eldran followed closely behind, equally excited and eager to give it a shot. Lin En walked out of the bustling blacksmith shop with Sylphia at a leisurely pace. Sylphia, who had been silent until now, finally spoke, her tone filled with admiration. Master, you truly know so much. I am merely standing on the shoulders of giants, Lin En replied with a faint smile. Sylphia immediately tilted her snowy white head, her eyes filled with innocent curiosity. Giants. The legendary titans. Giants from a very far away place. Lin En offered no further explanation. As Lin En and Sylphia continued walking westward, a sharp, unpleasant odor wafted over. Sylphia's little face instantly scrunched up, and she hurriedly covered her nose with her sleeve. Master, what is that horrible smell? It's going to make my nose rotten. Her voice was filled with disgust. Lin En remained composed, responding seriously. This is the scent of harvest. The scent of harvest. Sylphia's face was filled with disbelief. Master, how can a harvest smell this bad? It's even worse than the stench of the undead. After walking 100 steps or so, a newly dug pit appeared on the west side of the town. At the edge of the pit, Barrow pinched his nose, standing at the upwind side, shouting orders. Scarface and his subordinates were carrying a barrel of rich organic materials, grimacing as they lined up to dump it into the pit. Take it slow. Anyone who dares to spill a drop outside will have to lick it clean themselves. Barrow yelled, pinching his nose. Scarface, carrying the barrel, looked grim as he gritted his teeth, holding his breath, and hastily dumped the contents into the pit. Ugh! The skinny monkey had vomited twice already, and was now crouching on the ground dry heaving, unable to bring anything up. Boss, when we were robbing before, at least we still had some semblance of a person. Now it's just great. Every day we carry and dump shit. I've never been this filthy in my life. Scarface kicked him in the butt. Shut up. Why are you opening your mouth so wide? Are you afraid of breathing in too much and swallowing it? The skinny monkey quickly shut his mouth dry heaving again, his face turning green with nausea. The bandits behind also had green faces, some even stuffing straw in their nostrils, tightly closing their mouths, afraid to breathe deeply. Scarface slammed down the empty barrel and cursed. Damn, I've been a bandit for 12 years. What dirty work haven't I done? In the end, I actually fell into this shit. Boss, what exactly does the Lord want to do? Collecting so much of this stuff, does he have some special hobby? Mind your own business. Scarface glared at him, his tone fierce yet helpless. If you don't want to die, hurry up and get to work. Not far away, Drake crossed his arms, his brow furrowed, filled with disdain. Seeing Lin En approach, he immediately stepped forward and bowed. Young master. Lin En nodded, his gaze sweeping over the pit. Vero hurried over, pinching his nose. Young master, the first batch of materials is being delivered according to the list, and the wood, ash, and crushed straw have been mixed in proportion. He hesitated for a moment, then asked in a low voice. I really can't understand what is the purpose of collecting all this stuff from the whole town. He thought to himself that nobles inevitably had their quirks. But for this young master to like collecting such things, it was indeed a bit outrageous. Lin En, of course, was unaware that Barrow had already classified him as a fecophilic noble. Pointing at the pit, he said, this stuff, after fermenting for a month or two, becomes excellent fertilizer. Fertilizer? Barrow's eyes widened in disbelief. Yes, Lin En explained. The land in the town is too barren, and after this stuff ferments and is applied to crops, it can increase the yield by 2 to 3 times. By the harvest goddess above, young master, you actually want to use this filthy stuff on food. Barrow was even looking at Barrow's astonished expression. Lin En couldn't help but chuckle. Barrow, don't be so surprised. This isn't filthy stuff. Oh, it's a treasure that can enrich the fields. Barrow still found it hard to believe, scratching his head and asking, young master, can this really work? What if the crops die from the fumes? Lin En patted his shoulder, speaking with certainty. Just do as I say, it will definitely work. You've seen the changes in the village recently. Now, as long as you follow me, things will only get better. This little matter is nothing. Barrow carefully recalled the recent changes of the young master. Every task had been methodical and effective, and he couldn't help but nod. I understand now. Everything the master does has deep meaning. I fully trust the master and will definitely keep a close watch as you instructed. Lin En reminded him. Good, remember to stir it every 7 days. Don't slack off, or it won't ferment well and will be useless. Yes, I remember. Barrow quickly replied. In the distance, Scarface heard Lin En's voice and hastened his pace in dumping the barrel. Lin En stood at the upwind side, observing the bandits' miserable expressions. Managing 3 meals while doing the dirtiest work without paying wages, these people were truly worth their weight in gold. After Scarface finished dumping the barrel, he kicked the skinny monkey. What are you dawdling for? There are still 8 barrels. Hurry up and carry them. The skinny monkey wailed, despair etched on his face as he lifted the wooden barrel and trudged forward. Sylphia stood several steps away, tightly covering her nose with her sleeve, leaving only her eyes exposed, vigilantly staring at the pit. Her tail was pressed tightly against her leg, fearful of getting dirty, wishing she could turn and run away immediately. Lin En walked over and smiled. Let's go, we've seen enough. Let's head back. Sylphia immediately nodded, turning to leave, her speed doubled compared to usual. As the two walked back, the air returned to normal as soon as they exited the compost pit's range. Leaving the compost cellar, the air finally became fresh again. Lin En continued walking with Zerwia and arrived at the farmlands on the outskirts of the town. The newly cultivated land was a deep brown, with dozens of townsfolk working barefoot in the fields. Although most of their farming tools were still old wooden sticks and chipped hoes, every face wore a smile. The Lord had waived their autumn tax this year, something unimaginable in the past. A few sharp-eyed farmers spotted Lin En and immediately stopped their work, bowing respectfully. Lin En waved his hand, signaling them to continue working without being overly polite. Zerwia stood on the ridge, her hands behind her back, her ice blue hair gently blowing in the breeze. Master, Zerwia swallowed, her tone filled with longing. Once the crops grow in these fields, will we have a bountiful harvest next year? In theory, yes, Lin En nodded. So does that mean we'll have endless white bread? Zerwia's dragon tail behind her began to sway restlessly, clearly already imagining mountains of bread. Listening to her naive words, Lin En couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Eating bread every day, don't you get tired of it? Lin En sighed, his tone deep with helplessness. As a modern person with a genuine Huaxiao palate, Lin En had long harbored grievances against the food culture of this world. Martha's cooking was undoubtedly top-notch in Frostfall Town. But the problem was that the cooking methods in this world were simply too limited. It came down to just 3 basic techniques: boiling in plain water, grilling over a fierce flame, and baking bread in an oven. Breakfast was hot milk with white bread, lunch was grilled meat with white bread, and dinner was stewed meat soup with white bread. There wasn't even a stir-fry. How could I get tired of it? Zeruiah suddenly turned her head, staring at Lin En in disbelief. Aunt Martha's cooking is the best in the world. I could eat it for a lifetime and never get tired. Seeing the girl arguing her point, Lin En couldn't help but reach out and pinch her puffed-up cheek. You little girl who has never seen the world, Lin En chuckled lightly. Since I have some free time today, I'll let you experience what true gourmet food is. Zeruiah was taken aback for a moment, her eyes instantly shining. Are you going to cook yourself, master? Let's go back to the mansion. Zeruiah followed hesitantly, still muttering. Can it be tastier than Aunt Martha's grilled meat? I don't believe it. At the Lord's mansion, in the kitchen. The spacious kitchen was quiet, with only a faint glow of red embers left in the furnace. Lin En rolled up his sleeves and started rummaging through the kitchen's storage shelves. He took out 2 pieces of raw beef hanging in a ventilated area, a basket of dirty onions, and a few bright red tomatoes. The ingredients were barely adequate, but the staple food was truly a headache. Lin En looked at the wheat and rye in the kitchen, his brows furrowing into a frown. What he wanted was rice, those distinct, soft, sweet grains of white rice. Unfortunately, this remote northern town had no rice crops. Lin En summoned the system panel. Dual cultivation points, 320. The dual cultivation with Zeruiah last night had left him with a substantial amount of points. He opened the system shop and quickly searched in the miscellaneous category. Soon a line of golden text caught his eye. Spirit rice grown in the spiritual fields of the cultivation world, containing trace amounts of pure spiritual energy. Long-term consumption can strengthen the body. Price, 50 dual cultivation points per pound. 50 points per pound. At this price, Lin En would have definitely cursed the system's merchant in normal times. But at this moment, looking at the enticing description, Lin En's huasha palate completely overpowered his rationality. Exchange for a pound. Lin En silently thought. With a flash of white light, a delicate cloth bag appeared in his hand. Opening the bag, it was filled with sparkling, translucent grains of rice. Each grain was plump and round, emitting a faint fragrance, and one could vaguely see a glimmer of weak light on the surface. What is this? Zeruiah leaned in, curiously staring at the grains in the bag. Good stuff, Lin En smiled. In the future, we need to find a way to get some rice seeds to plant in town. We can't afford to eat this every day. Lin En found a wooden basin, poured in the spirit rice directly, added water into the nearby iron pot, covered it with a wooden lid, and added a few pieces of firewood to stoke the flames. Next was the preparation of ingredients. Lin En picked up a kitchen knife and rubbed it on the sharpening stone. With a flick of his wrist, the blade drew fleeting shadows across the cutting board. Chop, chop, chop. The swift and light sound of chopping filled the kitchen. The onions were quickly peeled and sliced into even, thin strips. The beef was sliced thinly along the grain, and Lin En added some oil, coarse salt, and a bit of unknown fruit wine, mixing it by hand to marinate. The tomatoes were cut into evenly sized chunks. Finally, Lin En picked 4 eggs from the basket, cracking them into a bowl with one hand, and quickly whisked them with chopsticks to create fine bubbles. The water in the iron pot boiled, and the aromatic scent of the spirit rice wafted out through the gaps in the lid. It was an extremely pure grain aroma, mixed with the ethereal essence unique to the cultivation world. Just the smell made one feel as if all the pores in their body were opening up. Zeruiah's nose twitched suddenly, her eyes widening in surprise. So fragrant. She unconsciously leaned forward, her tail behind her already starting to sway uncontrollably, even making a faint sound of slicing through the air. Don't rush, this is just the staple food, the vegetables haven't gone in yet. Lin En set up another flat iron pan. This pan was originally for frying meat, but now barely served as a frying pan. The iron pan heated up over high heat, and Lin En poured in a spoonful of rapeseed oil. The oil temperature quickly rose, a faint blue smoke rising to the surface. Lin En picked up the bowl of eggs and poured it in. Sizzle. The golden egg mixture hit the scalding hot oil, and the rich aroma of fried eggs burst open, instantly filling the entire kitchen. Holding a wooden spatula, Lin En quickly scrambled the eggs and set them aside. He poured in the cut tomato chunks. The high temperature released the juice from the tomatoes, and the red sauce bubbled at the bottom of the pan. Lin En grabbed some white sugar and sprinkled it in. The sugar dissolved, perfectly neutralizing the sourness of the tomatoes, transforming it into a dominant sweet and sour aroma. He added the scrambled eggs, stirring evenly to coat each piece of egg with rich tomato sauce. He served it up, plating it exquisitely. The red and yellow colors were enticing. Zeruiah was already leaning over the edge of the counter, her hands gripping the edge of the wood tightly, her eyes fixated on the plate of tomatoes, scrambled eggs. She reached out, wanting to sneak a piece. Smack! Lin En slapped her hand. Wash your hands first, don't woo. Zeruiah withdrew her hand, rubbing the back of it with a wronged expression, but her gaze never left the plate. Master, what kind of magic is this? Why does it smell so good? This is called cooking, not magic. Lin En tapped her forehead lightly. He washed the iron pan again, heating it up and adding oil. This time Lin En's movements were even faster. The onion strips went into the pan, releasing their spicy aroma. Next, the marinated beef slices were added. Sizzle. The beef quickly changed color under high heat, the sweet aroma of onions perfectly merging with the richness of the beef. The burning fat mixed with the meat fragrance created a tangible physical attack, striking the soul. Zerwia's mouth hung open, her gaze unfocused, drool flowing down the corner of her mouth, completely oblivious. Time to serve. With a flick of Lin En's wrist, the stir-fried beef and onions landed steadily on the plate. The beef was tender, the onions slightly charred, and the sauce rich. Lin En turned around and lifted the lid off the iron pot where the rice was simmering. A thick, visible white steam billowed up. The spirit rice in the pot was fully cooked, each grain plump and translucent, emitting an alluring sheen. Lin En served 2 big bowls of rice and brought the 2 plates of freshly cooked dishes to the wooden table in the kitchen. All right, eat up. On the other side, Martha's loud voice echoed from the edge of the square. It's time to eat. Line up. She and Millie pushed a wooden cart over which carried 2 large wooden barrels. The steaming aroma instantly wafted through the air, causing the guard members who were training to swallow hard in unison. Today's lunch consisted of black bread and meat stew. Although it was called black bread, this was far superior to the hard rations that ordinary commoners ate. It was baked from pure rye flour without a hint of bran or rice husk mixed in. The meat stew was rich and hearty, topped with a thick layer of grease, and contained large chunks of beast meat and wild vegetables. Occasionally, Lin would also have someone bake white bread to enhance their meals. Such treatment was definitely unique among the ordinary guards in the entire northern province. Martha, did you add pepper to today's meat stew? It smells so good, I'm almost drooling. A young soldier at the front of the line craned his neck to peek into the pot, his tone full of flattery. Martha raised her hand and struck the edge of his bowl with an iron spoon, producing a crisp sound. Less nonsense. You'll get your share when it's your turn. If you dare to lean over the pot again, I'll push your head in so you can drink to your fill. The soldier chuckled and quickly retracted his neck, standing obediently. Millie was responsible for distributing the black bread on the other side. This was her first time in Frostfall Town, and she was so nervous that she fumbled about. When she handed over the second piece, she lost her grip, and with a thud it fell onto a soldier's chest plate and rolled. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Millie quickly bent down to pick it up, her face flushed red. The soldier hurriedly bent down to help her retrieve the fallen bread, dusting it off with a smile. It's fine, this bread is quite lively, it even jumped onto me. A few others nearby chuckled softly. Millie lowered her head, quickly continuing to hand out the bread, her ears turning bright red. Marcus stood in the middle of the line, receiving his portion of meat stew and bread. He instinctively glanced around the square, looking for Gray to find a place to eat. However, just as he scanned the area, he saw Gray finishing his stew and dashing toward the east end of the town with a piece of bread. Marcus immediately reacted. That kid seems to have struck up a conversation with the widow's daughter from the east end of town, constantly finding excuses to hang around her place. Great! Marcus shouted in the direction where Gray had disappeared. If you trick that girl, will be the first to beat you up. From a distance, Gray's retort could be faintly heard, get lost. Laughter erupted among those nearby. Marcus also grinned, carrying his bowl to find a quiet corner to sit down. He broke off a piece of bread, dipped it into the steaming meat stew, and chewed slowly, feeling a wave of emotion wash over him. He had been in Frostfall Town for some time now. In the past, when he was at the Baron's mansion, he ate coarse grain cakes mixed with sawdust, and getting a sip of meat stew was considered a stroke of luck for an entire month. Now it was good. He had bread and meat stew every day, and his wages were paid monthly. The townsfolk greeted him politely with Lord Marcus when they saw him. He had never had grand ambitions in his life, only wanting to scrape by with enough food. But now it was different. Following Lord Lin, he worked hard to make Frostfall Town better and better. He wanted the townspeople to enjoy white bread and warm meat stew, no longer living in fear. Marcus finished his meal quickly and took out a small glass vial from the pouch at his waist. This was the magical potion that Lord Lin had given him yesterday. He had heard that such a vial was worth a gold coin outside. He uncorked the vial and downed it in one go. The potion was icy as it went down, and as it reached his chest, it suddenly transformed into a warm current coursing through his limbs. A creaking sound echoed in his bones, as if something was pushing out from within. His muscles tightened in waves, his fingers clenched and released, and his joints felt hot. The distant laughter of soldiers and the rustling of the wind through the leaves all clearly filled his ears. Marcus looked down at his palm and clenched his fist. He could distinctly feel that the power contained within his palm was much stronger than before. Did I break through? Marcus murmured in disbelief, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The guard soldiers in the square had already eaten their fill and dispersed to rest. Martha and Millie began to clean up the leftovers. That bunch really cleaned up well today, and not even a scrap of meat residue is left in the pot. As Martha moved the 2 empty wooden barrels onto the cart, She wiped the sweat from her brow with a towel draped over her shoulder. Millie was still feeling regret over the fallen bread, mumbling quietly. Martha, was I too clumsy just now? If it weren't for that nice big brother, I would have definitely been scolded. Don't. Martha patted the little girl on the back. It's normal to be like this on your first day. Just look at how things are in the town now and think about how they used to be. As long as we work diligently, the kind Lord won't deliberately make it difficult for you. Millie nodded vigorously. I will work hard. Come on, let's hurry back to the mansion. Lord and Lady Sylphia haven't had lunch, yet we shouldn't keep them waiting. The two pushed the cart along the stone path toward the Lord's mansion. Just as they reached the outer wall of the mansion, an extremely domineering and unfamiliar aroma wafted through the breeze. Martha sniffed the air and suddenly halted her steps. What is that smell, eh? Millie also caught a whiff, and her stomach betrayed her with a grumbling sound. This is... Who is cooking? Martha frowned, unconsciously quickening her pace. The two pushed the cart around the front hall and directly arrived at the small courtyard outside the kitchen. As soon as they entered the courtyard, Martha froze. Sylphia was slumped on a wooden chair in the courtyard. The exquisitely made deep blue velvet gown she wore was now tightly stretched at the waist. Her formerly flat belly had bulged into a round arc. The young girl leaned back against the chair, her hands cradling her belly, occasionally rubbing it with a satisfied expression. The dragon tail behind her dangled limply to the ground, occasionally slapping against the stone floor, appearing utterly content after a feast. Lady Sylphia. Martha was startled and hurried over. What have you eaten? Why is your belly so swollen? Sylphia heard the voice and let out a loud, satisfied burp. Burp. Aunt Martha, you're back. Rubbing her belly, she spoke with a tone full of reminiscence. I had rice and stir-fried tomatoes and eggs and some beef. Rice? Martha was bewildered. Where would Frostfall Town have such things? It's stir-fried beef with onions. Lin walked out of the kitchen holding a bowl of rice. My lord. Martha turned pale with fright, hurried forward to bow and salute, her face filled with panic. How can you personally come to the kitchen? This is a serious oversight on my part. I will prepare lunch for you right away. In this world, nobles required servants to bring them even a sip of water. The kitchen with its smoke and fire was a filthy place for them. A lord cooking personally. This was simply absurd. If this got out, she as the cook would definitely face execution. Millie, seeing this, was also frightened and quickly knelt on the ground, her small face pale and trembling. Enough, don't be nervous. Lin swallowed the rice in his mouth and waved his hand casually. I just had a sudden whim to cook something myself. You're just in time. There's still some in the pot. Go serve yourselves and have a taste. But how can that be? Martha shook her head repeatedly. How can a servant like me eat what the Lord has personally prepared? Less chatter, consider it a command. Lin took another mouthful of rice and mumbled. Hurry up, or it'll get cold. Martha and Millie exchanged glances and nodded as they headed into the kitchen. As soon as she stepped over the threshold of the kitchen, the aroma rushed at her like a tangible entity. Especially the fragrant scent of the spiritual rice emanating from the iron pot. Mixed with a hint of spiritual energy, it invigorated the two, instantly dissipating the fatigue from their earlier tasks. Martha lifted the wooden pot lid, gazing at the distinct grains of white rice, and scooped 2 small bowls with a wooden ladle. She also took some leftover tomato, scrambled eggs, and onion beef on the side. The two of them walked into the yard with their bowls. Millie looked at the unfamiliar food in her bowl, mimicking Lin's earlier actions. She took a spoonful of rice mixed with tomato sauce and brought it to her mouth. As soon as her tongue made contact, Millie's eyes widened in disbelief. The sweet and sour flavor of the tomatoes enveloped the fragrant aroma of the eggs, and the rich sauce tightly wrapped around the soft and chewy rice grains. With just a slight chew, the inherent sweetness of the spiritual rice and its ethereal fragrance exploded on her taste buds. There was no need to exert effort to swallow. The deliciousness slid down her throat and into her stomach effortlessly. Millie was stunned. Immediately her spoon seemed to lose control, quickly shoveling food into her mouth. She simply couldn't stop. Martha also popped a piece of onion beef into her mouth. So delicious. Martha murmured, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Having cooked her whole life, she always thought her roasting and stewing skills were quite good in Frostfall Town. But after tasting this, she felt that what she used to make was hardly better than pig food. The two of them no longer cared about rules or appearances. Standing in the yard, they quickly devoured the food in their bowls. Even the last bit of the red tomato sauce left at the bottom of the plate was scraped clean by Martha with her wooden spoon. Reluctantly swallowing the last mouthful of rice, she exclaimed, "See, I told you it was delicious." Sylphia nearby proudly wagged her tail, looking as if she had made the meal herself. I ate 3 whole bowls. If it weren't for my skirt being too tight, I could eat 2 more. Martha set down her empty bowl and knelt on one knee with a thud. My lord. Lin, who was drinking water, was startled by her sudden gesture. What are you doing? It's just a meal, no need for such formalities, right? Your cooking is a miracle bestowed by the god of cuisine. Martha's face flushed, her voice trembling with excitement. Please, my lord, teach me this. This cooking method. Lin smiled. This was the very phrase he had been waiting for. Cooking every day was impossible for him. As a lord, it wouldn't make sense for him to be in the kitchen every day. Training a local chef was his fundamental goal. This staple food. Lin gazed at the empty iron pot. This is called rice. It is made from a special type of rice acquired through unique channels. Without the material, it cannot be made. Of course, with the spiritual rice costing 50 dual cultivation points per pound, he currently only had a little over 300 points. A few meals would break him. However, the cooking methods for the dishes are not difficult. Lin continued. Later I'll write you a few simple recipes for you to practice slowly. Although we are a bit short on spices, using coarse salt and fruit wine can barely suffice. Thank you, my lord. I will definitely learn diligently and will not let down your culinary skills. Martha nodded excitedly as if she had received a sacred mission. Lin nodded in satisfaction. This way they could occasionally change their tastes and wouldn't have to eat stews every day. However, the staple food remained a significant issue. He gazed over the courtyard wall at the farmland being cultivated outside the town. After spring, he needed to find a way to acquire rice seeds. After enjoying that long-awaited Chinese-style lunch, Lin returned to his study with a contented heart. On the desk lay a yellowed sheepskin map, its edges somewhat worn. It was a detailed topographical map of Frostfall Town and its surrounding areas. Lin picked up a feather quill and casually sketched a few lines on the map. Centered around Frostfall Town, a circle representing safety had been drawn around it. After the recent cleaning by the guards, the wandering undead near the town had been mostly eradicated. Especially to the east, Drake led his men in a push that had advanced the safety line to the very edge of his territory. Safety was temporarily assured, but another deadly problem lay in front of Lin. Poverty. It was really too poor. Frostfall Town currently had no output. Now the entire town's hundreds of residents relied solely on Lin to provide for their food and sustenance. Even though he had the system shop, he was not a heartless teaching machine. He couldn't truly expect to rely on Sylphia to learn in the house every day using those few dual cultivation points to support the entire town, could he? This was entirely against the strategy for sustainable development. I can't always be a benefactor. The territory must have its own GDP. Lin stared at the map, his fingers gently tapping on the table. As a seasoned gamer, Lin was well aware of where the key to breaking the situation lay. Without agriculture and industry, he could only rely on resources. His gaze moved up the map of Frostfall Town, eventually stopping at a marked peak to the north. There lay an abandoned magic crystal mine. Magic crystals are the high-energy source of this world. Whether for the operation of magic circles, forging enchantments, or the luxurious enjoyment of the nobles, they all depend on this resource. As long as he could take over this mine, Frostfall Town would have a money-printing machine providing a stable economic source. However, the reason for the mine's abandonment was quite simple. It was infested with a large number of undead. What are undead? If they hinder my profits, even the gods would get slapped twice. Lin sneered, marking an X heavily at the location of the magic crystal mine with his charcoal pencil. Sylphia, Lin called out towards the door. The door opened, and the girl peeked half her body inside. Go to the square and inform Marcus and Gray. The guards will be deployed tomorrow targeting the northern magic crystal mine. Let them rest well today. The undead they will face tomorrow are not the scattered soldiers around the town. Sylphia's eyes instantly brightened. Her originally lazy tail suddenly straightened, making a crisp whooshing sound in the air. Hooray, we can fight the undead again. She excitedly jumped in place, turned, and dashed out, bursting out of the study like a gust of wind. Lin watched her energetic figure with a smile, shaking his head. This girl's inherent combative nature truly couldn't be hidden at all. The study door was half open. Lin put away the sheepskin map on the table. A small head poked out from outside the door. Millie was clinging to the door frame, her cheeks slightly flushed. Master, I came to replenish magical power. Lin looked up and waved his hand. Come in. Millie tiptoed closer, still pinching the hem of her clothes. Although Lin had bought 2 boxes of magical potions from Springwater City, the potions took time to take effect and could only replenish basic magical power, not repair damaged meridians. The efficiency of Pure Yang energy far surpassed that of the potions. The combination of both was the optimal solution. Sit opposite me. Lin pointed to the chair across the desk. I will help you regulate your meridians. Millie didn't listen. She circled around the desk and directly snuggled up next to Lin. The little girl crouched down, skillfully burrowing into Lin's embrace, finding a comfortable position to lean against. This is warmer and more comfortable, Millie murmured softly. Lin felt a bit helpless. This girl had an excessively high affinity for fire elements, instinctively drawn to pure yang power. He reached out and ruffled Millie's hair. Sit still, don't move around. Lin placed his hands on her shoulders and began to circulate his energy. The pure yang spiritual energy flowed from his palms, gently pouring into Millie's body. The previously damaged meridians within her quickly healed under the soothing spiritual energy. Millie let out a comfortable sigh. She melted in Lin's embrace, allowing the pure yang power to roam freely within her. The pure yang spiritual energy naturally radiated a dominating heat. Millie herself had an affinity for fire elements at level A, and the two forces converging within her triggered a strong magical resonance. Her body temperature gradually rose. Millie's breathing became rapid. Her cheeks flushed, and her legs unconsciously pressed together. The side effects of the pure yang power began to manifest. Millie's consciousness grew increasingly hazy, her hands tightly gripping Lin's clothing, her body continuously nudging closer to him. She tilted her head back, her lips slightly parted. Just as she was about to completely lose control, Lin cut off the flow of spiritual energy. All right. He cradled her under her arms and gently set her down on the ground. Millie snapped back to reality. Feeling the peculiar sensations in her body, her face turned crimson. Thank you, Master. Millie bowed, deeply turning and running out while covering her face. Just as she reached the door, she collided head-on with a warm body. Ouch! Millie took 2 steps back and looked up. Sylvia stood at the door. Hello, Sister Sylvia. Millie hurriedly greeted her and slipped away with her head down. Sylvia reached out and stroked Millie's head, watching her hurried retreat with some confusion. She walked into the study and casually closed the door. Master Marcus has given the orders. The guard will assemble early tomorrow morning. Lin En sat in a chair with ice blue long hair and delicate collarbones. Lin En reached out and grabbed her wrist, pulling her sharply. Sylvia gasped and fell into Lin En's embrace. You're just in time. Lin En wrapped his arms around her waist. I was just interrupted, now I can continue. Sylvia instantly understood his meaning. In the study, it will be heard. Lin En's fingers teased open her collar. Then let's keep it down. By the way, let's see if you've made any progress with your studies today. Lin En pushed the sheepskin map aside on the table, clearing a large space. He picked up Sylvia and placed her on the flat desk. The pure yang energy formed a cycle between the two of them. The temperature in the study gradually rose. Sylvia supported herself on the table, biting her lip, her dragon tail tightly coiling around Lin En's ankle. As the yin-yang harmonization technique operated, the pure yang spiritual energy within Lin En became increasingly refined. Frost magic power intertwined with pure yang energy. Sylvia let out a muffled groan. The dragon tail behind her uncontrollably lifted, knocking a few books off the edge of the table. Thud! The books fell to the wooden floor. Sylvia was startled and quickly covered her mouth. Lin En gave her no chance to catch her breath. The pure yang energy accelerated its operation. The realm of the second layer of chi refinement was thoroughly stabilized during their dual cultivation. Half an hour later, Lin En exhaled a breath of turbid air from both ends. Sylvia lay on the desk, gasping heavily, her dragon tail weakly drooping over the edge. Lin En tidied his clothes and walked to the window. He gazed at the outline of the mountains vaguely visible in the night. Marcus strode up to Lin En, kneeling on one knee, his face unable to contain his ecstatic joy. My lord, I have broken through to the first level. He looked completely different, brimming with vitality. His already robust body appeared even more muscular, and even his breathing became long and steady. Lin En nodded in satisfaction and reached out to help him up. This bottle of magic potion was worth it. Marcus and Gray had been guards at the Baron's residence for so many years. They had accumulated enough magic power, just one step away from the threshold of the first level. Unfortunately, Gray had a bit of bad luck and failed to break through in one go, remaining stagnant. Lin En walked over and patted Gray on the shoulder. Don't wear that grim face. Understand that accumulation leads to breakthroughs. If it didn't work this time, try again next time. Gray nodded, gloomily clenching his fist. Then he turned his gaze to the soldiers of the guard who were eagerly watching and raised his voice. Don't just be envious. Lin En tapped the edge of the wooden crate beside him. Listen up. In Frostfall Town, as long as you dare to fight and achieve merit, magic potions, fine weapons, and even spellbooks, I, Lin En Winston, will not shortchange you. Sworn to serve our lord. Marcus led the shout. Sworn to serve our lord. The soldiers of the guard roared loudly, their initial instincts of fear toward the magic crystal mine completely consumed by their fervor for the magic potion. Each one rubbed their fists in anticipation, eager to find a nest of undead and kill their way in and out. Lin En waited until they had shouted enough before pulling out a stack of sheepskin scrolls from his pocket and handing them to Marcus. These are the holy light scrolls bought in Hot Spring City. Distribute them according to the head count. Lin En instructed. If you encounter tough foes, don't hesitate to use them. Remember, being alive allows you to spend money, once you're dead, you lose everything. The scrolls were distributed and the soldiers held them in their hands. This was a life-saving trump card, and they rarely had the opportunity to handle such high-level magical items. Tarn held the scroll with both hands, stuffing it into the inner layer of his leather armor, patting his chest, and leaving 2 people to guard the town's entrance. The main force officially packed up. Lin En mounted his horse, and Sylvia walked beside him. The guard fanned out ahead, clearing the path, while Lin En rode leisurely at the back of the line. As they left the safety perimeter of Frostfall Town, the surroundings became desolate. Withered trees leaned in all directions, and the air was filled with the stench of decay. The country road was bumpy, and Lin En sat in the saddle frowning from the jolting. This broken road must be paved with asphalt once we have money. Lin En rubbed his waist and complained. Sylvia walked briskly beside him, turned her head at his words, and made a face. Master is just being lazy. Even riding a horse seems tiring to him. What do you know? This is called enjoying life. Lin En rolled his eyes. The advanced vanguard ahead had already engaged with a few scattered undead. To the left, raise your shields. Marcus' voice rang out ahead. 3 wandering skeletons swayed out from the withered woods. Before they could raise their rusty iron swords, Tarn and Cole had already raised their tower shields and charged in. Bang! The sound of skeletons collapsing was crisp and pleasant. The hammer wielders followed up and accurately smashed the skulls of the skeletons. The team continued to advance. Not far along, a large hole suddenly opened in the ground, and a first-level skeleton roared as it lunged at the nearest soldier. Seeking death. Marcus shouted angrily, drawing his long sword and sliding forward. The blade whistled as he slashed upward. Shoo! The skeleton's head flew into the air. Marcus kicked the headless skeleton away with a clean and neat motion. Lin En sat on his horse, chewing on a piece of jerky, watching with great interest. These people were becoming increasingly in sync. Master, these small fry are too boring. Sylvia kicked a piece of shattered bone and pouted. They aren't even enough to warm me up. Don't rush, your time to exert yourself will come. Lin En stuffed the last piece of jerky into his mouth. Approaching noon, the sun had risen to its zenith. At the end of their view, the undulating outline of mountains emerged. That was the location of the abandoned magic crystal mine. The team stopped to rest on a wind-sheltered slope at the foot of the mountain, eating dry rations to replenish their strength. Marcus ran back, sword in hand, beads of sweat on his forehead. Young master, I've scouted ahead. Marcus reported in a low voice. 50 meters up, there's an entrance to an abandoned mine. A group of undead is wandering around the perimeter, numbering around 15. From a rough glance, more than half are first-level skeleton warriors. He swallowed hard and continued. Those guys are positioned quite densely, covering each other, forming a defensive circle that will be difficult to deal with. I didn't let the brothers act. I withdrew to await your orders. Lin En clapped the crumbs of dry rations off his hands, affirming, well done. Encountering an enemy whose details are unclear without hard confrontation is called warfare. Maintain this cautious habit. Let's go take a look. Lin En dismounted, tossed the reins to a nearby soldier, and waved Sylvia over. The two followed Marcus until they reached a thicket near the mine. Pushing aside the thorny branches, the scene ahead came into view. The mine entrance was large enough to accommodate a wagon, dark and deep with no visible bottom. In the surrounding open area, more than 10 undead wandered aimlessly. Just as Marcus had said, these undead's bones were thicker than ordinary skeletons, with a faint gray sheen on the surface, a clear sign of first-level undead. Lin En stroked his chin, his thoughts turning. In the wild mountains, it was abnormal for low-level undead to cluster together. Moreover, more than half were first-level. That was even more unusual. Mindless skeletons couldn't spontaneously gather to stand guard. Was the magic leaking from the magic crystal mine causing the undead to mutate and gather? Or were they protecting something? Lin En didn't delve deeper. Whatever the reason, they would know once they entered. Lin En turned his head and issued the command, quick battle, quick resolution. Sylvia could no longer contain herself. Her dragon tail behind her whipped back and forth, stirring up the fallen leaves on the ground. Hearing the order, she tapped her toes on the ground, and her whole body sprang forward, kicking up a cloud of debris. Brothers, follow me. Marcus drew his long sword, shouted loudly, and led the guard out of the thicket. The battle was without suspense. Sylvia charged to the front, smashing a first-level skeleton's ribcage with a punch. The hard bones felt no different from paper beneath her fist. Immediately following, her dragon tail swept across with a crack, breaking the spines of 2 skeletons beside her, sending their upper bodies flying far away. She nimbly weaved through the undead, alternating punches and kicks with her tail, every strike accompanied by the sound of bones shattering. Marcus was equally unyielding. After his advancement, his strength surged. He swung his sword with both hands in a horizontal sweep, cleaving 2 ordinary skeletons in half. The members of the guard formed a formation, clearing out the fish that slipped through the net. In less than a quarter of an hour, over 10 undead were completely annihilated, their shattered bones scattered on the ground. Sylvia crushed the skull of the last skeleton with her foot, dusted off the bone ash on her hands, and trotted back to Lin En's side. Master, the outside has been cleared. She raised her face, seeking praise. Lin En walked out of the thicket to the mine entrance. The entrance was large enough to accommodate 2 wagons side by side. Inside, it was bottomless, resembling the open jaws of a giant beast. Standing at the entrance, one could feel a cold wind blowing from within, carrying a strong scent of decay, along with an extremely faint yet unsettling energy fluctuation. However, Sylvia stopped in her tracks, staring into the dark depths of the cave, her small nostrils twitching. Master, She put away her playful expression, her voice lowering. There's something in this cave. What kind of thing? Lin En followed her gaze. I can't say for sure. She wrinkled her nose. My scales want to stand on, and it feels very uncomfortable. Tane was usually the bravest, stretching his neck to get closer to the cave entrance. This smell is so strong, he muttered, and suddenly his voice halted. Tane's gaze instantly became blank, and the tower shield he held clanged to the ground. It was as if he didn't hear anything. Stepping forward, he walked straight into the dark mine. Tane, what are you doing? Drake sensed something was wrong, took a couple of steps forward, and reached to grab Tane's shoulder. Cole hurriedly stepped in to help, grabbing Tane's arm. As soon as their hands touched Tane, both of their bodies stiffened. Immediately after, Drake and Cole's eyes lost focus as well, not only failing to pull Tane back, but instead following him mechanically deeper into the cave. Young master, they've been possessed. Gray watched from behind, feeling his scalp tingle. He drew his sword, wanting to rush forward, but hesitated and did not dare approach. Lin En frowned. This mine was indeed strange. Sylvia pulled him back. Lin En decisively commanded, "Leave it to me." Sylvia's figure flashed, transforming into an afterimage as she rushed towards the cave entrance. She didn't care about any possession. She charged in, grabbing Drake by the collar with one hand and Cole by his leather armor with the other, while her dragon tail wrapped tightly around Tane's waist. "Get out!" Sylvia shouted sweetly, using her strength to yank the three large men back from the cave entrance, as if pulling up radishes, casually tossing them onto the ground at Lin En's feet. Ouch! The three tumbled into a heap, suddenly jolting awake as if from a dream. Tane's face was pale as he sat on the ground, gasping for breath. What happened? Drake touched the back of his head, looking at Lin En with a face full of terror. "My lord, just now. I think I heard someone calling my name." The voice was very gentle, and then my mind went blank. Cole also nodded repeatedly beside him, his teeth chattering. Yes, I heard it too. The voice said there were gold coins and white bread inside. I just couldn't control my legs. Lin En turned to Sylvia. "Did you hear it?" "I heard it." Sylvia flicked her tail, looking nonchalant. "There was a strange voice buzzing in my ear. It was so annoying, but I didn't feel any effect." Lin En stroked his chin. It seemed that there was some kind of mental-inducing magic in this mine, or it emitted hallucination waves, but it did not affect those with strong powers. At least someone like Sylvia at first rank could directly ignore it. "All guards stand by in place," Lin En decisively ordered. "Retreat 50 meters and set up a defensive formation. No one is allowed to approach the cave entrance without my command." Taking this group of people inside was tantamount to sending them to their doom. He would have to play the babysitter afterward. "My lord, are you going in personally?" Marcus grew anxious, stepping forward to block Lin En's path. By the gods, there must be evil spirits at play in that cave. "It's fine, I know what I'm doing." Lin En waved his hand. "You all guard the outside well, and ensure no small fry escape." After Lin En finished instructing, he turned to Sylvia. "Let's go in and see who is trying to act mysterious inside." The moment he stepped into the mine, an extremely cold aura surged up. Lin En also heard that voice. It was an extremely faint whisper, as if countless people were simultaneously murmuring in his ear, trying to penetrate into his mind. However, the pure yang force within Lin En merely circulated once, and the whisper dissipated like snow under the scorching sun, vanishing without a trace. The interior of the cave was much more spacious than it appeared from the outside. The walls bore evident signs of mining, and abandoned mine carts and rusty pickaxes were scattered on the ground. Lin En kicked a rusty pickaxe on the ground, and it immediately crumbled into a puddle of dark red rust. "This has been abandoned for quite a while." Lin En scanned around. Scattered purple crystals were embedded in the crevices of the rocks, emitting a faint magical glow in the darkness. The reserves of this mining vein were quite considerable. As long as the filth inside was cleared out, the first bucket of gold for Frostfall Town would be secured. Whoosh! In the darkness, a sharp sound of air being sliced suddenly rang out. A bone arrow carrying a gray-black aura of death shot out from the shadows, heading straight for Lin En's face. Smack! Sylvia raised her hand, casually waving it, and directly shattered the bone arrow into powder. Immediately afterward, heavy footsteps echoed from the darkness ahead. Two gigantic skeletons wielding rusty double-head axes emerged. Their bones displayed an eerie gray-brown color. Behind them stood a skeleton archer clutching a bone longbow. All were first-rank undead. "Dare to ambush my master seeking death." Sylvia huffed coldly, her right hand curling into a fist. The temperature in the air suddenly dropped. The bracelet transformed into countless ice blue light dots gathering in her palm, instantly condensing into a frost dragon spear. She bent her legs slightly, her entire being shot out like an arrow. The speed was too fast. The two axe-wielding skeletons had just raised their weapons when Sylvia was already in front of them. Frost Piercer. The dragon spear transformed into a blue lightning bolt, directly piercing through the chest of the first skeleton, its momentum unyielding, accurately stabbing into the eye socket of the second skeleton, and finally, with a thud, nailing the archer skeleton hiding behind it onto the spear blade. One spear, three pinned. The extreme cold power of frost exploded, instantly freezing all three first-rank skeletons into ice sculptures. Sylvia flicked her wrist, and the dragon spear swept across. Bang! The three ice sculptures smashed against the rock wall, shattering into a shower of ice shards and bone dust. Even the soul flames were completely extinguished. Well done. Lin En clapped from behind. This bodyguard was truly excellent. Not only could she warm the bed, but she was also so pleasing to watch in a fight. However, the commotion here evidently alerted other things deeper in the mine. Dense sounds of bones grinding echoed from all directions. Ahead in the passage, several pairs of ghostly green soul flames appeared faintly, and their numbers continued to increase. Master, leave it to me. Sylvia licked her lips, excitedly charging into the crowd of skeletons with her dragon spear. The following was a one-sided massacre. Sylvia didn't even need any flashy martial techniques. Relying on absolute power and speed, she crushed through her frost dragon spear, acting like the Grim Reaper's scythe. With one thrust, a skull exploded, and as the spear tip, swept by a row of skeletons, fell. Lin En leisurely followed behind. He didn't even draw his sword, purely a merciless item-collecting machine. Every time Sylvia shattered a skeleton, Lin En would walk over, crouch down, and rummage. The two of them continued like this, one dismantling bones in front, and the other collecting trash behind, pushing through, allowing Lin En to experience the thrill of being a big shot leading the way. After about half an hour, the passage ahead suddenly opened up. The two arrived at the depths of the mine. Here lay a vast underground plaza, hollowed out, spanning the size of half a football field. The ceiling was embedded with several natural magical crystal ores emitting blue light, illuminating the scene below. Upon seeing the sight before him, the ease on Lin En's face vanished instantly, and his brows knitted tightly. The ground of the plaza was covered in bleached bone remnants. These bones were different from the undead outside. They still bore dried blood, flesh, and tattered clothing. The death was extremely tragic, piled into several small hills scattered about. A nauseating smell of blood and rot permeated the air. Master, over there. Sylvia tightened her grip on the dragon spear, pointing to the center of the plaza. In the middle of the pile of bones, there was a cleared patch of ground. On the ground, a complex, circular magic array was drawn in dark red blood. In the very center of the magic array knelt a skeleton clad in tattered white robes. The posture of the skeleton was extremely bizarre. It was pierced through the back by a black spear, directly penetrating its chest cavity, firmly nailed to the ground. Yet its hands were raised high, its head tilted back to gaze at the ceiling, as if fervently welcoming the descent of something. Lin En squinted and summoned the system panel. His gaze locked onto the magic array. Soon a line of golden text appeared on his retina. Target: Undead Summoning Magic Array, first rank, status operating description, created by an evil necromancer using the souls and blood of hundreds of civilians. Using the corpse of the white-robed priest as the focal point, it has the function to generate first to second rank undead and lure living beings. Lin En's gaze turned icy. No wonder there were continuous waves of undead in this abandoned mine. It turned out someone had set up an automatic factory here. Just then, the white-robed skeleton nailed at the focal point suddenly twitched its raised hand strangely. In its hollow eye sockets, two deep purple soul flames ignited. Lin En stared at the two ghostly purple flames in the center of the formation, and from the corner of his eye he caught sight of the system panel's information popping up. Target: Skeleton Mage, second stage status, awakening identity, former priest of the Radiant Church. To pursue immortality, he actively sacrificed hundreds of civilians to establish a summoning formation with himself. After years of nurturing by death magic, he has transformed into a second stage undead. What a guy, a cultist cloaked in the guise of a divine being. Lin En swiftly drew out the low-grade flying sword from his waist. Seizing the opportunity, he aimed to take his life. The pure yang energy within him erupted, instantly coursing through his meridians into the sword, aimed directly at the cervical vertebra of the skeleton mage. Buzz! Just half an inch away from the bone, a layer of gray-black bone shield appeared out of thin air. The clash of pure yang energy and death aura produced a piercing, corrosive sound. The recoil transmitted back through the sword hilt, causing Lin En's wrist to go numb as he retreated 3 steps, stabilizing his stance. In the center of the formation, the white-robed skeleton was fully revived. Its hollow eye sockets turned to Lin En, emitting a grinding sound, the breath of the living. Who are you? Lin En's eyes flickered, and the killing intent on his face quickly receded, replaced by an expression of righteous indignation. He concealed the sword behind him and shouted, "We are people from the Holy Empire. We happened to pass by and noticed you were nailed here, wanting to help you break the chains." The purple flames in the skeleton mage's eye sockets flickered twice, seemingly assessing the truth of this statement. Then it relented, letting out a long sigh. "So you are warriors of the Holy Empire. I was a priest of the Radiant Church, and back then, to stop the evil necromancer, I sacrificed myself to suppress the formation with my body. Unfortunately, my magic was exhausted, and I ended up in this half-human, half-ghost state. Lin En rolled his eyes inwardly. This old guy is quite the performer. If it weren't for the system exposing everything, just looking at this tragic appearance would easily deceive anyone. With such acting skills, he would surely win an Oscar on Blue Star. The skeleton mage continued the act. This formation is too solid, I can't destroy it alone. Young man, hurry over, and help me pull out this black spear, and together we can destroy this damned formation. No problem, senior. For the glory of the Empire. Lin En patted his chest resolutely, and stepped forward towards the formation. Sylvia stood beside him with the frost dragon spear, her pretty face filled with confusion. She glanced at the ominous skeleton in the formation, and then at Lin En, who wore a broad smile. The current situation completely exceeded her understanding. Lin En, appearing enthusiastic, strode towards the formation, coming right up. Hang in there, senior, I'll help you out in no time. As they approached, both harbored ulterior motives. The skeleton mage watched Lin En approach unguarded, its drooping bony claws quietly gathering a rich black death aura, waiting for Lin En to enter the attack range before striking through his heart. Lin En's smile grew even brighter while his right hand, concealed behind his back, tightly gripped the sword hilt. The pure yang energy had been compressed to its utmost limit. 5 steps. 3 steps. 1 step. Just as Lin En reached out pretending to grasp the black spear, both sides struck simultaneously. Die! The skeleton mage shrieked sharply, its claws infused with second-stage death energy, viciously slashed towards Lin En's chest. Damn you! Lin En cursed, and the flying sword hidden behind him surged with brilliant crimson light, slashing fiercely upwards at the skeleton's jaw. Boom! The intensely hot pure yang energy collided with the extremely cold death aura in midair. The shockwave mixed with shattered bones exploded outward. Lin En was flung back by the shockwave, flipping in midair before landing steadily. The skeleton mage fared no better, its shield was split wide open, and the pure yang energy scorched its body, emitting foul-smelling white smoke. Old bastard. You're quite the actor. Lin En shook his sore wrist and spat. The purple flames in the skeleton mage's eye sockets flickered violently, its voice laced with anger. What kind of power are you using? This is definitely not the power of the radiant god. What does it matter to you? Lin En was too lazy to waste words. The skeleton mage was thoroughly enraged. It threw its head back, releasing a piercing shriek. The piles of bones surrounding the underground plaza began to stir violently. Over 10 large skeleton warriors crawled out from the bone heaps, wielding rusty battle axes and long swords, surrounding Lin En and Sylvia. Sylvia froze in place, her eyes darting around. Just a moment ago, they were Empire warriors and seniors. How did they suddenly turn on each other, cursing and attacking? This turn of events was too abrupt, causing her already limited thinking capacity to short-circuit. What are you dawdling for? Get to work, Lin En shouted at her. Sylvia suddenly understood. Forget about logic, fighting was the priority. Master, leave these bone frames to me. Sylvia shouted excitedly, her figure transforming into a blue afterimage as she dashed into the skeleton horde. The frost dragon spear swept out, creating a wave of deep blue ice mist. The 2 skeleton warriors at the forefront didn't even have time to block before they were smashed into a cloud of ice shards along with their weapons. Lin En ignored the mob, his gaze fixated on the skeleton mage in the formation. He noticed a detail. During the previous clash, no matter how great the impact, the skeleton mage's lower body remained firmly nailed around the black spear, not moving even half an inch. Its source of power was undoubtedly the blood-painted magic circle beneath its feet. Sylvia, Lin En shouted, don't bother with the minions. Just smash that old bone's face. Break its shield for me. All right. Sylvia kicked away a blocking skeleton, exerted force in her legs, and leaped into the air. She raised the frost dragon spear high, the tip concentrating a dazzling ice blue light, descending towards the skeleton mage's head with the force of a mountain. The skeleton mage was alarmed, hastily channeling all its death aura to reinforce the bony shield atop its head. Bang! The dragon spear collided with the shield, producing a deafening roar. A visible wave of energy rippled outward, toppling several nearby skeleton warriors to the ground. The surface of the shield became riddled with cracks, yet it somehow held firm and did not shatter. The defense of a second-stage mage was indeed formidable. But this was exactly the effect Lin En desired. While the skeleton mage's attention was entirely drawn to Sylvia above, Lin En had already circled around to the side of the formation like a nimble cat. He did not attack the mage, but crouched down, placing both hands directly on the dark red formation lines on the ground. Break for me. Lin En growled, unleashing the pure yang energy within him without reservation. The overwhelmingly powerful pure yang energy surged wildly along the formation's lines. The formation lines, composed of sinister death aura and blood, sizzled like they encountered strong acid, emitting large plumes of foul-smelling black smoke. The magic circle, which had originally shimmered with a sinister red glow, began to dim at a visibly rapid pace. "No, what are you doing?" The skeleton mage screamed in terror. As the formation was destroyed, the death magic surrounding it rapidly drained away like a deflated balloon. The sturdy bony shield also became dim and dull. Shatter. Sylvia keenly seized the opportunity in midair, exerting force at her waist as the dragon spear pressed down once more. With a crisp snap it broke. The shield shattered with a thunderous roar. The frost dragon spear surged straight, in striking the skeleton mage's cervical vertebra. The immense force sent its entire upper body flying, crashing against the distant rock wall and scattering into a pile of bones. The two ghostly purple flames rolled out from the skull, struggling on the ground, attempting to reassemble. Lin En stepped forward, lifted his foot, and stomped down with the pure yang energy enveloping the soul. Squash. The soul flames were completely extinguished, dissipating into wisps of green smoke in the air. With the death of the skeleton mage, the surrounding skeleton warriors still entangled, with Sylvia instantly lost control, collapsing and turning into a ground full of shattered bones. The entire underground plaza finally fell silent. Phew. Done. Lin En brushed off the dust from his hands. The battle has ended. Lin En sheathed his flying sword at his waist, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and let out a sigh of relief. Sylvia leaned on her frost dragon spear with one hand, sweat beading on her forehead. That series of high-intensity attacks was not easy for her either. "Let's take a break," Lin En called out, stepping toward the pile of shattered bones. Lin En crouched down, rummaging through a mound of grayish-white bone fragments. Soon he unearthed a crystal that glimmered with a faint purple light. As soon as his fingertip made contact, a system notification chimed in. Item acquired, second stage, undead magic core. Description: a high-level energy core imbued with rich death magic, usable for alchemy and enchantment. Lin En weighed the magic core in his hand before tucking it into his pocket. This was a worthwhile haul. Just this second-stage magic core could fetch quite a few gold coins. He stood up, directing his gaze toward the center of the square. The summoning array drawn in blood had been thoroughly destroyed by pure yang energy. However, at the very center of the array, the black spear still firmly pinned the skeletal mage to the ground. Lin En walked over and grasped the spear's shaft. "Rise." He pulled the spear from the rock. It was lighter than he expected, yet the material was incredibly hard, exuding a sharpness unlike ordinary iron. Item acquired, skeletal spear, quality rare, attributes: armor piercing 20 traits, carries a slight necrotic erosion effect that hinders healing when it strikes a target. A rare piece of equipment. Lin En remarked, his fingers gliding over the spearhead, feeling the chill it radiated. In the Eldran Continent, weaponry is categorized from low to high as common, fine, rare, epic, legendary, and artifact. The guards of Frostfall Town exclusively used common iron gear, unable to even find a single fine-grade weapon. This rare spear was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise. Putting away the spear, Lin En surveyed the vast underground square. Although the magic array had been destroyed, the oppressive feeling still lingered. He approached the edge of the square, gazing at the mountain of civilian corpses, his mood growing heavier. "Master." Sylvia leaned closer, tilting her head at him. "Why aren't you happy after winning? Isn't this spear useful?" Lin En shook his head, casually stabbing the skeletal spear into the ground beside him, sighing. "The spear is good. It's just that the depths of the north are deeper than I imagined." "Huh?" Sylvia blinked, looking confused. "What does it mean that a small territory like Frostfall hides a summoning array that can automatically generate undead?" Lin En's tone was grave. Sylvia pondered seriously for 3 seconds and tentatively asked, "Does it mean we have to fight many undead?" Lin En was amused by her quirky logic. "Is there anything else in that head of yours besides fighting and eating?" Lin En chuckled, reaching out to tousle her. The texture was smooth, like petting a large feline. "Stop messing with my hair." "LL, get messy," Sylvia complained, yet she didn't pull away. "What I mean is, this scale of a magic array is definitely not a natural occurrence." Lin En withdrew his hand, his gaze turning cold. "Someone has been secretly setting all this up. Since there's a first-stage array here, what about other places? Given the current frequency of undead disturbances in the north, there must be more than just this one. Perhaps deeper down there are even second-stage or third-stage summoning arrays. This is a premeditated invasion or some sort of grand sacrificial ceremony." Sylvia blinked as if she understood and said, "Then we just need to become stronger, right? If Master teaches me more knowledge, I can break through to the second stage or even the third stage. Then we can smash any array we encounter." Cough, cough. Lin En nearly choked on his own spit. "Don't say such things outside. It can easily lead to misunderstandings." "Here." Lin En casually handed the skeletal spear to Sylvia. "It's rare equipment. Take it for self-defense." Sylvia took half a step back in disgust, her hands behind her back. "I don't want it. This thing is all dusty and ugly. Plus, I already have the dragon spear. Using a bone contraption like this feels dirty in my hands." Indeed, the aesthetics of dragons have always favored shiny gold and gems, and such a grim weapon did not align with her taste. Alright then. Lin En didn't press her further, weighing the spear in his hand. Then it will go to Marcus. This kid just broke through to the first stage and needs a suitable weapon. Lin En stowed the spear away. Let's go call them into work. Lin En and Sylvia exited the underground square, retracing their steps. Outside the cave entrance, Marcus stood ready with the guards. A few soldiers nervously gripped their shields, palms sweaty. When they saw Lin En and Sylvia emerge unscathed, Marcus let out a long sigh of relief and hurried forward. My lord, what's the situation inside? We heard a huge commotion. All sorted. Lin En waved his hand, pointing to the passage behind him. Leave 2 people to guard the entrance. The rest follow me inside. Marcus perked up, waving his hand. You 2 stay here. The rest follow me. The group followed Lin En into the depths of the mine. When they arrived at the enormous underground square, everyone gasped in shock. The ground was littered with piles of shattered bones, and the rock walls bore deep pits and traces left by the battle. By the goddess. Terran swallowed hard, his hand gripping the tower's shield, trembling. Marcus felt his scalp tingle, acutely aware of the terrifying residual magical fluctuations in the air. Take this. Lin En tossed the skeletal spear to Marcus. He fumbled to catch it, and the moment it landed in his hands, he immediately sensed the weapon's exceptional nature. It's a rare-level weapon. Lin En casually dropped a bombshell. Practice well, don't waste this spear. In the future, when we face tough opponents, you must take the front line. Marcus was left dumbfounded. Rare level. A fine-grade iron sword could incite mercenaries to fight over it. Rare-level weapons were treasures fit only for barons or even viscounts. I pledge my loyalty to you, my lord. Marcus exclaimed excitedly, kneeling on both knees, his hands trembling around the spear. The other guards looked at Marcus' spear, their eyes filled with undisguised fervor and envy. Enough, no more kneeling. Get up and get to work. Lin En pointed at the purple crystals embedded in the surrounding rock walls. See those magic crystals? Since we're here, we can't leave empty-handed. Knock them all down and take them with us. Yes. The guard members immediately dispersed. But soon problems arose. My lord, we can't break them. Terran returned with a grimace. Lin En approached and frowned. The tools in this abandoned mine had long rusted into uselessness, crumbling at the slightest touch. The soldiers could only use their iron swords or the edges of their shields to strike the rocks. However, the rocks containing the magic crystals were incredibly hard. After a few strikes, the stones barely chipped, while the iron swords ended up with several nicks. This efficiency is too low. Lin En shook his head. At this rate, they wouldn't gather even a few pounds of magic crystals before dark. Destroying all their weapons meant they wouldn't be able to defend against wandering undead later. Forget it. Let everyone stop for now. Lin En decisively gave up. No tools meant no tools. Forcing it would only lead to greater losses. They might as well return to Warm Spring City to procure a set of professional mining tools and come back later. The undead here had already been cleared, and the mine wouldn't suddenly run away. Wait. Just as Lin En was about to give the order to retreat, Sylvia suddenly approached. She stared at the purple magic crystals on the rock wall, then looked at Lin En with bright eyes. Master, do you really want these sparkling stones? Of course I do. They're all money. Lin En sighed. This is all money. With money we can buy good things and ensure the townspeople have enough to eat. So if we have money, can we buy more delicious food? Sylvia's focus was always so innocent. Lin En was taken aback, then smiled. Exactly. As long as we have money, whatever you want. Grilled ribs, whole roasted lamb. I'll have Marcia make it for you. Leave it to me. Sylvia cheered, her dragon tail excitedly swishing. She strode up to a wall embedded with numerous magic crystals. Suddenly Sylvia's originally fair and slender hands became covered with a layer of fine silver-blue scales. Her nails instantly grew longer, transforming into 10 razor-sharp dragon claws. A partial transformation. Huh. Sylvia let out a joyful cry, her hands becoming a blur as she plunged them directly into the hard rock wall. Screech. The harsh sound of friction echoed throughout the underground square. In the horrified gaze of the guard members, the companion rocks that could break even iron swords seemed as soft as tofu before Sylvia's dragon claws. With each grasp, a hole appeared. Amidst flying stone debris, fist-sized pure magic crystals were effortlessly pried out and tossed to the ground. What? Drake's eyes nearly popped out. What are you staring at? Hurry up and collect them. Lin En was the first to react, kicking Drake in the backside. Only then did the guard members snap back to reality, hastily pulling out their bags and frantically following Sylvia to gather the stones. Sylvia was digging with great enthusiasm, her hands working in shifts, practically a tireless human shield machine. Well done. Lin En shouted from behind. When we return, I'll add 2 roasted lamb legs for you. Yage. Hearing about the extra meal, Sylvia worked even harder, even using her dragon tail, whipping it against a large section of the rock wall, causing magic crystals to rain down. In less than half an hour, the bottom layer of the rock wall was scraped away by her efforts. All right, that's enough. We can't carry more. Marcus shouted, drenched in sweat. Each guard's bag was already stuffed full of the weight of the magic crystals, making it hard for them to stand upright. A rough estimate revealed that they had gathered at least several hundred pounds of high-quality magic crystals. Sylvia finally stopped her scales peeling away, and her hands returned to their delicate fair appearance. She dusted off the stone powder from her hands, ran up to Lin En, and looked up at him with an expression seeking praise. "Well done, you deserve the credit." Lin En smiled and pinched her cheek. "Everyone gather your things and head back to the city." As the sun sank in the west, the afterglow painted the withered grass on the wasteland a reddish-orange hue. The outline of Luoshuang town slowly emerged at the edge of sight. Lin En rode on horseback, with 2 heavy burlap sacks hanging beside the saddle, filled with pure magic crystals. This expedition to the abandoned mine yielded far more than expected. With these magic crystals, getting through this winter in Luoshuang town would be no problem. Just a few hundred meters away from the town gate, the ease on Lin En's face suddenly vanished. His brows furrowed. A crowd had gathered at the town gate. 2 wooden carts laden with goods were stuck in the muddy pit. 7 or 8 men in leather armor stood by the carts, loudly arguing with the guards stationed at the gate. "Is this how your lord teaches you to treat guests? We've traveled a long way to bring food and cloth, and you won't even let us in." A middle-aged man in a leather vest with a protruding belly spat as he spoke. He stood with his hands on his hips, exuding an arrogant demeanor. The 2 guards at the gate were Luke and Sam. They gripped their iron swords tightly, standing defiantly in front of the wooden fence. "The Lord has decreed that during the absence of the guard no outsiders are allowed in." Luke responded loudly, the veins on the back of his hand bulging as he held the sword. The middle-aged man sneered. "Outsiders? We are from the Golden Wheat Spike Merchants Guild. Who around here doesn't know our guild's banner within 100 miles? You folks in Luoshuang town are so poor you can't even afford a meal, and we come here kindly to deliver supplies, yet you put on airs. What are you doing?" Marcus shouted, striding forward with his skeletal spear. The heavy footsteps startled everyone at the town gate. The middle-aged man turned his head, seeing the fully armed guards, and Lin En on horseback. A flicker of barely perceptible panic flashed in his eyes, quickly replaced by an expression of anger and frustration. Lin En pulled on the reins. The horse snorted, halting 10 paces in front of the merchant convoy. "My lord." Luke and Sam relaxed instantly upon seeing Lin En, quickly sheathing their swords and saluting. "Well done." Lin En nodded slightly, then looked down at the middle-aged man from a higher vantage point. What kind of place was Luoshuang town? A desolate, impoverished backwater. A formal merchant convoy, ignoring the lucrative baron's territory, came to Luoshuang town to deliver warmth. Lin En sneered inwardly. When things are unusual, there must be something wrong. He sat upright in the saddle, discreetly calling up the system panel. His gaze swept over the middle-aged man and the few so-called guards behind him who had been keeping their heads down, yet their hands were always resting on their knife hilts. Rows of golden text appeared on his retina. Name Hua Air remarks itinerant trader smuggler. Name One-Eyed remarks member of the Grey Dog Bandit Group. Target Baldy identity member of the Grey Dog Bandit Group. Lin En raised an eyebrow. The Grey Dog Bandit Group moved quickly. They had just captured a few of their lackeys and now sent spies to infiltrate the merchant convoy for reconnaissance. Is this the new lord of Luoshuang town? Hua Air, seeing Lin En's silence, mustered the courage to approach, forcing a smile onto his face. "My lord, please arbitrate. Our guild kindly brought supplies, yet your subordinates turned us away at the door. In this cold weather my brothers have been freezing outside for half an hour." Lin En ignored his complaints, his gaze sweeping over the 2 wooden carts. Covered with rainproof cloth, a few burlap sacks filled with inferior black rye were exposed. "Luoshuang town can't squeeze out a single copper coin." Lin En's voice was calm. "What are you here to sell?" Hua Air rubbed his hands. "My lord, you jest. I heard Luoshuang town has a new lord, and we thought that with a new official coming to power he would need to procure some items. Even if there are no gold coins, we can trade with furs or ores." As he spoke, his gaze subtly passed over Lin En, landing on the burlap sacks carried by the guards. Not only him, but those disguised as guards who were actually bandit spies also focused their eyes on those heavy burlap sacks. "What are you looking at?" Sylvia suddenly leaped out from behind Lin En. She crossed her arms and glared fiercely at the merchant group. An overwhelming pressure of the first rank was unleashed without reservation. Hua felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing into the mud. The few spies also turned pale, instinctively taking 2 steps back, their hands trembling as they gripped their knives. Lin En sat atop his horse, taking in everyone's reactions. "Luoshuang town does not need the supplies from the Golden Wheat Spike." Lin En interrupted him, pulling the reins to turn his horse's head. "You may leave now." The other party did not make a move, nor did they expose their identity as bandits. It was better to avoid alarming the snake, and instead employ a long line to catch a big fish. Hua Air's expression changed. He was already being paid by the bandit group to provide cover, and now that the spies had assessed the combat strength of Lin En's guards, his goal was already achieved. Staying here to face that terrifying silver-haired girl and this group of murderous soldiers was pure suicide. Since my lord finds our goods unworthy, we will take our leave. Huaer immediately found an excuse, turning to wave his hand at his subordinates. Go. Turn around. The merchant guards felt as if they had been granted amnesty, hastily pulling on the reins. The two wooden carts struggled to turn around in the mud, heading back towards the wasteland they came from. The bandit spies walked at the back, frequently glancing back, their eyes fixed on the burlap sacks filled with magic crystals. Lin En watched the merchant convoy's retreating figures, his gaze completely turned cold. My lord, are we just going to let them go? Marcus approached the horse, lowering his voice. Those guard stances and eyes were suspicious. They all have calluses from gripping knives. They are definitely not ordinary merchants. You noticed that? Lin En dismounted, tossing the reins to a nearby soldier. Should I lead a few brothers to chase them down and deal with them in that mountain hollow ahead? Marcus made a slicing motion across his throat. With the rare spear in hand, he felt emboldened. No need. Lin En waved his hand. Just a few scouts. Killing them would only alert those behind. Lin En walked up to Luke and Sam. The two guards immediately stood upright. You did well today. Lin En reached out to pat their shoulders. Following orders and prohibitions, this is how a soldier should behave. Marcus, go back and take 2 silver coins from the accounts to reward them. Thank you, my lord. Luke and Sam were flushed with excitement. Enter the town. Lin En waved his hand. The group passed through the dilapidated town gate, heading towards the lord's manor. Lin En walked in the middle of the group, rapidly calculating the upcoming plans in his mind. Luoxuang town currently had only 10 guards at full strength. The over 100 pounds of magic crystals excavated from the abandoned mine were a sum that would make any baron envious. A child carrying gold bricks through a bustling market would surely attract a pack of wolves. The Grey Dog Bandit group had already begun to act. It was only a matter of time before they discovered it. Expansion of the military was necessary. Marcus, Lin En suddenly spoke. My lord, you command. Marcus immediately stepped forward. Move all these magic crystals into the basement of the lord's manor. You will guard them personally, and no one is allowed to approach. Lin En stopped, looking into Marcus' eyes. Tomorrow morning, take a few clever brothers, pick out the finest pieces of magic crystals, and ride quickly to Hot Spring City. Marcus' expression turned serious. Are you procuring supplies, my lord? Yes. Lin En nodded. Food, cloth, and salt. Most importantly, procure a large quantity of weapons and armor for me. Tower shields, spears, crossbows. Get as many as you can. Understood. Marcus nodded vigorously. And also, Lin En's gaze shifted to the dilapidated thatched houses in the center of the town. Post a notice. From tomorrow, the Luoxuang Town Guard will begin recruiting. Anyone strong and daring enough to wield a knife will be accepted. The Grey Dog Bandit group thinks they can come to rob. Lin En sneered. Then let them see the strength of Luoxuang territory. On the outskirts of the town, the desolate wilderness was swept by a biting wind. A sheltered slope lay several miles away from Luoxuang town, where a merchant caravan had paused. The campfire crackled and blazed. The one-eyed man sat beside the fire, fiddling with a twig in his hand. His expression was gloomy. Deputy Captain, are we really going to leave like this? The bald man leaned in, offering a wineskin. There must be something valuable in that town. I noticed the heavy sacks those people were carrying. They might be filled with grain. The one-eyed man took the wineskin and took a swig, wiping his mouth. You know nothing. That lord is not simple. The more than 10 men under him all carry the scent of blood. Moreover, the leading knight wielded a weapon radiating magical energy, not to be trifled with. Upon hearing about the magical weapon, the bald man's eyes lit up. Then we must seize it. Seize it? With what? The one-eyed man kicked the bald man's leg. With just a few of us. Are we going to rush in and serve our heads on a platter? The bald man rubbed his leg, not daring to speak. Luoxuang town is tougher than we imagined. The one-eyed man stared at the flickering flames, letting out a cold laugh. However, the harder the bone, the sweeter the marrow within. Send someone back to inform the captain and report the situation here truthfully. Tell the captain that Luoxuang town has a fat sheep. Let him bring a large force here. Once the captain arrives with his men, I want to see if that pretty-faced lord can still act tough. The one-eyed man broke the twig in his hand and tossed it into the fire. The flames surged high, illuminating his face, which was filled with greed and murderous intent. A storm was brewing quietly outside Luoxuang town. At the center of the storm, Lin En was teaching Sylphia, aiming to break through to the 3rd layer of chi refinement. The air in the room was thick with a rich aroma of mingled hormones and spiritual energy. Lin En closed his eyes tightly, the yin-yang harmony technique running wildly within him. Lin En guided the surging pure yang energy in his body, launching fierce assaults on the gate to the 3rd layer of chi refinement time and time again. Boom! An inaudible roar erupted within him. Each impact was accompanied by extreme pleasure. Sylphia, practicing alongside him, had her silver hair soaked in sweat sticking to her flushed cheeks. This silver-haired dragon maiden, who could tear skeletons apart by day, now resembled a fish out of water, gasping for breath, tears glimmering at the corners of her eyes. Master, I can't take it anymore. Sylphia's voice was tinged with a sob, her once proud dragon, tail limply hanging over the edge of the bed, occasionally twitching weakly. The dragon race's physique was indeed formidable, but before the SS-grade Pure Yang sacred body, they still fell apart, defeated and scattered. The Pure Yang energy was compressed to its limits, and Lin En suddenly exerted force, gathering all his strength into a sharp sword, fiercely thrusting it towards the crack. Break. However, just as the power was about to breach the barrier, a sudden feeling of emptiness and fatigue surged. Lin En let out a muffled groan, ultimately unable to maintain his hold, and the Pure Yang energy was fully released. The violent energy flowed through the connecting meridians, nourishing Sylphia's parched channels, but Lin En's aura ebbed away like the tide returning to calm. Cultivation level Chi refinement, second layer progress, 99. Lin En flipped over and lay on the bed staring at the ceiling. Just one final push. Unfortunately, the little maid had already reached her limit. Lin En turned his head. Sylphia had completely fallen asleep, a satisfied flush on her cheeks, drooling slightly, clearly having had her fill. This defeated look was a stark contrast to her fierce demeanor earlier in the mine. Lin En smiled and decided to let her be. He pulled over a thick cashmere blanket and wrapped her up snugly. Then he got out of bed, casually draped on a robe, and stepped out of the bedroom. The night was deep, and the study of the Lord's residence was illuminated by the dim yellow candlelight. Lin En sat down at the large desk, casually pulling out a hefty tome of parchment from the bookshelf, Chronicles of the Empire. The original owner's unfortunate fate had made him an outcast within his own family since childhood. Every day he only thought about how to survive amid the exclusion from his siblings, possessing a pitiful understanding of this world, far less than a street vendor. To gain a foothold in this broken place of the northern border, relying solely on fists and the system wasn't enough, he also needed to understand the larger environment. The fastest way to acquire knowledge was to read. Lin En opened the yellowed front page. The book records that the first emperor of the Holy Empire was originally just an ordinary tribal chief. During a battle to repel the orc invasion, he received divine inspiration from the god of light and was bestowed with powerful holy powers. With this power, the founding emperor swept through his enemies and established what is now known as the Griffin Holy Empire. The book employs extremely exaggerated language to portray the greatness and kindness of the god of light. Lin En leaned back against the chair and smirked. History is often like a young girl, easily dressed up according to the whims of the victors. This is true for launching, and the same goes for the Eldran Continent. A few days ago in the mines, the priest of the Light Church, who sacrificed himself to become a skeleton mage, showed not a trace of the kindness of the god of light. However, one thing mentioned in the book piqued Lin En's great interest. The Empire's iconic battle force and the absolute cornerstone of royal rule, the 8th-tier divine beast, the Holy Light Griffin. It is said that the founding emperor rode it, circling over the enemy's royal city for 3 days and nights. The terrifying pressure caused the entire city's defending army to lose their courage, not daring to shoot a single arrow, and they surrendered at once. 8th tier. Lin En lightly tapped his fingers on the table, lost in thought. 8th tier is equivalent to a strategic nuclear weapon level existence. No wonder the Light Church and the royal family can hold such a transcendent status in this country, wielding absolute power. With such a devastating weapon to intimidate, who would dare to defy? Lin En flipped back in the book. Later, the Holy Empire erupted into continuous wars with multiple surrounding nations and races. Until more than 100 years ago, the wars brought about massive death, giving rise to terrifying necromantic disasters. They are tireless, unafraid of death, spreading like a plague. The long war completely depleted the Empire's national strength. To preserve its heartland, the Empire's high-ranking officials made an extremely cold-blooded decision. They abandoned the entire northern region. The Empire established a magnificent defense line in the south, directly cutting off all contact with the north, treating this vast land as a natural barrier to block the undead. Luoshuang town is conveniently located in the center of the northern region. What a bunch of pragmatic politicians! Lin En closed the book. They treat the northern region as a pawn, leaving its people to fend for themselves. Such operations are very much in line with the style of those lofty figures. This is a dead zone, treated by the Empire's upper echelons as a quarantine zone. But what concerned Lin En even more was the cause of this necromantic disaster. The book stated that it was due to the excessive number of dead, which gave rise to the undead. Lin En sneered. He recalled the summoning array drawn with the fresh blood of hundreds of civilians in the abandoned mine. That array could automatically generate undead every day. What if the entire northern region is buried underground with hundreds or thousands of such arrays? This so-called disaster is fundamentally a meticulously planned man-made calamity. Someone is exploiting the ancient battlefield from 100 years ago to continuously produce a legion of undead. Who could it be? The necromancer, or the self-righteous light church. Lin En threw the book on the table. Forget it, no matter who is behind it. It is not something a mere small lord like him can manage. The most urgent task now is to ensure Luoshuang Town survives until tomorrow. In the following 10 days, the outskirts of Luoshuang Town resonated daily with the sound of bones shattering. Lin En led the guard in a sweeping operation centered around the magic crystal mine. With Zirwaya's first-level combat strength backing them, and the rare-grade skeletal spear in Marcus' hands, the sporadic wandering undead posed no threat at all. After 3 days, they had cleared the area around the mine, and in 5 days they reached the edge of their territory. With the surrounding undead eliminated, Lin En turned and sent all the able-bodied youths in town to repair the roads. Weeds were uprooted and rubble filled the pits. A 2-meter-wide dirt road stretched straight from the town gate to the mine entrance. Moreover, the supplies Marcus brought back from Hot Spring City greatly enhanced the combat power of the guard. After selling a portion of the magic crystals, Marcus exchanged for 2 full carts of fine steel weapons. When Taryn and Cole received the half-percentile heavy fine steel tower shield, they eagerly touched it with both hands and spun around 3 times in excitement. Luke and Sam strapped on military crossbows and shot an arrow which embedded itself into a wooden stake 30 paces away, penetrating nearly halfway. With equipment in hand and newfound confidence, Lin En decisively issued the order to expand the army. Once the notice was posted, the entire Luoshuang town erupted with enthusiasm. If this had been half a month ago, the townsfolk would have fled faster than rabbits at the mention of fighting the undead. But now it was different. Over the past 10 days, the guards had feasted daily on bread and roasted meat, and even their families received meat soup. Following the Lord, not only could they survive, but they could also eat meat. The registration area was overwhelmed with numbers exceeding 10 times that of the last recruitment. Lin En entrusted the selection task to Marcus and Gray. In accordance with Lin En's demand for quality over quantity, they raised the standards exceptionally high. Those who were not sturdy enough were dismissed. Those whose eyes darted and hesitated to fight were not accepted. After an entire day of careful selection, they ultimately chose 12 of the strongest men to fill the vacancies in the guard. With military affairs arranged, Lin En's attention turned to the farmland. The several hundred acres of land cleared from the wasteland had all been sown with winter wheat. To address this batch of crops, Lin En specially convened a town meeting in the square. The townsfolk, wrapped in tattered winter clothing, gathered below the platform, whispering among themselves. In the center of the square stood a dozen large wooden barrels. As soon as the lids were lifted, a rich aroma instantly swept across the area. The townsfolk in the front row collectively stepped back 3 paces, covering their noses, their faces filled with terror. Standing on the high platform, Lin En looked down at the crowd and announced loudly, "The winter wheat has been sown. To ensure next year's harvest, I have prepared a batch of high-quality fertilizer. The reason for gathering you today is to teach you how to fertilize the fields." The crowd fell silent for a few seconds, then erupted into buzzing discussions. "Fertilizer? What is that? I don't know, but this smell is too pungent." Lin En pointed to the wooden barrels. "Simply put, it is to evenly sprinkle these specially fermented substances across your wheat fields. It can make the soil fertile, allowing the wheat to grow taller and produce larger ears." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in chaos. In the corner, the scarred face and the thin monkey were utterly stunned. The thin monkey widened his eyes, dropping the wooden stick from his hand. "Big brother. He wants to pour manure on the crop." The scarred face also looked dumbfounded. "If we pour this stuff on the field, can the wheat still be eaten? This lord isn't eccentric, he's gone mad. So all our hard work these past 10 days was to ruin food." Not only the slaves, but the townspeople reacted even more intensely. An old farmer with a wrinkled face pushed his way out of the crowd, his beard trembling with anger. "My lord, this cannot be done." Lin En looked down at him. "What can't be done? I have farmed for 40 years and have never heard of burying manure in the fields to grow good crops." The old farmer, agitated, struck the ground with his cane. "Grain is a blessing from the goddess of harvest. Covering the sacred seeds with such filthy and base substances is blasphemy against the goddess. It will incur divine retribution. Yes, this is blasphemy. The goddess will bring disaster. The wheat will rot in the ground. As long as we pray sincerely to the goddess, she will grant us a bountiful harvest. How can we desecrate the land with manure?" The townsfolk protested, each adding their voices. In this world, the belief in deities was deeply rooted, especially in the eyes of the impoverished commoners who struggled to eat. The gods were their only spiritual solace. Lin En stood on the platform, watching the furious townsfolk below, feeling speechless. Pray. If prayers were effective, would the people of Luoshuang Town be starving, looking pale and thin, unable to wear a complete set of clothes? However, Lin En was also too lazy to debate the significance of theology with them. "Everyone shut up." Lin En activated a trace of pure yang energy within him, his voice booming above the square. The noisy crowd instantly quieted down, gazing in awe at the Lord on the high platform. Since you all feel this is blasphemy, I will not force it. Lin En scanned the crowd. These fertilizers are entirely voluntary. Those who do not wish to use them can continue with your old methods, praying at the field every day. However, Lin En's tone shifted. Those willing to use the fertilizer can come forward to collect it now. The crowd exchanged glances, none daring to move. Pouring manure in the fields challenged their cognitive boundaries too much. What if they truly angered the goddess of harvest, and their families starved next year? Just as the situation reached a stalemate, a clear female voice rang out. I believe in the Lord. Everyone turned to see Mary, Drake's wife, striding out from the crowd. Our family can eat our fill now. With hands on her hips, Mary declared loudly, if the Lord says this stuff can help the wheat grow well, then it definitely will. With someone taking the lead, 7 or 8 families began to step forward from the crowd. All were the families of their logic was simple. Their men earned so much each month in the guard. The Lord had spoken, and no matter how absurd it was, they had to support it, even if holding their noses. Lin En nodded in satisfaction. Along with the previously purchased fertile scroll, Lin En prepared to conduct an experiment. This time he had exactly 3 control groups: the magical enhancement group, the scientific composting group, and the faith blank group. In 3 months, when the winter wheat sprouted, the data would teach these medieval natives how to conduct themselves. When the wheat grows, let's see whose land yields a better harvest. Lin En issued the command, dismissed. Barrow, take people to collect the fertilizer. The townsfolk dispersed, whispering to each other. Most walked away, casting looks at the guard families transporting the barrels as if they were mad. This is a crime. Such a good piece of land is being ruined. The old farmer shook his head repeatedly. Goddess of harvest above, please grant the Lord a bountiful harvest. Lin En stood on the high platform, listening to the cold mockery drifting in the wind, completely indifferent. The clatter of hooves, sharp and urgent, cut through the cold wind from the far edge of the wasteland, shattering the bustle of Luo Shuang town. Lin En stood atop the platform. No sooner had he spoken than Lu Ku came running from the direction of the town gate, breathless. Sir, there is trouble. A force has arrived outside the town, and they look hostile. Lin En raised an eyebrow. Counting the days, it had been roughly 10 since those scouts were released. The main host of the Hui Go Jilu Tuan should indeed be arriving now. Guards assemble, who come with me to the gate. Lin En leapt down from the platform. Ma Ku Si gave a sweep of his hand. The freshly recruited 20-odd guards fell into formation, and weapons gleaming trailed behind Lin En. The townsfolk exchanged uneasy glances, but emboldened by numbers kept their distance and followed to watch. At the town gate beyond the battered wooden palisade, a black mass of more than 30 figures stood waiting. At their head were 3 burly men on mangy horses. The one in the center brandished a broad-backed cleaver and wore a savage glare. To his left stood a lanky figure with a necklace of bone beads, to his right a thick-faced bruiser. Lin En remained behind the palisade, his gaze sweeping over the 3 leaders. Instantly a system panel flickered into being before his eyes. Name: Do Guer. Rank 1 warrior. Note: leader of the Hui Go Jilu Tuan. The lanky man on the left was called Huiya, the thick-faced one on the right was Hui Zhua. Both were rank 1. 3 rank 1s, and over 30 lackeys. Lin En's heart lightened. The mines had been short-handed digging for magic crystal ore. You inside, listen up. Do Guer sat astride his mount and roared like thunder. I am Do Guer, leader of the Hui Go Jilu Tuan. Be sensible. Hand over the town's grain, the magic crystals, and anything of value. I'm feeling generous today. Oh, I might spare a few of you a dog's life. At the mention of the Hui Go Jilu Tuan, the townspeople at the rear went pale, and a ripple of terror spread through the crowd. The Hui Go Jilu Tuan, those beasts who leave nothing but bones. We're done for. Those scoundrels are notorious across the northern wastes. They butcher and plunder without mercy. Panic spread like wildfire through the gathered townsfolk. Just as Lin En began to speak, 2 heads in coarse cloth poked through the palisade gap. It was Dao Balian and Shou Ho. Since their capture, the 2 had been put to hard labor in town, yet, because they were now fed black bread and meat broth each day, they had visibly put on weight and looked far healthier than they had during their brigand days. Leader. It's really the leader. Shou Ho waved his arms excitedly. Dao Balian tore at his throat and shouted, Boss. Don't loot, it's useless. No future here. Do Guer froze, staring at the 2 familiar faces, momentarily bewildered. Boss, listen to me. Dao Balian pleaded earnestly. Our Lord is kind. If you work, you'll be fed each day. There is meat. Do well, and you can even become free men and earn wages. Shou Ho nodded fervently beside him. Yes, yes. Yesterday, I even got a slab of meat. What a taste. The square fell deathly silent. Do Guer's face flushed the color of boiled liver veins standing at his temples. He was the proud leader of the Hui Go Jilu Tuan, come with an army to slay and impose his will, and now his former subordinates were urging him through a gate to go dig in the mines. To be tempted by a single meal, an utter disgrace. Worthless cowards. They'll slaughter you all. Do Guer bellowed and unleashed his cleaver. Rank 1 fighting chi erupted, a pale yellow crescent of blade energy, slashed through the air, aimed straight at Dao Balian and show house throats. Dao Ba Lian squealed and collapsed backward into the mud. Just as the blade energy was about to strike the palisade, a crystalline dragon claw materialized out of thin air. With a crack, the chi slash shattered into motes of light. Xi Erwei had already assumed her dragon form, tilting her head as she stared at Do Guer with the hungry gaze of one eyeing a perfectly roasted cut of meat. Dao Ba Lian scrambled back into town on all fours and hid trembling behind Ma Ku Si, too terrified to utter a sound. Do Guer's eyelid twitched. She had smashed his fighting chi empty-handed. What kind of monster was this silver-haired girl? Your men are sincere. Would you not consider joining us? Lin En folded his arms and taunted. Cut the tricks. Do Guer ground his teeth and roared, brothers, kill them all. Men to slaughter, women to take. All the grain belongs to us. Kill. Over 30 bandits shrieked as they charged toward the wooden palisade with weapons raised. Open the gate, welcome the guests, Lin En ordered calmly. With a heavy creak, the wooden gate swung wide. There was no need for a guard charge. Xi Erwei launched herself like a cannonball. Midair, the silver bracelet on her wrist flared and transformed into an icy dragon spear over a meter long. Prepare to die. Hui, seeing a lone girl charging out, sneered and urged his mangy mount forward, raising his spear. A rank 1 knight's fighting chi seeped into the spear tip, his momentum savage. Xi Erwei gripped the dragon spear with both hands braced at her waist and swung it like a battering ram. The impact landed with a thunderous boom. Huiya and his horse were flung by the terrible force, tracing a parabola in the air before crashing into the rushing throng of bandits. 7 or 8 men were toppled, and the field filled with the sickening sounds of broken bones and cries. Although not mortally wounded, Huiya was stunned by the blow and lay unable to rise for a long while. Do Guer and Huizhua both sucked in cold air. What sorcery of strength was this? Get them, all of you. Do Guer howled, vaulting from his saddle. He and Huizhua left, and right erupted with ochre-hued fighting chi and lunged at Xi Erwei, weapon swinging. Xi Erwei's dragon spear danced with exhilaration, sending up sprays of frost as she met the 2 leaders. Steel clanged against spear, sparks flew, and the chill of the weapon spread, slowing Do Guer and his companion. While the 2 leaders were locked in combat, Ma Ku Si led the guards out the gate. Kill. He fixed his gaze on Huiya, who was struggling up from the human heap. Ma Ku Si advanced with the bone spear raised. Seeking death, Huiya spat blood, seized an iron sword, and charged. The 2 weapons collided with bone-jarring force. Huiya had assumed that as a rank 1 he could easily overpower the town's captain of guards. But at the instant of impact, his expression went white. The force transmitted through the bone spear not only matched his own strength, but the tip bore a peculiar, uncanny sharpness. With a rasp, the well-forged iron sword was nicked by the bone spear. Ma Ku Si twisted his wrist, and the spear struck along the sword's edge, puncturing Huiya's shoulder with a wet sound. Skeleton long spear trait triggered, hinders healing. Huiya howled and staggered backward. In terror, he noticed a black-gray miasma curling around the wound, hampering any chance of closure. What kind of cursed thing is that? Huiya panicked completely. Ma Ku Si allowed no respite. The spear arced and drove in deadly blows. Buoyed by a rare-grade weapon, the guard captain pressed his advantage against the equally ranked foe. Elsewhere, the guards hammered into the bandit rabble. It became an entirely one-sided massacre. Ta En and Ku Er, 2 Orcish warriors, planted half-man-high steel tower shields at the front line. The bandits' iron blades struck the shields and left only white marks. A shield bash sent attackers tumbling. In the rear, Lu Ku and Shan Mu took aim with military crossbows and squeezed their triggers with composed focus. Thick bolts fired at close range pierced the pitiful leather armor of the raiders, 1 bolt, 1 corpse. The 12 newly recruited burly men were eager to prove themselves. Wielding steel longswords, they cleaved through bandit lives as if slicing melons. In a single clash, more than half of the 30-odd bandits were down. The remainder fled in terror, dropping arms and running. PFT. Ma Ku Si seized the opening and drove his spear through Huiya's throat. Huiya's eyes bulged as he clutched his neck and collapsed into a pool of blood, convulsing before going still. Do Guer and Huizhua found themselves in even grimmer straits. Xi Erwei was not merely fighting, she was toying with them. The icy dragon spear was featherlight in her hands, yet each strike carried titanic force. Do Guer's palm had already split from the shock. His cleaver was riddled with nicks. Seeing Huiya fall and his men routed, Do Guer felt his heart sink into an abyss. They had struck iron. This Luoshuang town was not a fat sheep, but a man-eating beast. Leader, we can't hold. Huizhua cried. His left arm was numbed by the frost action slowing. Don't panic. He'll block her. Do Guer roared, exploding his fighting chi to the brink, determined to fight with everything he had. Huizhua brightened, ready to cooperate for a counterstrike. At that moment, Do Guer grabbed Huizhua by the back of the collar, hurled him with all his might toward the tip of Xi Erwei's spear. Leader, no. Puijoi's despairing scream cut off as the icy dragon spear pierced his chest without hindrance, pinning him to the ground. Seizing the moment, Dogu Air retreated swiftly, producing a sheepskin scroll from his bosom and crushing it in his fist. Luo Shuang Town, I will remember this debt. The scroll erupted in blinding white light, enveloping Dogu Air as space itself warped and twisted. She Airway pulled out her spear to pursue, but in the flash of light, Dogu Air had vanished, leaving only residual fluctuations of magical energy in the air. A magical item. Lin En strode forward to the gap, where Dogu Air had disappeared, and narrowed his eyes. He had not expected a lowly raiding leader to possess so high an escape device. Sir. Ma Kusi approached with his bloodstained spear, excitement lacing his voice. 15 survivors were taken alive, we have them all in custody. Lin En turned and looked at the prisoners kneeling in the mud, shaking like quails. He nodded with satisfied approval. Well done. Escort them all to the mine, and tell Ba Luo to fit them with the heaviest shackles. Lin En patted Ma Kusi on the shoulder. Luo Shuang Town's rebuilding will have gained another batch of cheap fuel. Night pressed heavy. The main bedchamber of the Lord's Manor burned with an unnatural heat. Lin En sat cross-legged upon the broad velvet bed, while Zirwaya straddled him. Their bodies pressed together as the Yin-Yang Hahuanju erupted in frenzy, pure Yang energy, forming a flawless closed loop between them. After a one-sided slaughter earlier that day, Lin En's chi and blood surged violently. He guided the vast pure Yang force to converge in his dantian. Zirwaya was flushed crimson, silver hair matted with sweat. She panted heavily, her dragon horns searing hot. Ma, master. Zirwaya's voice trembled as she clutched Lin En's shoulders. The spiritual energy is too strong, my meridians can hardly endure it. The domineering might of the Pure Yang Saint body revealed itself without restraint. Violent surges of spiritual energy crashed against the barrier of the third layer of chi refinement, wave after wave. Once, twice, thrice, Zirwaya's dragon tail lashed the sheets unconsciously. Her proud draconic constitution was steadily being eroded by the onslaught of pure Yang power. At last a muffled roar issued from Lin En. The barrier shattered, the third layer of chi refinement broken. The energy in his dantian instantly doubled, flooding every limb and sinew. His pores dilated, and every muscle cried out in exhilaration. The residual violent chi flowed along their connected meridians into Zirwaya's body. Zirwaya lay limp on Lin En's chest, digesting the overwhelming pure Yang force. Lin En watched the dragon maiden in his arms. The ferocity that had smashed a first-rank knight with an icy drake spear earlier that day had vanished. Draconic constitution, Lin En said, tugging the cashmere blanket to wrap her snugly. He summoned the system panel, and a pale blue veil shimmered across his vision. Host Lin En winced. Constitution SS Dear Pure Yang Saint Body. Cultivation, third layer of chi refinement. Techniques, Yin-Yang Hahuanju, Chunyang Sword Art. Dual cultivation points 2,280. After more than 10 days of dragging Zirwaya to train day and night, he had finally amassed this fortune. Lin En opened the system shop. Skipping the pills and artifacts, he scrolled straight to the bottom and stopped at the Gongfa manuals section. An ancient tome suffused with a muted golden glow floated in the interface. Zhozhuan Chunyang Shen 9 turns pure Yang body. Price 2,000 dual cultivation points. He opened the details. Zhozhuan Chunyang Shen. First turn, the supreme corporeal training method crafted exclusively for the Pure Yang Saint body, using pure Yang energy to temper flesh, sinew, organs, and marrow. With each advancement, the body undergoes a qualitative transformation. Complete 9 turns, and one forges an indestructible pure Yang form, impervious to myriad techniques, reborn even from a drop of blood. He had coveted this manual for a long time. Though the Pure Yang Saint body was formidable, the Yin-Yang Hahuanju leaned toward inner cultivation and energy accumulation, while the Chunyang Sword Art served as a means of slaughter. He had long lacked a true close combat body tempering method to exploit the Saint Bodis advantages. Purchase. Lin En ordered decisively. 2,000 dual cultivation points deducted. Exchange successful. The dual cultivation points on the panel immediately shrank to 180. Over 10 days' labor erased in an instant. A blinding shaft of golden light shot from the veil and plunged into the center of Lin En's brow. Countless tiny golden figures drilled intricate arcane movements within his sea of consciousness, tracing unique routes of chi flow that imprinted themselves deep into his memory. After a full quarter-hour, Lin En opened his eyes. Unlike the gentle Yin-Yang Hahuanju, this art exuded a fierce, uncompromising austerity. He closed his eyes and, following the technique's prescribed route, guided the pure Yang Qi within to begin scouring his bones. The sensation was far from pleasant. Searing spiritual energy poured into his marrow, bones burned through, crushed, and remolded inch by inch. Lin En gritted his teeth, enduring the scorching as he ran the microcosmic orbit again and again. As the method took effect, a faint golden sheen appeared across his skin. His already balanced frame tightened, muscles contracted into defined chords, each segment brimming with explosive power. This state persisted through the latter half of the night. When the first ray of morning sunlight pierced the window, Lin En opened his eyes. He clenched his fist, his knuckles emitted a fine, brittle crackle. Although the path to the first turn remained long, the potential of the Pure Yang Saint body had been primed. In raw physical strength, he felt capable of killing a bull with a single blow. Zyrwaya mumbled beside him, rubbing her eyes as she sat up. Her silver hair stood in wild disarray. Groggy, she looked at Lin, and her nose twitched, and she buried it in his shoulder, inhaling sharply. Master, you seem different. A pure hunger gleamed in Zyrwaya's eyes, and her throat quivered. You taste better. Lin En, exasperated, tapped her on the forehead. That's the pure yang energy increasing, not something for you to eat. Zyrwaya clutched her brow and let out an offended "oh," but nimbly tumbled off the bed to help Lin En dress. Once ready, Lin En pushed open the door and stepped out of the Lord's manor. Luo Shuang town had already come to life in the morning. At the street corner, he saw Ma Kusi leading several guards escorting a line of downcast captives out of town. A dozen bandit prisoners stood in a row, shackled at the ankles and clutching brand new iron picks. They had clearly slept little. Dark circles rimmed their eyes. My lord. Ma Kusi hurried over and saluted when he saw Lin En. Lin En scanned the picks and frowned. Where did those come from? I thought there were barely any usable picks left in town. They were delivered by Uncle Ao, In, my lord, Ma Kusi replied. He pointed to the tools in the prisoner's hands. Yesterday afternoon, that boy Yalun brought 30 of them. Said the smithy had just forged them, perfect for putting these fellows to work. 30. Lin En was surprised. That many? Has Aon's random forging talent been stabilized? Aon's workmanship was good, but because of that talent, the attributes of his wares were wildly unstable. I don't know about that. Ma Kusi scratched his head. They looked fine to me, so we put them to use. Lin En nodded. All right, take them to the mine. Tell Ba Luo that if any of them slack off, cut off their ration. Ma Kusi straightened his back. Yes, my lord, he shouted as he resumed marching the prisoners out of town. After they had gone, Lin En turned with Zyrwaya and headed toward the smithy. Before even stepping inside, rhythmic sounds of hammering echoed from within. Clang, clang, clang. This sound was steady and powerful, exuding an inexplicable industrial rhythm. Lin En walked into the shop. A wave of heat mixed with the smell of rust hit him. There stood Aaron, bare-chested, gripping a heavy hammer with both hands, sweating profusely as he worked on the anvil. This kid had been eating well lately, and with daily forging his once frail body had developed a layer of solid muscle. Meanwhile, Oren sat on a low stool nearby, frowning as he intently watched Aaron's movements. From time to time, he would strike the nearby anvil loudly, correcting Aaron's angle and point of impact. Sylphia, trailing behind Lin En, clearly disliked the sweltering environment and took half a step back towards the door. Master, what brings you here? Aaron's keen eyes spotted Lin En entering, and he quickly stopped his work, wiping the sweat from his face with a rag. I just encountered Marcus. He brought back over a dozen new iron picks that he said you made. Oren took the initiative to respond. My lord, those picks were all forged by Aaron. This kid has made rapid progress lately, so I had him produce the picks and hoes needed for the mining area in bulk, and the quality is quite good. Lin En walked straight to the anvil and casually picked up a newly forged iron pick. Item: iron pick, quality, fine description, a sturdy and durable tool. Lin En flicked the blade of the pick with his finger, producing a crisp ringing sound. Lin En looked at Oren. Did Aaron forge all of these? Oren's tone carried a hint of emotion and undeniable pride. Yes, this kid indeed has a talent for blacksmithing. Master, you flatter me. Aaron lowered his head, feeling a bit shy, scratching the back of his head. The things I forge are still far from your craftsmanship. My strength is still insufficient, and my control over the heat is not good enough. All right, stop being modest. Oren waved his hand, pointing towards the furnace at the back of the shop as he looked at Lin En. My lord, thanks to the bellows you redesigned, and that carbon infusion method you mentioned. Now the furnace temperature is much higher than before, and the impurities in the iron we produce have been reduced by more than half. The items we forge now are basically all of fine quality. Lin En glanced at the neatly arranged fine tools on the shelf, nodding with satisfaction. The smelting technology in this world was too crude. With just a touch of modern industrial theory, the quality and quantity could undergo a qualitative leap. How's the efficiency now? Lin En asked. Aaron can produce 3 to 4 tools a day. If forging weapons, the demand for precision slows the speed down a bit. Oren said as he stood up from the stool and walked to the back of the shop. He took something from a wooden rack covered with heavy canvas, cradling it in his hands as he approached Lin En. But I haven't been idle these past few days. The night before last was a stroke of luck. I forged a rare-grade piece of ironware for the first time. Excitement gleamed in the dwarf's eyes. Lin En took the item into his hands. It was extremely heavy. It was a hoe. The handle was made from fine hardwood, and its surface was polished to a smooth finish. The hoe's blade shimmered with an unusual dark blue metallic luster. Lin En activated the system. Item Pioneer's Hoe quality rare attributes Strength 5 special ability soil. Breaking upon impact, the hoe generates a slight shockwave that shatters the soil into fine particles, eliminating the need for additional tilling. Indeed, quite impressive. Lin En weighed it in his hands. With a strength boost of 5, if this were used in battle, it would likely cleave a person's head open as easily as breaking apart soil. Oren's old face flushed, and he awkwardly cleared his throat. I originally intended to forge a battle axe, but unfortunately, it would have been better if it were a weapon. No, the hoe is also excellent. Lin En gazed out the window at the actively cultivated wasteland. For Frostfall Town, a tool that enhances farming efficiency is far more valuable than a weapon for killing. Although the outskirts of Frostfall Town have cleared out the undead due to years of abandonment and the cold climate of the northern border, the soil has become extremely hard. Ordinary farming tools make work extremely laborious, and townsfolk often have to press their entire body weight onto the hoe just to barely scrape a shallow hole. With this Pioneer's Hoe, the accompanying soil-breaking shockwave ability is practically a human-powered tiller. Finding a sturdy person like Tan or Cole to wield this hoe in the fields for a day would surely increase the efficiency of land reclamation several-fold. Oren, Aaron, you both have done well. Lin En returned his gaze to the two of them. Aaron, keep up the current output and ensure the tools needed for the farmland and mining area are replenished. Oren, continue with the lottery to try and produce more rare-grade ironware. Yes, my lord. Both responded in unison. Lin En turned with satisfaction, carrying the rare hoe as he walked out. Sylphia hurried to follow, and as they exited the blacksmith shop, the cold air instantly dispelled the heat from their bodies. Lin En intended to head directly to the farmland to personally test the shockwave effect of this rare hoe. In the backyard of the Lord's manor by the well, Millie wrung out the coarse linen garment in her hands and hung it on the kitchen door swung open, and Martha emerged carrying a large wooden basin, shouting at the top of her lungs. Millie quickly wiped her hands and jogged over. The basin was filled with bubbling meat soup floating with several substantial slices of fatty meat alongside a basket of soft-baked black bread. Millie swallowed hard, picked up a piece of bread, tore off a small chunk, and dipped it into the meat soup before stuffing it into her mouth. It was delicious. Millie had been in Frostfall Town for over 10 days now. For her, this place felt like paradise. There was no hunger, no need to live in fear. Every day, helping Martha in the kitchen washing clothes and lending a hand, she received ample food. Back in the slums, people would dare to smash others' heads with stones over half a moldy piece of black bread. Here the Lord actually ensured that everyone who worked could eat their fill. Eat more, you look as thin as a twig. Martha ladled a generous scoop of soup into Millie's bowl. The Lord said the manor does not support idlers nor starve those who work. You need to be well fed to have the strength to work. Thank you, Aunt Martha. Millie held the bowl, eating earnestly, not wanting to waste even a drop of soup. After breakfast, Martha went to clean the front yard. With some time to spare, Millie slipped along the wall towards the blacksmith shop. Before she even got close, she heard the sound of clanging metal coming from inside. Millie hid outside the door, peeking in. Her brother Aaron was swinging a heavy hammer bare-chested. He looked much sturdier than he had 2 weeks ago. The once skinny ribs had filled out with solid muscle, and his hammering movements were crisp and efficient. The irritable dwarf Owen sat nearby. Though he was still cursing, there was a clear satisfaction in his eyes. Her brother was now an apprentice blacksmith, earning wages every day. Aaron said all of this was granted by the master. Millie leaned against the cold wall. A young man with black hair and eyes floated into her mind. He wore a sharp robe, standing on a high platform. His voice was not loud, yet it commanded silence from all. He had slain the undead with a single sword, breathing life back into the desolate Frostfall Town. He was a noble high above all, the lord who ruled everything. He was also the savior who pulled them from the depth. Millie's cheeks flushed slightly. She thought of how the Lord tended to her meridians every day. There was none of the nauseating lewdness often associated with nobles, only a reassuring steadiness. Suddenly a bold thought sprang into Millie's mind. What if she could marry the Lord? Oh dear, what nonsense am I? Millie was startled by her own thoughts, quickly covering her hot cheeks with her hands. How embarrassing. Just a wild girl who cannot even read. By the Lord's side there is also the stunning and capable Sylvia, who is beautiful and graceful. With my frail and unassuming figure like a stunted sprout, how could the Lord possibly notice me? Millie felt a bit disheartened, instinctively lowering her gaze to her chest. Beneath her clothes, it was completely flat with no sign of any curves. Compared to Sylvia's ample and graceful figure, she felt plain and shabby, unworthy of the dazzling and noble Lord. No, I shouldn't think this way. Millie shook her head. Even if I can't marry the Lord, I want to become someone useful to him. The Lord needs hands now. Oh, Aaron can help him by blacksmithing. What can I do besides washing clothes and cooking? What if I could also become an adventurer? If I could achieve first-tier strength, could I join the guards or help the Lord with more tasks? Millie clenched her teeth and turned to run back to her room. She shut the door tightly and took out a vial of magical potion from her chest. The master said that breaking through to the first tier would cure my illness. Millie, you can do it. You definitely can. As long as you reach the first tier, you can help the master. Millie motivated herself, uncorking the vial and downing the entire potion in one go. The potion slid down her throat. At first it felt like usual, a warm current spreading in her stomach. But then this warmth did not dissipate gently as before, it suddenly contracted and then exploded. Ugh! Millie clutched her stomach, curling her body. A scorching heat surged through her limbs like countless burning needles piercing through her bones, leaving her feeling both swollen and numb. She bit her lip tightly, refusing to let out a single cry of pain, perspiration beading on her forehead. The pain came fiercely but dissipated quickly. Soon the burning sensation faded. In its place was an unprecedented clarity. Millie opened her eyes in bewilderment, only to find the world before her transformed. Tiny motes of light floated in the air, blue, red, green, visibly drifting slowly around the room. The cold wind seeping through the crack of the storeroom door was no longer merely cold. She could even feel the trajectory of the airflow. She looked down at the empty glass vial in her hand. A tiny bit of potion remained at the bottom of the vial, but to Millie's eyes now, that little bit radiated a unique. She could clearly discern the magical structure contained within the potion, even instinctively understanding the principles behind its concoction. This is... Millie reached out her hand, trying to touch the blue motes of light in the air. The light particles obediently gathered at her fingertips, bringing a refreshing sensation. Magic. She sensed magic. Not only that, she felt her body was as light as a feather, and her hearing became extremely acute. She could even hear the sound of Martha sweeping the ground several paces away. She had broken through. She had crossed the threshold of the first tier. Ecstasy instantly overwhelmed Millie. She sprang up from the ground, flung open the door, and ran outside. Ouch! What are you up to rushing around like that? Martha, who was sweeping the yard with a broom, was startled by Millie's sudden appearance. Aunt Martha, I'm going... Millie ran out without looking back, her voice brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Looking for the Lord. He seems to have gone to the fields. Martha shouted from behind. Got it. Millie's feet felt like the wind, running twice as fast as before. The breeze rushed into her collar, chilling her, yet her body was ablaze. Millie sprinted along the ridge, her speed astonishing, as she reached Lin in just a few breaths. My lord, she gasped, leaning on her knees, her chest rising and falling violently. My lord, I have broken through. Millie looked up, her voice brimming with uncontainable joy. Lin, who was testing a pioneer's hoe in the fields, brightened at her words. Finally, this girl has broken through. His daily provision of magical potions had not been in vain. He tossed the hoe to Barlow and silently activated the system panel. Name: Millie. Race: human. Rank: level 1. Alchemist. Talent: alchemical intuition. A. Fire element affinity. A. Wood element affinity. C. Skills: medicinal affinity. Passive: medicinal perception. LV1. Status: excited. Lin's gaze lingered on level 1 alchemist for 2 seconds. In this world, extraordinary individuals are categorized in many ways. The awakened professions include ordinary roles like warriors, knights, and mages, such as Marcus. Apart from the ordinary professions, there are rare ones like Sylphia, the Dragonblood warrior. The rarest of all are the production-type professions. Especially alchemists, anyone capable of concocting a qualified magical potion would be revered by the nobility and merchant guilds as if they were ancestors. Moreover, she possesses an 11 talent. Lin closed the panel, his gaze settling on Millie as he stepped closer, bridging the distance between them. Millie instinctively shrank her shoulders, nervously lowering her head. Lin leaned down, his nose nearly touching the nape of Millie's neck. A faint yet refreshingly natural fragrance of grass and wood wafted into his nostrils, bringing a sense of vitality. Taking a deep breath, it cleared his mind. The medicinal affinity truly living up to its name. The Lord's breath was warm, brushing against her neck with a teasing tickle. Her face instantly flushed bright red, extending down to her ears, her hands fidgeting nervously with the rough fabric of her dress, her heart racing as if it would leap out of her throat. My lord, are you smelling me? It smells wonderful, Lin replied, straightening up. Like sweet red berries. Sylphia had somehow approached from the other side, sniffing at Millie and even licking her lips. Millie was startled by Sylphia's gaze and instinctively drew closer to Lin. Well done, Lin said calmly. You have awakened the rare alchemist profession. This is your value. Millie's head snapped up, disbelief etched on her face. Alchemist? How could I? Lin summoned the system marketplace. His gaze skimmed over the expensive techniques, directly locking onto the subprofession section. Introduction to Alchemy Revised Edition. Specifically improved for a world without spiritual energy, using magical power and magical plants as substitutes for the spiritual herbs of the cultivation realm, mastering basic pharmacology and methods of purification and fusion. Priced at 200 dual cultivation points. In this world, alchemists concoct potions in a very crude manner, merely smashing various materials, boiling and filtering them, at most using magical power to guide the fusion with significant loss of efficacy. In contrast, the alchemical techniques of the cultivation realm emphasize purification, the roles of monarch and ministers, and precise control of temperature. Even entry-level alchemical techniques, if slightly combined with the material characteristics of the magical world, would represent a drastic improvement over the pharmacology of this world. Lin glanced at his balance. The points were just enough. Exchange. Ding. 200 dual cultivation points deducted. Exchange successful. A heavy ancient tome, made of sheepskin, appeared in Lin's hands. The cover bore no text, only a few enigmatic magical runes. Lin handed the ancient book to Millie. Take this. Millie wiped her hands on her clothes before cautiously accepting the tome, radiating magical fluctuations. My lord, but I can barely recognize any characters, Millie stuttered. In this world, knowledge is absolutely monopolized by the nobility and the mage tower. Most ordinary people are illiterate. You don't need to read this book, Lin pointed to her head. Open it, and use the magical power you just awakened to sense it. It will directly imprint the knowledge into your mind. Millie nodded in a daze, hugging the ancient book tightly to her chest. Lin turned to Barlow. Barlow. The independent courtyard to the east of the Lord's mansion. Clean it up before dark today, Lin commanded. From now on it will be designated as Millie's exclusive alchemy room. No one is allowed to approach without my permission. Additionally, Lin continued, all herbs, magical crystals, and magic cores collected in the town should be allocated to the eastern courtyard. At the blacksmith shop, have Aeon stop his work and prioritize crafting a set of alchemical furnaces for Millie. The blueprint is in the book. Understood. Barlow responded loudly. Millie clutched the heavy ancient book, tears welling in her eyes. Enough, stop. Lin gently patted Millie's head. Luo Shuang Town does not support idlers. I have given you the best resources, you must deliver results. Millie will never disappoint, my lord. Millie wiped her eyes vigorously, her voice incredibly determined. Lin nodded in satisfaction. With an alchemist, they could produce magical potions, allowing more people to step into the first level. Lin entrusted the affairs of the territory to Marcus and Barlow. He departed from Luo Shuang Town, with Sylphia heading north. They passed through vast stretches of dead coniferous forest, the terrain gradually flattening. Ahead, a broken boundary stone appeared, inscribed with the emblem of the Morning Star territory. A century ago, this place was once the most prosperous ducal territory in the northern region, at least dozens of times larger than Luo Shuang territory. Fertile plains, dense mineral veins, and a substantial population. According to records, when the undead calamity broke out, the Duke of Morning Star, as the lord of this place, indulged himself in pleasures and completely disregarded the border crisis. The defenses of Morning Star territory crumbled in no time. The undead army surged southward, almost obliterating the entire northern region. In a critical moment, the Empire deployed the ancient artifact Dawn's First Light, which halted the advance of the undead army, preventing it from completely engulfing the northern region. The good news is that the capital city of Morning Star territory, Gold Ear City, is not far from Luo Shuang Town, just 100 kilometers away. At their pace, they could reach the city walls in half a day's time. The bad news is that the density of undead in this cursed place is akin to a can packed with sardines. A gray-black mist enveloped the towering city walls. The city gate lay shattered into several large wooden planks slanted in the moat. Lin entered Gold Ear City through a side gate. Roar! As soon as he entered the city, a shadow suddenly darted from the nearby ruins, lunging straight at Lin's face. It was not an ordinary white skeleton, but a monster with black pus flowing all over its body and highly decayed flesh. Sharp black claws still bore remnants of flesh, exuding a nauseating aura of death. The corpse. Lin En did not draw the long sword at his waist, but instead he forcefully pushed off the ground with his right leg. The 9 changes of Pure Yang activated, infusing his right arm with Pure Yang power like boiling magma. A faint golden glow instantly appeared on the surface of his skin. He threw a punch forward. Bang! The fist smashed hard into the corpse's chest. The violent Pure Yang power erupted instantaneously, and the corpse, which was difficult to penetrate even with an ordinary iron sword, had its chest cavity blown open with a large hole. The black foul blood was evaporated into white smoke by the overwhelming Pure Yang power before it could even splatter. The corpse flew backward, crashing into the crumbling stone wall, convulsing twice before becoming still. With the addition of Pure Yang power and the enhancement of the technique to his physical body, Lin En was practically a human-shaped pile driver. The sounds of battle attracted more undead. With a flick of her wrist, Sylvia transformed her silver bracelet into a frost dragon spear over a meter long. She smashed into the horde of corpses like a cannonball, sweeping the spear's tip horizontally, and her terrifying strength directly severed 3 first-tier elite skeletons in half. The frost aura spread, freezing the shattered bones on the ground into icy shards. The two advanced deeper into the center of the city. The further they went, the higher the level of the undead. First-tier skeleton warriors and corpses were everywhere, and occasionally one could spot a skeleton knight riding a bone horse. However, in the face of Lin En's iron fists and Sylvia's monstrous strength, these were merely punching bags offered to them. After killing for more than 2 hours, the two finally arrived at the center of the city. A magnificent building stood at the end of the square. The Duke's Mansion of Golden Spike City. True to its status as the residence of a top noble in the northern borders, the entire fortress was constructed from massive granite blocks. Even after a century of wind and rain and the ravages of the undead, the outer walls remained sturdy, only overrun with black death vines. Huff! Lin En crushed the last corpse's skull underfoot, letting out a breath. The high-intensity close combat made him feel feverish. The spiritual power of the 9 changes of Pure Yang surged wildly through his meridians, and the tingling sensation of his marrow being refined was addictive. He looked up at the gigantic stone fortress, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Sylvia, what do you think about us taking this city?" Lin En suddenly spoke. Sylvia, who was wiping the blood off her dragon spear, paused for a moment upon hearing this, and tilted her head in question. "Taking it down? But this seems to be the territory of Duke Morningstar, which doesn't belong to our Frostfall territory. Duke Morningstar has been dead for 100 years. Lin En patted the thick stone pillar at the entrance of the Duke's mansion. "This place is now unclaimed. By my strength, if I take it, this city will be mine. If the Empire feels otherwise, let them send troops to reclaim it." He surveyed the wide streets and sturdy city walls around. The village surrounded by that rickety wooden fence in Frostfall Town has too little potential for development. Once the population increases, we can directly move into Golden Spike City, saving on the costs and materials for building a city. Sylvia had no concept of territorial ownership. She was only concerned about one thing. "That makes sense. Wherever the master lives, I will live there. As long as there is meat to eat every day." Aspiring. Lin En flicked her forehead. Of course, he also understood that this matter couldn't be rushed. There were at least tens of thousands of undead in Golden Spike City. With the current Frostfall Town, it wouldn't even be enough to fill the gaps. They had to plan for the long term. "Let's go in and search around. A noble's mansion must be hiding good things." When the city fell, the scene was chaotic. It was impossible for all the treasures to be taken away. The two rushed into the Duke's mansion. The hall was in disarray, with luxurious chandeliers smashed on the floor, and precious oil paintings had long turned into rags. Lin En and Sylvia, like two bandits, turned the Duke's mansion upside down. Finally, behind the main building in a hidden wine cellar, Lin En discovered a secret door. He violently hacked open the heavy steel door lock and pushed open the thick iron door. The light of the torch illuminated the interior space. The golden color instantly dazzled Lin En's eyes. A treasure vault. Although there were clear signs of having been hastily moved, more than half of the warehouse was empty. Yet in the corner there were still 5 or 6 large wooden boxes piled up. The boxes had long decayed, and the contents were scattered all over the ground, forming a small mountain. Gold coins. All were pure gold coins stamped with the imperial emblem. Among the pile of coins there were also high-grade magic crystals and various dazzling gems scattered about. "We struck it rich." Lin En rushed over and directly grabbed a handful of gold coins. The heavy feeling in his hands and the crisp sound of clinking was the most wonderful music in the world. A rough estimate showed that this pile of gold coins had at least tens of thousands. With this money, he could even buy tons of refined wheat flour, complete sets of quality weapons, or even a large number of slaves from the merchant guild in the south. "Master, so many shiny ones." Sylvia cheered and dove directly into the pile of gold coins. The dragon race had a natural frenzy for treasures, and she rolled around in the pile of coins, excitedly flicking her tail. "How many meat steaks can this buy?" After the ecstasy, the harsh reality hit like a cold splash of water. Lin En looked at the mountain of gold coins, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. How to carry it away? Tens of thousands of gold coins plus the gems weighed at least a few tons. He didn't have any high-level storage magical items, relying solely on him and Sylvia's hands. How much could they carry? The undead spread across the mountains and plains made it unrealistic to let Marcus bring a large troop with carts to haul it. The presence of dozens of living people would definitely trigger a riot among the undead, drowning them on the way. Looking at a mountain of gold, but unable to move it, this feeling was even more painful than killing him. "Damn," Lin En cursed quietly. If he had known, he would have saved some dual cultivation points to exchange for a storage ring. He had miscalculated. "Let's take a little first." Lin En decisively took off his outer robe, tore it into sturdy strips of cloth, and made 2 simple bags. The two crouched down, specifically picking the most valuable high-grade magic crystals and gems to stuff into the bags, and then each filled a few hundred gold coins. Any more would affect their movements during battle. By the time they finished packing and walked out from the underground treasure vault, the sky outside had completely darkened. The night in the northern borders is a carnival for the undead. Sounds of howling rose and fell outside, the temperature dropped sharply, and the chilling aura of death began to permeate the streets. Lin En walked to the window and took a glance. The undead on the street moved like they were on adrenaline. Their speed more than doubled compared to during the day, and the flames of souls in their eye sockets burned brighter. Moving at night is too dangerous. The perception and strength of the undead are doubled. Lin En decisively made a decision. "Let's stay here for the night." On the top floor of the Duke's mansion, there was a relatively intact large study accessible only by a narrow staircase, easy to defend and hard to attack. Lin En pushed a heavy wooden bookshelf to block the door tightly. Sylvia skillfully snuggled up to Lin En, curling up in his arms like a clingy cat. She greedily inhaled the pure yang warmth emanating from Lin En, comfortably squinting her eyes. The night wind howled outside the window, mixed with the eerie sound of bones scraping against each other. Lin En felt Sylvia's soft and hot body pressed against him, and the pure yang power within him began to stir again. After a whole day of killing undead, his blood was surging frighteningly. Master. Sylvia lifted her head, her silver hair brushing against Lin En's chin, her gaze dreamy and her voice sweet enough to drip water. I'm hungry. Lin En pinched Sylvia's chin. There are no soundproofing formations here. You'd better hold back your voice. The first rays of morning sunlight penetrated the gray-black miasma above Jin Sui City, casting onto the dust-laden wooden floor. Lin En opened his eyes. The pure yang power within him became more solid after a night's circulation. The cultivation route of the 9 turns pure yang body flowed automatically through his meridians, refining his flesh and skin even with every breath. He pushed aside the dragon tail wrapped around his waist. Sylvia smacked her lips, rolled over, and buried her face into the tattered blanket that Lin En had used as a cushion last night, continuing her deep slumber. Lin En stood up, stretching his muscles and bones, the joints cracking like popping beans. Last night, to evade the rampaging undead, the two hastily retreated to the top floor, barricading the door with a bookshelf, and spent the night dealing with the situation in the open space behind the door. Now that it was completely light outside, the outside roars had noticeably diminished, and the undead had returned to their sluggish and dazed state of the day. Only then did Lin En turn his head, leisurely examining the room they had used as a temporary refuge. It was a gigantic study measuring over 100 square meters. 3 walls were completely occupied by floor-to-ceiling redwood bookshelves. Surprisingly, the preservation condition here was remarkably well. Aside from an unavoidable thick layer of dust, the books, scrolls, and parchments displayed on the shelves had suffered almost no damage. Lin En walked to the nearest bookshelf and casually pulled out a hefty hardbound book. Shaking off the dust from the cover revealed several large golden characters. Improvement of crops and soil analysis in the cold regions of the north. He pulled out another book beside it. Notes on the smelting of associated ores in the Morningstar region and surrounding areas. Looking further down, he found Elemental Affinity Testing Guide. Lin En's eyes brightened. When he saw the mountain of gold coins in the underground treasury last night, he thought it was a tremendous fortune. But now, gazing at the wall of books, he realized that the true treasure lay here. In this world, knowledge was a more precious hard currency than gold. The great nobles and mage towers monopolized all books and educational resources. Ordinary people could not even recognize characters, let alone master agricultural improvements, smelting techniques, and magical theories. A century ago, when the undead calamity erupted, Jin Sui City fell too quickly. Those fleeing nobles were only concerned with how to take as many boxes of gold and jewels as possible. Who would bother to carry these heavy, useless books? The undead occupying this place were interested in living beings and slaughter, showing no appetite for the words on the pages. By a twist of fate, the knowledge repository accumulated over generations by the Duke of Morningstar was preserved intact. Lin En tucked the book back into the shelf. These books were enough for him to establish a complete technical reserve system for his territory. Especially for magical enlightenment, he no longer had to blindly fumble like a blind man touching an elephant. He continued deeper into the study. After passing a massive golden silk Nanma desk, Lin En's footsteps came to a halt. On the main wall behind the desk, instead of bookshelves, hung an extremely large parchment scroll. The scroll was over 3 meters long and wide, almost covering the entire wall. Lin En stepped forward and carefully wiped away a layer of dust from its surface with his sleeve. An exceptionally detailed and intricate map unfolded before his eyes. The surface of the map was coated with a thick layer of moisture-proof wax, remaining vibrant even after a century. This was not a rough hand-drawn map, with only a few city icons and crooked paths. It was a truly comprehensive military and resource hologram. At the center of the map was Jin Sui City, with the surrounding area radiating outwards, covering the entire Morningstar territory and several hundred kilometers beyond. Lin En's gaze quickly swept across the map. The distribution of forest vegetation, main roads, and hidden paths were all clearly marked with different colored inks. What made his breath quicken were the special markings on the map. In the mountains about 50 kilometers northwest of Frostfall Town, a black pickaxe icon was drawn, annotated in small text black iron, accompanied by a small amount of secret silver, medium difficulty, to mine extremely rich reserves. On a plain east of Jin Sui City, several blue wavy lines were drawn, annotated underground river confluence, exceptionally fertile soil, large magical potion plantation under construction. Even the specific mountains that produced certain special hardwoods and the rivers where unique magical fish migrated every year were meticulously indicated. The Duke of Morningstar was certainly a remarkable individual. To investigate the territory to such granularity, even knowing the underground water systems and unmined associated ores, was not something a noble could accomplish by merely sitting in a castle sipping afternoon tea. This required an immense amount of human and material resources along with the Lord's exceptionally forward-looking strategic vision. Unfortunately, he did not survive the undead calamity. Lin En reached out to touch the rough surface of the parchment. This map was worth more than tens of thousands of gold coins. Gold coins could only buy ready-made resources, while this map was the resource radar for the entire North. With it, the expansion and resource development of Frostfall Town would completely open up a god's perspective. It must be taken with us. Lin En immediately made the decision. But he soon discovered a fatal issue. The map was too large, and after a century of oxidation, despite the protection of beeswax, it might shatter into a pile of debris with just a slight bend. As for those thousands of books, they weighed several tons. Lin En stood in place, rhythmically tapping his fingers against his thigh. Since he couldn't take them, he could only protect them on the spot. He decided to turn this Duke's Mansion into the first forward base of Frostfall Town. Lin En decisively summoned the system panel and opened the shop, entering the search criteria. Soon a list of products popped up. Lin En's gaze locked onto a formation manual among them. Evil Repelling Formation, Modified Version. Price, 200 dual cultivation points. Details: using spirit stones or magic crystals. As the formation I once laid out, it emits an aura that repels undead, causing them to avoid it, but it cannot inflict any harm. Lin En glanced at his balance that had just increased last night. It was just enough to use. Exchange. Ding. Deducting 200 dual cultivation points. Exchange successful. A vast amount of formation knowledge instantly flooded into his mind. Node arrangements, magical circuitry descriptions, and activation methods for the formation were clearly imprinted in Lin En's memory. As long as he used the few high-level magic crystals he had picked up in the underground treasury, as the formation this formation would be sufficient to cover the entire Duke's Mansion. The formation could isolate aura, preventing the undead outside from actively squeezing in. But the premise was that he had to first clean out all the existing undead in the Duke's Mansion. Lin En turned around and walked to Sylphia, who was still sound asleep, pinching her dragon horn and shaking it. Master, is it time to eat? Sylphia groggily opened her eyes, instinctively wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth. It's time to get to work. Lin En pulled her up from the ground. Dismantle all the skeletons in this building, and I will personally roast meat for you tonight, so you can eat your fill. Lin En promised. Sylphia's eyes instantly lit up, shaking off her drowsiness. Hearing that Lin En would personally roast meat, she instantly transformed into her dragon form, and with a flick of her wrist, the frost dragon spear appeared in her hand. All taken apart right. Sylphia licked her lips, her dragon tail excitedly thumping against the wooden floor, creating a dull thud sound. Leave it to me. Lin En nodded. He walked to the door, shifting the bookshelf aside. Creak. Lin En grasped the doorknob and yanked the door open with force. Just as he was about to issue the cleaning order, his voice caught in his throat. At the narrow staircase, there were no longer the ordinary rotting corpses and skeletons that had wandered about last night. Instead, there stood a massive figure in tattered silver armor, nearly 2 meters tall. It wielded a rusted greatsword, and 2 balls of ghostly green flame burned in the gaps of its helmet, fixated on the 2 people inside the door. At the narrow staircase entrance, a chilling aura of death pressed down heavily. A massive figure 2 meters tall blocked all possible escape routes. Lin En's pupils constricted as the pure yang power within him surged wildly, a golden light subtly flowing beneath his skin. He quickly recited silently in his mind. System check attributes. Name Moku Tual. Gender male. Race undead. Rank 3rd rank undead knight. Talent unyielding will be undead body C. Skills skeleton warhorse summon LV. 1 death charge LV. 1 armor breaking strike LV. 1 inch. Note: former captain of the Morningstar Duchy's guard awakened memories uncontrollably due to the talent unyielding will no malicious intent. 3rd rank. Lin En cursed inwardly. How could he fight someone 2 ranks higher? What a joke. With his current pure yang power, he could barely match a 2nd rank early stage monster. Facing a 3rd rank opponent, a single strike could cleave him along with his bones into firewood. Zirwaya also sensed the threat, her frost dragon spear radiating cold energy, ready to pounce and fight to the death. Lin En quickly grabbed her wrist, preparing to flee. Although the panel indicated no malicious intent, Lin En wasn't about to gamble with his life. Before he could act, the undead knight spoke. Living beings. Who are you? The voice was hoarse and dry. Lin En abruptly halted. Can it speak? He focused on the flickering green soul fire in the helmet's gap, having encountered communicative undead before. Last time in the magic crystal mine, that skeleton mage left a deep impression on Lin En. Why are you here? Mo Kutua took a step forward, the heavy iron boots stomping on the wooden floor producing a piercing creak. Lin En shielded Zirwaya behind him, his mind racing. I am the Lord of Frostfall territory. Lin En spoke steadily, choosing a reason least likely to cause mistakes. I came here to pay homage to the glory of Duke Morningstar. Lin En's tense nerves relaxed slightly, but the spiritual energy within him remained in motion. The soul fire in the helmet flickered twice, seemingly searching through distant memories. Frostfall territory, Mo Kutua repeated. Oh, he elongated the tone of his broken voice, that small dilapidated territory behind. Lin En's mouth twitched slightly. This skeletal figure truly spoke in a harsh tone. Though Frostfall Town was indeed impoverished, was it polite to directly point that out in front of the current lord? Lin En silently cursed in his heart, but maintained a composed demeanor, nodding along with Mo Kutua's words. Yes, Frostfall territory is indeed a small place. Mo Kutua looked into Lin En's fearless eyes, and then glanced at Zirwaya, who was fiercely glaring at him, standing protectively behind Lin En. The soul fire in his eye sockets dimmed slightly. There's no need to be nervous. Mo Kutua raised his right hand, and casually tossed the heavy greatsword aside. With a loud crash, the 100-pound greatsword was thrown into the corner, shaking the floor. Mo Kutua stepped forward, emerging from the staircase entrance, and sat cross-legged on the dusty floor. The heavy silver armor clanked against each other, producing a dull metallic sound. I will not harm you. I have not seen living beings for a long time. Mo Kutua pointed to the empty space in front of him. Come sit down. Tell me, what is the situation in the northern border of the empire now? Lin En glanced at the discarded great sword, confirming that the opponent had indeed disarmed. He patted Zirwaya's hand to signal her to put away her weapon. Reluctantly, Zirwaya dispersed her frost dragon spear, but remained tightly beside Lin En, glaring at Mo Kutua. Lin En sat down 2 meters in front of Mo Kutua. The northern border is now a wasteland. Lin En did not hide the truth, stating the situation directly. Undead run rampant. The mid to rear areas have completely fallen, turning into a dead zone. Although there are still living beings in the front, undead frequently appear. The Central Empire has long abandoned this place, withdrawing the troops and cutting off supplies. Mo Kutua's soul fire in his eye sockets leaped fiercely, his hands gripping the floor tightly. Lin En continued, according to the historical records of the Empire, during the outbreak of the undead disaster 100 years ago, Duke Morningstar was indulged in pleasures, leading to the rapid collapse of the defenses. In order to save the situation, the Empire used the ancient artifact Dawn's First Light, which barely preserved the center, but sacrificed the northern border as a result. As soon as the words fell, an extremely terrifying aura of death exploded from Mo Kutua's body. Bullshit. The entire Duke's residence shook violently. Zirwaya instantly spread her arms to shield Lin En, forming a barrier of blue fighting spirit to block. Mo Kutua completely ignored their defensive actions, abruptly standing up, 2 flames of soul burning fiercely, as if about to erupt from his eye sockets. Indulgent in pleasures. Rapidly collapsing defenses. That bitch is just putting the blame on the Lord's head. Mo Kutua's breath surged violently. Lin En coldly watched the rampaging undead knight without interrupting. It took Mo Kutua a full 5 minutes to calm down. He knelt on one knee amidst the ruins, his towering figure trembling violently. During the outbreak of the undead disaster, Duke Morningstar led a heavy force to defend Jinsui City. Mo Kutua's voice was filled with endless sorrow and anger. We held back the main force of the undead on this land. The Duke sought help from the Central every day. The Empress promised that the Royal Knights would arrive within half a month. Mo Kutua raised his head, staring directly at Lin En. We fought until the last man. The moat of Jinsui City was filled with the bodies of our brothers. Yet reinforcements never came. The Empress abandoned Duke Morningstar. She used Dawn's First Light, but placed the core of the artifact on the central defense line. The artifact's brilliance weakened the farther it traveled, unable to reach the northern provinces. Mo Kutua tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his knuckles cracking loudly. At the last moment, to prevent the undead army from completely engulfing the northern border, Duke Morningstar's 6th rank mage unleashed forbidden magic outside the city, perishing together with the commanding undead mage. Lin En fell silent. It seemed the Empress initiated the annals of time, turning a battlefield hero into a pleasure-seeking waste. In doing so, the Empire's selfish act of using artifacts to safeguard the center became a great achievement of heroism. Distorting the truth, they played it masterfully. Lin En's mind raced. The Central Empire was untrustworthy, confirming his previous suspicions. For Frostfall Town to develop, it must not rely on the Empire's assistance, and in the future, they would have to guard against the Central's underhanded moves. What is your current situation? Lin En changed the topic, bringing attention back to reality. Mo Kutua slowly stood up, resheathing the great sword behind him. I don't know. He looked down at his hands. Recently, some images suddenly flashed through my mind. Then I broke free from that muddled control and awakened my memories from before. Since you have awakened, why not leave here? Lin En asked. Leave? Where would I go? In this ghostly form will living beings accept me? Mo Kuta chuckled self-deprecatingly, then his tone turned serious. Moreover, I have tried to cleanse the undead in the city. I want to reclaim the Duke's territory. Failed. I can't kill them all. Mo Kuta pointed outside the window. There's something strange in this city. Beneath the central square there is a huge formation. The undead I killed will crawl out of that formation again in a few days. Lin En frowned tightly. Infinite resurrection. This violated the law of conservation of energy unless there was an extremely massive source of magic power supporting that formation. Why not destroy the formation? Zirwaya poked her head out from behind Lin En, interjecting. Mo Kutua glanced at her and shook his head. I've tried. But as soon as I get within 200 meters of that formation, a terrifying voice emerges in my mind. That voice forcibly strips away my sanity, turning me back into a puppet that only knows slaughter. I barely escaped with my life. Mo Kutua paused, his tone becoming extremely serious. Not only that, in this city I'm not the only third rank. Mo Kutua walked to the window, pointing to an area shrouded in gray-black death energy deep within the city. Besides me, there are other third-rank undead in this city. They have not awakened their memories and are completely under the control of that formation. A puppet under the control of a formation. Lin En keenly grasped the key point. Without reason, a monster, no matter how high its level, is merely a high tribute punching bag. As long as the mechanism is understood, there are plenty of ways to kite it to death. Lin En looked at the tall, undead knight before him, his mind racing. An indigenous person with memories from their past life, familiar with the terrain of Jinsui City, and harboring hostility towards the existing undead. This is simply the perfect insider. Motto. Lin En shifted from a cross-legged position to a more formal sitting posture. Since you dislike those undead occupying your homeland, why don't we make a deal? Mokto's soul fire flickered within his helmet. Do you want to drive the undead out of Jinsui City? Lin En asked directly. I dream of it. Mokto's voice was dry, but as long as that formation remains intact, the undead in the city will be endless. Moreover, relying on just myself, I can't possibly deal with so many third-tier beings. I will help you. Lin En pointed to himself, and then to the side where Zerwia stood. The Frostfall territory needs expansion, and Jinsui City has the resources and walls I urgently require. You need someone to help you clear out these nuisances. Our goals align perfectly. Mokto fell silent. He sized up Lin En. This young lord indeed bore a strange power. That golden glow instinctively made this undead feel, but to say that just the two of them could flatten Jinsui City was akin to dreaming. With your current strength, you can't even touch the edge of that square in the city center. Mokto said bluntly. Just because it's not possible now doesn't mean it won't be in the future. Lin En was unfazed by his disdain. Since I dared to take on the mess of Frostfall Town, I never planned to nestle in that broken wooden fence for a lifetime. Lin En stood up and walked in front of Mokto. Give me some time. Lin En raised a finger. I will enhance the strength of Frostfall territory and establish a safe passage from Frostfall Town to Jinsui City. When the time comes, I will bring an armed guard to directly flatten that damned square formation. Mokto looked up, meeting Lin En's gaze. In his eyes there was no arrogance or greed typical of nobles, only absolute rationality and confidence. What do you need me to do? Mokto asked. He was intrigued. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he was willing to gamble. Intelligence. Lin En snapped his fingers. You can move around the city without restrictions. I need you to ascertain the specific locations, patrol routes, as well as their general abilities and combat habits of all third-tier undead during this time. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Mokto stood up, his enormous palm striking the silver armor on his chest, producing a dull thud. Leave it to me. I know every street in this city like the back of my hand. Very good. Lin En nodded in satisfaction. There are many books and materials in this Duke's mansion that are very important to me. I will set up a formation here to prevent those low-tier undead from coming in and causing destruction. But I can't guarantee I can completely block high-tier undead, so I will also need you to keep an eye on this place. No problem. Mokto readily agreed. As long as I don't get close to the central square, no one in the city can surpass my sword. That's straightforward. In about a month, I will return to exchange intelligence with you. Lin En turned to the already impatient Zerwia. Let's go downstairs. Time to work. Zerwia cheered, her dragon tail flicking as she dashed down the stairs. Lin En and Mokto followed closely behind. Just as they reached the 3rd floor, a dozen wandering corpses in the corridor caught the scent of the living and lunged at them with a screech. For the barbecue. Zerwia let out a crisp shout, and the frost dragon spear instantly took shape in her hands. She didn't need any fancy techniques. She relied entirely on her terrifying physical strength and draconic instincts. She swung the spear in a wide arc, smashing the first 4 corpses that charged in half, their black foul blood freezing into ice shards before it could even hit the ground. Immediately following, she charged like a tyrannosaurus into a flock of sheep, thrusting her spear repeatedly. Bang, bang, bang. Each thrust precisely pierced through the skull of an undead. The sound of shattering bones echoed in the empty corridor. Mokto and Lin En soon joined the fray. The three of them pushed down from the top floor. In less than half an hour, all the undead within the Duke's mansion were cleared out entirely. Lin En walked to the center of the first-floor hall of the Duke's mansion. He took out 4 high-tier magic crystals, each the size of a fist, from a bag he had prepared the night before. The knowledge of the evil-slaying formation modified version that he had exchanged for last night clearly resurfaced in his mind. Lin En crouched down, gathering pure yang energy at his fingertips. He quickly traced patterns on the hard granite floor, starting from the center of the hall. Dominant spiritual power carved half-inch deep grooves into the stone. East, south, west, north. Each direction depicted a complex magic node, then connected them into a perfect closed loop with formation patterns. Lin En pressed the 4 high-tier magic crystals into the 4 nodes respectively. Buzz. The moment the last magic crystal was embedded, the entire formation suddenly lit up with a faint white glow. The white light swiftly traveled along the grooves in the ground, then vanished underground. The air was filled with a special energy fluctuation. It felt like the domain pressure of some high-tier undead, yet with no actual aggressiveness. Any low-tier undead that approached this range would be repelled by this oppressive feeling. Lin En brushed off the dust from his hands and stood up, looking at Mokto, who was standing outside the door. How does it feel? Lin En asked. Mokto tried to take a step inside the door. His massive body paused slightly, the soul fire in his helmet flickering uneasily. It feels a bit nauseating. Mokto replied honestly, although I won't be harmed, I instinctively reject it. I wouldn't want to step into this range if it weren't necessary. Then that's right. Lin En was very pleased. Even Mokto, a third-tier being, felt uncomfortable. Those low-tier undead outside, whether first or second tier, would definitely treat the Duke's mansion as a forbidden area and steer clear of it. With this formation protecting it, the precious books upstairs and that map would be completely safe. Alright, I leave. Lin En turned around, lifting the 2 heavy bags filled with gold coins and gems, shaking them on his shoulder. See you in a month. Mokto stood on the steps, his right fist pressed to his chest, performing an ancient knight's salute. For Jinsui City. For Frostfall territory. Lin En replied. Lin En and Zerwia left through the side door of the Duke's mansion. By now it was already morning, and the undead outside moved sluggishly. The two avoided the main street, densely populated with undead, retracing their steps to escape the crumbling walls of Jinsui City. Only when they were completely far away from the area enveloped in gray-black death energy did Lin En let out a long sigh. This trip to Jinsui City not only secured starting funds and found a treasure trove of knowledge, but they also gained a third-tier insider for free. As long as they developed step by step, turning Jinsui City into their back garden was just a matter of time. Master, can he really be trusted? Zerwia asked. He can be trusted. He will be our most crucial ally in reclaiming Jinsui City. Lin En felt quite pleased. The two quickened their pace, racing southward across the flat wasteland. With their current stamina, half a day's journey was hardly a burden. They soon returned to Frostfall Town. As soon as he passed through the door, Barlow rushed over. My lord, you have finally returned. Barlow wiped the sweat from his brow, speaking rapidly. The food reserves are nearly depleted. With so many mouths to feed in the town at the current consumption rate, we won't last more than 10 days. Should we exchange some magic crystals for food in Hot Spring City? No need. Lin En placed the bag on the ground. Barlow was taken aback. No need. My lord, this is no joking matter. If we don't replenish the food. Lin En bent down and untied the bag, opening its mouth. Golden light spilled out from the bag. Barlow's mouth dropped open. The bag was filled with gold coins, and amid the coins were several richly colored gems reflecting blinding light under the sun. Sylvia also set down her bag and brushed the dust off her hands. 2 bags. Barlow's eyes near. My God. Barlow squatted down, trembling, as he picked up a gold coin from the bag, examining it from every angle before biting it. It's real. All of it is real. My lord, where did you acquire this? Acquire is what the lord does called acquiring. Lin En brushed off the dust from his hands, picked it up off the ground. Barlow looked up at him, his expression clearly stating, do you take me for a 3-year-old? Strictly speaking, it was indeed picked up from the ground. He and Sylvia had been on their knees stuffing coins into the bag from the floor of the Duke's underground treasury. So there was no problem with that. Picked it up off the ground. Barlow swallowed hard, his eyes shining. Which ground? My lord, tell me, and I will go pick some up too. Jinsui City. Barlow's face instantly fell. Jinsui City. Which Jinsui City? The one from Morningstar territory. Yes. He looked down at the golden coins in his hand, then back at Lin En's calm expression. The conflict on his face was, the gold was indeed enticing, but life was also at stake. Forget it. Barlow carefully placed the gold coins back into the bag, stood up, brushed off the dirt from his knees, and muttered, it's better if you go pick them up. I won't join in on this excitement. Stop talking nonsense. Lin En kicked the bag. Call 2 people over to move these to the storeroom. First count and record the gold coins and store the gems and magic crystals separately. Make a list for the food, and in a couple of days I will arrange for someone to purchase in Hot Spring City. Refined flour, cured meat, salt, sugar, buy as much as you can. Lin En counted on his fingers. Oh, and check if there are any bulk supplies of cotton, fabric, and leather. Winter is approaching, and the townsfolk can't just wear tattered burlap sacks to get through the cold. Barlow nodded vigorously. The anxiety on his face vanished, replaced by a euphoric joy akin to that of a freed serf. He shouted at the 2 guards nearby. What are you standing around for? Come over and move the stuff. Be careful, there are gold coins inside. If you lose, even one will skin you alive. The 2 guards ran over, each carrying a bag, wincing under the weight. Barlow followed behind, mumbling to himself. One could faintly hear him muttering phrases such as, picked up from the ground, why can't I find any, and I want to pick up gold coins, as his voice faded further away. Lin En shook his head at Barlow's retreating figure. He then turned to Sylvia beside him. You've worked hard these past few days. Go to the kitchen and have Martha roast a few tender lamb legs and prepare some bread and fruit wine. All right. Sylvia happily dashed to the kitchen, chanting, roasted lamb legs, roasted lamb legs. Back in the Lord's study, Lin En pulled out a blank piece of parchment from under the table and took out a feather quill. He closed his eyes, and the image of the large map in the Duke's study appeared in his mind. The feather quill moved swiftly across the parchment. He marked a circle around the location of Frostfall Town and a square around Jeansway City. The distance between the 2 points was about 100 kilometers, and he drew the optimal route with a thick line. Then he marked several key nodes along the route using an X to denote the location where he and Sylvia encountered the undead horde. As the quill lifted from the parchment, Lin En set it down and flexed his wrist. Just then a furry little head peeked through the slightly ajar door of the study. It was Millie. Come in, Lin En said, putting down the quill. Millie pushed the door open and hurried over to the desk. She pulled out a small transparent glass vial from her apron pocket and handed it over with both hands. Inside the vial was a light blue liquid that emitted a gentle glow as it swayed slightly. Master. Millie's voice was barely above a whisper. I used the magic crystals you gave me and followed the recipe in the beginner's alchemy guide to try boiling it. This is the simplest magic essence. Please have a look and see if it's all right. Lin En raised an eyebrow. He took the glass vial and summoned the system panel. Item magic essence effect instantly replenishes a large amount of magical power containing pure energy. Long-term use can wash the muscles and marrow, significantly increasing the success rate of breakthroughs. Note, although the technique is rough, the efficacy is 10 times that of ordinary magic potions. 10 times. And it can enhance the breakthrough rate. Lin En stared at the glass vial in his hand, his expression changing. If this were put up for auction in Hot Spring City, it would definitely leave those alchemists dumbfounded. Not bad. Lin En uncorked the vial, and a wave of refreshing energy spilled out. Sylvia, Lin En called out towards the door. Coming. Accompanied by the sound of smacking lips, Sylvia dashed into the study with half a piece of jerky in her hand. Lin En handed her the glass vial. Drink this. Sylvia didn't even look, tilting her head back and downing the entire vial of light blue liquid, even sticking out her tongue to lick the opening. How does it feel? Lin En asked. A bit sweet, like juice, Sylvia replied, letting out a burp and patting her stomach. I feel all warm inside. The fighting spirit within her seemed to have become more active, and her magic pool had increased slightly. The fact that Sylvia could clearly feel the increase in magical power meant that the potion's efficacy was definitely solid. Lin En turned to look at Millie, his eyes eager. How many bottles of this have you made in total? Millie was startled by Lin En's gaze, twisting her fingers nervously and hesitating to speak. What's wrong? Just this one. Lin En softened his tone. It's all right. It's normal for the first time to have a high failure rate. We have plenty of materials, so take your time. No, that's not it. Millie shook her head repeatedly, her eyes reddening with anxiety. I made a whole barrel. The study fell silent for 2 seconds. Lin En doubted his ears. How much? 1 barrel. Millie looked down, her voice quivering. Did I use too many magic crystals and waste the territory's materials? I'm sorry, Master. They'll go work to make up for it. Waste? Lin En suddenly stood up, grabbing Millie's wrist. Millie shut her eyes in fright. Lin En pulled her to stand before him, placing his hands on her shoulders. Millie, listen, while you are not wasting materials, you are a priceless treasure of Frostfall Town. With just a few magic crystals and a pile of cheap herbs, you have mass-produced an elixir with 10 times the efficacy. This is not just alchemy, this is a ruthless production machine. Millie was stunned, her cheeks instantly flushed. As long as my master is happy. She lowered her head, nearly burying it into her chest. Lin En turned to Sylvia, who was still munching on the jerky. Stop eating. Go to the east courtyard and move the barrel of magic essence Millie mentioned to the square. In the square of Luoshwang Town, 20 guards had just assembled. Marcus stood at the front of the line holding a roster and shouting out the patrol and construction tasks for the day. Marcus, hold on. Lin En strode to the center of the square. Sylphia was holding a large wooden barrel half her height and set it down steadily. As the lid of the barrel was lifted, a rich wave of magical energy instantly spread across the square. The guards simultaneously sniffed the air. Everyone get a bowl. Lin En pointed at the barrel. Form a line, 1 bowl per person. Marcus leaned and took a glance inside the barrel, and his eyes nearly popped out. The light blue liquid filled the barrel to the brim, glowing faintly. Sir, this is a mana potion. So much. Marcus's tongue was tied. Mana potions on the market are sold by the bottle, but the Lord is using a barrel. Stop talking nonsense, drink first. Lin En kicked Marcus. The line quickly formed. Marcus filled a large bowl to the brim, and closing his eyes gulped it down. Following him, Grayton Coldrake. All the guards stepped forward one by one and drank it in one go. Don't just stand there, sit down, and circulate your energy to digest the potion. Lin En commanded in a deep voice. The 20 men immediately sat cross-legged. In less than 5 minutes a change occurred. Gray, sitting in the front row, trembled, and a faint red aura appeared on his skin. The surrounding air emitted a subtle crackling sound. I broke through. Gray suddenly opened his eyes, ecstatic as he clenched his fists. A first-tier warrior. Before Gray could voice his gratitude, 2 more muffled roars came from beside him. The Minotaurs Ton and Cole swelled with muscle, their thick arms bulging with veins, and the aura of their energy intensified. Next, Drake's aura surged dramatically. Light from breakthroughs began to shine one after another in the crowd. Half an hour later, out of the 20 guards, 8 broke through to the first tier on the spot. The remaining 12 did not directly break through, but their auras were significantly stronger than before, just a thin barrier away from the first tier. I vow to serve the Lord. Gray knelt on one knee, his voice trembling with excitement. The others followed suit, kneeling simultaneously. The 20 guards knelt on one knee, their eyes fervently fixed on Lin En, who stood at the forefront. Lin En looked at this burgeoning squad and smiled with satisfaction. Don't be discouraged if you didn't break through. Lin En pointed at the half-full barrel. This potion will be available every day, 1 bowl each. Even a pig can be raised to a first-tier magical beast with this. The guards breathed heavily, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Seizing the high spirits, Lin En rolled up his sleeves and pulled out the freshly drawn map, laying it flat on an empty wooden box nearby. Marcus, Gray, come over here. Lin En waved his hand. The 2 quickly stepped forward, bowing their heads to look at the map. A thick black line wound out from Luoxuang town, heading straight for the marked box in the north. Sir, what is this? Marcus pointed at the box, his voice slightly hesitant. Jinsui City. Lin En tapped the box with his finger, knocking twice the former capital of Duke Morningstar. At this, the nearby guards, listening intently, gasped sharply. What kind of place is Jinsui City? It is an absolute forbidden zone for the people of the north. For 100 years it has been a lair for the undead, where no living person could enter and come out with even a bone fragment left. Gray swallowed hard and looked up at Lin En. Sir, does drawing this line mean break through it? Lin En's gaze swept across the crowd, clear the path from Luoxuang town to Jinsui City. The crowd fell silent. Lin En sneered. What's the matter? Just drank my potion, broke through to the first tier, and now you're scared. I'm not scared. Gray straightened his back, his face flushed. Wherever the Lord points, we will strike. Even if the Lord tells us to charge into the undead army, right now we won't back down. Nonsense. Lin En scolded mercilessly. I spent so many resources to raise you up. Do you think it's for you to go die? He leaned on the edge of the box, looking at this group of rough men who had just transformed. Look at where you live now. Lin En pointed at the dilapidated thatched houses and the drafty earthen walls around the square. The north wind blew, causing the rooftops of the thatched houses to creak under the strain. Winter is coming soon. The cold winter in the north will turn those earthen houses into ice cellars. Do you want your wives and children to freeze in such broken houses? Do you want to see the elderly in the town unable to survive the winter nights, frozen stiff in their beds? The guards fell silent, many of them clenched their fists. In Luoxuang town it is common for people to die in winter, with many freezing or starving to death. What's in Jinsui City? Lin En raised his voice. There are ready-made 15-meter-high city walls, countless wood and iron mines, and most importantly, there are rows of stone houses. Sturdy, spacious, and windproof. Lin En stood up straight, his tone highly motivational. As long as we take Jinsui City, you can choose any stone house inside. Whoever puts in the most effort will get the largest villa with a courtyard. No more crowding in earthen houses, no more freezing and starving. Do you understand? What honor, what faith for these guards from humble backgrounds. Nothing is more real than a stone house that can shield them from wind and rain. Moreover, they now had power. The feeling of chi flowing within them gave them confidence. Let's do it. Ton thumped his chest, the rough bullhorn shining in the sunlight. Sir, tell us how to fight. Yes. Let's take down those skeletons. Grab the houses. The guards were stirred up, their spears creaking. Lin En raised his hand to quiet the noise. I have marked the route. Lin En pointed at several crosses on the map. It won't be possible to take Jinsui City in a day. For now we will clear the undead along the way. Follow this line and clean out the wandering undead advancing 10 kilometers first. Marcus, you are responsible for commanding the formation. Great on you who just broke through to the first tier will be at the front. Remember, proceed steadily, don't be greedy for achievements. Crush any solitary undead directly, and when encountering groups, adjust the formation. Yes, Marcus replied loudly, turning to shout at the troops, everyone, check your weapons and gear. A clattering of weapons echoed. Also, Lin En turned to glance towards the direction of the mansion. Lin En looked at Sylphia, who was staring blankly at the kitchen. Huh. Sylphia snapped back to reality, her dragon horns swaying. You go too. Lin En pointed at Marcus and the others. If you encounter large groups or high-tier undead that you feel you can't handle, retreat directly with them, understood? No showing off. Lin En did not want the 20 recruits he had worked hard to gather to fall in the wilderness on their first outing. Sylphia blinked and raised a finger. So, can I eat a roasted leg of lamb while going? Martha just finished. Lin En twitched his mouth. Looking at her greedy expression, he helplessly rubbed his forehead. Go take your leg of lamb. Yay. Sylphia cheered and dashed towards the kitchen. A few minutes later the team set off. Marcus charged out of the town's main gate. Sylphia, holding the frost dragon spear in one hand and a roasted leg of lamb in the other, walked at the front of the line, her mouth dripping with grease. The scene exuded a strange harmony. Lin En stood in the square watching the figures of the departing team until they vanished from sight before turning to walk towards the Lord's mansion. The hidden dangers on the outskirts were being cleared, and he needed to seize the time to enhance his strength. The intelligence provided by Mokto was very clear. There was more than one third-tier undead in Jinsui City. To truly take that city, his current cultivation was absolutely insufficient. Passing through the corridor as he walked past the storeroom, Barlow was busy counting gold coins with two others, their abacus clicking loudly. Count carefully. Tomorrow take some people to Wenquan City to bring back supplies, Lin En instructed, and directly returned to his bedroom. He locked the door. Lin En approached the bed, took off his outer robe, and sat cross-legged. The operation of the 9 turns Pure Yang body technique floated in his mind. Lin En formed a peculiar seal with both hands and placed it at his dantian. His consciousness sank as he summoned a trace of golden Pure Yang power from within. The Pure Yang power rose from his dantian and began to circulate along specific meridian pathways. Initially, the Pure Yang power was only as fine as a hair, and the operation was relatively smooth. But as the technique was activated, the ambient energy in the air was forcibly drawn into his body, transforming into Pure Yang Qi. The hair-thin Pure Yang power quickly expanded, turning into a scorching stream of energy. This stream of energy was extremely hot, and the meridians it passed through felt like they were being scorched painfully. Lin En gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, sliding down his cheeks. Before they could reach his clothes, they evaporated into white mist from the high temperature emanating from his body. The Pure Yang power rampaged through the meridians, constantly widening the originally narrow passages. Under the wash of the Pure Yang power, the muscle fibers became more resilient and the density of his bones gradually increased. The core of the first layer of the 9 turns Pure Yang body lies in cleansing the bones and marrow, transforming the mortal body into a vessel capable of holding immense Pure Yang power. Time passed second by second. The temperature in the bedroom rose higher, and the air began to slightly distort. Lin En's skin surface glimmered with a faint golden-red sheen, and his clothes were soaked with sweat, clinging tightly to his body. Break! Lin En silently shouted in his heart, concentrating all his spirit to guide the now greatly amplified Pure Yang power to forcibly wash through his bones and flesh. With a loud boom, a muffled sound echoed from within his body. In that moment it felt as if his entire skeleton was being forged repeatedly, as the originally violent Pure Yang power completely melded into his limbs and bones, transforming into an endless source of physical strength. Lin En suddenly opened his eyes, a golden brilliance flashing in his gaze. He exhaled, clenched his fists, feeling the abundance of Pure Yang blood and qi within his body, along with the formidable physical defense, and a smile curved at the corners of his mouth. The first layer of the 9 turns Pure Yang body mastered. Now with this strong physique alone, he could withstand the full force of a first-tier warrior's slash without a scratch. If he were to encounter a third-tier undead knight like Mokto again, even without relying on formations and Sylvia, he could still confidently engage in several rounds without falling behind thanks to the Pure Yang power and physical strength. Lin En summoned the system panel, preparing to check his current attributes. Name: Lin En Winster Cultivation, Refining Qi, Third Layer Techniques, Yin Yang Harmonization Technique, Pure Yang Sword Technique. 9 turns Pure Yang body, first layer, entry level. Lin En closed the panel, stood up to stretch his muscles, and his entire skeleton popped with a crisp sound. He walked to the window and pushed open the wooden frame. A gust of cold wind mixed with icy shards rushed into the bedroom, causing the parchment on the table to rustle. The cold wave has come early. Lin En frowned. Winter in the northern frontier was never a joke. Once the temperature dropped, yesterday's puddles could turn into lethal ice spikes today. Lin En donned his outer robe and strode out of the room. Someone go summon Mayor Aubrey. 10 minutes later, Aubrey rushed into the hall panting heavily. The old mayor trembled from the cold, his nose red and snowflakes clung to his beard. My lord, you called for me, Aubrey respectfully bowed. It's snowing outside. Lin En pointed towards the door. Go to the storeroom, find Barlow to get the keys. Bring out all the old cotton clothes, animal skins, and surplus bedding stored inside, and distribute them to the townsfolk based on headcount. Aubrey was taken aback, his murky eyes suddenly glistening with tears. My lord, how can this be? Those are the reserves of the lord's mansion. Enough nonsense. Lin En interrupted him. If the people freeze to death, who will work for me? Tomorrow Barlow will take people to Winquan City to procure a large amount of supplies, and there will be new warm clothing then. Praise your benevolence. Aubrey trembled as he knelt, knocking his head before rushing to the storeroom. Just as he sent Aubrey off, a commotion arose outside the main door. Marcus entered the lord's mansion with 20 guards, each covered in dark, filthy blood, yet their spirits were extraordinarily high. My lord, we have completed our mission. Marcus knelt on one knee, his voice booming. All wandering undead 5 kilometers to the north have been cleared. Not a single brother sustained even a minor injury. Lin En glanced over this group of rugged men, satisfied with a nod. A first-tier warrior fighting those mindless low-tier corpses was merely a one-sided massacre as long as they weren't surrounded. Well done. Go to the kitchen and fetch some meat soup. You can rest now. The guards dispersed joyfully. Sylvia was the last to walk in. Did you encounter any trouble? Lin En habitually asked. Other than a few second-tier skeleton warriors being a bit tricky, the rest were shattered with a single strike from my spear. Sylvia pouted, then suddenly grabbed Lin En's wrist, pulling him towards the bedroom. Master, come quickly. What for? It's broad daylight. Lin En stumbled slightly as he was pulled by her unexpected strength. To cultivate. Sylvia locked the bedroom door behind her skillfully, pushing Lin En onto the bed and sat on top of him. I felt my magic pool was almost full during the fight today. As soon as my magic pool is completely filled, I can break through to the second tier. She leaned down, her nose almost touching Lin En's, her breath carrying a faint fragrance. Cultivating alone is too slow. When dual cultivating with the master, my magic rises the fastest. Hurry, I want to break through. Lin En twitched the corner of his mouth. This dragon girl was indeed shockingly straightforward to become stronger. However, he did not refuse. Possessing an SS-level Pure Yang Saint body, their dual cultivation efficiency reached an astonishing 1,000. Not only would Sylvia gain immense magic power, but he would also receive a boost in spiritual energy. Alright, let's do it. Lin En rolled over to take the initiative, and the Pure Yang power instantly surged. The golden halo and icy blue magic intertwined within the bedroom. For a full 2 hours, the wooden bed serenaded with joy. When everything settled, Sylvia lay atop Lin En's chest like a puddle of soft mud, gasping for breath. The magic pool within her had expanded a whole circle compared to before, and the icy blue magic mixed with the creamy golden Pure Yang power flowed from her meridians. So full, Sylvia mumbled. Lin En sensed her breath. Although her magic had surged, she was still a tad bit away from breaking through to the second tier. The dragon race's foundation was too profound, the energy required for a breakthrough was astronomical. Even with a 1,000 boost, it couldn't be filled in just a couple of times. Don't rush, take it slow. Lin En rubbed her dragon horn. The next morning, the snow had stopped, leaving a thin layer of white frost on the ground. In front of the lord's mansion, 5 horse-drawn carriages were lined up in a row. Barrow, wrapped in a thick cotton coat, was checking the axles and reins one by one. 5 armed guards, swords hanging at their waists. Stay alert, Barrow shouted loudly. Once we reach Hot Spring City, keep your eyes wide open. Whoever dares to have designs on us, draw your swords immediately. Yes, the guards responded in unison. Meanwhile, Sylvia, full of energy, was wielding her frost dragon spear, leading the remaining 15 guards to continue pushing northward, clearing the path to Goldier City. Once the main force departed, the lord's mansion fell completely silent. In the study, Lin En was sitting cross-legged in a chair, summoning the system panel. After the mutual cultivation, his spiritual power flowed smoothly through his meridians, stabilizing at the peak of the chi refining third layer. He opened the shop, intending to look for some practical gadgets. His gaze swept through the dazzling array of goods, ultimately landing on a supportive spell. Spell Kite, Eye Transmission. Price, 100 mutual cultivation points. Description: attach a strand of divine sense to a kite and release it. Once the kite ascends, the caster can share its vision with closed eyes, with the range of vision proportional to height and a maximum control distance of 10 kilometers. Lin En's eyes lit up. Wasn't this essentially a personal drone? He happened to lack a reconnaissance method. He decisively exchanged for it, deducting 100 mutual cultivation points. A wealth of knowledge about detaching and attaching divine sense flooded into his mind. Lin En closed his eyes to digest the information for a few minutes, and when he opened them again, he had completely mastered the spell. However, a question arose. Do I really have to make a kite? He couldn't help but complain. Why not try folding a paper airplane instead? He casually snatched a blank piece of parchment from the table and swiftly folded it into a modern paper airplane with pointed wings. Let's give it a try. Lin En brought his fingers together, tapping his forehead, and drew out a strand of divine sense. A faint glow emanated from his fingertips as he touched the nose of the paper airplane. Go! Lin En forcefully hurled the paper airplane out of the window. At the same time, he closed his eyes, and his consciousness instantly shifted to the paper airplane. His vision initially shook, but then it became clear. The paper airplane did not fall like ordinary paper, but under the control of his divine sense defied aerodynamics, and elegantly pulled up at a steep angle, soaring into the sky. 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. The field of vision continued to expand. The entire Frostfall town was laid out below. From above, the dilapidated thatched cottages resembled gray mushrooms dotting the frost-covered land. He controlled the paper airplane to glide eastward. Below was newly cultivated farmland. The winter wheat had already been sown, and several townsfolk in old cotton clothes were kneeling on the ridge, hands clasped, murmuring prayers to the sky. Lin En lowered the paper airplane slightly to hear their voices clearly. Great Harvest Goddess, please bless this land and grant us a good harvest next year. Lin En rolled his eyes internally. Did the Harvest Goddess give you gold coins? Did she give you cotton clothes? Instead of worshipping the Lord, you bow to that elusive goddess. Truly feudal superstition. The paper airplane continued flying forward, gliding over the central well of the town. Several women were washing clothes while chatting. Have you heard? The Lord distributed all the cotton clothes from the storeroom yesterday. My husband received a quilt yesterday and was so moved that he knelt at home to thank him. Our Lord is different from those blood-sucking nobles of the past. Yes, I heard the Lord gave the guards a divine medicine. Several of them even broke through to the first tier. My son also wants to sign up for the guard, but unfortunately Captain Marcus thought he was too thin and didn't take him. The plump woman sighed. If he eats a couple more hearty meals, he will bulk up. Following our Lord, life will surely have hope in the future. Listening to the townsfolk's gossip, Lin En was satisfied and let the paper airplane rise higher, flying toward the back courtyard of the Lord's mansion. A strong medicinal aroma wafted through the back courtyard. Millie was standing in front of a 0.5% high alchemy furnace, her hands manipulating fire magic flames licking the bottom of the furnace, and the little girl was completely focused on monitoring the heat. Lin En circled the paper airplane above Millie's head twice, and she remained oblivious, still concentrating intently. Perfect. Lin En gave a high evaluation of this drone. The paper airplane ascended again, preparing to check the defensive works on the outskirts of the town. Just as it flew over a cluster of low thatched cottages, a sudden commotion erupted below. Look, what kind of bird is that in the sky? It doesn't have feathers. What a strange bird. Several dirty little boys were standing on the earthen wall, pointing at the paper airplane in the sky and shouting. One of the snotty little chubby boys pulled out a makeshift slingshot from his pocket and picked up a stone. Watch me shoot it down and roast it for dinner. Lin En looked at the stone through the paper airplane's vision and sneered inwardly. With just a broken slingshot hitting, it would be a miracle. Whoosh! The stone whistled through the air. What the heck? Lin En watched helplessly as the stone magnified infinitely in his vision, accurately hitting the left wing of the paper airplane. Crack! The fragile paper airplane instantly lost its balance, spiraling down through the air. With his divine sense attached, Lin En immediately felt a wave of dizziness. His vision shook violently. Bang! The paper airplane plunged into a snowbank. In the study, Lin En suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp pain shooting through his brain. He lost his balance, and both he and the chair fell to the ground. Hiss! Lin En rubbed his temples, gasping cold air. His divine sense was forcefully interrupted by an external force. While there was no substantial harm, the dizziness was extremely uncomfortable. He never expected that he would be shot down while using a spell produced by the system for aerial reconnaissance. By a few little rascals from his own territory with a slingshot. Those little brats. Lin En gritted his teeth as he got up from the ground. He immediately severed the connection of that strand of divine sense. The dizziness gradually faded and his vision refocused. Lin En brushed off the dust from his clothes. Sitting back in his chair, kite-eye transmission was a good skill. But in the future, he must never fly too low, especially not near that group of unruly little kids. As evening approached, a rumbling sound of wheels came from outside Frostfall town. Lin En had just regained his senses from his cultivation when he heard the noise. He got up and walked to the window, just in time to see 5 horse-drawn carriages slowly entering the town. Something was off. Lin En raised an eyebrow. Clearly 5 carriages, but the wheel tracks were shallow and the cargo in the carts was only covered with a thin layer. With Barrow's nature of being unwilling to spend a single copper coin, it was impossible for him to only bring back such a small amount of goods after taking out so many gold coins. Sure enough, as the convoy came to a halt in front of the Lord's mansion, Barlow jumped down from the first carriage, rolling and scrambling into the hall. His thick cotton coat was askew, his face was filled with anxiety and indignation, completely devoid of the spirited demeanor he had when he set out in the morning. Barlow shouted as soon as he entered, his voice trembling, "Something has happened." "Take your time, the sky isn't falling," Lin En said, walking out from the study, looking at him calmly. Gasping for breath, Barlow pointed at the carriages outside and blurted out, "Wenquan City. Those damned traitorous merchants from Wenquan City. They have joined forces against us. All the grain shops, big or small, have raised the prices of the grain they sell to us by 10 times. A bag of ordinary flour now costs us a silver coin. What difference does this make from robbery?" Lin En's expression remained unchanged, as if he had long anticipated this outcome. "When I reasoned with them, they just said there was a grain shortage and that we could take it or leave it." Barlow's face turned red with anger. "I had no choice but to exchange all the gold coins I brought for grain, but I could only buy back this little bit at most. At most enough for the whole town to last another half a month." Saying this, Barlow suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud, his face full of guilt. "My lord, it is my incompetence in handling matters. Please punish me. But if the grain runs out, the people in the town will starve." "Get up, Lin En said, his voice not loud, but heavy. "Money can be earned again, but if people starve to death, there will be nothing left. In such circumstances, your decision to exchange all the money for grain was already the best choice." Barlow looked up in surprise, not expecting to receive praise instead of punishment. He sniffled, his eyes reddening, and said, "Also, that Benlight specifically found me to convey a message to you." "Say it," he said. "As long as you are willing to hand over the magic crystal mine in our territory and sell all the mine magic crystals to them at half the market price, their merchant association could consider restoring normal grain supplies to Luoshuang town." Barlow's face was filled with anger. He also said not to think about buying grain from towns further south, as all trade routes south of Wenquan City have been blocked by them. Let you think it over carefully." After Barlow finished speaking, he nervously looked at Lin En, fearing he might make an impulsive decision in anger. After all, that was the magic crystal mine. It was the hope for Luoshuang town's rise. After hearing this, Lin En instead smiled. "Baron Sieve," he murmured softly. Last time when he used several high-grade magic crystals to exchange for supplies, he was indeed targeted. However, this was also within his expectations. If he wanted to develop, he couldn't hide forever. He just didn't expect that this Baron Sieve would be so shameless, not even caring for a bit of noble decorum, and too lazy to act directly, resorting to open robbery. This was a blatant scheme. He was sure that Luoshuang town was extremely dependent on external grain supplies, and that the foundation of this new lord was unstable. As long as they choked him, he would be forced to yield. "My lord, what should we do?" Barlow paced back and forth. "In half a month, we will really run out of food. Do we really have to give up the mine?" "Give up?" Lin En scoffed. "Is there any reason to spit out the meat that is already in your mouth?" He walked up to Barlow and patted him on the shoulder. "All right, you don't have to worry about this. Go and rest while you have worked hard this time. I have my own way of dealing with the grain issue." "But," Barlow wanted to say, "Go down." Lin En waved his hand. Barlow looked at Lin En's calm eyes, and for some reason his inner turmoil was eased significantly. He opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed his words, respectfully bowed, and withdrew. The hall returned to Lin En turned and walked back into the study, closing the door. Relying on others is ultimately unreliable. The only way to avoid being choked is to be self-sufficient. He sat back down in his chair, directly summoned the system mall. His gaze quickly scanned the product list, and soon locked onto 2 targets. Item: spiritual wheat seeds, 1 bag, price 100 dual cultivation points. Description: special wheat seeds modified by spiritual energy, with a short growth cycle, maturing in just 7 days, when paired with a spirit gathering array. The yield is 10 times that of ordinary wheat. Long-term consumption can slowly improve physical condition. His gaze continued to move down. One-time mini spirit gathering array, 7 days, price 300 dual cultivation points. Description: can set up a small spirit gathering array within a specified range, slowly gathering the surrounding spiritual energy. It can greatly promote the growth of spiritual plants, shorten the maturation cycle, and enhance crop quality. With the spiritual wheat seeds paired with this spirit gathering array, the grain produced mixed with the existing grain should be able to last 2 months. The 2-month buffer is enough for him to solve this problem. Lin En glanced at his remaining 120 dual cultivation points. I still need 280 points. He rubbed his chin and sighed. It seems that tonight he would have to work hard again. Sigh for the development of the territory. This lord truly had to toil, not even able to rest at night. What a life of toil. Just as Lin En finished complaining in his heart, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the lord's mansion, the noise growing louder, mixed with women's cries and men's shouts. What happened? Lin En frowned, and just as he stood up, the door to the study was slammed open with a bang. Marcus rushed and covered in blood, his face showing panic and anger. "My lord, it's not good. Speak slowly." Lin En supported him. "What happened?" Marcus gasped for breath. "We encountered a powerful enemy while clearing out the undead, and Lady Sylvia stayed behind to cover us. That thing was too strong, we couldn't defeat it. She told us to retreat first." He suddenly knelt on one knee, his voice trembling. It's all our fault. Don't blame yourself yet. Lin En interrupted him, grabbing Marcus' shoulders. Leave it to me. Before he finished speaking, Lin En had already dashed. System. Display Sylvia's panel. A semi-transparent light point flickered in the northern direction. The system panel showed no issues, indicating that Sylvia was temporarily safe. Lin En poured all his power from the third level of chi refining into his legs, reaching his utmost speed. The wind howled past his ears, and the trees on both sides flew backward, turning into blurred green shadows. After about 10 minutes of frantic running, the sounds ahead finally became clear. Clang, clang, clang. It was the piercing sound of weapons clashing. Lin En dared not delay, and quickly crossed the last stretch of forest. Sylvia was entangled in battle with more than a dozen skeleton warriors. A skeleton warrior raised its bone knife and swung it down, but Sylvia deftly flicked her wrist, sweeping her dragon spear horizontally, and striking the skeleton's waist with precision. The skeleton's body shattered in response, its upper half flying off. However, more skeletons surged in from all directions. The dragon spear jabbed, pierced, swept, and smashed, each move lethal. The spear tip struck the skull of a skeleton, causing its head to explode. The spear then swept across, sending 3 skeletons flying, their bones scattering across the ground. Yet the battle had reached a stalemate. Under a large tree at the edge of the clearing stood a figure cloaked in a voluminous black robe. The robed figure continuously waved a staff, muttering incantations. Bone spear. The voice was indistinguishable in gender. 3 short spears made of pale white bones appeared out of thin air, whistling as they shot towards Sylvia's back. As Sylvia pierced the chest of a skeleton in front of her with her spear, she heard the sound of slicing air and had to abandon her pursuit, rolling away clumsily. The bone spears thudded into the ground where she had just stood, sinking half a foot deep. Grip of the dead. The robed figure waved the staff again. The ground suddenly erupted with several pale bone hands reaching for Sylvia's ankles. Startled, Sylvia slammed her dragon's spear down, unleashing a wave of cold air that froze the bone hands into ice sculptures before kicking them apart. In this brief delay, 3 more skeleton warriors closed in, brandishing their blades. Sylvia clenched her silver teeth, swirling her dragon spear into a vortex of light and shadow, blocking all incoming attacks. At that moment, Lin En burst out from the thicket. Sylvia caught a glimpse of him from the corner of her eye, her eyes lighting up instantly, her voice tinged with barely concealed excitement. Master. She flicked the spear tip, forcing the skeleton warrior back a step and taking the chance to catch her breath. The robed figure in the distance also noticed Lin En and shrank back behind the tree, clearly flustered. Lin En wasted no time, drawing his flying sword and infusing it with pure yang energy. The energy spread along the sword spine, causing a faint golden glow to rise from the sword body. With a flash of his figure, he dashed directly into the midst of the skeletons. As the flying sword slashed out, the moment the pure yang energy entered a skeleton, the ghostly fire in its eye sockets rapidly dissipated and its bones shattered into pieces. One sword strike shattered one skeleton. Another sword strike shattered another. Lin En weaved through the crowd of skeletons. With each swing of golden sword light, a skeleton's frame would collapse. Debris flew everywhere, the ghostly fires extinguished in succession. Within half a minute, more than a dozen skeletons were reduced to a pile of shattered bones. Holy light. No, this is wrong. What power is this? The robed figure was now completely panicked. The scene before him exceeded all his comprehension. He gestured wildly with both hands, causing 3 skeletons to suddenly rise from the ground and charge at Lin En, but Lin En smashed them to pieces, one sword strike per skeleton instantaneously. The robed figure, frightened, staggered back and summoned 2 more, but they too could not last 3 seconds. Lin En did not give his opponent a chance, using all his strength to shoot forward like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, he covered the 30-meter distance. The flying sword pointed straight at the robed figure's throat. The robed figure, terrified, kept retreating, but his heel caught on a tree root, causing him to fall back and sit on the ground. The hood slipped off. Purple hair spilled onto the dry leaves, her skin nearly translucent. Tears brimmed in her light purple eyes as she stared at Lin En, both shocked and afraid. Her skirt spread out, revealing a pair of long, slender, white legs perfectly shaped, her skin smooth and fair. It turned out to be a girl, an exceptionally beautiful girl at that. Lin En's sword froze in midair, his mind momentarily unable to process. He opened the system panel. Name: Vivian, Ulster, race human, rank level 1 necromancer, talent child of light, S status cursed, and sealed necromancer affinity, B status holy light pollution, unable to awaken light, talent magic exhaustion, terror curse, holy light pollution, light talent eroded, turning to affinity with darkness. Purity 100 meets standards. Remarks: former princess of the Silvermoon Kingdom, fled here after the kingdom's fall. Vivian's expression seemed to soften. It doesn't look like she's a bad person. Lin En retracted his sword. He bent down to pick up the staff on the ground and threw it to Sylvia, who had rushed over. Sylvia received the staff and cast a vigilant glance at Vivian. Upon seeing this, Vivian's eyes widened with even more fear. She struggled to shrink back, instinctively pressing her long legs tightly together and curling up. What? What do you want? Don't come any closer. I'm very powerful. Lin En found her fierce demeanor somewhat amusing, but still maintained a serious expression, asking, "Why did you attack our people?" Hearing this question, Vivian was momentarily stunned. Then wah! She burst into tears, sobbing as if the sky was falling, gasping for breath. Clearly they attacked me first. I was just passing by. As soon as they saw me with skeletons, they rushed up to attack me. Boo-hoo. How did it turn into me attacking them? She cried, feeling utterly wronged, as if she had been terribly wronged. Lin En. He slowly turned his head, looking at Sylvia with a questioning gaze. Sylvia's expression instantly became incredibly awkward. She scratched her cheek, her eyes darting around, and quietly explained, "Master." At that time, Marcus and the others saw her wearing a black robe and accompanied by several skeletons, so Lin En's expression also became subtle. After all, it was their own people who acted first. A misunderstanding. He looked at Vivian, who was lying on the ground, crying, her shoulders shaking, and felt overwhelmed. "I'm sorry, it was our fault." Vivian looked up at the hand he extended, hesitated for a moment, turned her face away, and pushed herself up from the ground, stumbling a step. Is an apology enough?" She wiped her face, her voice still nasally. Lin En quickly changed the subject. "Then why are you here?" She was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "I was originally a princess of the Silver Moon Kingdom. However, a sudden necromantic disaster destroyed everything I had. She escaped against all odds and began an aimless wandering. Not long ago, she had wandered into the territory of a corrupt baron. That baron was greedy and lecherous. Upon hearing of her beauty, he sent people to capture her, forcing her to flee westward, ultimately hiding in this forest. I just wanted to find a safe place to hide, but unexpectedly," she said, casting a somewhat aggrieved glance at Lin En, "I didn't expect the people here to be so unreasonable." After hearing this, Lin En felt a bit more sympathy for her. However, more than that, he felt interest and strength, talent that met the system's standards. He absolutely had to keep her. "So what are your plans next?" Vivian lowered her head, kicking the stones at her feet. "I don't know. Where could she go?" To the north was the corrupt baron's territory, and to the south it seemed no human lands would accept a necromancer. Lin En looked at her lost and helpless expression, forcing a kind smile. "Since you have nowhere to go, why not? Stay in my territory for now." "Stay in your territory?" She looked at Lin En warily, like a hedgehog with its spines up. "What are your intentions? Let me tell you, don't think that just because you didn't kill me, I will be grateful to you." Her tone was aggressive and tough, but the slight tremble in her voice betrayed her lack of confidence. Lin En looked at her like this, not only not angry, but actually found it somewhat amusing. He crossed his arms and leaned against the tree, saying leisurely, "What intentions could I have? Am I after your looks? Or after the fact that you're penniless and can't even afford a meal?" Vivian's face instantly turned bright red. You're talking nonsense. Who said I'm penniless?" She retorted stubbornly, but her stomach betrayed her with an untimely growl. In the quiet forest, it was especially clear. Vivian's face turned even redder, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. Lin En stifled a laugh, cleared his throat, and continued, "My territory is called Frostfall Town, and I'm currently in need of hands." He threw out the bait. "If you stay, help me deal with the undead. I guarantee you food and shelter, and if that corrupt baron comes, I will help you deal with him." "Help me? Deal with him?" Vivian's eyes brightened for a moment, but then dimmed again. "Don't be ridiculous. The corrupt baron is a level 3 lich. Can you handle him?" "That's naturally no problem." Lin En's tone was filled with confidence. Vivian looked at him with a hint of doubt. The man before her was indeed different from anyone she had encountered before. Perhaps he truly had a way. After much hesitation, she bit her lower lip, steeling her resolve, yet her words remained defiant. I can agree to your request for now. But I will only stay temporarily, and if I ever decide to leave, you cannot stop me." "Understood," Lin En readily agreed. "As long as the hoe is wielded well, no corner is impossible to dig through. Let's stay for now. And also," Vivian added, "you must return my staff to me." Lin En glanced at Sylvia. Sylvia immediately understood, and though somewhat reluctant, Vivian took the staff and held it tightly in her arms, finally feeling a sense of relief. "All right, since we've come to an agreement, let's go," Lin En said. "It's getting dark. We need to hurry back to the town." As he spoke, he turned and started walking back. Sylvia immediately followed, but not before casting a warning glance back at Vivian. Vivian pouted and huffed, following after them. After just a few steps, her pace slowed. After days of fleeing and the recent drain on her magical energy, her legs felt weak, and each step was shaky. After walking for a while, Lin En noticed she had fallen far behind. Just as he was about to urge her on, he saw Vivian trip and fall forward. Lin En sighed and quickly turned back, bending down to scoop her up before she hit the ground. Vivian let out a startled cry, her body suddenly lifted into the air, instinctively wrapping her arms tightly around Lin En's neck. What are you doing? Put me down." If we dawdle any longer it will be completely dark. Lin En strode forward. Vivian opened her mouth to protest, but realized she couldn't even stand steadily. She bit her lip, turning her face away, no longer struggling though her ears burned crimson. If I remember this, you owe me 2 favors. She mumbled under her breath, her voice nearly lost to the wind. Sylphia followed behind, her expression impassive as she stared at Vivian's arms wrapped around her master's neck, her tail snapping against a nearby tree trunk, leaving a faint crack. Lin En sensed the low pressure radiating from behind him, his lips twitching. Great, once we return he'll probably have to appease her first. By the time Lin En returned to Frostfall Town, the sky was completely dark. Torches had been lit at the town entrance, and Marcus Gray and Mayor Aubrey were anxiously waiting there. Upon seeing Lin En and Sylphia, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Young Master, you have returned. Marcus was the first to approach. When he saw Lin En holding an unfamiliar girl with purple hair, while Sylphia followed unharmed, he was momentarily stunned. Who is this? She is the necromancer you encountered, Lin En replied with a smile. Marcus and Gray's expressions changed instantly, instinctively gripping their weapons at their waists. It's a misunderstanding, I'll explain it to you later, Lin En assured them. In any case, she is now one of us in Frostfall Town. He then walked directly toward the Lord's Manor while carrying Vivian. Marcus and Gray exchanged glances. They had fought a battle, yet not only did they not become enemies, but they also brought back the foe. What kind of operation was this? However, Lin En's authority had long been established. Even filled with doubt, Marcus immediately bowed and replied, Yes, my lord. Lin En carried Vivian straight through the crowd and entered the brightly lit Lord's Manor. The warm air rushed in, dispelling the chill. Lin En brought Vivian into the Lord's Manor and gently placed her on a chair. Martha came out from the kitchen upon hearing the noise. Martha, take her upstairs to tidy up her room and prepare some food, Lin En instructed. Yes, young master. Vivian sat on the chair, nervously surveying her surroundings. The flames in the fireplace burned brightly, dispelling the cold from outside and gradually warming her icy body. She watched Lin En and the others bustling about the house, somewhat dazed. Perhaps staying here was indeed the right choice. Soon Martha brought in a steaming bowl of meat soup and freshly baked bread. Vivian hadn't eaten a proper meal in what felt like ages, and disregarding any princess-like etiquette, she devoured the food hungrily. After the meal, Martha led her to the guest room on the second floor. It was a clean and tidy room with a warm fire burning in the fireplace and a thick, soft blanket on the bed. After finishing her meal, Vivian sat on the edge of the bed, holding a bowl of hot milk that Martha had just brought, sipping it slowly. It was so comforting. This was the most stable meal she had had since becoming a wanderer. Miss, you should rest. If you need anything, just call me downstairs, Martha said softly. Vivian nodded slightly, lowering her head. Martha turned and closed the door behind her, leaving Vivian alone in the room. After finishing the last sip of milk, she placed the empty bowl on the table and pushed open the wooden window. Outside was the panoramic view of Frostfall Town. The twinkling lights flickered to life in the night, and most of the townsfolk had already returned home to rest, making the entire town appear tranquil and serene. Vivian leaned against the windowsill, quietly watching, her lavender eyes reflecting the distant lights. In the downstairs hall, Lin En finished listening to Marcus' detailed report and confirmed that the soldiers only had minor injuries and no serious casualties, which eased his mind. My lord, about that necromancer. Marcus couldn't help but speak up, worry etched on his face. I said it's a Lin En interrupted him. Given the situation, it's understandable that you acted upon seeing skeletons. However, she did not attack you first, as she only retaliated defensively. This matter ends here. Do not mention it again, and do not harbor any hostility toward her in the future, understood? Yes. Marcus, seeing Lin En's firm stance, dared not speak further. He bowed and led the others out. Just then Sylphia came over with a cup of hot tea and gently set it down on the table beside Lin En. She glanced upstairs and then leaned closer to Lin En, whispering, Master, are you really going to keep that woman? Lin En sensed her little emotions and smiled as he pinched her cheek. What's wrong? Are you jealous? Sylphia's cheeks flushed, slightly pouting as she muttered softly, No. I just think she has an unclear background and is a necromancer. What if she has bad intentions? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lin En gently rubbed the top of Sylphia's head. I understand Vivian's situation. She is not a bad person, just a girl pushed to the brink. Sylphia's tail swayed less vigorously, but she still pouted. But, Master, you just held her. As she spoke, her voice grew fainter and her head lowered. Lin En looked at her and felt soft-hearted, pulling her beside him and gently wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Silly girl, I carried her simply because her ankle was injured and she couldn't walk. I can't just leave her in the woods to feed the undead, can I? He paused, gently tapping her nose with his fingertip, a smile in his eyes. From the very beginning it has been you by my side, and it will always be you. That will never change. Sylphia nodded vigorously, burying her face in Lin En's shoulder and rubbing against him a couple of times. Her tail couldn't help but perk up, swaying side to side. Yes, I trust you, Master. I knew you had me in your heart. Seeing the dependency and joy in her eyes, Lin En felt warmth in his heart. He let go of his restraint, reaching out to lift Sylphia in his arms. Sylphia was caught off guard, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Her cheeks turned red instantly, her eyes filled with shyness and joy as she gently rubbed against his chest, murmuring, Master. Lin En looked down and pressed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Silly girl, you've worked hard today. Saying this, he carried Sylphia straight to his room, gently placing her on the sofa. Sylphia's cheeks were flushed, her gaze dreamy. Lin En no longer hesitated. The pure yang energy slowly surged, intertwining with Sylphia's magical power, officially commencing their dual cultivation. In the adjacent guest room, Vivian was already restless and unable to sleep. At that moment, a series of strange sounds faintly drifted in from next door. She was initially taken aback, but soon couldn't contain her curiosity, tiptoeing to the wall and gently pressing her ear against it. In just a moment, her cheeks flushed bright red. How lewd. So lewd. Vivian suddenly threw the blanket over her head, trying to block out those sounds. Yet somehow the sounds carried a burning heat that seeped through the wall, infiltrating her body through the seams. Vivian bit her lip, curling up in the blanket. Her fingertips trembled uncontrollably. When Lin En opened his eyes, the sky was just beginning to lighten. Name Lin En Winster. Physique Pure Yang Sacred Body SSS. Cultivation 4th layer of Qi refinement. Skill Yin-Yang Harmony Technique S. Dao Partner Sylphia Physique 20. Finally reached the 4th layer of Qi refinement. Lin En clenched his fist, feeling the spiritual power in his dantian much more substantial than before. The exhilarating sensation from last night's cultivation still lingered in his meridians, making him feel so comfortable that he wanted to stretch. Sylphia was already awake, lying on his chest. Feeling him move, she lifted her head, her eyes still somewhat hazy. Master, good morning. Good morning. Sylphia nimbly rolled out of bed, took out clothes from the wardrobe, and naturally helped Lin. As she fastened the buttons at his collar, she stood on tiptoe and gently rubbed his chin. Lin En pinched the tip of her ear. Let's go eat. When they went downstairs, Martha had already set the breakfast. Vivian was sitting at the table, sipping a bowl of rye porridge in small bites with dark circles under her eyes, looking utterly listless. Lin En sat down opposite her, took the bread that Sylphia handed him, took a bite, and then glanced at Vivian. What's wrong? Didn't sleep well, eh? Vivian paused with her spoon. New environment, not quite used to it. Though she said this, her heart was rolling, her eyes furiously. Isn't it because of you? The noise from next door last night kept her tossing and turning until the middle of the night. She had covered her ears and finally almost fell asleep, only to be awakened by a muffled grunt. Vivian tightened her grip on the spoon. Lin En nodded. You'll get used to it gradually. Sylphia sat down beside Lin and lifted her bowl of porridge, her gaze subtly drifting from the edge of the bowl to Vivian's face. She looked for 2 seconds, then casually withdrew her gaze. Vivian caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of her eye, and her mouth twitched. Why did she still look so spirited? After finishing breakfast, Lin En stood up and walked outside. Sylphia immediately put down her bowl and followed. When passing by Vivian, her footsteps paused for a moment, and she let out a soft humph before walking away with her head held high. Vivian watched her back. Childish. In the back courtyard of the Lord's mansion, Vivian shrank, her neck tightening the black cloak around her. The dark circles under her eyes were particularly pronounced against the backdrop of the snow, exuding an aura of grievance from lack of sleep. Here we are. Lin En stopped in front of a piece of desolate land. This used to be the Lord's garden, but was now abandoned and overgrown with weeds covered by a thin layer of white frost. What are we doing here? Vivian yawned, her voice muffled. It's early, aren't you cold? Lin En ignored her and walked straight to the center of the empty land. He grasped the sword hilt with his hand. Clang. A crisp sword sound rang out as the low-grade flying sword was drawn. The pure yang power of the 4th layer of Qi refinement surged into the sword body. The sword energy pulsed, extending a half-meter-long golden edge from the sword tip. The high temperature radiated, instantly melting the white frost beneath Lin En's feet into water, which quickly evaporated. Lin En twisted his wrist and swung the sword down. The golden sword energy sliced through the frozen hard soil. The soil rolled and cracked open to both sides, revealing the deep brown, moist earth below. Lin En did not pause. Holding the sword, he walked steadily across the empty land. With each swing of the sword, a crescent-shaped golden sword energy buried itself into the ground. The soil was precisely cut, turned over, and shredded. The hardened frozen ground became soft under the scorching of pure yang power. Vivian stood on the steps of the corridor, her mouth slightly agape. Is that sword energy? No low-level warrior's fighting spirit is violent and difficult to control, which cannot achieve such precise energy projection. Moreover, the scorching aura contained in this energy was purer than high-level fire magic. What baffled her the most was that Lin En was using this level of extraordinary power to till the ground. She was momentarily speechless. Using such a powerful sword energy to till the ground. In less than 10 minutes an acre of frozen soil was completely turned over. Lin En looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. The efficiency of a cultivator's spiritual power in farming was indeed high. He sheathed the sword, turned his wrist, and took out the bag of spirit wheat seeds he had exchanged last night from the system space. As the bag opened, a faint fragrance wafted out. The seeds inside were plump and had a semi-transparent jade-like color with a faint sheen on the surface. Lin En brought his fingers together, pinching the seeds with spiritual power, and with a casual wave the seeds scattered evenly across the freshly turned field as if they had eyes. The bag of spirit wheat seeds was quickly sown. Lin En walked back to the center of the field, reached into his robe again, and took out a one-time miniature gathering formation disc. The formation disc was palm-sized, neither metal nor wood, with intricate patterns etched on its surface. Lin En placed the disc flat on the soil at the center of the field. Bringing his fingers together, he tapped his forehead, drawing out a strand of pure yang power and precisely injecting it into the groove at the center of the disc. Buzz! A low rumbling sound resonated in the air. The patterns on the surface of the disc instantaneously glowed with a dark blue light. The light flowed along the patterns, ultimately converging into a hemispherical light shield that rapidly expanded, completely enveloping the acre of land. Immediately, the surrounding air underwent drastic changes. A gentle breeze arose. The wandering energy above Luoshuang town began to frantically converge towards the backyard. Vivian's expression changed drastically. As a magic power user, she was very sensitive to the energy around. She could clearly feel that the stray magic power in the air was gathering towards that piece of land at an unreasonable speed. The concentration was skyrocketing. Once, twice, 5 times. Within just a few breaths, the energy concentration in that acre of land had surpassed that of the highest level magic tower training room in the Silver Moon Kingdom. At the edge of the field, the water vapor that had melted due to the tillage under such high energy concentration surprisingly transformed into wisps of white mist slowly flowing along the ground. The spirit wheat seeds that had just been sown began to slightly crack their shells upon contact with this mist, with tender green sprouts peeking out. Vivian rushed forward 2 steps, stopping at the edge of the field. She stared intently at the palm-sized disc in the center of the field. There was no large magic formation diagram drawn. No expensive magic crystals used as formation eyes. No lengthy and complex incantations. Just this unassuming little disc casually placed on the ground triggered such a terrifying energy tide. This completely overturned her understanding of magic over the past decade. What is this thing? Vivian pointed at the disc, her voice sharp with extreme shock. What kind of high-level magical artifact is that? Or is it some lost ancient relic? Lin En brushed the dirt off his hands as he walked out of the field. Gathering formation disc, Lin En casually replied. Gathering? A magic formation? Vivian's thoughts were somewhat confused. Impossible. How could such a small magic formation gather such immense magic power? Lin En looked at her excited expression, shrugged, indicating that he didn't know either. He certainly couldn't tell her that this was something from the realm of cultivation, right? Sylphia stepped forward and handed Lin En a clean towel. Master, you've caused such a commotion. What exactly are you? Sylphia looked at him curiously. Farming. Lin En took the towel and wiped his hands. Oh, Sylphia nodded, her tail gently swaying behind her, though she didn't understand why farming was such a big deal. You call this farming? Vivian's mouth twitched, but Lin En ignored her. The gathering formation had already been activated, and now all that was left was to wait for 7 days for this batch of spirit wheat to mature. The yield from an acre would be enough to solve the current urgent needs. Let's go. Lin En beckoned to the 2. Let's check out the town center. After saying that, he was the first to walk out of the backyard. Sylphia immediately followed. Vivian stood in place, looking at the field filled with rich magic power, then at Lin En's retreating figure. She gritted her teeth and quickly chased after. Lin En led Zirwaya and Weavian out of the Lord's mansion, heading towards the central square of the town. He had just instructed Barlow to notify all townsfolk who had no urgent tasks to gather at the square. As they reached the edge of the square, he sensed that the atmosphere was off. Several townsfolk who were hauling would stop their work upon seeing them, their eyes fixed on Weavian, filled with wariness and hostility. Is that her? Someone whispered. I heard she's the necromancer. Why did we bring a necromancer to our town? What does the Lord think? Could it be that were to be used as food for the undead? Whispers spread through. A woman scooped up her child, shielding him from Weavian as if she bore some contagious plague. A few burly men working on the square's walls also stopped, gripping their hammers and picks tightly, staring intently at Weavian. Lin En frowned. He anticipated a reaction, but he didn't expect it to be so intense. Weavian hung her head, her long eyelashes concealing her emotions, remaining silent. She had done nothing wrong, yet everyone looked at her as though she were a sinner. Silence, Lin En called out. The murmurs in the square quieted instantly, but the wariness on the faces of the townsfolk did not diminish. Lin En stepped onto the platform in the center of the square. I know what you're afraid of. His gaze swept across every face, pausing briefly, his tone softening. but I must tell you Wei Yan is not your enemy. She is here at my request, and will help us fight against the undead. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted. How can we trust a necromancer? What if she brings the undead to us? We've only just begun to live in peace. Exactly. Who knows if she might rise in the night to harm us? An elderly man pushed through the crowd leaning on his cane. My lord, don't forget she was the one who injured the guards yesterday. Upon hearing this, others immediately chimed in. Yes, Drake lost a lot of blood. I even bandaged Lord Marcus yesterday. Wei Yan muttered softly. Humph. It was clearly they who provoked first. They had it coming. Lin En raised his hand to calm the crowd. Let me finish speaking. The square gradually quieted down. Yesterday was indeed a misunderstanding. If you don't believe me, you can ask Marcus and the others. Lin En looked at the old man. Besides, if she had ill intentions, how many of you could escape? The old man opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. Lin En's voice softened. She, like you, is someone driven to desperation by the undead. The Silver Moon Kingdom was destroyed by the undead, and she found herself here alone, having harmed no one. Some in the crowd lowered their heads in silence, while others secretly glanced at Wei Yan, their hostility somewhat diminished, yet their wariness persisted. Lin En turned to Wei Yan. Wei Yan, come here. Wei Yan raised her head, huffing defiantly. What is it? Lin En looked at her. If you want them to accept you, you must show them your worth. Wei Yan pouted. Who wants their acceptance? I don't care. Despite her words, she obediently raised her staff. The atmosphere in the square grew tense as several burly men instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons. A dark purple light flickered at the tip of the staff, and a circular magic array appeared on the ground. The townsfolk gasped and began to retreat, some already preparing to run. In the next moment, a skeleton slowly rose from the magic array. It only listens to me, won't attack anyone, nor will it do any harm. She glanced at the wary townsfolk, a smirk on her lips. Lin En nodded, gesturing toward the pile of freshly chopped wood at the edge of the square. Go chop that wood. Wei Yan waved her staff, and the skeleton walked over to the pile of wood, picking up an axe. Crack! The axe fell, splitting the log in two. Crack, crack, crack. Its movements were swift and efficient, even faster than most of the burly men in the town. A bold young boy peeked out from the crowd, his eyes wide as he watched the skeleton work, exclaiming, Mom, look, it's really working. His mother quickly pulled him back, covering his mouth. Lin En seized the moment, pointing to the crumbling earthen wall on the east side of the town. Let it move the stones and repair that wall. Wei Yan nodded. The skeleton moved briskly, bending down to pick up a piece of rubble, carefully stacking it at the base of the wall, before returning for another. Some began to whisper, hey, it really can work. A few children who had been hiding behind their parents now grew bold, seeing the skeleton so obedient, and ventured out from the crowd to circle around it. A little girl with 2 braids asked Wei Yan, Sister, what is its name? Wei Yan was taken aback. She had never thought of naming the skeleton. The little girl, seeing her silent, tilted her head and pondered. It's so white, how about we call it Little White? Nearby, a chubby little boy protested. Why call it Little White? I think its bones are pretty solid. It should be called Iron Egg. Iron Egg sounds terrible. Little White sounds better. You're the one who sounds terrible. Your whole family sounds terrible. Wow, you're insulting me. As the 2 children began to squabble, their respective parents swiftly pulled them back. The other children, however, were not deterred, one after another chiming in to suggest names for the skeleton. Let's call it Big Bone. Call it Clack Clack, because it makes a clacking sound when it walks. I think it should be called Strong Man. Look how effortlessly it moves those heavy stones. Wei Yan stood there surrounded by a group of children, her purple eyes blinking rapidly, unsure of what to do. She looked to Lin En for help. Lin En leaned against the fence, arms crossed, a smile on his lips. Zirwaya stood behind him, glancing at the group of children, and then at Wei Yan's flustered expression, unable to help but laugh. He brushed off the dust from his hands and addressed the gathered townsfolk. All right, you can all disperse now. Inform everyone that from now on Wei Yan is a resident of Luoshuang Town, and anyone who has objections to her will be opposing me. The crowd gradually dispersed. As some left, they turned back to glance at the skeleton, moving stones, their steps slowing slightly, as if wanting to steal another look. On the way back to the town, Lin En walked ahead. Today, Wei Yan officially joins Luoshuang Town. To celebrate this, young master will personally cook a dessert for you all. Wei Yan looked at Lin En with a face full of skepticism. You, a pampered noble lord, can actually make desserts? Her tone was filled with the 4 big words, I don't believe it. Sylvia immediately turned around to rebut. The meals made by the master are delicious. The dessert will definitely be even better. Wei Yan rolled her eyes. You believe anything he says? Is that of any reference value? Sylvia was momentarily choked up, her tail flicking angrily behind her. Lin En chuckled and continued walking. Let's wait and see. Upon returning to the Lord's manor, Lin En went straight to the kitchen. Sylvia called Millie and Wei Yan to sit around the long table waiting. Sister Sylvia, will the master really make desserts? Millie leaned on the table, sniffing. Of course. Sylvia sat up straight, pride evident on her face. The master can do anything. Wei Weian leaned back in her chair, arms crossed, her nostrils flaring slightly. The increasingly rich caramel aroma wafting from the kitchen was enticing. She swallowed her saliva without making a sound. Sylvia glanced at her tail swaying lazily behind the chair. Moments later the kitchen door opened. Lin En and Marcia walked out one after the other, each carrying a covered copper platter. Even from across the dining hall the mixed scent of caramel and milk wafted over. Lin En placed the platter on the table. "Tada," he lifted the copper lid. In the ceramic bowl the pudding appeared milky white, its surface smooth, quivering slightly. The caramel at the bottom had melted into a layer of amber syrup, seeping out along the edges of the pudding, creating patterns of varying shades of sugar on the bowl's wall. The aromas of caramel, egg milk, and honey intertwined, drilling straight into the nostrils. Millie exclaimed, "Wow, it's so beautiful." Lin En placed a bowl in front of each person, keeping one for himself. "Try it." Millie was the first to act, scooping a spoonful and putting it into her mouth. The pudding melted in her mouth, the milky flavor spreading on her tongue, followed by the sweetness and slight bitterness of the caramel. Sweet, but not cloying, bitter, yet smooth, perfectly blended together. Millie's eyes widened instantly, her cheeks puffed out, and she froze in place. 3 seconds later, "It's so delicious." Her voice soared an octave higher, tears welling up in her eyes. "I've never eaten anything this good." Sylvia also scooped a spoonful. The moment it touched her mouth, her tail slapped against the chair, and her ears flattened against her head. "Master, it's so delicious." Her eyes sparkled as she spoke, eagerly scooping a second spoonful. "It's even better than last time's rice." Wei Weian held her bowl, twirling the spoon in her hand. She glanced at the exaggerated expressions of the two in front of her, and scoffed in her heart. Is it really that great? How much better can it get? She had tasted the royal cuisine from the Silver Moon Palace. She scooped a small spoonful and brought it to her mouth. The moment the pudding touched her tongue, Wei Weian's actions froze. The delicate texture and just right sweetness. The bitter aroma of the caramel was gradually released under the milky flavor. In her mind, the proud signature dessert of the head chef from the Silver Moon Palace floated up, the black pepper apple tart. That dessert had once been her favorite, ordered every year at her birthday banquet. But at this moment, this spoonful of pudding effortlessly crushed that memory. Wei Weian scooped another spoonful, then a third, a fourth spoonful. By the time she regained her senses, the bowl was almost empty. She looked up, meeting Lin En's teasing gaze, her cheeks suddenly flushed. "It's not bad, I guess." She pushed the bowl forward, turning her face away, "Just barely acceptable." Lin En didn't expose her, only chuckled. Sylvia, holding her bowl, scraped the last bit of caramel with her spoon, not looking up as she said, "Wei Weian, your bowl is cleaner than mine." Wei Weian's ears turned red. "You saw it wrong." Millie raised her hand. "You didn't see it wrong, sister." Wei Weian indeed licked the bowl. "I did not." Wei Weian raised her voice. Lin En leaned back in his chair, watching the lively scene at the table, feeling quite pleased. "From now on, each of you three will receive a monthly salary of 1 gold coin, and there will be a regular dessert supply once a week. I've already taught Marcia how to make it, so she can do it in the future. I don't want money." Sylvia immediately shook her head, her tail swishing quickly. "Just give me something delicious. I like whatever the master gives." Millie raised her hand as well. "Me too. Just feeding us is enough." Lin En was about to say they should at least ask for some money. Wei Weian had already spoken up. "I want it." She tidied her scattered purple hair, speaking assertively. 1 gold coin a month, I need to buy clothes." Lin En then took a serious look at her. It was indeed true. Since Wei Weian escaped, she had only been wearing a tattered black robe, and the dress underneath was ripped in several places, sewn haphazardly with thread. No wonder Marcus and the others acted upon seeing her. If he saw someone dressed like that leading a skeleton, his first reaction would probably be to draw his sword. Image issues are also a matter of safety. If she doesn't adjust her appearance, all the efforts made in the square earlier would have been in vain. "All right, I'll arrange the clothes." Lin En nodded. "After a while, I'll have Marcia take you to measure your size for a couple of sets. You can't keep wandering around town in that outfit. The townsfolk have just begun to lower their guard towards you." Wei Weian looked down at her black robe, tugging at the mended tear on the sleeve. "Anything is fine as long as it's not black." Her voice lowered. Late at night in the hall on the first floor of the Lord's Manor. The firewood in the fireplace. Wei Weian took off the tattered black robe, wearing only a patched-up shirt underneath, spreading her arms to cooperate with Marcia's movements. "Tighten the waist a bit more." Wei Weian looked down at the tape measure's position and couldn't help but speak up. "And the collar, it shouldn't be too low, but it can't choke the neck either. The cuffs must be tightened, or they will catch on the staff when casting spells." Marcia kindly nodded with a smile. "All right, miss. What color of fabric do you want?" The young master said there are a few rolls of fine linen and a roll of brocade in the storeroom. "Brocade?" Wei Weian's eyes lit up. "Then let's use brocade." Sylvia leaned against the door frame, arms crossed, her tail thumping against the door panel in annoyance, making a muffled sound. "You're so picky." Sylvia rolled her eyes. "The master is kind enough to make you clothes, yet you have so many demands." Wei Weian raised her chin, retorting unceremoniously. I'm using my own salary to exchange for this. Oh, what's wrong with making reasonable requests? You can't just wear whatever the master gives you like you do, without any sense of aesthetics. You. Sylvia's anger made her dragon ears perk up, and just as she was about to draw her weapon, she remembered the master said to be friendly to new employees, and forcefully held back. The master likes whatever I wear. What do you know? Enough, stop arguing. Lin En passed by holding a cup of hot tea, casually interrupting their banter. Marcia, do as she says. Get the measurements done, and rest early. After giving his orders, Lin En took his teacup back to the master bedroom. Sylvia immediately dropped Wei Weian, following him like a little tail, and closed the door behind her. Wei Weian looked at the tightly shut door, pouting. What's so great about it? She muttered softly. At the same time, 100 miles northeast of Luoshuang town, in a desolate forest, 3 massive corrupted hounds lay in the snow. They were devoid of fur, their dark red muscles exposed to the frigid air. Yellow-green saliva dripped from their mangled jaws, corroding the snow beneath them, and producing acrid white smoke. 3 corrupted soldiers clad in tattered armor tightly gripped the iron chains around the necks of the corrupted hounds. Woof, growling. The leading hound suddenly stood upright. It twitched its nostrils, frantically sniffing the frozen ground. The soldier holding its leash was nearly yanked off balance by the hound's immense strength. Quiet. A hoarse, grating voice echoed through the forest. A tall skeletal warhorse crushed the dead branches underfoot, slowly emerging from the shadows. Seated upon the horse's back was a knight enveloped in rusty black heavy armor, wielding a tumterlong, a second-tier corrupted knight. Above the knight's head floated a semi-transparent gray mist, twisting and rolling faintly, revealing a distorted and anguished human face. A second-tier wraith. Herman, can your dog do anything? The wraith screeched. We've been wandering in this area for 3 days without even a glimpse of that woman. The corrupted knight Herman did not look up. He coldly stared at the hound on the ground. Shut up, Slot. The scent is fading here. She has concealed her tracks in some manner. The wraith Slot circled in the air. The Baron has truly lost his mind. He sent both of us second-tier leaders for a mere human woman. Wouldn't it be simpler to drain her soul directly? Herman raised his right hand, clad in an iron gauntlet gripping the hilt of the great sword. You don't understand. She is no ordinary woman. She is of royal blood from the Silvermoon Kingdom. So what if she is of royal blood? The Silvermoon Kingdom has long turned to ruins. The Baron personally tested the magical residue she left behind. The affinity for magic is extremely high. If we transform her into a lich, the Baron can harness her pure Yin blood to break the shackles of the 3rd tier and ascend to the 4th tier lordship. The wraith Slot's mist swirled violently. A 4th tier lord. That signified a qualitative leap. So suppress your complaints. If we cannot find her, we will be thrown into the soul furnace. Herman let go of his hand. Just then the leading corrupted hound suddenly howled. It broke free from the soldier's control, its limbs propelling it forward as it bolted southwest. It had caught a scent. Although faint, it was there. Yet a powerful surge of pure magical energy had erupted several miles away. Mixed within that surge was a trace of the woman's scent. Southwest, Herman tugged at the reins. The skeletal warhorse reared its front hooves, emitting a silent neigh before it began moving toward the direction of the corrupted hound. The wraith Slot emitted a piercing cackle, transforming into a gray streak of light, closely following behind. 3 days later, in the back courtyard of the Lord's residence, the spirit wheat had grown to half a person's height. The translucent jade-colored stalks swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a refreshing fragrance. Vivian sat cross-legged at the edge of the field. She had changed into a new dark purple silk gown made by Marcia. The waist was tightly cinched, accentuating her graceful curves, and the neckline perfectly revealed her delicate collarbone. The hem of her skirt lay on the grass with a pair of long, slender legs visible beneath it. At that moment, she had her eyes closed, greedily absorbing the rich, magical energy in the air. It felt wonderful. Over the past 3 days, she had rushed to the back courtyard whenever she had free time. The energy density in this field was so high that not only had her previously depleted magical energy completely recovered, but it had also surged significantly. Lin pushed open the door to the back courtyard and walked in. Have you had enough? Lin glanced at her. Vivian's cheeks flushed as she quickly stood up, brushed off the grass from her skirt, and raised her chin. Who has? I am just watching over these weeds. What if a bird comes to peck? This is wheat, not weeds, Lin replied, exasperated. Since the formation of the spirit gathering array was set up, the magical energy concentration in the back courtyard had increased more than 5-fold compared to outside. Vivian came over every day on time to meditate. She could not be chased away. Stingy. Vivian turned her face away, her ears turning slightly red as she mumbled softly. Lin ignored her grumbling and was about to step forward to check the maturity of the spirit wheat when she suddenly paused. The pure yang energy in her dantian surged violently. At the same time, Vivian's expression changed. Her perception of the death aura far surpassed that of ordinary people. Suddenly, a nauseating chill mixed into the air which had been filled with pure energy. Bang! The door to the courtyard was violently pushed open. Sylvia rushed in like a gust of wind. Master! She pinched her nose tightly, her brows furrowing deeply. It stinks. There's a disgusting odor coming from outside. Lin's expression hardened. Let's go to the town entrance. Luoshuang Town's south side wooden fence. The atmosphere was so tense it felt as if water could drip from it. 2 gate guards had drawn their weapons, staring intently at the snowy plains to the north. A dark shadow loomed ominously over the gray-white snowfield, slowly approaching. Crack, crack. The orderly and heavy footsteps echoed through the mist. Leading the way were 3 enormous, skinless hunting hounds. Following the hounds were a dozen or so corrupted soldiers in tattered armor, marching stiffly, yet in the center of the formation sat a tall skeletal warhorse atop, which rested a knight enveloped in black rusty heavy armor, holding a tunter-long greatsword. Above the knight's head floated a semi-transparent shadow, twisting and rolling in midair, revealing a pained and struggling human face, emitting a chilling, piercing shriek. Lin opened the system panel, her gaze sweeping across. Target corrupted knight, level 2nd tier undead. Target wraith, level 2nd tier undead. They are minions of the corrupted baron. Vivian's voice trembled. That knight and that wraith are both 2nd tier. They are coming for me. The formation halted 50 meters from the town entrance. The corrupted knight pulled the reins, and the skeletal warhorse let out a ghastly whinny. The corrupted knight looked up, the ghostly green flame locking onto Vivian on the wooden wall. I found you, little mouse. Vivian instinctively shrank back behind Lin. Princess Vivian, the knight's voice was hoarse, the baron is very angry with you. Now come with me obediently lest you suffer. The guards tightened their grips on their sword hilts, their palms drenched in cold sweat. 2 2nd-tier undead. This was a force that the guards of Luoshuang Town could not contend with. Is your helmet too tight, squishing your brain? Lin leaned against the wooden railing, looking down at him. She is currently an employee of Luoshuang Town. If you want to take her away, have you asked for my opinion as the owner? The corrupted knight seemed taken aback that this mere human lord dared to speak to him so. The ghostly green flame flickered violently. Foolish human, the undead knight sneered. Do you truly not understand her identity? She is a necromancer. He raised the greatsword high, the blade pointing directly at Lin. Are you willing to let innocent townsfolk die for a necromancer? Why not ask your soldiers if they are willing to give their lives for a necromancer? At this the crowd stirred restlessly. Vivian's complexion paled further. This was her greatest fear. Over the past few days she had worked hard to gain the townsfolk's trust, and the knight's words undoubtedly pushed her back into the abyss. She bit her lip tightly. In the face of life and death, who would risk their lives for a necromancer despised by the world? She let out a wretched smile, her eyes losing all light. Forget it. Vivian released her tightly gripped staff, stepping past Lin, prepared to descend the steps. I'll go with them. This matter has nothing to do with you. What's the matter? Lin En dug at his ear and flicked his nails. The knight's soul fire flickered violently. I don't care what kind of mage she is, or as long as she works in my Frost Town and follows the rules of Frost Town, she is one of mine. Lin En scoffed, looking at the knight as if he were a fool. But you bringing a bunch of rotten meat to my territory and spitting everywhere, polluting the environment, I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Presumptuous. You ignorant little ant. The knight roared, his skeletal warhorse restlessly pawing the ground. Since you are so stubborn, then you shall be turned to ashes along with this town. Stop talking nonsense here. Lin En retorted without holding back. He pointed at the knight's nose, unleashing his full firepower. You skeletal frame covered in green hair, what are you pretending to be a big shot for while riding that broken horse? Is your brain filled with sewer sludge? Your arrogance is greater than the stench of your own corpse. You have your so-called baron roll over here himself and kneel at the Lord's gate, knocking his head 3 times. Then he'll consider whether to reward you with her discarded old clothes. The place fell silent. Even Vivian's purple eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Lin En's back. How dare he insult a 2nd-tier undead like that? Sylvia looked at Lin En with admiration, her tail wagging wildly behind her. The way her master insulted others was so cool. Roar! The corrupted knight was furious, the ghostly green soul fire surging violently. He tightened the reins, and the warhorse reared up. Since you seek death, then let me grant it to you. Kill them all. Flatten this town. Roar. The 3 corrupted hounds let out deafening roars, instantly breaking free from their chains and transforming into 3 dark red shadows, rushing madly towards the wooden fence. The corrupted soldiers from behind also began to move, surging like a tide. Lin En patted the wooden railing and jumped down. In midair, he gripped the hilt of his sword with his right hand. Clang. The crisp sound of the sword echoed through the silent air as the low-grade flying sword was unsheathed. The pure yang force from the 4th layer of chi cultivation poured into the sword body without reservation. Golden brilliance flickered like tangible golden flames on the sword's edge. The 3 corrupted hounds had already charged close. They opened their mangled jaws and lunged directly at Lin En in midair. Lin En's expression was indifferent as he gripped the sword with both hands, aiming at the largest corrupted hound in the center, and struck down. Sizzle! The golden sword light sliced through like a bamboo shoot, piercing the head of the corrupted hound, cleaving all the way down its spine. The corrupted hound didn't even have time to scream before its body split in midair. The intense heat from the pure yang force instantly exploded, turning its dark red body into a cloud of black smoke. Lin En landed on the ground and immediately crouched down. The other two corrupted hounds missed him by a hair as they lunged over his head. Lin En exerted force from his waist, twisting his wrist, and swept the sword horizontally along the ground. Swish! A golden crescent-shaped sword energy surged out, accurately slicing through the waists of the two corrupted hounds. Their severed bodies crashed heavily to the ground, igniting golden flames at the cut, quickly turning into two piles of ashes. The sword energy continued unabated, crashing violently into the tide of corrupted soldiers rushing from behind. Boom! Dozens of corrupted soldiers in tattered armor were sent flying like bowling pins. The hard bones and armor were like paper in front of the pure yang force, instantly shredded and ignited upon contact. One sword cleared the field. All that remained on the ground were burning golden sparks and bone ashes scattering in the wind. Hermon's ghostly green soul fire flickered violently. He stared intently at the human wielding the glowing sword, his mind in chaos. That golden energy was so domineering that even from dozens of meters away he could feel the death energy on him, stirring uneasily. "What on earth are you?" Hermon's hoarse voice carried a hint of gravity. "Your father." Lin En made a flourish with his sword and casually replied. Before Hermon could get angry, the resentful spirit Slot couldn't hold back any longer. "Stop playing around, finish him off quickly." Slot let out a piercing shriek, transforming into a massive gray mist that charged towards Lin En. "Get away. Don't touch my master." Sylvia's clear voice rang out suddenly. The silver bracelet on her wrist shone brightly, transforming into a crystalline frost dragon spear. Immediately after, ice blue dragon horns protruded from her forehead, and fine dragon scales covered her cheeks and arms. Dragon transformation. Sylvia exerted force with her legs, shattering the wooden boards beneath her, and shot up into the sky, like an arrow actively meeting that cloud of gray mist. The extreme cold power of frost erupted from the spear tip, forming a massive ice shield in midair that forcefully blocked the charge of the resentful spirit. "Ignorant little pest." Slot roared, countless pale hands extending from the gray mist, reaching for Sylvia. Vivian stood on the fence, watching the dragon girl in front of her, biting down hard on her lip. Lin En jumped down to fight for her, while Sylvia battled the second-tier, resentful spirit in the sky. If she stayed hidden any longer, she would look down on herself. "Little White." Vivian slammed her staff down on the wooden board, and a dark purple magic array lit up. The skeleton Little White jumped out with an axe from the magic array. Shadow binding. Vivian waved her staff, and 3 black energy ropes shot out like venomous snakes, accurately binding the tentacles of mist that Slot had extended. The fight above became chaotic, while Hermon below completely lost control. A mere human dares to be so arrogant. Hermon suddenly squeezed his horse's belly. The skeletal warhorse let out a silent neigh, its hooves crushing the frozen ground as it charged forward with terrifying momentum. The Tunterlong bone cleaver was raised high, and a thick black death energy frantically gathered on the blade, forming a pitch-black sword light several meters long that came crashing down towards Lin En like a mountain. The full-force strike of a second-tier undead created a fierce wind that stung Lin En's face. Instead of retreating, he advanced. The pure yang force in his dantian surged into his meridians like boiling magma, pushing his 4th-layer cultivation to its limit. He faced the charging skeletal warhorse, gripping the sword with both hands and thrusting upward fiercely. Clang! The deafening clash of metal reverberated through the wilderness. The shockwave exploded around the two of them, clearing the snow on the ground and revealing the deep brown frozen earth beneath. Lin En's feet carved 2 shallow grooves in the ground as he stumbled back 3 steps, his arms slightly numb. But Hermon's skeletal warhorse was also forcibly stopped, its front hooves rearing high. Hermon looked down and saw that the cleaver made from the refined death energy had actually been chipped. What was even more alarming was that a stream of golden heat was climbing up through the gap, crackling and shattering the protective death energy along its path, causing large chunks to burn away. What kind of fire is this? Hermon frantically tried to channel more death energy to extinguish the golden flames, his soul fire dancing wildly. Lin En shook his wrist and once again approached. The long sword transformed into a rain of golden light, pouring down like raindrops onto Hermon. Clang, 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 clang. The continuous sounds of collision were dense like drumbeats. Hermon was almost driven mad by the burning of the pure yang force. He swung the great sword, trying to crush Lin En with his absolute power advantage. But Lin En's movements were too agile. He didn't engage in a direct contest of strength, cleverly dissipating most of the force with each collision and then sending the pure yang force into Hermon's defensive circle. Sizzle. The flying sword grazed Hermon's chest armor. The rusty heavy armor was instantly melted, exposing the dark red rotten flesh inside, which immediately sizzled under the high temperature. A strong smell of burning flesh spread through the air. Ugh! Lin En covered his nose, his feet moving continuously as he stabbed towards Hermon's ribs. Come on, it smells so bad. How long has it been since you bathed? I will chop you into meat paste. Hermon roared, gripping his sword tightly and making a fierce horizontal sweep. The Black Death energy transformed into a massive crescent-shaped energy blade slicing towards Lin En, close to the ground. Lin En leapt aside effortlessly. The chi blade struck the frozen earth behind him, carving a deep fissure over 10 meters long. That's it. That's it. Lin En landed 3 meters away, pointing his sword at him. Did you learn your aim from a blind man? Even your horse fights better than you. Why don't you dismount and let the horse duel me instead? Hermon was consumed by utter fury. He recklessly channeled necrotic energy from within, enduring searing agony from the pure yang force, determined to tear that insolent human apart. His greatsword cleaved through the air in an unbroken black tempest, enveloping Lin En entirely. The two fighters grew swifter with every exchange, warping the surrounding air with scorching heat and chilling death energy. At that moment, Hermon's left hand slipped silently from beneath the saddle and lashed out. A thick black bone chain shot forth from his sleeve like a venomous serpent coiling toward Lin En's arm. The instant the chain locked around Lin En's wrist, pure yang energy surged to shield his entire forearm. Got you, slippery human. Hermon barked a hoarse manic laugh. He yanked the chain violently backward, while the skeletal warhorse simultaneously reared back. Their combined force unleashed a terrifying, crushing tension. Lin En lost his footing entirely, hurled upward into midair by the sheer brutal pull. Hermon seized the greatsword once more, channeling every last trace of necrotic energy into its blade. Black sword light erupted from the edge, swelling instantly to over 5 meters in length, forming a colossal hovering guillotine. Died. Hermon brought the blade down with savage finality upon Lin En, suspended in the air. The air shrieked in protest as the blade descended. Lin En watched the monstrous arc of darkness hurtling toward him, his eyes flashing with cold, ruthless resolve. Ninefold pure yang body, activate. In that instant, all the pure yang energy coiled within his dantian surged outward, flooding his surface. Golden radiance blazed forth from beneath his skin, sheathing his entire body in a gossamerthan, luminous golden armor. Boom! The black swordlight struck Lin En squarely in the chest. Explosive necrotic energy detonated, engulfing him completely. Before Hermon could savor his triumph, a searing point of gold flared within the roiling black storm. In the next breath, Lin En burst forth, unbroken, through the very heart of the descending blade light. His tunic shredded across his chest, a crimson gash scored his skin. Using Hermon's own chain tension as momentum, Lin En reversed his grip on the inferior flying sword, and became a blazing golden meteor plunging vertically down upon Hermon. Pure Yang sword art. This strike bore the absolute zenith of Lin En's power. Hermon had no time to retract his blade or raise a defense. He could only watch helpless as the golden light expanded with terrifying speed across his vision. Shoo! The inferior flying sword pierced Hermon's rusted helm without resistance, driving straight from crown to chest cavity. Overwhelming pure yang energy detonated violently within his body. No! Hermon managed only a choked, truncated scream before his emerald soul flame was utterly vaporized by golden fire. His massive frame, and the skeletal warhorse beside him, crumbled under the purifying blaze, disintegrating into fine black ash that scattered on the wind. Lin En landed, staggering one step, bracing himself with his sword against the ground. He spat blood-tinged saliva and touched the wound across his chest. Ugh, damn, that stings. Meanwhile, the aerial battle had reached its fever pitch. Sloth the Wraith coalesced into a vast, writhing gray mist, shrieking with unearthly anguish. Countless distorted faces churned within the fog, straining to breach Sylvia's defenses. Each sweep of Sylvia's frost dragon lance sent waves of glacial blue chill surging outward. Wherever the gray mist contacted the frost, it cracked and froze with sharp, brittle snaps, slowing its advance. Cursed orc, get away! Sloth roared in fury, splitting off a dozen misty tendrils that stabbed from all directions toward Sylvia. Shadow piercing. Vivian raised her staff. 3 dark purple energy spikes erupted from behind Sloth, pinning 3 of its mist tendrils with surgical precision. Skeleton Shao Bai stood guard before Vivian, dutifully swinging his axe to shatter the few rotting soldiers who'd slipped past the wooden palisade. Well done. Seizing the opening, Sylvia's dragon horns blazed with brilliant azure light. She drew a deep breath and unleashed her attack. Frost breath. The glacial blue dragon breath washed over Sloth, flash, freezing vast swathes of mist into brittle ice that crumbled and fell like shattered glass. Sloth screamed, a shrill, agonized wail, as its form visibly shrank by 1/3. Hermon, useless fool, how much longer will you delay? Sloth thrashed, wildly desperate for aid from below, glancing downward even as it fought the encroaching frost. Then its voice cut off abruptly. Where Hermon had stood moments before, only smoldering black ash remained. And there, gazing upward, stood the human gripping his glowing longsword. Upon Sloth's primary face, woven from swirling gray mist, dawned a shockingly human expression, raw primal terror. A second-tier wrought knight, slain by a single human. Run! Without hesitation, Sloth abandoned its outer frozen tendrils, the core condensed into a razor-thin thread of gray mist streaking northward toward the snowfields. Failure was preferable to utter annihilation. Trying to flee, Sylvia sneered, flipping her wrist, her frost dragon lance launched from her grasp. Mid-flight, the lance transformed into the spectral visage of an ice dragon, roaring as it slammed into the air before Sloth, coalescing into a colossal shimmering net of solidified frost that sealed its escape route entirely. Vivian followed instantly, 5 shadow chains lanced from her staff's tip, wrapping unerringly around Sloth's core. Trapped, ice net ahead, shadow bonds behind, Sloth stood utterly cornered. You leave me no choice. The wraith howled, a sound steeped in despair and venom. It knew escape was impossible. If it must perish, then let it drag another soul into oblivion. Sloth ceased struggling entirely. It withdrew all resistance against frost and shadow, and its gray mist core abruptly ignited into blinding arterial crimson. What is it doing? Vivian's face paled. An overwhelming sense of peril flooded her instincts. Die? Soul curse. Sloth laughed, a mad hollow cackle. The crimson light collapsed inward, condensing into a slender, finger-thick spike, dense, solid, and dripping with malevolent vitality. The spike ignored the frost net entirely, and melted through the shadow chains as if they were smoke, hurtling toward Vivian atop the wooden palisade with impossible velocity. Too fast. Too fast for Sylvia, still airborne, to intercept. Too fast for Vivian even to raise her staff and conjure a shield. Vivian stood frozen in place. The crimson spike filled her vision, expanding with suffocating finality, carrying the scent of absolute death. Her mind went blank. Is this the end? After fleeing so long, would she finally fall here? At that critical instant, a figure, ablaze with searing golden light, stepped between her and doom. A sickening muffled thud, the sound of steel biting flesh. Vivian's eyes flew wide open. Lin En stood rigidly before her, back turned, and embedded deep in his back, piercing without resistance, was the scarlet curse spike. A dull sound echoed clearly across the silent snowy expanse. Lin En let out a muffled grunt as the immense impact caused him to stagger forward a step. In midair, Sloth's core shattered completely, transforming into a myriad of grayish-white specks of light. Master! Sylvia emitted a piercing dragon roar, crashing heavily onto the wooden fence from above. She didn't even bother to revert from her dragon form, scrambling to Lin En's side, gripping his arm tightly as tears streamed down her face. Vivian froze in place, staring blankly at Lin En's back. His already tattered shirt was completely torn, revealing a palm-sized dark red totem at the center of his shoulder blade. It was a vividly depicted skull. The eye sockets of the skull were deeply sunken, oozing threads of black mist emanating a nauseating stench and chill. Lin En straightened his body and reached around to touch his back. Aside from the initial pain from the flesh being pierced, he felt nothing unusual now. Stop shaking, him not dead. Lin En turned to glance at Sylvia, reaching out to rub her dragon horn. Have you lost your mind? A shrill scream sharp enough to shatter eardrums exploded next to him. Vivian lunged forward, her hands hovering in midair, torn between touching the skull mark and hesitating. She bit down hard on her lower lip, blood trickling down the corner of her mouth, utterly oblivious. Her normally proud purple eyes were bloodshot, large tears splattering onto the wooden floor. That's a sacrificial, forbidden technique. It sacrificed all its magic and soul to implant the most vicious curse into your body. Vivian's voice trembled uncontrollably, her words tumbling over one another. Those who are afflicted will suffer a fate worse than death for 7 days. Magic will be devoured, flesh will rot bit by bit, and in the end they will turn into a pool of blood amid excruciating pain. She suddenly tugged at her hair, collapsing to the ground in despair. Why did you block it? Are you an idiot? I'm just a necromancer. If I die, I die. Why would a lord like you shield me? Sylvia turned pale at the mention of 7 days of suffering. She tightly embraced Lin En's waist, burying her head in his chest and weeping loudly. Lin En felt a headache from being cried on by the 2 women, one on each side. He sensed the smooth flow of pure yang energy within him and found that there was indeed nothing amiss. All right, stop crying. Lin En raised his voice, interrupting their wails. He looked down at Vivian, who was crouched on the ground, his tone calm. I said as long as you work in Frostfall Town you are mine. It's no big deal for a boss to take a hit for an employee. As for this broken curse. Lin En patted his chest. Trust me, I can handle it. Vivian lifted her head, her tear-streaked face looking at him. She thought Lin En was merely putting on a brave front. Even the Grand Bishop of the Silver Moon Kingdom would be helpless against a second-tier vengeful spirit's sacrificial curse. What could he possibly do? Lin En couldn't be bothered to explain further. He turned to look at the stunned townsfolk and guards below. What are you dawdling for? Clean up the battlefield. Sweep up those ashes and don't let them mar the town's appearance. With that, Lin En pulled Sylphia and Vivian along, saying, let's return home. At the Lord's Mansion's second-floor bathroom, the air was filled with steam. Lin En washed away the blood and the smell of smoke, standing bare-chested in front of a half-height brass mirror. In this world, glass mirrors had not yet been invented. This extremely smooth brass mirror was a valuable item brought by the original owner from the Baron's estate, the only one of its kind in all of Frostfall Town. In the mirror, the young man stood tall and handsome with well-defined muscles. There was a shallow scar on his chest inflicted by the corrupted knight, which had already scabbed over and would heal in a couple of days. Lin En turned around facing away from the mirror and glanced at his back. The dark red skull totem still lingered on his shoulder blade, surrounded by swirling black mist. Lin En summoned the system panel. A faint blue light screen unfolded before his eyes. Detecting abnormal status. Detected soul curse tier 2 source vengeful spirit sacrificial core effect continuously devours the host's vitality and soul, culminating in death after 7 days. Resolution plan: the host possesses an SS level Pure Yang sacred body, and the Yin Yang harmony technique, cultivated with Pure Yang energy, is the ultimate counter to all foul death energy. By operating the Pure Yang energy, it can be refined and transformed into nourishment for the host's cultivation. Lin En stared at the last line, his mouth twitching slightly. Is that it? He thought it would require considerable effort, but instead this thing not only wouldn't kill him, but also provided a free experience package. Lin En closed the panel, casually grabbed a clean shirt to put on, and walked out of the bathroom. In the bedroom, the fireplace blazed warmly. Sylphia stood by the bed, her eyes red and puffy, her dragon horns drooping listlessly. Seeing Lin En come out, she hurried over and gently supported his arm. Master, please lie down and rest. They'll make you some meat soup. Lin En sat down on the edge of the bed, saying, I'm really fine. Before he could finish, the bedroom door was pushed open a crack. Vivian stood outside the door. She had changed out of her dust-covered dress and was now wearing a thin white silk nightgown. Her purple hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her eyes still bore traces of unshed tears. She hesitated as she walked in, her hands nervously twisting together as she approached Lin En. I'm sorry, she said, looking down, her voice hoarse. It's all because of me. If I hadn't stayed in Frostfall Town, the corrupted knight wouldn't have come looking for you, and you wouldn't have. Tears hit the floor once more. Stop right there. Lin En rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. Did you not hear a single word I said outside? I said I can solve this, and it won't cost me my life. Vivian suddenly looked up, her eyes red as she glared at him. How long are you going to keep lying to me? That's a soul curse. You will die. Lin En sighed, and simply lay back on the bed, his hands resting behind his head. All right, I'm undoubtedly going to die, or is that better? Vivian looked at him in this defeated state, a hint of determination flickering in her eyes. She turned to look at Sylphia, who stood nearby. Their gazes met. Sylphia bit her lip, tears welling up, and she glanced at Lin En, then at Vivian, and nodded vigorously. Subsequently, Sylphia turned without a word and quickly left the bedroom. Click. The door was locked from the outside. Lin En sat up in confusion. What is she doing? She walked to the side of the bed, looking down at Lin En. The firelight from the fireplace illuminated her pale face, and her purple eyes swirled with an incredibly complex array of emotions. There was guilt, gratitude, and a hint of desperate madness. You saved me twice, Vivian spoke softly. I am a deposed princess. I have no money, no territory, and even this life was brought back by you. After saying this, Vivian suddenly bent down, resting her hands on either side of Lin En's body on the bed. The distance between them instantly closed. Lin En could even smell the faint scent of milk on her, mixed with a unique magical aura. I have nothing to— The moment the words left her mouth, Vivian closed her eyes, bowed her head, and kissed him. It was an extremely awkward kiss, lacking technique, driven purely by instinct. Her lips were cold, trembling slightly, and her teeth even bumped into Lin En's lips. Lin En was completely frozen. He truly did not expect her to take this step. Seeing that he did not respond, Wei On thought he was resisting. She grew anxious, her hands climbing onto Lin En's shoulders, attempting to deepen the kiss. When the meat was delivered to his lips, how could he possibly spit it out? Lin En suddenly reached out, pulling Wei Yan's slender waist into his embrace, flipping over to pin her beneath him. The balance of offense and defense shifted instantly. Lin En regained the initiative, prying open her lips and advancing deep within. The pure yang energy flowed through the skin in contact, dispelling the coldness surrounding Wei Yan. Wei Weian let out a muffled groan, her hands weakly clutching the sheets beneath her. Her mind went blank, feeling completely drained, her breath stolen away. After an unknown amount of time, Lin En finally released her. Wei Weian gasped for air, her cheeks flushed as if they were bleeding. She looked up at Lin En, who was hovering above her with an aggressive gaze, gritted her teeth, and reached for the ties of her nightgown. With a gentle tug, she released them. The white silk nightgown slipped down her shoulders, pooling around her waist. Her perfect curves were laid bare to the air. Years of fleeing had not marred her figure, rather due to the nurturing of magic, her skin glowed a dazzling white. Lin En's breath grew heavier. Wei Weian closed her eyes, her lashes trembling violently. She reached out her hands, attempting to undo Lin En's clothing. When her hand touched the warm spirit stone, Wei Weian's movements abruptly halted. She opened her eyes, her gaze dropping, and her pupils constricted suddenly. The courage that had surged from a willingness to face death instantly evaporated at this moment. What kind of monster is this? What kind of situations did Sylphia usually face? This could kill someone. Are you even human? Wei Weian's voice trembled, instinctively shrinking back. Lin En was amused by her terrified appearance. Now you want to run? It's too late. Lin En grasped her ankle, pulling her back. If it hurts, just bite me. Lin En murmured, then began to circulate his energy. Oh. Wei Weian let out a short pained scream. Her nails dug painfully into Lin En's shoulder muscle, tears instantly streaming down her face. The intolerable feeling from the magical circuit made her tremble uncontrollably. Lin En halted the flow of energy, gently wiping away her tears from the corners of her eyes, then circulated the yin-yang harmonization technique. The pure yang energy continuously surged into Wei Weian's magical circuits through the connection of their meridians. A wondrous reaction occurred. The cold, dead energy accumulated in Wei Weian's body from practicing necromancy did not get burned away upon contact with the pure yang energy. Instead, it absorbed and merged into it like parched earth meeting sweet rain. The pain gradually faded, replaced by a sense of comfort and warmth. Wei Weian's tightly furrowed brows slowly relaxed. She bit her lower lip, letting out a suppressed soft moan. Seeing this, Lin En could no longer hold back and continued to urge his technique. The bed began to resonate once more. The flames in the fireplace cast their flickering light, projecting their silhouettes onto the walls. As their dual cultivation deepened, the dark red skull totem on Lin En's back began to twist violently. The malicious soul curse power was forcibly extracted under the operation of the yin-yang harmonization technique, transforming into the purest energy rushing into Lin En's dantian through his meridians. Ding. Successfully formed a Tao partner. Dual cultivation efficiency 2. Gain an exclusive equipment, Holy Spirit feather garment. Soul curse refining in progress. The pure yang energy within Lin En's body grew visibly stronger. Wei Weian's experience was even more direct. She felt a vast and gentle power filling her, continuously strengthening her magical circuits. The boundary of her cultivation, which had stagnated for years, began to crack under the impact of this power. Lin En. Wei Weian tightly clung to Lin En's neck, her nails leaving shallow marks on his back. She was completely immersed in this cultivation, instinctively cooperating with Lin En's technique. The night was still long. Congratulations, host. Mental power significantly increased. Congratulations, host. Cultivation level broke through to Chi refinement level 5. Congratulations, host. Cultivation level broke through to Chi refinement level 6. In the morning, Lin En opened his eyes. The fire in the fireplace had already gone out, leaving only a few dark red embers. He exhaled, feeling the surging pure yang energy within him. The golden energy flow in his meridians was more than twice as thick as yesterday, carrying a faint sound of wind and thunder as it circulated. He opened the system panel. Name: Lin En Winston. Physique: Pure Yang Sacred Body, SSS grade. Cultivation level: Chi refinement level 6. Cultivation technique: Yin-Yang harmonization technique, S grade. Tao partner: Sylphia, 20 increase in physique. Wei Weian, 40 increase in spiritual power. Chi refinement level 6, jumped 2 levels. Lin En nodded in satisfaction. Jumping 2 levels overnight thanks to that second-tier vengeful spirit that left not even ashes behind. A rustling sound of fabric came from beside him. A fair arm emerged from under the blanket wrapping around Lin En's arm. Lin En turned to look. Wei Weian was still sound asleep, with a trace of tears at the corners of her eyes, her brow slightly furrowed, seemingly worried even in her dreams about that cursed thing. However, the most striking feature was her hair. Her originally pure dark purple hair had lost its cold hue, with strands of pure golden color flowing within, refracting a sacred halo in the morning light. Has it mutated? Lin En casually cast an inspection spell. Name: Wei Weian Ulstert. Race: human. Rank: second tier Holy Spirit Mage. Talent: Child of Light, S grade. Necromancy affinity, A grade. Lin En raised an eyebrow. Well, a necromancer transformed into a Holy Spirit Mage. And she even broke through to the second tier. As he thought about this, the grip on his arm tightened. Wei Wan's long lashes fluttered a couple of times, slowly opening her eyes. A moment of confusion flashed in her purple eyes, then her focus locked onto Lin En, who was close at hand. The wild memories of last night surged into her mind, and her face instantly turned crimson, with her neck and collarbone also tinged with a layer of pink. Instinctively, she wanted to shrink back, but as soon as she moved, a sharp pain made her gasp. Her brows twisted. Awake! Lin En turned on his side, propping his head with one hand to look at her. Wei Wan gritted her teeth, enduring the discomfort below, her shyness quickly fading from her eyes. She suddenly threw back the covers and dove into Lin En's arms, without hesitation. What are you doing? Lin En was startled by her sudden action. No time for questions. Wei Wan pressed down hard on Lin En's shoulders, her eyes reddening, again her voice trembling. Only 7 days left. 7 days. I discussed it with Sophia. No matter what, we must leave you a way out. Saying this, she closed her eyes and leaned down to kiss Lin En. Lin En quickly reached out and pinched her cheeks, forming her lips into a duck shape. Vivian struggled to swat his hand away, her eyes brimming with urgency and sorrow. What 7 days? Who wants to wait? Lin En looked at her helplessly. Didn't I say last night that the cursed spell wouldn't take my life? What tragic drama are you imagining in your head every day? Vivian was stunned. She stared at Lin in disbelief, filling her eyes. Lin En released his grip, turned over, and lay flat on the bed, exposing his back to her. You can see for yourself. Vivian lowered her head to look. On his broad back, the muscle lines were well defined. Apart from a few red marks from last night's encounter, it was completely clean. Vivian was dumbfounded. She rubbed her eyes and leaned closer to examine. She even extended her finger and touched the skin. It was warm, firm, and filled with vitality. It's gone, Vivian murmured to herself, her voice tinged with a ridiculous shock. Really gone. It has long been refined into my cultivation. Lin En turned over, lay back down, and looked at her with a semblance of a smile. Do you think I was tossing and turning all night for what? Vivian's mind went blank. Nothing happened. He wouldn't die. So what was she doing last night? She had rushed in like a madwoman, crying and shouting to offer herself. She even boasted just a moment ago about wanting to leave a backup plan for him. A wave of intense heat surged to Vivian's head, making her feel like she was about to burst into flames. Oh! She let out a short scream, yanking the blanket and wrapping herself tightly in it. From beneath the blanket came the sound of suppressed sobbing. So embarrassing. Just let me die. Lin En looked at the lump in the blanket and couldn't help but laugh. He reached for the corner of the blanket. Don't touch me. Vivian clung tightly to the blanket, her voice muffled and heavy with tears. I can't face anyone now. Do you think I'm especially easy? Do you think I'm an idiot offering myself up willingly? All right, come out. Lin En exerted a little force, pulling both her and the blanket into his embrace. What if you suffocate? I won't come out. If it weren't for you last night, I wouldn't have unraveled the curse so quickly. Lin En patted her back through the blanket and stroked her hair. Your purine energy helped a lot. It was precisely because of the dual cultivation last night that I was able to completely eradicate the curse so quickly. Strictly speaking, it was indeed you who saved me. The struggles beneath the blanket paused for a moment. Really? Vivian's voice revealed a hint of doubt. Why would I lie to you? Not only did you help me, but you also gained benefits yourself. Lin En pulled back the corner of the blanket, revealing her blushing face. Not only has my curse been lifted, but the hidden dangers on you have also been resolved. You can feel the magical energy flowing within you. Vivian stared at him in astonishment. She calmed her mind, closed her eyes, and began to sense the magical energy circuits within her body. The next second, she opened her eyes, her purple pupils sharply constricting. My magic. She looked down. The originally dark purple magic, cold and filled with the aura of death, had vanished. In its place was an extremely warm, pure energy brimming with life. This energy flowed through her meridians, making her feel as light as if she could float away. Moreover, her magical bottleneck had been broken. Second tier. How is this possible? Vivian looked incredulously at a strand of her hair. The original dark purple was now interspersed with a sacred light golden color. Light attribute. She looked up at Lin En, her voice floating. My magic has turned into a light attribute. But I am a necromancer. Now you are a holy spirit mage. Lin En pinched her cheek, surprised. Unexpected. Vivian was completely bewildered. She took a nap and transformed from a necromancer into a light mage. What will happen to my necromancy spells? Vivian suddenly recalled a serious issue. All the magic she excelled at was necromancy spells. If they could no longer be used, her entire strength would be reduced by more than half. She quickly extended her finger and quickly traced a summoning array in the air. The moment the array formed, it was no longer the familiar dark purple, but a dazzling golden halo. Xiaobai, come out, Vivian shouted nervously. From the golden array came the sound of bones clashing. A skeleton jumped out from the halo. It was still the same small skeleton, about 1.5 meters tall. However, its bones were no longer grayish-white, but crystalline and transparent, like exquisite white jade, even radiating a gentle sacred glow. It stood there not resembling a necromancer, but rather like a holy messenger sent by the gods. Xiaobai lifted its head, and the hollow eye sockets no longer burned with ghostly green flames, but with two golden flames of light. It stood there not resembling a necromancer, but rather like a holy messenger sent by the gods. Xiaobai lifted its head, and the hollow eye sockets no longer. Lin En stared at the glowing skeleton, his mouth twitching. Vivian's jaw dropped, nearly hitting the floor. A necromancer skeleton radiating light. If this were to be brought out, the tribunal of the church would probably go crazy on the spot. Lin En couldn't help but reach out and tap its forehead, producing a crisp sound, like jade clashing. This is not just a bone, it's practically a work of art. If you take this summoning object out and show it around the church's square, even the archbishop would kneel and call it a holy relic. Lin En teased with a smile. Vivian rubbed her temples, her mind still buzzing. A light attribute necromancer. If such an absurdity were written into the history of magic, the author would probably be burned alive by mages across the continent as a madman. But the fact is, right before her eyes, the light magical energy flowing within her was extremely pure. Alright, stop staring at your skeleton. Lin En interrupted her worldview reconstruction. Lin En opened his item menu. Artifact Holy Spirit Feather Robe, exclusive gear bound to Tao Companion Vivian. Crafted from exquisite silkworm ice silk and 12-star gold feathers. The gear tier evolves automatically with the cultivation level of the bound individual. Lin En lightly tapped in the air. A soft white light gathered in his palm. Vivian, attracted by the glow, turned her head to look. A gift for you. Lin En extended his hand, offering her the item. Vivian paused for a moment and instinctively reached out to take it. It felt incredibly light, almost weightless. As the light gradually faded, the true form of the equipment revealed itself before the two of them. It was a translucent skirt as thin as a cicada's wing, smooth to the touch, like flowing water emanating a soft glow. What caught the eye the most was the 12 pale golden translucent feathers neatly sewn onto the back of the skirt. What is this? Vivian touched the feathers. The moment her fingertips made contact, the feathers emitted a warm magical wave, instantly responding to her touch. Holy Spirit feather dress. Lin leaned against the head of the bed, looking at her. Hurry up and try it on. Let's see if it fits. Vivian turned her back, took off her nightgown, and slipped into the Holy Spirit feather dress. A wondrous thing happened. The moment the skirt touched her skin, it automatically shrank to fit her. The exquisite silk seemed to possess a life of its own, spreading along her body's curves, wrapping her perfect figure within. Vivian turned around. Lin raised an eyebrow. This dress. System, you really understand men's aesthetics. The Holy Spirit feather dress fit Vivian's body perfectly. The special tailoring at the chest and waist highlighted her slender waist and long legs completely. The layer of translucent fabric was less of clothing and more like a layer of subtly revealing filter. Her fair skin radiated an irresistible allure beneath the light fabric. Key areas were cleverly concealed by delicate magical patterns, yet it only made the allure more pronounced. This is not just a divine artifact, it is clearly a high-end version of lingerie. It seems to recognize its master. Vivian closed her eyes, feeling the resonance between her magic and the feather dress. As her internal magic flowed, the 12-star gold feathers came to life. They detached from the skirt's constraints, floating in midair, slowly revolving around Vivian. So amazing, Vivian murmured to herself. She tried to raise her hand. The 12-star gold feathers instantly converged in front of her, intertwining to form a pale golden translucent shield. The feathers shimmered with an indestructible magical luster. She waved her hand again. The shield dispersed, and the feathers swiftly flew to her back, assembling in a specific sequence. Whoosh! A pair of wide pale golden wings unfurled behind her. Vivian's feet lifted off the ground, and she floated gracefully in midair. Her purple gold hair danced in the wind, and the wings behind her radiated a sacred glow. Beneath the translucent skirt, her perfect curves were fully exposed. Purity and allure reached a perfect balance on Vivian. Like a fallen angel from heaven. Lin leaned against the bed's headboard, his gaze tracing up from her suspended ankles. Honestly, the visual impact was overwhelming. Lin could clearly feel that little Lin was awakening rapidly. He quickly recited a couple of calming spells, trying to suppress the rising heat. Vivian was excitedly manipulating the wings in midair. She had never experienced the sensation of flying. Although it was just a short moment of suspension, it was enough to make her, a mage, feel novelty and excitement. Lin, look. I can fly. Vivian joyfully spun around, looking down at Lin on the bed. Then her smile froze instantly. Her gaze was fixated on the fire attribute spirit stone that Lin carried. Memories of that time, almost. You. Vivian pointed at the outline in terror, her voice, trembling, her eyes filled with fear. She was so frightened that she forgot to control her magic. The 12 star gold feathers behind her instantly lost their support, collapsing with a whoosh and falling back to being scattered feathers. Vivian fell straight from midair. Up. Lin reacted quickly. He exerted force with his legs leaping from the bed to catch the falling Vivian. Soft jade-like warmth filled his arms. The layer of translucent fabric offered no barrier whatsoever. The skin-to-skin contact caused the heat that Lin had just suppressed to surge back up. Vivian clearly sensed the anomaly of the spirit stone. Let go of me. Vivian struggled to break free from Lin's embrace like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. She rolled and crawled to the other end of the bed, yanking the quilt to wrap herself tightly from head to toe. Only a pair of purple gold eyes remained exposed, staring at Lin in terror. I can't take it anymore. Really can't. A sobbing wail came from beneath the quilt. It will kill me. She has dragon blood, she can withstand it. Lin stood by the bed looking at the quilt that was trembling into a ball, glancing down at himself. He sighed helplessly, grabbed a piece of clothing beside him, and put it on. All right, stop howling. I won't touch you. Lin walked to the bed and tapped her head lightly through the quilt. Just rest well in here. Vivian beneath the quilt remained silent. Lin turned and walked toward the door. Just as his hand reached for the doorknob, a muffled voice came from behind. Hey. Lin paused and looked back. The quilt was pulled down slightly, revealing Vivian's flushed cheeks. Thank you for your gift. She bit her lip, her voice as soft as a mosquito's hum. I really like it. Lin's lips curved into a smile. That's good to hear. Just be careful when flying next time, don't fall down all of a sudden. He pushed open the master bedroom door. The hallway was still a bit dim. As Lin took a step out, he saw a shadow crouching at the base of the wall outside. Sylphia was hugging her knees, burying her face in her arms, curled up into a little ball. The originally crystal-clear ice-blue dragon horns now appeared dull and lifeless, drooping listlessly. This silly dragon girl had obviously been waiting outside the door all night. Upon hearing the sound of the door hinge turning, Sylphia suddenly raised her head. Her eyes were bloodshot. Master. Sylphia's voice was hoarse, thick, with a crying tone. Are you all right? Her tears burst forth like a dam, falling heavily onto her hands. Lin sighed, reaching out to ruffle her messy hair. It's early in the morning, can you wait a bit for me to be fine? Feeling the warm touch on her head, Sylphia frantically pawed at him like an anxious puppy. Does anything hurt? Did the curse act up? Vivian said that curse would consume flesh and blood. Are you holding up? She spoke while frantically tugging at Lin's clothes, wanting to check his back. Lin pressed her restless small hands down and pulled her into his embrace. All right, stop touching. The curse has already been resolved. Sylvia was frozen in Lin's embrace. She looked up at Lin with a dazed expression. Is it resolved? But Vivian said. She knows nothing, Lin interrupted bluntly. Is your master's ability something a half-baked mage can comprehend? Sylvia still seemed somewhat unconvinced. She sniffed, her nose pressed against Lin's chest, taking 2 strong whiffs. The dragon race has an extraordinarily keen sense of smell, capable of discerning even the slightest differences in magical and spiritual auras. When the curse had entered Lin's body yesterday, she had detected an incredibly nauseating cold and putrid stench. But now that smell had vanished. In its place was an extraordinarily rich and fiery aura akin to the most intense sunlight at noon, bringing a comforting warmth. This pure yang scent was more potent than yesterday, and just inhaling it caused Sylvia's legs to weaken. It really is gone. Sylvia murmured as the terror and worry in her eyes finally ebbed away like a receding tide. She suddenly opened her arms wide and tightly embraced Lin's waist, burying her face in his chest. This is wonderful. Truly wonderful. She cried and laughed at the same time, her dragon tail excitedly swishing behind her, knocking vases in the corridor to and fro. After crying for a solid 5 minutes, Sylvia's emotions slowly calmed down. She lifted her head from Lin's embrace, sniffed, and looked bashfully at the mess she had made of his shirt. I'm sorry, master. I got your clothes dirty. A stained shirt is a small matter, Lin replied, suddenly shifting his tone to one that was dangerously serious. He slightly lowered his head, his gaze intensely focused on Sylvia. Let's settle last night's score. Sylvia froze for a moment, the dragon horns atop her head instinctively trembling. Who was it that conspired with Vivian last night? Lin reached out and pinched her left ice-blue dragon horn, gently rubbing it. Sylvia trembled all over, her cheeks instantly flushed with a deep hue. She lowered her head in guilt, unable to meet Lin's eyes. Not only did you conspire, but you even dared to lock the door from the outside. Lin's grip tightened a little more, eliciting a soft, muffled sound from Sylvia. You don't believe your master's words and dare to act on your own. What do you think should be the punishment? Sylvia's tail drooped immediately, obediently wrapping around her ankle. Sylvia knows she's in the wrong. She bit her lower lip, her voice soft like a puddle of water. No matter how master punishes me, Sylvia will not complain. That was your promise. Lin curled his lips into a mischievous smile. He suddenly bent down and picked Sylvia up in a bridal carry. The sudden sensation of weightlessness made Sylvia gasp, instinctively wrapping her arms around Lin's neck. Instead of returning to the master bedroom, Lin walked directly to the adjacent guest room. He kicked the door open, stepped inside, and then kicked it shut behind him. The guest room lacked a fireplace, and the air carried a hint of morning chill. But this slight temperature was no issue for a frost dragon. Lin walked to the side of the bed and unceremoniously tossed Sylvia onto the soft bedding. Sylvia rolled once on the bed and quickly adjusted her position. She knelt half on the bed head, lowered her hands, obediently resting on her knees, presenting herself like a ripe fruit ready for picking. She was ready. Whether it was to be punished or, as usual, to be thoroughly toyed with by her master, she was willing. However, Lin did not immediately pounce on her as he usually did. He sat at the edge of the bed, legs spread wide, leaning against the bedpost, watching Sylvia kneeling before him with a playful glint in his eye. "Come here," Lin said, patting his thigh. Sylvia obediently crawled over, stopping between his legs. Lin reached out his long fingers, lifting her chin, compelling her to look up. "Since you said you would accept punishment today, we will practice a new technique," Lin spoke softly. Sylvia blinked, her face filled with confusion. A new technique. Before she could react, Lin had already released the seal on little Lin. Sylvia's gaze followed Lin's actions downward. When the pure yang energy erupted suddenly, her breath stalled instantly. Although she had practiced with Lin many times, she was not unfamiliar with little Lin. But at this moment, the proximity and the visual pressure still made her feel overwhelmed. The intense heat washed over her, even making her feel the heat waves emanating from the non-existent fireplace. "Master." Sylvia's voice began to tremble. Her eyes widened in shock. Even the dragon horns atop her head turned a deep blue from the sheer astonishment. "This isn't right," she stuttered, inching backward. In her understanding, her mouth was only meant for eating, drinking, and speaking, or to release icy breath. How could she practice a technique? Who was it that said they'd accept punishment without complaint? Lin raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Sylvia was instantly rendered speechless. She bit her lip, gazing at little Lin. Her innate obedience ultimately triumphed over her sense of shame. Taking a deep breath, she slowly began to practice the new technique. Her special frost dragon constitution kept her in a state of coolness year-round. When the ice attribute constitution encountered the fire attribute technique, the extreme ice and fire conflict threatened Lin's very life. Sylvia had no skill whatsoever. During her first attempt to practice the new technique, she could only clumsily and awkwardly explore the method. Occasionally, mistakes in her technique elicited a muffled grunt from Lin. Hearing Lin's sound, Sylvia was so frightened that she immediately stopped her actions, lifted her head, her eyes welling with tears once more. "Master, I'm sorry. Did I hurt you?" "It's fine." Lin stroked her cheek. "Continue, I'll teach you how to practice." Under Lin's guidance, Sylvia gradually grasped the essence of the technique. The yin-yang harmony technique began to operate automatically within both their bodies. The pure yang energy and the frost energy converged, clashed, and fused. Lin felt an extremely pure chill rushing straight to his dantian, solidifying the realm. He had just broken through to the 6th level of chi refinement last night. Sylvia's sensations were even more intense. That scorching temperature spread through her meridians, igniting her internal frost bloodline completely. Her dragon horns turned a fiery red, and her dragon tail unconsciously tightened around the bedsheet. After an unknown amount of time, Sylvia absorbed and transformed all that pure yang energy into her own magical power. The scorching warmth surged through her limbs, making her feel as though her magical power was flowing like a tide, filling every inch of her meridians with strength. Lin gently stroked her hair, watching the pure yang energy around her gradually dissipate, and softly said, "Well done." Lin En walked out of the Lord's mansion feeling refreshed. Sylvia obediently followed, half a step behind him, head lowered, hands clasped in front of her. As soon as the two stepped down the stairs, Lin En halted his footsteps. Outside the Lord's mansion, a large crowd had gathered. Butler Barlow, blacksmith Aeon, and Marcus were present with 20 fully armed guards. Even the little maid Millie was peeking shyly from the edge of the crowd. All eyes converged on Lin En the moment he stepped out. Tension, worry. Lin En was taken aback by the scene, and then scolded, "Why is everyone so idle? Are you all not working? Why are you loitering around the Lord's mansion so early in the morning? Are you planning a rebellion?" Marcus quickly stepped forward, his tone filled with urgency. "My lord, your health." The rumor about 7 days turning into blood had already spread among the guards, causing these noble men to be restless all night, and they rushed to the Lord's mansion as soon as day broke. Enough, put away those mourning expressions." Lin En waved his hand, impatiently interrupting him. "It's already resolved." "Resolved?" Marcus anxiously scrutinized Lin En from head to toe, yet the Lord before him showed no signs of illness. Instead, he appeared vigorous. However, he still felt uneasy, instinctively glancing past Lin En toward Sylvia. As the Lord's most trusted guard, and maid Lady Sylvia's condition spoke volumes. Not just Marcus, but Barlow, Aeon, and others also focused their attention on Sylvia. At that moment, Sylvia was still looking down, her throat moving painfully. Gulp. She strained to swallow something. After swallowing, she seemed to choke and hurriedly covered her mouth, coughing softly a couple of times, her eyes misting over. A slightly excessive blush appeared on her fair neck and cheeks. Marcus and Barlow exchanged glances. In an instant, the gazes of the crowd conveyed a wave of information. Lady Sylvia still has the mood to eat something. Moreover, given her rosy complexion, it's clear that she is not only fine, but also well-nourished. Since even the Lord's personal maid is so relaxed, the curse must have been completely lifted. That's great. Marcus sighed in relief, finally revealing a smile. Butler Barlow also wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, clasping his hands together and praying to the heavens. May the God of light bless, may the Lord be safe and sound. Lin En, seeing the relieved expressions on these people, waved his hand like shooing away ducks. All right, now that you've seen me, go do what you need to do. Frostfall Town is in dire need of revitalization, don't waste time here. Upon hearing this, everyone exchanged glances, and after confirming that the Lord was indeed fine, they gradually dispersed, attending to their own tasks. Marcus stayed behind. He approached Lin En and began reporting on last night's post-battle cleanup. My lord, we collected a total of 12 first-tier magic cores and 1 second-tier magic core from the battlefield yesterday. I have handed over all these spoils to Butler Barlow for storage. Well done. Lin En nodded in approval. There's one more thing. Marcus' voice carried a hint of excitement. Thanks to the miraculous potions from you, all 20 brothers in the guard have broken through last night. Now our Frostfall Town guard is fully at first tier. Lin En was not surprised by this outcome. With the system's alchemy techniques, if even a few ordinary people couldn't reach the first tier, then his efforts would be too cheap. 20 individuals aren't enough to make a difference. Lin En stroked his chin and issued a direct order. Marcus, I have a new task for you. Starting today, expand the guard size. Recruit freely, no limit on numbers, the more the better. There's only one standard for recruitment: courage, the willingness to fight. Once they join the guard, the potions will be plentiful. Even if they are a farmer with no foundation, I can use potions to make them a first-tier warrior. Do you understand? Marcus' breath became heavy in an instant. The Lord is determined to create an extraordinary army of steel. Understood. I pledge my life to serve you. Marcus stood at attention, saluting with utmost formality. Before Lin En could respond, a figure suddenly squeezed over. My lord, it was Aubrey. What's the matter? Lin En glanced at him. Aubrey pointed southward towards the town. This morning, a large group of refugees arrived outside the town. There are more than 100 people. We didn't dare let them in casually. They're all blocked outside the wooden fence waiting for you to make a decision. Refugees. Lin En stroked his chin. Frostfall Town is remote. What wind blew today to bring over 100 people? Let's go take a look. Lin En waved his hand and headed towards the town entrance with Sylvia, Marcus, and the others. Arriving at the town entrance, a crowd was densely packed outside the wooden fence on the south side. They were wrapped in tattered burlap, and many had no shoes, their feet frostbitten and purple. Among the crowd were elderly individuals, weak women, and a few children with blue lips from the cold. As the cold wind blew, the crowd trembled, mingling with the stench of frostbite and long-neglected filth. Upon seeing Lin En approach with the guard, someone in the crowd shouted, "It's the Lord!" With a rustle, over 100 people seemed to lose their strength all at once and knelt in the snow. Please take us in. Just give us something to eat. We're willing to do anything. Please save my child. The cries and pleas intertwined, creating a cacophony that was painful to the ears. Lin En was most annoyed by such chaotic scenes. He frowned and raised his hand to signal for silence. There was no response. The crowd continued to wail. Seeing this, Marcus suddenly drew his long sword from his waist, the blade emitting a crisp hum in the cold wind. Silence. In front of the Lord, anyone who dares to make noise will be dealt with for disturbing the peace of the territory. The pressure of a first-tier warrior was instantly released. The crowd fell silent in an instant. Even the children's cries were stifled by their parents. Lin En looked at the crowd. With so many people, I can't hear anyone. Choose someone competent, someone articulate, to come forward. The crowd exchanged glances. Soon an older man stepped out from the crowd. He approached the fence and attempted to kneel. Enough, stand and speak. Lin En interrupted his motion. Who are you? Where do you come from? The old man tightly grasped his cane, his voice hoarse, in response to the Lord. We are all subjects of the neighboring Twilight territory. 3 days ago, our village was destroyed by a group of undead. Half of the villagers perished at the hands of those monsters. We who managed to escape were fortunate to return with our lives. Since Twilight territory was destroyed, why didn't you go to the main city, Hot Spring City, to find your lord? Why come to me? Lin En stared at the old man. Don't tell me you got lost. Upon mentioning the Hot Spring City, the old man let out a bitter smile, his eyes filled with despair. We initially fled towards Hot Spring City. However, the Lord of Hot Spring City ordered the city gates to be tightly shut, claiming that the food supplies within were scarce and could not accommodate us refugees. He even sent soldiers to drive us away. The old man's voice carried a hint of sorrow. The Lord said to continue north, where there is a place called Frostfall Town, ruled by a benevolent lord who has sturdy walls, and will surely take us in. We truly have no way to survive, which is why we made our way here. Lin En, upon hearing this, almost laughed in anger. What a lord of Hot Spring City he was. He didn't wish to accept refugees, fearing that it would waste food and incite unrest, so he shifted the burden of these 100 people on a Frostfall town. Marcus, standing behind Lin En, cursed out loud, "Nonsense. Hot Spring City is the richest city within 100 miles. How could it possibly be unable to provide for over 100 mouths? They are deliberately pushing their troubles onto us. My lord, we cannot accept them. These people consume more than they contribute. Taking them in is like opening a bottomless pit." Upon hearing Marcus' words, the refugees fell to their knees again, their cries echoing once more. "My lord, please, we can do anything. Don't drive us away or it's death either way." Lin En ignored the cries from below. Marcus was right. Over 100 mouths would consume a significant amount of food each day. Moreover, among the refugees were the elderly, the weak, and the sick, which would make management a hassle. Furthermore, who could say if there were any with ulterior motives among them? But what was the biggest shortcoming of Frostfall Town right now? A lack of people. An extreme lack of people. To capture Golden Spike City, he needed to forge weapons, expand the guard, and manage logistics. Which of these didn't require labor? In the eyes of the Lord of Hot Spring City, these 100 or so people were a waste of food, but in Lin En's eyes they were free labor. As for food, at worst he could plant more spiritual wheat. Lin En raised his hand and pressed down. Marcus understood, and the guards immediately drew their long swords. The synchronized sound of metal rubbing together silenced the refugees instantly. "Everyone stand up." Lin En's gaze swept across the crowd. The refugees looked at each other, trembling, and helped one another to stand. "You may stay." As soon as these words left his mouth, a suppressed cheer erupted from the crowd. A few even embraced each other, weeping. "But I must make my conditions clear first." Lin En raised his voice, sharply drowning out all other sounds. "Frostfall Town is not a charity. I will not support idlers. I can provide you with a place to stay, even if it's just a wooden shed I construct myself. I will ensure it shields you from wind and rain. I can provide you with one full meal a day, ensuring you do not starve. The condition is that you must work for me. You will clear land, build houses, move bricks, and repair walls. Whatever I tell you to do, you must do. There will be no wages and no days off. If you can do this, stay. If you can't, turn around and leave right now." This condition was no different from becoming, but in front of those who were nearly starving and freezing to death, dignity and freedom were worthless. "We are willing. We are willing." The old man, overcome with emotion, shed tears as he repeatedly bowed his head. "As long as we can have something to eat, we are willing to serve the Lord like cattle or horses. I am willing to work. I am strong. I can work too." Not a single person thought Lin En's demands were excessive. In this world where lives were as cheap as grass, surviving was the greatest blessing. "Very well." Lin En nodded in satisfaction. "Since no one opposes, let's proceed by my rules." He turned to Bartolo, the steward behind him. "Bartolo, prepare a table, paper, and pen. Bring them to the town entrance. Marcus, take 10 brothers to keep watch here. Once registered, take them to the empty land south of the town and set up a few temporary tents for them. And have Martha boil 2 large pots of hot soup to warm them up." Lin En instructed. The 2 immediately complied. "Yes, my lord." Lin En looked down at the crowd again, throwing out the final carrot. "Steward Bartolo will record each of your names, ages, and health conditions. If anyone knows how to blacksmith, do carpentry, masonry, tailoring, or can read and write, volunteer that information when you register. I will give special consideration to skilled workers. Furthermore, remember my next statement." Lin En's gaze swept across the blank faces. "In Frostfall Town, as long as you abide by the rules and work diligently, I will assess your performance. Those who perform well after a year of service, I will strip you of your refugee status and grant you the status of free citizens of Frostfall Town. As free citizens, you will receive daily wages for working for the Lord." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Then an even louder uproar erupted. "Free citizens. With wages." For refugees who had lost their homes, this was treatment they wouldn't dare to dream of. The previously numb eyes that were merely seeking to survive now ignited with fervent light. But Lin En suddenly raised his voice, interrupting their celebration. "If I find anyone slacking off during work or being unscrupulous in the town, causing trouble," Lin En sneered, pointing to the distant snowfield, "then don't blame me for turning against you. I will break your legs and throw you out. Frostfall Town does not support waste, nor does it nurture ungrateful wolves." These words struck down, and the refugees listened obediently. Many clenched their fists, afraid of missing this opportunity. The gates slowly opened. Bartolo had already set up tables and chairs at the town entrance. The refugees lined up obediently into 4 long lines, beginning to register one by one. Lin En stood with his arms crossed, watching this group of new employees join, feeling quite pleased. "What's your name? How old are you? What skills do you have?" Bartolo, holding a quill, asked without looking up. In response to the Lord, "My name is Lao He. I am 40, and I used to be a blacksmith. I can fix some farming tools. A thin, middle-aged man answered, rubbing his frostbitten hands. A blacksmith. Bartolo quickly noted it on the parchment. Go stand in that queue on the left. Next, as the registration continued, Lin En's smile grew wider. Carpenters, masons, and even a tanner skilled in tanning animal hides appeared. Among these 100 people, there were actually over a dozen with skills. The rest, though ordinary farmers, looked robust. With a bit of nourishment, they could quickly be put to hard labor. Those who fled from the undead assault, managing to escape dozens of miles to reach Frostfall Town, the elderly, weak, and sick, had already perished along the way. The examination revealed that most of the individuals were ordinary refugees, showing no signs of unusual, until his gaze fell upon 2 men at the back of the line. They wore tattered burlap clothes like the other refugees, their faces smeared with black soot, and their hair was as disheveled as a bird's nest. They hunched their backs, trembling among the crowd, feigning the appearance of having been starved for days. However, Lin En could see through their act at a glance. Despite the frostbite on their hands, thick calluses were evident at the bases of their thumbs, marks left by years of wielding weapons. Moreover, unlike the other refugees whose eyes were dull and vacant, they discreetly scanned their surroundings, observing the height of the wooden walls, the equipment of the guards, and the layout of the buildings within the territory. Most crucially, the system panel does not deceive. Target Bob Br Ben. Level uninitiated. Note: under orders from the Lord of Hot Spring City, infiltrate the refugee group to investigate the situation in Luoshuang Town. Lin En raised an eyebrow, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Well played, Lord of Hot Spring City. Not only did you throw over 100 refugees my way, but you also mixed in some sand. If it had been another lord, even with heightened vigilance, it would have been difficult to identify these 2 scouts among the stinking mass of over 100 refugees. Once they infiltrated the town, the troop deployments and food reserves of Luoshuang Town would soon be thoroughly understood by Hot Spring City. Unfortunately, they had encountered someone extraordinary. Lin En remained silent, and did not instruct Marcus to apprehend them on the spot. Killing them outright seemed pointless, wasting valuable labor. Since the city lord was so generous to send 2 robust scouts, it would be a waste not to make full use of them, and he would feel guilty as a lord if he didn't. Lin En waved his hand. Sylvia, who had been following closely behind, immediately stepped forward, saying, Master, what are your orders? Call Marcus up here. Lin En lowered his voice. Before long, Marcus appeared before him. My lord, you called for me. Lin En slightly raised his chin, indicating the 2 men in the line below. Do you see those 2 men with their faces covered in soot? Marcus followed Lin En's gaze, scrutinizing them before replying, I see them. Is there a problem with those 2? It's a huge problem, Lin En replied flatly. They are not refugees, they are spies sent by Hot Spring City. Marcus' face changed drastically, instinctively reaching for his sword to apprehend them. Don't be impulsive, Lin En interrupted his movement. Marcus quickly halted, his voice low and filled with anger. Hot Spring City is being exceedingly unreasonable. My lord, how should we deal with this? Should we drag them to the back mountain? He made a motion across his throat. Why resort to violence? Our Luoshuang Town advocates civility and a new ethos, Lin En said, patting the wooden railing. Isn't there a shortage of manpower at the magic crystal mine? Yes, Marcus nodded. The mining progress has been slow due to the difficulty of extraction, especially with the scarred-faced crew. Now we have manpower coming in. Pointing at the 2 spies below, Lin En said, when you register them, just find some excuse to group them together separately. Then arrange for them to work with the scarred-faced crew. Set the daily mining quota high. If they fail to meet it, they won't get food or sleep. Assign 2 guards to monitor them in 12-hour shifts. Anyone who dares to slack off will be punished, Lin En added, pausing for emphasis. Remember, don't kill them. Spies from Hot Spring City must have better physical capabilities than ordinary farmers. This is prime labor. I want them thoroughly exploited until the last ounce of their strength is squeezed out. As Marcus grasped the situation, a sly smile spread across his face. Understood. Rest assured, my lord, I will ensure they are dealt with clearly. A cunning smile appeared on Marcus' face as he took his leave. The registration process lasted a full 2 hours, completing the documentation for 123 refugees. Marcus led this group to a spacious area south of the town where a pile of wood and hay had already been. Listen up, Marcus shouted from a height. This is where you will live from now on. The wood and hay are here, build your own shelters. Those who fail to finish before nightfall will have to sleep in the snow tonight. The refugees dared not voice any complaints, immediately bustling about like worker ants. The men carried wood, the women gathered hay, and even the children helped collect stones. All of them exerted their utmost strength to secure a place to stay in this safe environment. On the other side of the clearing, Martha was setting up 2 large iron pots with a few women. The fire beneath crackled. The pots simmered with large chunks of beast meat and coarse wheat, the rich aroma of meat wafting through the air, enveloping the entire camp. The working refugees suddenly paused in unison. countless eyes fixated on the two large iron pots, swallowing hard with greed. A few who were extremely hungry even had greenish eyes. Had there not been fully armed guards nearby, they might have pounced long ago. What are you staring at? Get to work. Marcus glared. The Lord promised that those who finish their shelters and work hard will each receive a large bowl of meat soup. Anyone who dares to slack off won't even get a drop of broth. This statement acted like a shot of adrenaline, instantly doubling the work pace in the camp. Wooden stakes were driven into the frozen ground, and simple wooden shelters sprang up before the naked eye. Among the crowd, the two spies from Hot Spring City were also straining to carry wood. They exchanged glances, each catching a glimmer of smugness in the other's eyes. Everything was going too smoothly. Initially, they thought infiltrating Luoshuang town would require considerable effort, but unexpectedly this young lord turned out to be a fool, truly accepting all the refugees without question. The defenses in Luoshuang town are so lax, one scout whispered while moving stones. They didn't even question us and let us in directly. Indeed, the naive little lord has never seen the world, the other scout scoffed. Once we grasp the situation here, when the main army arrives, this place will be ours. Hurry up and work, we must not raise any suspicions. As the two were lost in dreams of glory and success, they had no idea of the brutal miner's life that awaited them. Ding! Dang! The pickaxe struck the hard rock wall with a forceful blow, causing sparks to fly. Ben Boba's hands were torn, blood mixing with the black dust clinging to the rough wooden handle, and even a slight exertion sent a piercing pain through him. He mechanically swung the pickaxe, feeling as if his spine had been broken into 3 pieces, his arms heavy, as if filled with lead. Beside him, Barber Ben gritted his teeth, pushing a heavy mine cart filled with discarded rocks. The wheels screeched against the uneven track. Barber Ben's legs trembled, and after just 2 steps out, he slipped and fell heavily into the muddy ground with the cart. Crack! A coarse whip soaked in salt water mercilessly lashed at Barber Ben's back. Stop playing dead. Get up and push. The foreman stood at the entrance of the mine with the whip in hand. The Lord has said that if your group doesn't meet today's mining quota, no one will get to eat. No sleeping. If you don't finish, you'll die in the mine. Barber Ben grimaced in pain, scrambling to his feet and desperately pushing the cart forward. Ben Bobo wiped the black dust from his face, cursing the ancestors of the Lord of Luoshuang town in his heart. Is this a refugee camp? This is simply hell. The two brothers were elite scouts of the defense forces of Hot Spring City, trained in professional infiltration. They had thought that by mingling with over 100 refugees, they would easily find opportunities to uncover the troop deployments and grain storage locations of Luoshuang town. But what happened? On the first day in town, they hadn't even seen what the streets of Luoshuang looked like before being thrown directly into this magic crystal mine by a guard captain named Marcus. Every day they were forced down the mine before dawn and worked until midnight. The intense physical labor drained every last ounce of their strength. After work, they returned to the wooden shed too exhausted to even take off their clothes, collapsing into sleep. That young lord was no human. He was a demon that exploited them to the bone. Half a month later, in the drafty wooden shed, Barber Ben lay on a pile of hay, his sunken eyes indicating his emaciation, his once strong body now resembling a skeleton wrapped in skin. Brother. Barber Ben's voice was as weak as a mosquito's. Buzz, let's run. If we keep digging, we really will die here. I bled when I urinated today. Ben Boba turned over, his bones creaking. Run. If we run back now without completing the mission, the Lord will flay us alive. Ben Boba forced himself to sit up, patting his brother's shoulder. Just endure a bit longer. As long as we uncover the secrets of Luoshuang town, we will have achieved a great merit. The Lord promised that as long as we obtain the information, we will be promoted and given a raise when we return. Barber Ben swallowed hard, his eyes slightly brightening. Think of the taverns in Hot Spring City. Think of those plump women. Ben Boba continued to paint a rosy picture. As long as we complete this job, we can live a life of luxury for the rest of our days. I can't stand this godforsaken place for another day. We must find a way to get some useful information back. In the Lord's manor in the study on the 2nd floor, Lin En leaned back in a soft chair, Sylvia kneeling obediently beside him, holding a small silver hammer, carefully helping him peel a type of hard-shelled Arctic nut. Marcus stood before the desk, reporting on the situation in the mine. My lord, those 2 spies are on the verge of collapse. They fainted twice in the mine today, and Scarface had to splash them with cold water to wake them up. From the looks of it, if they are pushed any further, they will truly be done for. Lin En chewed the nut kernel that Sylvia had fed him, nodding in satisfaction. After more than half a month to have endured until now, their physical constitution is indeed impressive. Lin En clapped his hands to shake off the crumbs. The time is right. We've used this free labor to the limit, and it's time to let them exert their last bit of energy. Marcus' eyes brightened. My lord, shall we get rid of them? Why kill them? Lin En's lips curled into a sly smile. Aren't they trying to gather intelligence? Let's show them some mercy and send them a huge piece of intelligence. Go get Baylor and Masha. The whole town should prepare for a show. In the evening, Ben Boba and Barber Ben dragged their leaden legs, supporting each other back to the square where food was distributed. Though they were exhausted this moment, every day was their only hope. Aunt Masha's beast meat and coarse wheat soup, though the meat was pitifully scarce, at least could sustain life. The two stumbled in line before the big iron pot, holding out their battered wooden bowls. Aunt Masha looked at them with a worried expression, took a large ladle, and stirred the pot, then clinked a scoop of murky green liquid into their bowls. Ben Boba looked down and saw a few pieces of blackened tree bark floating in the bowl, along with a pile of rotten grass roots, not a single grain of wheat in sight. How can we eat this? Barber Ben panicked, his eyes turning red. Where's the meat? Where's the wheat? Even a clear broth would be fine. Aunt Masha wiped a tear from her face, letting out a long sigh. Eat up. Having a hot soup is already a blessing. There's no food left in the territory. Aunt Masha lowered her voice, her tone filled with despair. With over 100 of us eating every day, the Lord's food supplies have long run dry. Today, even the guards only received half a piece of black bread. Tomorrow there won't even be tree bark to boil. Ben Boba's heart skipped a beat. No food. The two held their bowls, suppressing their inner excitement as they walked back to the wooden shed camp. As they looked around, the entire Luoshwang territory was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. Old Black squatted on a wooden stump, gnawing on a hard piece of tree bark, sighing, "It's over, all over. I thought running to Luoshwang town would save my life, yet I still face starvation." A few women with children sobbed miserably. "The Lord said the food supplies have run out. How are we to survive? In this heavy snow with no food, we will all freeze and starve to death here in less than 3 days." The entire Luoshwang territory was permeated with an atmosphere of despair that could collapse at any moment. Returning to the camp, Ben Boba kicked open the door of the wooden shed, pulling Barber Ben inside, trembling with excitement. "Did you hear? Luoshwang town has run out of food." Ben Boba's eyes gleamed as he lowered his voice and shouted, "This is the intelligence we need. Over 100 refugees have depleted their supplies. This place is about to erupt in rebellion." Barber Ben rubbed his hands together excitedly. "Brother, what are we waiting for? Let's hurry and bring this message back. If the Lord knows that Luoshwang town has become a foodless ghost town, a small team could easily take it down. Right? Let's run tonight." Ben Boba gulped down the tree bark soup, forcing back the acid in his stomach. While they are in panic, their defenses will definitely be lax. After confirming the spies had left, the formerly gloomy Old Black, gnawing on tree bark, suddenly stopped. He disdainfully tossed the chewed tree bark into the snow and spat twice. "This bark is really tough to chew. It nearly broke my old teeth." Old Black cursed, pulling out a black bread from his pocket and taking a big bite, his face revealing an expression of utmost enjoyment. "Nothing beats the bread the Lord rewards us with." By the big iron pot in the square, Aunt Masha wiped away her tears and lifted a wooden board cover. Under the board lay a huge iron basin filled to the brim with chunks of beast meat, the rich smell of meat instantly wafting through the air. All right, stop the act." Aunt Masha shouted. "The Lord has said, if everyone performs well today, each person gets a big chunk of fatty meat." The once desolate camp erupted in excitement. The refugees lined up with joyful smiles, completely devoid of the desperation of impending starvation. Of course, following Lord Lin En, they ate better than during the festival in Mukyo territory every day. Forget chewing tree bark. Even if they were asked to hunt magical beasts, now these people would dare to pick up their hoes. In the deep of night, Ben Boba and Barber Ben, suppressing the acid in their stomachs and the soreness in their bodies, quietly slipped out of the wooden shed. The two crept along the shadows, heading towards the wooden fence on the south side of the town. They had thought they would encounter rigorous patrols, but along the way not even a ghostly shadow was seen. The guards on the watchtower seemed to have fallen asleep due to hunger. It was too easy. The two exchanged glances, elated. Indeed, without food, even the army had become. They struggled mightily to climb over the wooden fence, rolling and crawling into the snowy wind, running madly towards Hot Spring City. As long as they ran back to Hot Spring City, it meant promotion and a raise and beautiful women. In the shadows of the wooden fence, Marcus sheathed his long sword, looking at the two fleeing figures in the snow, chuckling coldly. He turned and walked towards the Lord's manor. In the study, Lin En was drawing up plans for Luoshwang town. "My lord, those two mice have escaped." Marcus pushed the door open, respectfully reporting, "As per your instructions, no obstacles were set along the way. They escaped quite smoothly." "Very good." Lin En set down the charcoal pencil, leaning back in his chair. "My lord, I am somewhat confused." Marcus said, puzzled. "Since they are spies, why not just kill them? If we let them go back, what if Hot Spring City sends troops over? What I want is for them to come." Lin En stood up, walking to the window to gaze at the dark, snowy expanse outside. Since the Lord of Hot Spring City enjoys scheming so much, it'll give him a perfect excuse to annex Luoshwang town. Lin En turned to look at Marcus. "Send the order down. Everyone prepare for battle." In the Hot Spring City, the main hall of the Lord's mansion, the charcoal fire in the fireplace burned vigorously. The long dining table was filled with roasted meat, white bread, and bright red wine. Baron Set held a goblet in his hand, looking down at the two skeletons kneeling on the carpet. You say you are Ben Boba and Baba Ben. Baron Set frowned disdainfully, covering his nose with a handkerchief. The stench emanating from these two mixed with sweat and mud was enough to make one faint. My lord, it's us. Ben Boba knocked his head on the ground, like pounding garlic, tears washing away the black grime on his face. We finally returned to see you alive. Baba Ben stared hungrily at the roasted meat on the table, swallowing hard. Had there not been fully armed guards nearby, he would have lunged at it and devoured the plate. What happened to you two? Baron Set snorted coldly. I told you to mingle with the refugees to gather information about Frostfall Town. Did that little baron capture you as slaves, eh? No. My lord, you misunderstand. Ben Boba hurriedly explained, fearing the label of ineptitude. That Lin En is a fool. He didn't even interrogate us and directly took over 100 refugees. We acted this way on purpose to blend. Oh. Baron Set's interest was piqued as he set down his wine glass. So you gathered the information? Absolutely clear. My lord, Frostfall Town is doomed. They have no food at all. Over 100 refugees have directly emptied their granary. He gestured excitedly. We saw it with our own eyes. Last night, everyone in the town was boiling tree bark and rotten grass roots to eat. Even Lin En's personal guards had no food, all of them looking gaunt and haggard. Baba Ben nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yes. And their defenses are practically a joke. We sneaked out through the wooden fence last night, and not a single patrol crossed our path. After hearing the two report, the hall fell silent for 2 seconds. Then Baron Set burst into hearty laughter, spilling red wine from his goblet. I thought that waste who was expelled from the family had any capabilities. Turns out he's just a fool, trying to appear tough. Even when he has no food himself, he dares to appear benevolent by sheltering refugees. Does he think it's a game? He turned and looked at a burly man sitting at the end of the dining table. It was Do Gioel, the leader of the Greyhound Raider group, who had previously failed in his attack on Frostfall Town and narrowly escaped. Do Gioel, did you hear? Baron Set's tone was laced with unabashed mockery. Is this what you call the unfathomable Frostfall territory? In a place where they can't even afford food and have no defenses, how could they defeat your so-called Greyhound Raider group, which claims to be merciless? Dogal's face turned pale. He slammed his goblet down on the table, gritting his teeth in rebuttal. My lord, I admit we failed this time. But Frostfall Town is definitely not as simple as these two fools say. He pointed at the kneeling spies with a hoarse voice. You know what kind of men I brought, my lord. We didn't even reach the wooden fence before being cut down by one person. Do Gioel recalled the tragic scene in the snowy plains. They have a first-tier orc female in their territory. Dogal's voice trembled with fear. She had horns and a tail with incredible strength. She could even use frost magic. My men were like paper in front of her, unable to withstand even a single blow. An orc female. Baron Set scoffed, looking at Do Gioel as though he were a waste finding excuses. Do Gioel, have you been scared out of your wits? A first-tier orc could wipe out dozens of you. Do you think that's the royal guard? My lord, Do Gioel exclaimed anxiously, I speak the truth. That orc is definitely not to be underestimated. Do not underestimate Frostfall territory. Enough, Baron Set impatiently interrupted him. Is it so hard to admit your incompetence? Your Greyhound Raider group is fine when bullying unarmed farmers, but when faced with even slightly tougher opponents, your true colors are revealed. Do Gioel closed his mouth and stopped rebutting. With the Greyhound Raider group gone, he was now a mere figurehead relying on Baron Set's support. However, you need not worry too much. Baron Set leaned back in his chair and took out a cigar to light. Since you insist that orc is formidable, I will let you experience it this time. He clapped his hands. The ornate wooden door on the side of the hall was pushed open. With the heavy sound of metal clashing, a man clad in black heavy armor entered. The man was nearly 2 meters tall, wielding an exaggerated greatsword. Each step he took made the floor of the hall tremble slightly. An extremely violent aura of battle energy radiated from him, nearly suffocating the two spies kneeling on the ground. Do Gioel suddenly raised his head, his one eye fixated on the newcomer, his expression changing drastically. Nico. Dogal's throat went dry, and he struggled to spit out the name. The captain of the Hot Spring City's defense army, a second-tier knight, Nico. A notorious figure within 100 miles. The number of monsters and thieves who died under Nico's greatsword could circle around the Hot Spring City. Baron Set watched Dogal's shocked expression and exhaled a puff of thick smoke. So Do Gioel, how long do you think that powerful first-tier orc can last under Nico's sword? Dogal's expression of frustration and anger vanished in an instant, replaced by deep awe and exhilaration. A second tier against a first tier, that was an absolute crush. The horned monster of Frostfall Town, no matter how strong, would surely be turned into minced meat before the second-tier Nico. My lord is wise. Do Gioel knelt without hesitation on one knee. With Lord Nico taking action, Frostfall Town will be an easy catch. As long as I can avenge my Greyhound Raider group, my life will be yours from now on, my lord. I shall follow your lead, my lord. Very well. Baron Set flicked the ash off his cigar. Once we capture Frostfall Town and hang that ungrateful little lord at the town's entrance, I will appoint you as the vice-captain of the defense army. Dogol trembled with excitement. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. Vides, Baron Set suddenly spoke. A young noble dressed in luxurious silk robes who had been sitting at the table stood up. He bore a face as sharp as Baron Set's, with a lecherous gaze, clearly a second-generation rich kid drained by wine and women. Father, Vides lowered his head slightly. This time you will lead the expedition as the commander. Baron Set looked at his son. Nico will ensure your safety. Frostfall Town can't even afford food right now, so they have no capacity. This is a free opportunity for achievement. Go see the world, and also bring that magic crystal mine back intact for me. Vides curled his lips in a disdainful smile. Yes, father. It's just a broken town on the verge of starvation. I guarantee I will bring back Lin En's head to serve you as a goblet before sunset tomorrow. Go prepare. Baron Set waved his hand. Tomorrow morning the entire defense army will launch an attack. He stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the pitch-black night outside, his eyes filled with unmasked greed. The magic crystal mine of Frostfall Town. It will soon be mine. At the Lord's study in Frostfall Town, Lin En leaned back in his chair, looking at the roster of the guard presented by Marcus. All 20 veteran members were first tier. The 30 young recruits under the nourishment of potions had also completed the cleansing of their muscles and marrow, and while not yet completely stabilized at first tier, their combat power had already far exceeded that of ordinary soldiers. A 50-man extraordinary guard paired with the finely crafted weapons produced day and night by Aeon and Aaron. Lin En casually tossed the roster onto the table, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Everything is ready. On the following morning the snowstorm had ceased, and the sunlight refracted dazzling white rays across the snowy plains. A large army of 100 men marched forth from the gates of Hot Spring City, heading towards Frostfall Town. At the forefront of the troop, Vides rode a first-tier magical beast, a horned horse covered in black scales draped in a flamboyant firefox fur cloak. He lifted his chin, relishing the sensation of the cold wind brushing against his cheeks, his face brimming with the spirit of impending achievement. Young Master Vides, I truly owe it all to you that I can witness the downfall of that waste Lin En. Bentley rode closer to Vides, a fawning smile plastered across his plump face. Frostfall Town can't even afford food right now, but once your army arrives, that Lin En will kneel in the snow begging for scraps. With no effort at all, young master can seize the magical crystal mine, after returning Lord Baron will surely regard you with newfound admiration. Isn't the future of Hot Spring City entirely in your hands? This praise made Vides feel as if he were soaring high. He scoffed disdainfully. That waste Lin En, driven out by his family, dares to compete with me. Bentley, rest assured. Once I flatten Frostfall Town, the exclusive transport rights to the magical crystal mine will be entrusted to you. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Bentley nodded excitedly, a flicker of resentment crossing his eyes. I must see Lin En hanged on the wooden fence at the town's entrance. Following behind, the two Doger touched the hilt of his dagger, gazing intently at the snowy plains ahead. Lin En, I will personally take your head. Meanwhile, riding on the flank of the troop, the second-tier knight, Nico merely held his great sword with both hands, expressionless as he stared ahead. To him, massacring a town that couldn't even feed itself was an insult to his sword. 10 miles away from Frostfall Town lay a necessary path. Between two towering snow hills, a natural pass was formed. Lin En lay in a depression atop the snow hill, covered with a layer of camouflage cloth that blended perfectly with the snow. To his left was Sylvia, and to his right was Vivian. Beneath the snow line, on either side, Marcus led 50 members of the guard, waiting quietly, like a pack of lurking hungry wolves for their prey to fall into the trap. Lin En watched as black dots in the distance gradually came into focus. They're coming. There are over 100 people and one second-tier knight. Lin En observed below and whispered, how long do you think it will take to take them down? Sylvia, holding the frost dragon spear, had a small pile of snow resting atop her ice-blue dragon horns. Upon hearing Lin En's question, she scratched her head in confusion. I don't know. I just hit whoever the master tells me to. Lin En chuckled lightly and turned to Vivian. What do you think? Vivian quickly calculated the power comparison in her mind. 5 minutes, I'd say. That's a bit too small a scale. Lin En extended a finger. I bet 1 minute. Below, Vides' troop entered the pass unprepared. They didn't even send out the most basic scouts to scout the path. In Vides' eyes, a town on the brink of starvation couldn't possibly have the gall to ambush the regular army of Hot Spring City. As the tail of the troop completely entered the pass. Attack! Lin En snapped his fingers. Kill! Marcus suddenly tore off the camouflage cloth, drew his steel-long sword, and let out a deafening roar. 50 members of the guard dove down from both sides of the snow hills. The first-tier aura of battle erupted simultaneously, tearing through the blizzard in the pass with a savage force. The smile on Vides' face instantly froze. The 100 city defense soldiers had no time to react before being thrown into disarray by this terrifying pressure. Enemy attack. Form up, Nico roared. The black heavy armor on his body erupted with glaring battle aura as he raised his great sword ready to confront the oncoming enemies. But he had no chance to swing that sword. A dazzling golden halo suddenly lit up beneath Nico's feet. Vivian stood on the snow hill raising her hands high as faint golden wings of light unfolded behind her like a deity descending. Grasp of the Holy Spirit. For massive golden claws formed from pure radiant magical energy burst forth from the ground, tightly binding Nico's limbs. The violent battle aura of the second-tier knight struck the claws, only creating ripples unable to break free in the slightest. Holy magic! Nico stared incredulously at the claws. Didn't the intel say that Frostfall Town only had one horned orc? Where did this light mage come from? Before he could think further, a beam of ice blue light tore through the air. Sylvia propelled herself with powerful leg strength, shattering the frozen ground beneath her feet. She shot forth like a cannonball. The frost dragon spear in her hand carried an extreme chill, tracing a deadly arc through the air and striking Nico's chest fiercely. Bang! A sound that made one's teeth ache echoed through the pass. Nico, along with his sword, flew out like a rag doll, crashing heavily against the rock wall several meters away. The hard rock was shattered, spider web-like cracks spreading across its surface. Blood gushed forth. The formidable second-tier knight, the ferocious spirit of Hot Spring City, didn't even manage to retaliate a single strike before fainting on the spot. The heavy armor on his chest was deeply dented, and he lay unconscious, not knowing if he was dead or alive. With the commander killed in one blow, the remaining city defense soldiers completely collapsed. First-tier warriors rushed into the crowd of ordinary soldiers, their ore-enhanced broadswords and axes toppling them to the ground. In just one exchange, a large number of city defense soldiers fell. Don't kill me. I surrender. Drop your weapons. Kneel and do not kill. Marcus kicked over a soldier attempting to resist, his long sword pressed against the opponent's neck as he shouted. The defeat was swift. The remaining dozens of city defense soldiers threw down their weapons and knelt in the snow. Lin En brushed the snow off his body and leisurely walked down from the snow hill. He walked directly to Vetus. The once spirited young master now sat on his magical beast, his legs quaking uncontrollably. A suspicious wet stain even seeped through his pants, dripping onto the snow from the saddle. Bentley nearby was so frightened that he fell off his horse, lying in the snow and not daring to lift his head. Young Master Vetus, is it? Lin En looked up at him, a smile that was neither here nor there on his face. Do you plan to struggle a bit more, or will you surrender directly? Vetus emitted a croaking noise from his throat, rolled off his mount, and with a thud knelt before Lin En. I surrender. I surrender. Don't kill me. Vetus cried, tears streaming down his face devoid of any noble pride. I am the son of Baron Seth. You can't kill me. I'll give you however much ransom you want. Lord Lin En. Lord Lin En. Bentley also knelt frantically, banging his forehead against the frozen ground. I was blind before. Please let me off this time. Lin En stepped back in disgust, avoiding Bentley's attempt. At that moment, a shadow dashed up from the kneeling crowd, frantically running toward the pass. It was Dozier. The leader of the Greyhound plunderers sensed danger and tried to escape amidst the chaos. Lin En's gaze turned cold. Pure Yang energy surged through his legs, and his figure vanished in an instant. Zheng. The low-grade flying sword was drawn, leaving a dazzling scarlet sword light in its wake. Dozier felt a chill at his neck. His body continued to rush forward, but his vision began to spin, ultimately crashing heavily into the snow. The headless corpse fell, blood instantly staining the white snow. Lin En flicked his wrist, shaking off the blood from the sword blade before sheathing it. He turned to Vivian, who stood dazed on the snow hill, and pointed at the non-existent watch on his wrist. Look, exactly 1 minute. Vivian's mouth hung open, unable to utter a word for a long time. Lin En ignored her shock and turned to face the kneeling Vetus and Bentley. Lin En looked down from above at the two people kneeling in the snow. The water stains on Vetus had already frozen into ice shards, making him shiver uncontrollably, yet he dared not stop begging for mercy. Bentley was desperately banging his head against the frozen ground. Enough, stop banging your head, Lin En said with a frown of disdain, kicking Bentley's shoulder and sending him sprawling into the snow. Bentley rolled and crawled back into position, not daring to breathe. Lin En crouched down and patted Vetus' pale face. Young Master Vetus, just now I saw you riding on horseback, looking quite impressive. How come you've mastered the art of kneeling so well now? I was wrong. Lord Lin En, please don't kill me. Vetus cried, his face covered in tears and snot. My father is Baron Seth. If you let me go, he will pay any amount of gold coins you want. He looked down at Vetus, a hint of a benevolent smile tugging at his lips. Gold coins, he smirked. Your life cannot be redeemed with gold coins. Lin En turned to the trembling Bentley. Go back and tell Baron Seth to bring supplies to exchange for him. Food, cloth, iron, or winter clothes, everything is required. As for the quantity, let him weigh it for himself. If the things he sends make me feel that his son's life isn't worth that much. Lin En gestured with his sword under Veda's crotch. Then I will have no choice but to cut off young Master Vedas's parts one by one and send them back to Hot Spring City. Vedas let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, covering his pants tightly with both hands, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Did you remember? Lin En patted Bentley's chubby face. I remember. I remember. I will definitely relay the message. Get out of here. Lin En kicked him in the butt. Bentley rolled and crawled back onto his horse, not looking back as he galloped towards Hot Spring City. Watching Bentley run away, Lin En turned to look behind him. Sylvia was dragging a heavily armored second-tier knight like a dead dog. Master. Sylvia ran up to Lin En. He is still alive. Well done, this guy is worth quite a bit. Lin En reached out and ruffled Sylvia's hair. Sylvia immediately squinted her eyes and let out a comfortable hum. Nearby, Marcus and the members of the guard were cleaning up the battlefield. Sir, the count has been completed. Marcus excitedly ran over to report. 100 city defense troops, 12 dead, 20 severely injured, and the rest all surrendered. We seized 80 fine steel long swords, 50 shields, and 100 sets of standard armor. This was the elite equipment of Hot Spring City, and the guard of Frostfall Town had completely upgraded. Very good. Lin En nodded in satisfaction. Strip all the armor and weapons from these captives, leaving them only a pair of underpants. Strip them all. Marcus was taken aback. Sir, in this freezing weather they could die from the cold. If they freeze to death, it's their misfortune. Lin En coldly waved his hand. Take them all back to the town and throw them into the magic crystal mine. Yes, sir. Hot Spring City, the main hall of the Lord's mansion. The coals in the fireplace burned bright red, warming the entire hall like spring. Baron Set lay half reclined on a velvet-upholstered armchair, eyes closed, enjoying the leg massage from two young maidens. On a small table beside him was a glass of freshly decanted red wine. He was in a great mood. Calculating the time, Vedas and Nico should have already flattened Frostfall Town, hanging that audacious Lin En from the wooden fence. Magic crystal mine. Baron Set murmured, his lips curving up uncontrollably. With that mine, he could recruit more troops and even have a chance to connect with the great nobles in the royal capital. As for that long-horned orc made that Gear mentioned, when Vedas brings her back, he will personally test if that orc is really that formidable. Bang! The heavy wooden doors of the hall were suddenly slammed open by a powerful force. Cold wind mixed with snowflakes rushed into the hall, causing the flames in the fireplace to flicker wildly. Baron Set suddenly opened his eyes, furious. Which blind fool? Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Bentley rolling and crawling into the room. Bentley was covered in snow and mud. My lord, something has happened. It's a big deal. Bentley collapsed onto the carpet, wailing. Baron Set's heart sank. Pushing away the maidens who were massaging him, he stood up abruptly. What happened? Why did you come back alone? Where's Vedas? Young Master. Young Master has been captured. Bentley cried out, his voice filled with despair. The entire army has been wiped out, my lord. 100 city defense troops, all captured by Lin En's people. Nonsense. Baron Set roared in anger, kicking over the small table in front of him. The wine glass shattered, and the scarlet liquid splattered everywhere. 100 fully armed city defense troops. How could they be annihilated by a starving little town? Baron Set bellowed. Where is Nico? Is he dead? Is the fighting spirit of a second-tier knight just for show? Hearing Nico's name, Bentley trembled all over, extreme fear flashing in his eyes. Lord Nico, he... What happened to him? Speak. He was taken out in seconds. Bentley shouted in despair. That long-horned orc from Frostfall Town shattered Lord Nico's breastplate with a single strike. Lord Nico didn't even have the chance to draw his sword, and his life or death is unknown. The hall fell into an instant silence. The two maidens were frightened and huddled in a corner, trembling. Baron Set's anger froze on his face, his pupils constricting violently. Nico was taken out. A second-tier knight, the strongest force of Hot Spring City, was killed in one move. Gear's words were true. That orc was not an ordinary first-tier, but a monster. A chill shot up from his feet to his head. Baron Set's legs went weak, and he fell heavily back into the soft chair. His proud power intimidation was like a joke before the other party. Lin En. Where did that waste find such a monster? Baron Set murmured, cold sweat breaking out on him. My lord, Lin En also asked me to bring you a message. Bentley cautiously raised his head. Speak, he said. You need to bring supplies to exchange for young Master and Lord Nico. Food, cloth, iron, or winter clothes, everything is required. No gold coins. Bentley swallowed hard, his voice trembling. His exact words were, if he doesn't see your sincerity before dark, he will send back young Master Veda's parts one by one. Bang. Baron Set slammed his palm on the armrest. Humiliation. Extreme humiliation. The dignified lord of Hot Spring City was actually extorted by a down-and-out young master who had just been kicked out of his family. But now he had no choice. His son was in their hands, and Nico was also in their hands. If he didn't redeem Nico, the city defense troops of Hot Spring City would be halved, and those surrounding lords with hungry eyes would absolutely seize the opportunity. Go. Open the granary. Baron Set gritted his teeth and swallowed hard, his eyes bloodshot like a beast driven into a corner. Load the iron or winter clothes and medicinal herbs from the storeroom onto the cart. My lord, those are what we prepared for winter. Load the cart. Baron Set shouted angrily, grabbing Bentley by the collar. Do you want my son to die out there? Send some. Make sure to exchange for Vetus and Nico for me. Bentley nodded, repeatedly rolling and crawling out of the hall to make arrangements. Baron Set slumped in his chair, watching the mess around him, a deep resentment flashing in his eyes. Lin En. You wait. This matter is not over. Frostfall Town, the empty ground on the south side. Over 100 refugees were squatting in front of the freshly built wooden shed, sweating as they drank hot meat soup. Suddenly a commotion came from outside. The refugees poked their heads out. They saw the town's main gate open wide, and the guards of Frostfall Town marched in boldly. Following behind them was a long line of captives tied together with ropes. These captives were stripped to nothing but burlap underpants, shivering and turning purple in the cold wind. Some couldn't even walk steadily and were being dragged forward by others. Hiss. The refugee camp in. Aren't those the city defense troops from Hot Spring City? Old Black recognized a few familiar faces at a glance, nearly dropping the wooden bowl in his hands. My God, did the Lord wipe out the army of Hot Spring City? The refugees looked at each other, their awe reaching. Even the regular army of Hot Spring City was stripped and thrown in here. What terrifying existence was this Lord of Frostfall Town? Lin En, riding on his horse, watched Marcus drive the group of captives towards the magic crystal mine, nodding in satisfaction. The study on the second floor. The crackling fire in the fireplace banished the chill from the room completely. Lin En took off his snow-soaked coat and tossed it onto the back of a chair, sinking comfortably into the soft lounge chair. Master, tea time. Sylvia approached with a cup of freshly brewed black tea, placing it on the small table. She did not step back immediately, but rather obediently circled around to Lin En's back, her cool hands resting on his shoulders as she began to knead them with just the right amount of pressure. The icy blue dragon tail swayed gently beneath her skirt, occasionally brushing against the chair's leg, revealing her current state of extreme excitement. Today on the snowy plains, the way Master strategized and ended the battle in just a minute was simply too handsome. Speak your mind. Lin En closed his eyes, enjoying the massage from the dragon girl. Your tail is going to break the chair leg. Sylvia's cheeks flushed slightly as she quickly stepped on her own wildly moving tail with her heel. Master, I do not understand. She leaned slightly forward, her voice laced with confusion. Since that Nico has already been defeated, the remaining city defense forces of Hot Spring City are nothing to mention. Why don't we just take advantage of the situation and directly capture Hot Spring City? It is the richest place within a. Lin En took a sip of the black tea, and before he could respond, the slightly ajar door of the study was pushed open. Because he does not dare. Vivian walked in. She had changed into a clean purple dress, yet it could not conceal her strikingly long. Without any courtesy, she pulled out the chair opposite the desk and sat down, crossing her legs in a manner that suggested, I know more than you. Although your master employs shady methods, he is not a fool. In the Empire, lords do not get along, engaging in small-scale skirmishes on the borders, fighting over mineral resources. This is considered friction, and the higher-ups do not intervene. However, if anyone dares to directly lead troops to attack another city that is officially sanctioned by the Empire, and even kill its lord, that would be provoking the iron law of the Empire. Vivian tapped her finger on the table. Once this line is crossed, powerful territories will unrestrainedly swallow weaker ones, and the entire Empire will immediately descend into chaos. If it truly comes to that, the Iron Cross army from the capital will undoubtedly come over immediately and flatten Frostfall Town. Sylvia was stunned, nodding her head in a way that suggested she barely understood. She is correct, but that is just the surface reason. Lin En leaned back against the chair, fingers interlaced across his abdomen. Rules are dead, but people are alive. If one truly wanted to annex Hot Spring City, creating an accident to make Baron Set fall ill, and then forging a transfer document would not be impossible. Vivian furrowed her brow. Then why? Because behind Hot Spring City stands an Earl. Lin En interrupted. He stood up and walked to the map hanging on the wall, pointing to the location of Hot Spring City. Baron Set can dominate within 100 miles, not only because of that second-tier knight Nico, but also because he has to pay a substantial tribute to a powerful Earl every year. Today we have severely weakened his city defense forces and captured his son, which falls under the category of minor skirmishes among nobles. As long as Hot Spring City remains under Baron Set, and as long as he can continue to pay his gold coins on time, that Earl would be indifferent to how these two dogs below bite each other. But if we directly occupy Hot Spring City today and cut off that Earl's source of income, that would be a slap in the Earl's face. Once this bottom line is crossed, we will be facing a colossal entity with thousands of regular troops, and possibly even third-tier powerhouses. Lin En let out a cold laugh. With the current strength of Frostfall Town, facing the Earl would only lead to a dead end. One must be pragmatic, eat only as much as one can digest or risk choking on it. Sylvia finally understood completely. The admiration in her gaze towards Lin En intensified. Then, Sylvia pondered for a moment and asked, will Baron Set really pay the ransom? Will he feel too ashamed, or secretly contact people from other territories to deal with us? Not only will he pay, but he will pay very willingly. Lin En reclined back into the lounge chair, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The greatest trump card of Hot Spring City is Nico. Now this trump card is in our hands. Guess what those lords who have been oppressed by Baron Set would do if they knew that Hot Spring City is now a shell? Sylvia's eyes lit up. They will pounce on him. Correct. Lin En snapped his fingers. Baron Set is now more afraid of leaks than we are. He must quickly redeem Nico to stabilize the situation. As for face, Lin En scoffed. In the face of life and territory, face means nothing. Time passed quickly. By evening the sky had just turned dark. A heavy sound of wheels crushing the frozen ground came from outside Frostfall Town. My lord, Marcus' excited voice echoed from downstairs, accompanied by hurried footsteps. The supplies have arrived. The convoy from Hot Spring City is here. Lin En stretched lazily and stood up from the lounge chair. Let's go see how much wool our fat sheep has brought us. At the town entrance, a long line of heavily laden carts was lined up outside the wooden fence. The draft horses pulling the carts were steaming, clearly having rushed over. Bentley stood beside the first cart, shivering from the cold. His formerly plump face was now devoid of color, and upon seeing Lin En walking out of the town, he was so frightened that his legs went weak, nearly collapsing into the snow. Lord Lin En. Bentley stuttered as he approached. The supplies you requested have all arrived. Lin En ignored him and walked straight towards the carts. Marcus immediately stepped forward, with guards lifting the heavy oilcloth that covered the carts to protect them from snow and water. Clatter. The first 8 carts were filled with neatly stacked fine flour and bags of oats. The 9th cart was packed with high-quality iron ore, and there were even several boxes of already smelted steel ingots. The 10th cart was filled with thick winter clothing and brand-new leather boots. Then there were fabrics, medicinal herbs, and even 2 carts of strong liquor and cured meats. Baron Set had truly been pushed to the edge this time, nearly emptying half of Hot Spring City's storeroom. These supplies were enough for Frostfall Town to comfortably get through this winter. My lord, I counted them. They are all— Marcus' voice trembled with excitement. He had never fought such a prosperous battle in his life. Lin En nodded in satisfaction. He turned to look at the shivering Bentley. Baron Set is quite generous. Lin En chuckled. All right, since the goods have arrived, I, Lin En, am also a man of my word. He waved his hand. 2 guards dragged a man who was stripped down to only his underpants, his lips frozen purple out, and tossed him onto the snow like garbage. It was none other than young Master Vidius. Young Master. Bentley hurriedly took off his coat and wrapped it around Vidius, tears streaming down his face. Vidius was already so cold that he was incoherent, instinctively muttering, "Don't kill me." Bentley helped Vidius onto the cart, and then turned to Lin En, his eyes reflecting a mix of eagerness and anxiety. Lord Lin En, what about Lord Nico? Bentley asked cautiously. The Baron insisted that we must also bring Lord Nico back. Lin En's smile instantly vanished. He raised an eyebrow, looking at Bentley with icy eyes, his tone betraying his astonishment. Nico? What Nico? Bentley was taken aback. Isn't he the commander of our city defense forces? That second— Didn't you say you would exchange supplies for the 2 of them? You might be mistaken. Lin En crossed his arms and looked down at him. These scrap metals and food are only enough to buy the life of young Master Vidius and these soldiers. Lin En pointed to Frostfall Town behind him. A 2nd-tier knight, the highest combat power in Hot Spring City. Do you think this amount of stuff can be exchanged for him? Lin En's lips curled into a cruel smile. Do you think him begging for food? Bentley turned pale at Lin's words. He dared not lose his temper. Young Master Vidius was still shivering in the car, and if Nico couldn't be brought back, Baron Seth would surely flay him alive. My lord Lin, please. I beg you to be lenient. Bentley rubbed his hands, his plump face squeezing out a smile that looked worse than crying. The storeroom in Hot Spring City has truly been emptied. We really can't produce more supplies. Lin remained unmoved, watching his performance with cold eyes. Bentley gritted his teeth, trembling as he reached into his bosom, fumbling for a while, before pulling out a delicate wooden box about the size of a palm. My lord, this was a gift that the Baron originally planned to send to the main city next month as a birthday present for the Count. Bentley held the box with both hands. The Baron said that if the supplies are truly insufficient, this can be used to pay for Master Nico's life. Lin raised an eyebrow. Open it. Bentley unlatched the brass clasp on the wooden box. Click. The moment the box opened, a soft green glow floated out from within. It was a glowing orb the size of an adult's thumb. Upon closer inspection, one could vaguely see a humanoid figure with transparent wings at the center of the orb. It seemed to have just awakened from a slumber, flying in confusion for a couple of circles in midair, scattering tiny green glimmers. The surrounding cold wind seemed to weaken slightly in the presence of this soft glow. "What is this thing?" Lin asked casually while mentally summoning the system panel. A pale blue light screen instantly unfolded before him, locking onto the green orb in midair. Target: Wood Elemental Sprite. Grade Level 0 Juvenile. Status: Hungry. Talent: Harvest Aura. It can slightly enhance the growth speed of ordinary crops, increase yield, and provide immunity to common pests and diseases. Mana Nourishment D. Within the active range of the sprite, ordinary plants have a very slight chance of mutation, evolving into low-tier magical plants. Note: an extremely rare natural elemental companion. Although currently at a very low tier, it possesses high growth potential. It is recommended that the host cultivate it with wood attribute mana. Lin looked at the information on the panel, his pupils slightly constricting. With this sprite, ordinary crops could not only grow faster, but also yield more. The key point was the Mana Nourishment talent, which provided a slight chance of mutation into magical plants. As for being at level 0, others might not know how to deal with this, as pure wood attribute mana is extremely rare. But he had the system shop, where he could exchange for wood attribute treasures to nourish this little thing, which would eventually evolve into a higher tier sprite. Lin's heart was ablaze, though a look of disdain surfaced on his face. A little bug that hasn't even reached a tier. Lin extended his finger, and the little sprite seemed to sense the pure aura within him, flying over affectionately and wrapping around his fingertip. "Bentley, are you trying to fool me with a pet for show?" Bentley was sweating profusely in a panic. "My lord, this is an elemental sprite. Though it is currently at level 0, if placed in a greenhouse, it can make the surrounding flowers and plants grow exceptionally lush. The Count's wife loves these peculiar little things. This is truly a priceless treasure." "All right then." Lin feigned reluctance, curling his finger so the sprite obediently settled in his palm. "Considering it looks somewhat presentable, this deal is concluded." Bentley let out a long breath as if he had deflated completely. "Marcus," Lin turned and commanded, "go bring Master Nico out. Don't keep the guest waiting." "Yes, my lord." Marcus grinned and turned to dash into the town. Before long, heavy footsteps echoed from the town. 2 burly guards emerged, carrying a massive body on a simple wooden stretcher. Bentley craned his neck to look over and nearly fainted at the sight. The stretcher bore none other than Nico, the commander of the Hot Spring City's defense forces, a second-tier knight. Yet this once formidable figure now appeared utterly wretched. His expensive black heavy armor had long been stripped away, leaving nothing but tattered linen underpants. His body bore a terrifying scar, a deep indentation at the chest, where Sylvie's spear had shattered his ribs. Nico was not dead yet, but he had clearly suffered severe internal injuries. Lying on the stretcher, his face was as pale as paper, and his breath was weak like a wisp of smoke. Once a second-tier knight, he was now not even as good as a dead dog. "Master Nico." Bentley frantically pulled a heavy wool blanket from the carriage and tightly wrapped it around Nico. Quickly lift Master Nico onto the carriage." Bentley shouted at the several attendants behind him. The attendants hastily took over the stretcher, stuffing the half-dead Nico into the carriage compartment. At this point, all the supplies from dozens of carriages had been thoroughly unloaded by the guards and refugees of Frostfall Town. Stacks of grain and iron ore lay neatly piled at the town's entrance, resembling a small mountain. Bentley looked at the empty carriages, his heart bleeding. But seeing Lin standing there playing with the sprite, he dared not stay another second. This lord of Frostfall Town was nothing more than a bloodthirsty demon. "Lin, my lord, we have received the people, and the supplies are also handed over." Bentley nodded and bowed, retreating as he spoke. "This little man will take his leave now. Safe travels, no need to see them off." Lin did not lift his head. "Please send my regards to Baron Seth. Looking forward to your next visit as well." Bentley shivered all over, scrambling to climb onto the first carriage. "Go. Hurry up." The coachman cracked the whip, and the dozens of carriages carved deep ruts in the snow, fleeing towards Hot Spring City at full speed. Their speed was even faster than when they came. Lin opened his palm. The little green sprite sat obediently in his palm, gently brushing its transparent wings against his finger, thoroughly enjoying the pure yang energy emanating from him. Lin turned and walked toward the Lord's Manor. As he stepped into the warm second-floor hall, 2 figures approached. "Master, what is this?" Sylvia curiously leaned forward, her ice-blue eyes sparkling with bright light. Vivian also stood up from the sofa, her gaze fixed on the green glow. "An elemental sprite." Vivian quickly walked over, her tone filled with surprise. "And it's an extremely rare wood attribute. Where did you get it?" "I exchanged it for that half-dead knight." Lin sat down beside the sofa, spreading his hands on the table. The little sprite flew up from his palms, swirling in the air of the hall, scattering a shower of delicate green specks. Sylvia's gaze closely followed the sprite, her ice-blue dragon tail wagging excitedly behind her. She extended a finger, wanting to touch it. The sprite seemed unafraid, lightly landing on the tip of Sylvia's finger. "So cute." Sylphia whispered, her dragon horns shimmering with a hint of light from her joy. Vivian watched this scene, unable to suppress a smirk. That old fool from Hot Springs City is such an idiot. The wood attribute sprite has a powerful effect on promoting plant growth, yet it was used as ransom. She looked at Lin En. However, this sprite is still in its juvenile stage. It will take a few hundred years for it to reach adulthood. A few hundred years. Lin En raised an eyebrow. That won't do. I can't wait that long. Lin En leaned back on the sofa, summoning the system panel. A pale blue light screen unfolded before him. Lin En directly typed keywords into the search bar, and a row of product listings instantly appeared. His gaze quickly swept through, soon locking onto 3 items. Qingmu Spirit Soil, price 600 dual cultivation points. A soft and fluffy green soil rich in wood attribute spiritual energy, containing a faint life aura. Morning Dew Young Green Tree, price 1000 dual cultivation points. Promotes the growth of wood attribute organisms. Each morning, dew will condense on its leaves, and drinking it can accelerate spiritual energy condensation. Shumi Basin, price 500 dual cultivation points. It appears as a gray-blue ceramic basin with tiny mustard runes engraved on its walls. It contains a space expansion array, though palm-sized. It has an internal area of 3 zhang. The bottom of the basin has a simple spirit gathering array. A total of 2,100 dual cultivation points. Lin En glanced at the balance he had diligently accumulated over time and clicked to exchange without hesitation. Ding. 2,100 points deducted. Exchange successful. Lin En opened his eyes. He directly poured the Qingmu Spirit Soil into the Shumi Basin in the system space, then planted the Morning Dew Young Green Tree into it. Lin En reached out and grasped at the void. A palm-sized gray-blue ceramic basin appeared out of thin air in his palm. The basin was covered with intricate ancient runes, faintly emanating a soft green glow. It was filled with soft green soil, and in the center stood a young tree no taller than a chopstick. The young tree had sparse leaves, tender green like a newborn skin. A few crystal-clear dewdrops hung on its trunk, exuding an extremely pure wood attribute spiritual energy. As soon as the ceramic basin appeared, the air in the entire hall instantly became humid. The wood sprite, which had been napping on Lin En's fingertips, suddenly perked up at the sight of the basin. It even fluttered its wings, leaving behind afterimages, and in a flash, turned into a green light, darting straight towards the Morning Dew Young Green Tree on the table. The little creature dove into the aura of spiritual energy emitted by the Qingmu Spirit Soil, letting out a human-like comfortable coo. Then it landed on a branch of the young tree, picked up a crystal-clear dewdrop, and began to slurp it up. After drinking the dewdrop, the little sprite's originally transparent body visibly solidified, and the green light it emitted became even brighter. It contentedly patted its round little belly, letting out a burp that carried the fragrance of grass and wood. Then it wobbled over to a natural hollow in the center of the young tree's trunk, curled up into a ball, and fell asleep in an instant. With each breath, the spiritual energy emitted by the young tree was gently merging into its body. At this rate, it would take only a few months for this little thing to completely outgrow its juvenile stage. Vivian stared at the ceramic basin on the table, her eyes filled with astonishment. She quickly walked to the table, feeling the rich life force that hit her face. Space storage equipment. Vivian suddenly turned her head to look at Lin En. No way. Even if you have high-level spatial tools, you can't conjure such magical plants out of nowhere. This tree and this soil. This is definitely the legendary holy item. Where on earth did you pull out such treasures? This is completely illogical. A secret. Lin En leaned back on the lounge chair, took a sip of the now slightly cold red tea, and smiled at her. What secret? Why are you like this? Vivian felt as if a cat was scratching inside her heart. She turned to Sylphia, who had been quietly standing by. Sylphia, don't you find this strange? Vivian tried to rally an ally. He's like a bottomless pit, always pulling out these illogical things. Aren't you the least bit curious? Sylphia blinked. She glanced at the ceramic basin on the desk, then at Lin En, who was reclining in the chair, and spoke matter-of-factly. Not curious at all. She walked over, skillfully kneading Lin En's shoulders, her ice-blue dragon, tail gently swaying behind her, her tone filled with blind admiration. Master is just that amazing, capable of anything. No matter what Master brings out, it's all Master's skill. What's there to be curious about? Vivian was choked by this statement, nearly unable to catch her breath. You are simply hopeless. Vivian said helplessly, rubbing her forehead. You have been completely brainwashed by him. Watching Vivian's flustered expression, Lin En set down his teacup, a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He stood up and walked in front of Vivian. Vivian instinctively took a half step back. What are you doing? Lin En leaned slightly closer, bringing his lips near Vivian's ear. Their faces were extremely close, and the intense pure yang aura mixed with a faint tea fragrance instantly enveloped Vivian. Want to know my secret? Lin En lowered his voice, a hint of wicked temptation laced within. Vivian's ears flushed, and she instinctively nodded. Sure. Lin En's gaze swept over her delicate face, following her long neck down to finally rest on her breathtakingly long legs. In a tone only they could hear, he said, "As long as you and Sylphia come to my room tonight, I will tell you all my secrets inch by inch." Vivian froze for a second, then suddenly reacted. With a bang, her face turned bright red to the base of her neck, even her earlobes turning as red as if they were bleeding. Shameless. Vivian suddenly pushed Lin En away, gritting her teeth as she cursed. She turned her head, avoiding Lin En's intensely aggressive gaze, her chest heaving violently, and walked briskly out the door. "If you don't want to know, then forget it, or just close the door," Lin En lazily called out from behind. Vivian paused for a moment at the door. She turned back, glaring fiercely at Lin En. But unexpectedly, despite her harsh words, there was little actual anger in her beautiful eyes. On the contrary, she bit her lower lip, her gaze flickering her expression, revealing a hint of barely perceptible contemplation. In the dead of night, a sweet and decadent atmosphere wafted through a guest room on the second floor of the Lord's Manor. Vivian lay limply on the velvet bed like a cat, drained of all energy. The purple long dress had long been tossed into some corner, and those breathtaking long legs now hung helplessly over the edge of the bed. Lin En leaned against the headboard, casually draping a blanket over her, as he looked down at Vivian's defeated state. "Didn't you say you wanted to hear a secret?" Lin En leaned against the headboard, toying with her scattered purple and gold hair. He teased. "I've just begun, why can't you hold on?" Vivian bit her lip and shot him a fierce glare. Yet in her watery eyes there was not a hint of lethality, but rather a seductive allure. She wanted to curse, but the moment she opened her mouth, only a light hum came out off-key. She had originally wanted to pry into Lin En's secrets, but was left utterly defeated, her mind a blank. "You bastard." Vivian managed to squeeze out this utterly powerless phrase after a long pause. "Thank you for the compliment." Lin En leaned down and kissed her forehead, then rolled out of bed. Vivian, furious, turned her head away and closed her eyes, feigning death. However, the overwhelming fatigue soon engulfed her, and within 2 minutes, she fell into a deep sleep, her breathing becoming long and even. Lin En chuckled, got out of bed, put on a robe, and opened the door to leave. The corridor was eerily quiet. Lin En returned to the master bedroom next door. The room was unlit, with only the moonlight streaming in from outside. As soon as he entered, a scent mingling the chill of ice and some sweet fragrance assaulted his senses. On the bed, Sylphia was curled up under the covers, and upon hearing the door open, she abruptly lifted her head. Her ice-blue eyes glimmered with a moist sheen in the dark, while the dragon horns atop her head radiated a striking warmth, even emitting a faint blue glow. The normally obedient ice-blue dragon tail that hung behind her was now anxiously slapping against the sheets, making soft thwack sounds. Sylphia's senses were already far superior to ordinary people, and with the poor sound insulation of the adjacent room, the half-hour commotion felt magnified 100-fold in her ears. Her face was flushed. The area that should have been the icy Dragon Clan forest was now soaked with melted snow. "Master." Sylphia's voice was sticky like spun honey. Without even putting on her shoes, she sprang from the bed and leaped into Lin En's arms. Lin En caught her steadily and closed the door behind them. The sensation in his arms was scorching. Sylphia was only wearing a thin silk nightgown, which was now soaked with sweat and clinging tightly to her body. She craned her neck, eagerly searching for Lin En's lips, clumsily and fervently kissing him. "What's the rush?" Lin En supported her thigh, lifting her entirely as he strode towards the bed. "Master, I want." Sylphia buried her face in Lin En's neck, breathing heavily, her tail tightly wrapped around Lin En's waist. Lin En pressed her down onto the soft mattress without a word wasted, activating the yin-yang harmony art immediately. The domineering aura of the SS-grade Pure Yang sacred body was unleashed without reservation. The blazing Pure Yang energy surged through their points of contact, forcefully invading Sylphia's body. Sylphia arched her long neck, letting out a sweet, muffled moan. The dragon blood within her instantly boiled under the stimulation of this Pure Yang energy. Her Scrade Frost affinity talent was thoroughly activated. The frigid dragon blood power clashed and fused violently with the scorching Pure Yang power within her meridians, ultimately transforming into the purest energy that flowed back into both their bodies. Lin En held nothing back. Sylphia displayed combat abilities far surpassing Vivian's. As a frost dragon hybrid with Scrade talent, her physique was outrageously strong, allowing her to train freely. The temperature in the room began to fluctuate wildly. At one moment it felt like falling into an ice cave, with fine frost even forming on the nightstand. At another moment it felt like being in a furnace as the air twisted and warped from the intense heat. Sylphia completely shed all modesty, showcasing the primal nature of her dragon lineage, eagerly responding to Lin En's every advance. Her sharp nails left red marks on Lin En's back, and the delicate ice-blue scales uncontrollably emerged on her cheeks, shoulders, and thighs. This was a sign of dragon transformation. As the yin-yang harmony art continued to operate, the Pure Yang energy within Lin En tirelessly cleansed Sylphia's entire being. The impurities that had accumulated deep within her bloodline were gradually purged, and the purity of the frost dragon blood rose at a terrifying speed. Time trickled by. After more than an hour of tempestuous passion, both of their stamina reached their limit. Master, I can't hold on. I'm going to break. Sylphia's voice had completely changed pitch tinged with a sob, yet her hold on him grew tighter. The energy within her had reached a critical point. During this time, she had been nourished daily by Lin En's pure yang energy, and the pinnacle of her first stage was on the verge of collapse. Hold me tight. Lin En roared, unleashing the pure yang energy within him, without reservation, condensing it into a blazing light sword that struck fiercely at the invisible barrier of cultivation within Sylphia. Roar! Sylphia suddenly threw her head back, releasing a high-pitched, yet suppressed dragon roar from her throat. The temperature in the room plummeted. Walls, floors, and even the glass windows instantly developed a thick layer of frost. The water cup that had been on the table made a cracking sound, freezing along with the water inside into a solid block of ice. Second stage. The long accumulation finally resulted in a qualitative change at this moment. Just as she broke through, Lin En's pure yang energy also received a tremendous feedback. The violent frost energy was rapidly transformed into pure energy by the yin-yang harmony art flooding into his limbs and body. Lin En let out a muffled groan, feeling his meridians being painfully stretched by this immense power. He dared not be the least bit careless, immediately focusing his mind and fully activating the yin-yang harmony. The pure yang sacred body acted like a greedy black hole, devouring and refining this massive pure yin energy, converting it into pure yang energy and gathering it into his dantian. The cultivation level that had been stagnant at the peak of the 6th layer of chi refinement began to shift violently under the impact of this immense energy. Break for me. Lin En thundered in his heart. The pure yang energy within his dantian transformed into a crimson fire dragon, roaring as it crashed against the barrier of the 7th layer of chi refinement. Crack! It felt as though something within him shattered. Immediately after, an aura several times stronger than before erupted from Lin En. The crimson pure yang energy burst forth, vaporizing the frost that had just formed in the room into white mist. 7th layer of chi refinement. Upon entering the late stage of chi refinement, Lin En felt an unprecedented sharpness in his senses. The anomalies in the room gradually settled. The white mist slowly dispersed under the moonlight. Sylphia lay limply on Lin En's broad chest, unwilling to move even a bit. The dragon scales on her body had faded, leaving only the dragon horns atop her head still exuding a gentle blue light. She closed her eyes, her cheek pressed against Lin En's heartbeat, greedily savoring the thrill of that soul-quaking moment during her breakthrough. Second stage. Lin En's hand glided down her smooth spine, finally pinching the limp dragon tail. Sylphia let out a soft purr, burrowing deeper into his embrace, her voice as faint as a dream. Thank you, Master. Your taste is the best. Lin En chuckled softly, pulling the blanket over them both. He leaned against the headboard, one hand playing with Sylphia's silky hair while the other opened the system panel. Host cultivation has broken through to the 7th layer of chi refinement. Contract object Sylphia has broken through to the 2nd stage. Dual cultivation points balance, 2,800 points. Clang, clang. In the magic crystal mine, the sound of iron picks striking the rock face echoed continuously. The scar-faced man gripped a fine steel pickaxe crafted by Aorn with both hands, exerting force from his waist as he fiercely drove it into a hard rock. With a crack, the rock shattered, revealing a small piece of low-grade magic crystal emitting a faint glow. Hey, another one. The scar-faced man wiped the sweat from his brow excitedly, prying the magic crystal out and tossing it into the backpack behind him. He turned to look at the skinny monkey beside him, who was leaning on his pickaxe and gasping for breath, and kicked at him. What are you doing? Slacking off. Hurry up and dig. If we don't meet the target set by the Lord today, don't even think about having meat soup tonight. The skinny monkey stumbled from the kick, rubbing his backside with a grievance. Boss, my hands are all blistered. We used to be part of the Grey Dog Raiders roaming the wilderness, and now we dig stones here every day. When will this life come to an end? Shut your mouth. The scar-faced man slapped the back of the skinny monkey's head, spitting out words as he spoke. Was that life? Back then we risked our lives. Look at you now, your face is all puffed up. He continued, when we were in the Raiders, did that idiot Dogo care about our lives? We went days without a proper meal. The scar-faced man became more agitated, swinging his pickaxe with vigor. And look at our Lord. Kind-hearted and merciful. 2 meals of black bread every day, and if we work, well, we even get rich meat soup at night. He exclaimed, as long as we perform well, the Lord said, we could become free men. Do you understand what it means to be a free man? You get paid, you can buy a house and marry in town. The skinny monkey was stunned by the scolding, swallowing hard, and replied, You're right, boss, let's dig. I must dig out 10 magic crystals today. Just then a clattering sound of chains came from outside the mine. Marcus led several guards herding dozens of captives into the mine like ducks. This group of people was the city defense army from Hot Spring City that had been captured yesterday. The scar-faced man immediately recognized several familiar faces in the crowd. He threw his pickaxe to the ground and swaggered over. "Oh, isn't that Peter and Hans? What happened to you?" The scar-faced man crossed his arms and looked at them. The few defenders, seeing the scar-faced man who was glowing with health and even a bit plump, had their eyes nearly pop out. Scar-faced man, you're not dead," Peter stuttered. "Dead my ass. I'm living better than anyone now." The scar-faced man snorted coldly, then scanned all the city defense soldiers behind him, cleared his throat, and shouted loudly, "Listen up, all of you. Forget your previous identities. Here you are all mining slaves." One of the city defense soldiers muttered discontentedly, "We are the army of Baron Set. You dare to treat us like this, the Baron won't let it go." Bang! The scar-faced man kicked the soldier in the stomach, sending him crumpling to the ground like a shrimp gagging. "Baron." The scar-faced man grinned menacingly. "In Frostfall Town, only Lord Lin is the boss." He pointed at the mine behind him, his voice echoing in the cave. "Don't say I'm not taking care of you. Here the rules are simple. As long as you don't die, work as hard as you can. The more you work, the more food you get, the more meat soup to drink. If anyone dares to slack off, cause trouble, or have ulterior motives." The scar-faced man pointed outside the mine. "A few idiots are lying in the dirt outside. If you want to live, pick up your pickaxe and dig with all your might. Do you understand?" A group of captives were intimidated by the scar-faced man's imposing manner and, unable to bear their hunger, scrambled to grab tools from the ground. Marcus watched in astonishment. "Damn, are slaves this aware now?" In the Lord's mansion study, Lin sat behind the desk, holding a charcoal pencil, sketching something on a sheepskin map. Sylvia lay on the carpet at his feet, rhythmically thumping her silver dragon tail against the ground, the tip of her tail intentionally and unintentionally wrapping around Lin's ankle. She was munching on the dried fish that Lin had specially asked the kitchen to roast, occasionally glancing up to steal a look at Lin's profile as he drew the map. "Young Master, here's the situation in the mine." Barlow stood in front of the desk, suppressing a laugh as he reported. "That scar-faced man not only works hard himself, but has also made the skinny monkey the foreman in the mine. The newly sent city defense captives who initially wanted to stir up trouble were all made to behave by him." Barlow paused, his tone carrying a hint of disbelief. "He even set a target for those captives. If they didn't meet it, he wouldn't let them eat. Now the output efficiency of the entire mine has doubled compared to the previous few days." Lin paused his charcoal pencil. He raised his head, feeling both amused and incredulous. "Isn't this the born labor model, the capitalist's favorite strikebreaker?" Lin couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark. "Strikebreaker?" Barlow didn't understand the term. "It's nothing." Lin waved his hand, feeling quite pleased with the scar-faced man's sense of timing. "Since he's working so hard, we can't let down the employees' morale." Lin put down the charcoal pencil and leaned back in his chair. "Notify the kitchen, add an extra meal for the mine today. Add 2 large meat chops to the bowls of the scar-faced man and the skinny monkey." "Yes, young master," Barlow. Also, Lin pointed at the map on the table. "This afternoon, gather everyone, including the slaves in the mine and the..." Barlow's expression turned serious. "Young master, is there a big move?" Lin looked at the jagged dashed line between Frostfall Town and Golden Spike City on the map, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. "It's time to resolve the matter of Golden Spike City." In the afternoon, in the central square of Frostfall Town, all the free citizens, refugees, and miners, shackled with heavy leg irons, stood densely in the snow. The scar-faced man and the skinny monkey stood at the front of the miners' line. The scar-faced man savored the taste of the meat chop he had during the extra meal. At noon, his heart racing. "Boss, the Lord suddenly called us to gather. He isn't going to execute us, is he?" The skinny monkey was so scared that his calves cramped. "Shut your crow's mouth." The scar-faced man glared at him, but he himself wasn't sure. Lin, accompanied by Sylvia and Marcus, walked onto the high platform. The previously noisy square fell into silence, all eyes reverently fixed on the young lord. Especially the city defense soldiers, who saw the silver-haired girl with dragon horns next to Lin, nearly wet themselves from fright. Lin scanned the crowd, getting straight to the point without wasting words. "I've called everyone here today to announce 2 matters." Lin's voice, bolstered by the pure yang energy, clearly reached everyone's ears. "The first matter, starting tomorrow, everyone will put down unimportant things and devote themselves fully to road construction." A commotion erupted in the crowd. Road construction? In this icy weather, what road is to be built? Lin ignored the unrest below and continued, "We are going to build a road from Frostfall Town directly to Golden Spike City. During the road construction, everyone participating in the work will be provided with 3 hearty meals a day. Free citizens will receive an additional 5 copper coins as wages each day." As soon as this was said, the eyes of the refugees and free citizens instantly lit up. In this wilderness, being able to eat enough in winter is already a luxury, and now they could earn money. The second matter. Lin's gaze suddenly turned to the miners' line, accurately landing on the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man shivered all over, nearly kneeling down. Scar's skinny monkey stepped forward. The scar-faced man's mind buzzed, and he stiffly moved his legs, leading the skinny monkey to the base of the high platform, kneeling in the snow with a thud. Lord, spare our lives. We have been working hard lately. We definitely haven't slacked off. The scar-faced man howled desperately. Scar's skinny monkey. During your time working in the mine, you have performed excellently, not only exceeding the task, but also assisting in management. Lin's voice echoed in the square. I, Lin Winston, in the name of the Lord of Frostfall Town, announce from today on you are both exempt from your slave status and officially promoted to free citizens of Frostfall Town. The square fell silent. The eyes of all the captive miners turned red in an instant, filled with extreme jealousy and a crazy desire. Really? Can they be legitimized? Not only that, Lin raised a finger. In light of your management skills, from today onwards you are appointed as the foreman for the road construction project. You will receive a monthly wage of 1 silver coin. The scar-faced man felt as if he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. Free citizen. Foreman. 1 silver coin a month. My lord, you are my reborn parents. The scar-faced man suddenly bowed, thumping the frozen ground loudly. He rolled and crawled to the edge of the platform, trying to kiss Lin's boot. Get away. Lin kicked him aside in disgust. The scar-faced man rolled in the snow, got up still grinning like an old chrysanthemum, and turned to shout at the envious captives, Did you all see? The Lord's word is law. As long as you work hard alongside the Lord, my today is your tomorrow. Give it. The captives' emotions were completely ignited, each of them panting heavily, eager to start hauling stones and building the road. A faint golden sword light swept across the wasteland. 2 decaying corpses that lunged forward were instantly severed. The cut was charred black by the pure yang energy, not allowing even a drop of foul blood to spurt out. Rest for 10 minutes at the spot. Lin En wiped the sweat from his forehead and turned to give the order. The 30 fully armed members of the guard team sighed in unison, slumping down on the frozen ground littered with ice shards, gasping for breath. More than 10 days had passed since the road construction in Luoxuang town had fully commenced. During these 10 days, Lin En, accompanied by Zirwaya Weavian and 30 carefully selected first-tier guard members, acted like a sharp blade firmly positioned at the forefront of the road construction army. They were responsible for clearing the undead settlements on the wasteland, forcefully carving out an absolutely safe vacuum zone between Luoxuang town and Jinsui city. And behind them, dozens of kilometers away, the scarred face was leading over 100 refugees and captives wielding picks and shovels, gradually paving a dirt road to Jinsui city with gravel. Why are the skeletons increasing with every kill? Marcus drove his sword into the ground and took a sip from his water flask. The closer we get to the north, the denser the undead naturally becomes. Lin En flicked off the remnants from his blade. Not far away, Zirwaya was dragging the frost dragon spear back. Wherever the dragon spear passed, the skeletons had no chance to resist being smashed into pieces by unreasonable brute force, then frozen into a pile of icy debris. In contrast, the scene on Weavian's side was completely different. Little white chop it. Weavian waved her staff. A translucent skeleton radiating holy golden light raised the axe in its hand and smashed it fiercely onto the forehead of a regular skeleton. Bang! The regular skeleton not only had its skull shattered, but smoke also billowed from the spot that was struck, instantly being purified by the holy light into a pile of ashes. The 30 guard members watched this scene with expressions of numbness. Over the past 10 days they had grown a beautiful woman who claimed to be an undead mage summoned skeletons that not only lacked the aura of death, but were even more sacred than the holy knights of the church. These skeletons were not only capable of fighting, but could also emit a small area halo within which the soldiers' stamina and wound recovery speed increased. After a rest, the team continued to advance. Over the last gentle slope, a massive and lifeless city silhouette suddenly appeared on the horizon. Jinsui City. Even in the daytime, a layer of lingering gray-black death energy still enveloped the entire city. The towering city walls were in ruins, and one could vaguely see the dense shadows drifting at the city gates. The atmosphere in the team instantly became oppressive. The guard members unconsciously tightened their grips on their weapons, their breathing becoming rough. Are you scared? Lin En glanced back. Young master, if this number really causes an uproar, we won't have enough people to even— Marcus swallowed hard. Who said we were going to charge in? Lin En patted Marcus on the shoulder. According to the formation I taught you before, restrain your aura. Follow me, don't fall behind. Lin En led the team to bypass the main entrance, taking a hidden route they used when leaving last time, and climbed through a gap in the collapsed city wall. As soon as they entered the city, the temperature dropped sharply. From the ruins on both sides of the street, the harsh sound of nails scraping against the stone slabs occasionally echoed. Lin En walked in front with pure yang energy circulating within his body, ready to deal with any sudden situations. Zirwaya and Weavian guarded him on either side. They safely avoided several waves of large-scale undead hordes, and the group finally arrived at the edge of the central square of the city. The magnificent stone fortress stood before them. The Duke's mansion. Lin En hurriedly walked to the door of the Duke's mansion. The door was wide open, and the 4 high-grade magic crystals on the ground were still firmly embedded in their sockets. The exorcism array modified version was operating normally. Safe. Lin En breathed a sigh of relief, signaling the team to enter. The guard members filed in. As they crossed the threshold, the spine-chilling sensation that felt like a thorn in their backs vanished, instantly replaced by an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Stand guard, do not disturb anything inside, Lin En instructed. The precious books and the holographic map upstairs were intact, which completely eased Lin En's anxious heart. As long as this place was not damaged, the plan to reclaim Jinsui City was half successful. At that moment, a heavy sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from the corridor deep within the Duke's mansion. Creak, creak. The iron boots stepped on the wooden floor, producing a sharp scraping sound. Accompanying it was a terrifying aura of death 100 times stronger than those ordinary undead outside. Enemy attack. Marcus suddenly drew his longsword and shouted loudly. 30 guard members instantly formed a defensive formation, holding their spears high with shields at the front. From the shadow at the end of the corridor, a massive figure, nearly 2 meters tall, slowly walked out. Worn silver armor, dragging a rusty greatsword. From the helmet's gaps, 2 groups of ghostly green soul fires were fixated on this group of uninvited guests in the hall. A level 3 undead knight Mokto. Weavian instinctively raised her staff, pure white light magic power, crazily converging at the tip of the staff. Mokto halted his steps suddenly. The soul fires in his eye sockets flickered violently, his gaze locked tightly on Weavian. He felt both affinity and disgust intertwined in a way that he could not comprehend. Just as both sides were about to engage, Lin En stepped forward, placing himself between the 2 groups. He raised his hand and pressed down slightly. Lin En turned to look at Marcus and the others. Don't be nervous. I mentioned to you before I came about the insider in Jinsui City. Lin En pointed at Mokto. He's one of us. Mokto ignored the trembling guards. He thrust the great sword into the ground, causing the floor to shake. He looked at Lin En, his raspy voice echoing from inside the helmet. You really came back. Mokto's voice carried surprise. I keep my promises, always have. Lin En smiled. Mokto walked over and circled around Lin En, the soul fire in his helmet flickering vigorously. You've become stronger. When they last met, although Lin En's energy was domineering, its total amount was not significant. Yet now merely over 10 days had passed, and that golden power had become exceptionally solid. Now you have the qualification to reclaim Jinsui City, right? Lin En moved his neck, the joints cracking crisply. Mokto fell silent for 2 seconds and nodded so-so. How did the intelligence gathering go? Lin En got straight to the point. Mokto walked over to a nearby rickety long table and casually wiped away the dust on it. During this time, I've practically searched through the entire Jinsui City. Mokto extended his thick fingers clad in iron gloves and sketched a simple map on the table. Aside from me, there are 3 other level 3 undead controlled by that central array in the city. Mokto heavily pointed at the 3 corners of the sketch. The first one is the Necromancer. It is entrenched in the ruins of the magic tower to the east of the city. Mokto drew a rough directional map on the ground. This guy was likely a high-level mage under Duke Morningstar. He possesses a staff that amplifies death energy, skilled at summoning large quantities of self-exploding skeletons, and can also release large-scale poison fog. Extremely dangerous, it's best not to engage in a war of attrition with it. Lin En nodded. A mage-type creature with high explosive AoE is indeed troublesome. The second one is the Iron Coffin Guardian, located in the barracks area to the west of the city. Mokto continued. It has no weapons, carrying a huge black iron coffin on its back. Its defense is extraordinarily abnormal. My strongest sword strike on it left no trace at all. Mokto added, and the chains will extend from the coffin behind it to bind enemies. The third one is the undead archer perched atop the bell tower in the north of the city. Mokto pointed to a towering spire in the distance. This one is the most troublesome. It never leaves the bell tower and has a very long range. Its arrows are condensed from death energy, possessing strong corrosive properties and penetrating power. Death Mage, Iron Coffin Guardian, Undead Archer. These 3 tough adversaries are positioned to the east, west, and north. Additionally, if Mokto has not awakened, he will guard the southern side. This formation at the 4 corners completely blocks the road to the city center square, creating a perfect defensive array. Lin En stroked his chin. A direct assault is definitely not an option. Sending 31st tier guards would be tantamount to delivering food. However, knowing their exact positions and capabilities makes things manageable. You did well. This information is crucial. Lin En patted Mokto's cold armor. Since they are spread out in 3 directions, we will take them out one by one. Lin En turned his head, his gaze locking onto the direction of the east city. Let's start with that fragile mage. First, clear out the small fry on the eastern perimeter. Lin En looked at the sketch drawn by Mokto on the table. Otherwise, it would be troublesome to fight the death mage later, and be overwhelmed by thousands of skeletal frames. Mokto had no objections. He drew out the heavy sword embedded in the floor and turned to walk outside. With a third-tier undead knight leading the way, the efficiency of clearing the perimeter was very high. Mokto gripped the great sword with both hands and stepped forward. The bluestone floor cracked with spiderweb. Mokto didn't need any intricate sword techniques. His nearly 2-meter height, combined with that exaggerated sword, turned him into a human meat grinder as he charged into the sea of corpses. Crack! The great sword swept across, breaking the spines of 7 or 8 ordinary skeletons at once, bones shattering and flying everywhere. The skulls of the skeletons that lost support rolled to the ground. The dim soul fire in their eye sockets flickered twice before extinguishing completely. Meanwhile, Sylvia, wielding the frost dragon spear, thrust and jabbed, each strike precisely piercing the core of the soul fire at the center of the skeleton's skulls. With the shadows of the spear flying and cold light spreading everywhere, wherever it passed, skeletal remains shattered and collapsed, fine bone fragments mixed with ice crystals falling to the ground. The 30 members of the guard quickly gathered, instantly forming a tight and organized offensive and defensive. The frontline guard soldiers bent their waists and raised their shields, blocking the oncoming undead assault. The rear soldiers tightly gripped their long spears, accurately stabbing at the gaps, each thrust capable of piercing through multiple skeletons. The 30-person squad transformed into an iron barrier, methodically sweeping outward. After a short while, the low-tier undead wandering in the eastern area were completely cleared. Rest for 10 minutes in place. Lin En issued the command. The guard members leaned against the remnants of walls, sitting down to recover their stamina. Preparation complete. Lin En looked at Marcus. Spread out and surround this ruins. Wait for us to go in and fight while you guard outside. Don't let a single fly in. Understood. Don't worry, young master. Marcus immediately called for his men to spread out swiftly, establishing a perimeter around the ruins. Lin En turned and, along with Sylvia, Vivian, and Mokto, stepped directly into the ruins of the magical tower that had collapsed significantly. The interior of the ruins was extremely dark and damp. The sunlight was blocked by towering debris, and a foul smell permeated the air. In the center of the hall, a figure dressed in tattered black robes stood. The hem of the black robe had already shredded into strips, swaying slightly with the cold wind. The face beneath the hood was invisible, only 2 groups of ghostly green soul fires flickering in the darkness. A third-tier undead, a death mage. Lin En stared at the tattered black robe for 2 seconds before suddenly turning to Vivian beside him. Vivian, holding her staff in defense, looked puzzled at him. Why are you staring at me? I just remembered that when you first arrived in Frostfall Town, you were also wrapped in such a tattered black robe. Lin En's gaze dropped, sweeping over her long legs. But yours was clearly more presentable than this one, and at least it held up. Vivian's ears turned red, and she gritted her teeth, raising her leg to kick Lin En's calf. I wore that to hide my identity. Who looks as ugly as this skeleton frame? The death mage on the high platform clearly had no mood to listen to their banter. The 2 groups of ghostly green soul fires suddenly flared up. It raised the staff embedded with gray-white skulls, striking heavily against the stone platform. Crack, crack, crack. The ground around the ruins instantly shattered. A mass of skeletons emerged from the ground, armed with rusty iron swords and tattered shields, their eye sockets gleaming with frenzied red light, surging towards Lin En and his group like a tide. Sylvia flicked her dragon tail, and holding the frost dragon spear, prepared to charge forward. Lin En, quick as lightning, grabbed her by the back of her collar. Don't go, retreat. Sylvia obediently halted and turned back to look at Lin En in confusion. These small fries will self-destruct. Mokto spoke in a deep voice from the side. As long as they are attacked or approach a target, the death energy within them will explode instantly. Lin En released Sylvia and turned to Vivian. It's up to you. Use magic to defeat magic. Vivian snorted coldly and raised her staff. Time to get to work. A large golden summoning array lit up on the ground. A series of crystal-clear skeletal figures, as if carved from white jade, appeared from the array. They had no weapons and directly swung their bone fists, gleaming with holy light, colliding heat with the approaching self-destructing skeletons. 2 distinct waves of undead clashed violently. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of violent explosions echoed in the ruins. As soon as the death mage's skeletons made contact, their entire frames instantly expanded and exploded. The sickly green death energy, mixed with sharp bone fragments, flew in all directions. The holy skeletons were shattered to pieces. However, as they broke apart, the divine magic power contained within them erupted as well. Pure white light instantly purified the sickly green death energy into harmless ashes. The hall transformed into a sea of explosions. The shockwave toppled the surrounding stone pillars, sending debris flying. Now's the time, circle around and hit it. Lin En drew his low-grade flying sword. The sea of skeletons was restrained, exposing a gap in the death mage's defenses. The death mage evidently possessed considerable intelligence. Seeing Lin En and the others attempting to bypass the front lines, it sharply pointed its staff forward. A vast expanse of sickly green poison mist gushed forth from the tip of the staff, rapidly expanding like a living thing, directly sealing off the necessary path to the high platform. Hiss hiss. The poison mist made contact with the stone slabs on the ground, immediately corroding the hard rock surface and creating numerous pockmarks, emitting a pungent white smoke. Sylvia attempted to charge forward, but was choked by the acrid smell, retreating repeatedly. Though her frost physique was formidable, she had no immunity to such pure poison. Sylvia circled around to the second floor and cut off its escape route. Lin En quickly issued the command. Sylvia nodded, exerting force in her legs, directly leaping onto the second floor of the ruins, quickly flanking from behind the high platform. Lin En showed no intention of retreating. The SS-grade Pure Yang sacred body erupted in full force. The golden Pure Yang energy emanated from him, enveloping his entire being. The intense heat distorted the very air. Lin En brandished his flying sword and charged straight into the sickly green poison mist. The moment the poison mist came into contact with the Pure Yang energy, it was like snowflakes falling into a furnace, emitting a sharp hiss sound as it was forcefully evaporated into nothingness. Mokto was even more straightforward. As an undead himself, the poison mist caused him no harm. Instead, it stirred up the death energy within him. He dragged the great sword and followed closely behind Lin En with large strides. In the moment of passing through the poisonous clouds, the necromancer's staff swung once more. The ground below the platform erupted, and 4 skeletal guards, significantly larger and clad in heavy bone armor, emerged, blocking the steps. They wielded massive bone battle axes, striking towards Lin En. "Get lost!" Mokto roared, swinging his colossal horse-slaying sword infused with a fierce aura of death. Bang! 2 skeletal guards along with their axes were sent flying back, their bone armor shattering as they crashed against the walls, scattering into a heap of debris. The remaining 2 skeletal guards had not yet lifted their axes. Lin En's figure transformed into a stream of golden light. The Pure Yang sword technique erupted. Clang! The sound of the sword rang clear. A golden sword light traced a perfect cross in the air. The movements of the 2 skeletal guards froze instantaneously. In the next second, their heads and bodies slid off neatly, the cut edges charred black by the Pure Yang fire. The platform was now within reach. The soul fire in the necromancer's eye sockets flickered violently as he waved his staff, attempting to cast a large spell to create distance. "Do you think you can escape?" On the second floor, Sylvia suddenly leaped down. The frost dragon spear, brimming with terrifying coldness, smashed down onto the necromancer's retreat route. Crack! The frigid ice spread instantly across the ground, freezing the necromancer's legs in place. Mokto hurled his horse-slaying sword, striking towards the necromancer's front like a door panel. The necromancer had no choice but to raise his staff to block. With a loud clang, the staff was knocked from his grasp, and the necromancer's skeletal frame was forced backward by the immense impact. Now is the moment. Lin En exerted force beneath his feet, closing the distance to the necromancer in an instant. The golden light on the low-grade flying sword surged. Lin En made no extravagant movements, thrusting the sword straight into the necromancer's eye socket beneath the hood. The Pure Yang power surged through the blade, directly pouring into the eerie green soul fire. Hiss! The necromancer let out a piercing, soul-wrenching scream. The Pure Yang fire erupted from within his skull, quickly spreading throughout his body. In merely a few seconds, the skeletal frame of this third-tier undead was reduced to ashes, along with the tattered black robe swept away by the wind. The hall continued to be filled with exploding skeletons, losing control in an instant with the death of their master. The soul fires in their eye sockets extinguished, scattering into a pile of ordinary white bones. The battle concluded. Lin En sheathed his flying sword, exhaling a long breath. As the Pure Yang power receded, beads of fine sweat emerged on his forehead. "Well done," Mokto said as he ascended the platform, drawing his horse-slaying sword. Sylvia hurried over, skillfully producing a handkerchief to wipe Lin En's sweat. Lin En looked down at the place where the necromancer had turned to ashes. Among the ashes lay a small black crystal, only the size of an infant's fist, exuding a thick aura of death. Lin En crouched down and reached for the crystal. The system panel instantly popped up before his eyes. Target third-tier magic core. A mage who doesn't enhance their physique deserves to be taken out instantly. Lin En stored the magic core in his bag, casually muttering. Brushing off the dust from his hands, he raised his eyes towards the end of the street. "Perfectly resolved, let's continue advancing. Go north to the city, find that undead archer." The team moved north along the ruined street. The closer they got to the northern city, the denser the aura of death became in the air. Crossing over a dry moat, a black building loomed into view at the end of their sight. The clock tower. The tower stood at least 50 meters high, its outer walls covered in withered vines. "Stop!" Mokto, leading the team, suddenly raised his hand, his massive frame coming to a halt at the edge of an intersection. What's wrong? Lin En halted his steps. We can't go any further. Mokto pointed to a crack in the pavement ahead. One more step forward, and we'll enter its absolute shooting range. He turned his head, the soul fire flickering dimly within his helmet. Since I attacked it as soon as I cross that line, I will be targeted by it. Lin En narrowed his eyes, looking in the direction Mokto pointed. From their current position to the base of the clock tower was an unobstructed open square devoid of any cover. A typical sniper's death zone. If they charged recklessly, the 400 meters of distance would allow the archer atop the tower to treat them as live targets. It truly is a good position. Lin En stroked his chin. Let's not worry about the one up top for now. Vivian suddenly spoke, pointing her staff at the large door at the base of the clock tower. What do you all see down there? Everyone looked in the direction she pointed. In front of the dilapidated bronze door of the clock tower stood an extremely burly dark figure. It was a heavy-armored undead nearly 2.5 meters tall. It bore no weapons, its entire body covered in thick, dark green armor. Most strikingly, a massive black iron coffin was strapped to its back with thick iron chains. The surface of the coffin was etched with twisted runes, and a dense aura of death continuously spilled out from those runes. Damn! Mokto's raspy voice was filled with shock. Iron Coffin Guardian. You recognize it? Lin En turned to look at him. That's the third-tier undead from the barracks in the west of the city. Mokto tightened his grip on his horse-slaying sword, the bones creaking under the strain. How did it end up in the north of the city? It never leaves the barracks. Lin En's gaze sharpened, his mind racing. The necromancer had just died, and the Iron Coffin Guardian, originally in the west of the city, had crossed half the city to reach the clock tower in the north. This was definitely not a coincidence. It seems there's a mind in Golden Ear City directing them. Lin En stared at the black iron coffin. The death of the necromancer triggered the alert of the Central Array's controller. It knows that fighting unknown would lead to us picking them off one by one, so it's gathered the remaining 2 third-tier undead together. One absolute defensive meat shield blocking the entrance, and a long-range sniper at the top of the tower outputting pressure without any hindrance. If we charge the tower, the Iron Coffin Guardian will definitely hold us down in the square, and then the sniper atop the tower can comfortably pick us off one by one. Young Master, how do we fight this? Marcus swallowed hard. Should we retreat first and gather more people? Even if we call more people, they'll just be live targets. Lin En dismissed this suggestion. Against such terrain and formation, a numbers strategy is the dumbest approach. One meat shield and one damage dealer, it truly is a tough situation. But as long as we can separate them, this ironclad formation will collapse without a fight. Lin En drew his low-grade flying sword, the golden Pure Yang power flowing gently along the blade. He turned to Mokto and Vivian. Mokto, Vivian, Lin En began assigning tasks. You two take care of that one with the coffin on its back. I can't take it down alone, its defense is too absurd. Moreover, the chains from the coffin behind it can ensnare, and once entangled, it's hard to escape. I didn't tell you to kill it, Lin En interrupted him directly. Your task is to restrain it. Mokto, you handle the frontal pressure drawing its ire. Vivian, you use holy light skeletons to harass from the flank, suppressing its aura of death with light magic. Lin En looked at the two. I don't care what methods you use, just keep it firmly restrained in the square. We absolutely cannot let it return to the clock tower, nor allow it to interfere with me. Understood. Vivian nodded. Mokto also shouldered his horse-slaying sword. As long as I don't have to kill it, holding it down won't be a problem. Lin En nodded and turned to look at Sylvia beside him. Standing obediently at his side, the dragon maiden's icy blue eyes blazed with fierce determination. Sylvia, Lin En reached out and gently ruffled her hair. Your task is the most critical. Sylvia immediately straightened her chest. I await your command, Master. You are to escort me across this 400-meter plaza and breach the tower's base. Lin En pointed toward the spire's apex. During that time, every arrow loosed from the tower roof. You shall intercept them all. Not a single shaft may slip past. Leave it to me, Master, Sylvia declared, clenching her right fist, whereupon the silver bracelet on her wrist instantly transformed into a tunter-long frost dragon lance. Her ice-blue draconic horns shimmered faintly, chilling the surrounding air in an instant. Not one arrow shall touch you. Lin En cast one final glance at Marcus. Marcus, you and the guard remain beyond the safety line. If any common undead approach, eliminate them immediately. Secure our rear flank. Yes, young master. Marcus bellowed in reply. Tactical deployment complete. Lin En's pure yang sacred body erupted with full force within him. Golden radiance enveloped his entire form, blazing like a living inferno. Ready. Lin En gripped his flying sword, muscles coiling in his legs. Mokto hefted his great sword. Vivian raised her staff. Sylvia stood poised before Lin En's flank lance, held steady in one hand. Go! With a thunderous shout, Lin En surged forward, crossing the fissure in the paving stones and entering the tower's absolute kill zone. Almost the instant he breached the boundary. Shush! From the towering spire above, a piercing whistle tore through the deathly silence. A gray-black arrow forged from dense necrotic energy and propelled by terrifying momentum plunged vertically from 50 meters high, aimed squarely at Lin En's forehead as he led the charge. Its speed defied the naked eye. "Get away!" Sylvia let loose a sharp crystalline cry. Her legs exploded downward, shattering the stone slabs beneath her feet. She launched herself skyward, the frost dragon lance, carving a flawless arc of icy blue light through the air. Clang! The lance tip struck the necrotic arrow with pinpoint precision. A visible shockwave detonated midair from the recoil. The necrotic arrow froze instantly under the dragon blood's extreme cold, then shattered mid-flight into a glittering cascade of frost crystals. Press forward. Lin En did not slacken pace, not even a heartbeat, as he charged toward the Iron Casket Guardian at the tower's base. The Iron Casket Guardian sensed the intruders. Slowly it lifted its head. Though featureless, its presence exuded a palpable, suffocating aura of slaughter. Croc, metal ground against metal. The black iron casket upon its back sprang open, a narrow, jagged fissure splitting its lid. Dozens of thick, serpentine black chains erupted from the casket, laden with necrotic energy, and descended in a torrential wave upon Lin En and Sylvia. "You face me!" Mokto roared, his massive frame crashing into the fray. His greatsword whirled overhead and slammed down upon the onrushing chains. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks erupted. With sheer brute force, Mokto deflected several chains aside. Then, directly beside the Iron Casket Guardian, a golden holy array flared to life. Divine spirit summoning. Vivian swung her staff. Several radiant skeletons clad in sacred golden light lunged at the Guardian, ramming their bony frames into the remaining chains. Where necrotic energy met holy light, a sizzling acrid hiss filled the air. Brilliant work. Above, the undead archers seemed to sense peril. Their rate of fire spiked dramatically. A deluge of black arrows fell like monsoon rain. "Master, advance without hesitation." Sylvia unleashed her full might. Her frost dragon lance spun in an impenetrable vortex, shattering every arrow aimed at Lin En. Though she could not intercept in time, she blocked bare-armed, her dragon-scaled forearm absorbing each impact with nothing more than a pale, fleeting mark. Lin En seized the fleeting opening, driving power into his legs, unleashing pure yang energy. His body became a streak of gold, a blur of incandescent motion. He darted through the narrow gap beside the Iron Casket Guardian and kicked open the tower's crumbling entrance. Inside lay utter darkness, only a spiral stone staircase winding upward toward the spire's zenith. The moment Lin En crossed the threshold, a bone-chilling sound echoed from above. Ghostly green soul fires ignited in dense clusters along the shadowed stairwell. Dozens of level 1 specters hung silently from the tower walls. "Damn it, so many!" Lin En cursed aloud. They descended en masse, silent, no longer shrieking with ear-splitting, soul-rending cries. Intangible and impervious to physical assault, they fed solely on living souls. Lin En instantly channeled his inner pure yang energy. Ninefold pure yang body. Blazing golden flames coalesced instantly into a dense radiant aura encasing his form. Specters that rushed headlong into that golden light dissolved like snow in magma, screaming in agony. Yet their numbers were overwhelming. Wave after relentless wave pressed downward, sealing the narrow stairway completely. Lin En had no time for protracted battle. Outside, Sylvia still bore the brunt of the archer's barrage. "System, open the shop." A soft cerulean interface materialized before him. Lin En searched directly for an advanced area effect technique derived from the Pure Yang Sword Manual. Pure Yang Sword Array price, 1500 dual cultivation points. An area effect formation derived from the Pure Yang Sword Manual, dividing pure yang energy into countless swordoras to purge evil and repel demons. Purchase. Ding. 1500 points deducted. Purchase successful. An immense torrent of knowledge flooded Lin En's consciousness. His gaze sharpened. His low-grade flying sword shot from his grasp and hovered before his chest. Sword array, activate. Hands flashing through rapid seals, Lin En poured pure yang energy into the blade like a bursting dam. VRRRM. The sword trembled violently, then split into dozens of dazzling golden sword images. The tower's base blazed with daylight brilliance. Go! Dozens of pure yang swordoras surged upward with unstoppable force. HSSSH. 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 Within the constricted tower interior, slaughter became absolute. Wherever the golden sword light passed, the level 1 specters had no chance to evade, exploding one after another in rapid succession. Pure yang energy was their absolute antithesis. Within half a minute, every last specter had been eradicated, leaving only the faint, acrid scent of charred ether. With obstacles cleared, Lin En recalled his sword and drove power into his legs. Pure yang energy surged through his limbs as he sprinted up the spiraling staircase. 50 meters, mere breaths for a chi refinement 7th layer cultivator. Crash! Lin En kicked aside the splintered remnants of the rooftop door and burst onto the tower's exposed summit platform. Howling wind. At the platform's edge stood a skeletal archer clad in tattered leather armor, gripping a... It was drawing its bow aiming at the plaza below. Hearing a sound, the undead archer suddenly turned around. Without a moment's thought, the longbow in its hand was drawn to full tension, releasing a black arrow infused with death energy straight towards Lin En's face. The distance was too close. Lin En tilted his head to dodge the arrow grazing his cheek as it flew out, creating a large crater on the stone wall behind him. Lin En stepped forward, lunging in with his flying sword, which was engulfed in golden flames, aiming for the archer's cervical vertebrae. To his surprise, the undead archer did not retreat. Instead, it gripped the ends of the bow, with both hands positioning the unknown black longbow horizontally across its chest, forcibly blocking Lin En's strike. "Can you fight in close combat as well?" Lin En raised an eyebrow. The archer's eyes glowed with a red light, and with a twist of its wrist, the bowstring tightened around Lin En's neck like a sharp steel wire. At the same time, it lifted its right leg, the clearly defined knee striking violently against Lin En's abdomen. Can this thing really use bow combat skills? Lin En activated the 9 turns Pure Yang body to withstand the knee strike. With a dull thud, Lin En remained unmoved while the archer's leg bone cracked under the impact. "You're trying to play close combat with a body cultivator. Are you out of your mind?" Lin En rotated his wrist, unleashing the Pure Yang sword technique in full force. A golden sword light transformed into an impenetrable net, trapping the archer tightly. Crack! Crack! The archer retreated step by step under the overwhelming force and attribute suppression. Its leather armor was shredded, leaving charred sword marks on its bones. It seemed to realize that it had no chance in close combat. As Lin En struck down again, the archer suddenly abandoned its defense. It slammed the longbow against the ground, using the terrifying force from Lin En's sword to leap backwards. It jumped straight out of the 50-meter-high bell tower. In midair, it forcibly twisted its body to face Lin En, who stood at the edge of the tower top. It quickly drew back the longbow. The death energy in the surrounding air surged wildly. On the bowstring, a black, giant arrow several times thicker than before and almost materialized was taking shape. Dark red soul fire flickered at the arrow tip, exuding a chilling aura of destruction. It was charging up for a powerful attack, preparing to obliterate Lin En along with the entire tower top. Lin En stood at the edge, ready to throw his flying sword. A sharp sound of breaking air came from the plaza below. It was a bright ice-blue streak of light moving at an incredible speed, carrying an extreme cold aura that shot upwards at an angle. Thud! The frost dragon spear accurately pierced through the ribcage of the undead archer, the tremendous kinetic energy halting its movement in midair, forcibly interrupting its charge. The frigid ice spread rapidly along the spear shaft, freezing half of the archer's body into an ice sculpture. "Well done, Sylvia." Lin En laughed heartily. Without any hesitation, he pushed off from the edge of the tower, diving towards the archer in midair. Die! Lin En gripped the flying sword, tightly compressing the Pure Yang energy to its limit, transforming it into a 10-meter-long golden sword light. Swish! The sword light traced a perfect crescent in the air. The undead archer's head soared into the sky, the dark red soul fire extinguished in an instant under the searing Pure Yang flames. Without the support of the soul fire, its skeletal structure shattered in midair, turning into a flurry of ice crystals and bone shards. Lin En reached out to catch the third-tier magic core that was falling from the air. At this moment, the plaza below was already in the midst of a fierce battle. Mokto's sword had already dull edges. Vivian stood at a distance, continuously unleashing holy spells and radiant skeletons to entangle the Iron Coffin Guardian. Although the Iron Coffin Guardian had no offensive power, its defense was simply monstrous. "This monster can't be harmed at all." Mokto was struck by a chain, causing his massive body to stagger back several steps. Seizing the opportunity, the Iron Coffin Guardian's coffin suddenly opened wide, and all the chains converged in an attempt to bind Mokto. "Get out of the way!" A thunderous shout came from above. Mokto looked up sharply, seeing a golden streak of light descending, radiating heat and pressure, heading straight for the Iron Coffin Guardian. The Iron Coffin Guardian sensed the lethal threat and immediately abandoned Mokto. All the chains redirected like a black waterfall flowing against the current, heading towards Lin En in midair. "A few broken iron chains think they can stop me." Lin En adjusted his posture in midair. The Pure Yang sacred body operated to its fullest, transforming him into a dazzling sun. Pure Yang, sword technique, armor breaking. Lin En gripped his sword with both hands, merging man and sword as one. The golden fiery light instantly tore through the incoming web of chains. Clang! Lin En slammed heavily into the back of the Iron Coffin Guardian. The inferior tier flying sword, infused with violent Pure Yang energy, precisely found its way into the gaps of the black iron coffin. Boom! A muffled explosion resounded from within the coffin. That was where the core of the Iron Coffin Guardian was located. The pure yang flames surged through the flying sword, igniting the vast death energy accumulated inside the coffin. The Iron Coffin Guardian let out a painful roar, and golden cracks began to appear densely across its dark green armor. Blinding golden flames erupted from the seams of the armor and the holes in the coffin. Boom. In less than 3 seconds, this invincible 3-tier undead, along with its black iron coffin, was completely obliterated into a pile of charred ash from the internal explosion. The massive shockwave overturned the surrounding stone slabs. Lin En landed steadily, casually twirling his sword to shake off the ashes. The plaza fell into complete silence in an instant. Only the damaged bell tower continued to emit a faint wailing sound in the wind. Done. Lin En exhaled a breath of stale air, walked over to the pile of ashes, kicked aside a charred iron piece, and picked up the 3rd-tier magic core. Sylvia ran over holding the frost dragon spear, her ice blue eyes filled with stars of admiration. Master is so amazing. That sword when you jumped down from above was so cool. Sylvia showered her praise without reservation, her dragon tail swaying like a propeller. Lin En tossed the magic core up and down playfully, turning to Mokto. All the peripheral nails have been pulled out. Next we just have the big one in the middle, left, right. Mokito paused at the edge of the square. I can no longer assist you from here. He planted the horse-cutting sword into the ground, the soul fire flickering dimly within his helmet as he gazed towards the center of the city. That central formation has absolute control over me. If I get any closer, its commands will seize my consciousness. At that point, I might uncontrollably turn and strike at you. Lin En nodded at this. It was a miracle that Mokito could maintain his current clarity. There was no need to risk leading him into a situation where he could be controlled. Marcus, Lin En turned to give an order. Here, young master. You stay here with the guards and assist Mokito in securing the perimeter. Understood. Rest assured, young master. Marcus patted his armor in assurance. Lin En turned to the 2 women beside him. Let's go meet the main figure. Lin En along with Sylvia and Vivian stepped over the debris-littered street, heading straight for the central square of the city. As they passed through a narrow stone path, their vision suddenly opened up. A colossal medieval circular square appeared before the 3. Several dilapidated bronze statues stood around the square, while the center was meant to be a massive fountain pool. However, at this moment the fountain pool had long since dried up, replaced by a gigantic magical formation that covered the entire square. The patterns of the formation were entirely outlined in thick, dark red blood, emanating a strange crimson glow. At the very center of the magical formation lay an extremely luxurious, dark golden coffin. The surface of the coffin was intricately carved with countless bat patterns, and a dense aura of death was continuously gathering into the coffin along the lines of the formation. As the 3 just stepped into the edge of the square, the dark golden coffin suspended in midair suddenly trembled violently. The dust covering it fell in flakes. Immediately after, a sharp screech of friction echoed as the heavy coffin lid slowly slid open to one side. A man dressed in a black vintage noble suit with a dark red scarf around his neck sat up. He had meticulously groomed long silver hair, and his features were delicately handsome. However, his eyes were a pure crimson, exuding a sense of cruelty and greed. Lin En hesitated not at all, and silently activated the system panel in his mind. A light blue screen instantly unfolded before his eyes. Target: Vlad, race vampire, rank tier 3, peak talent blood control B, shadow affinity B, remarks: a high-level dark wizard who attacked the Morning Star territory a century ago. Severely wounded by the forbidden magic of the Duke of Morning Star, he utilized the death energy of the entire city to set up a magical formation, transforming himself into a vampire to cling to life. After a century of nurturing, his strength has recovered to the peak of tier 3. Lin En raised an eyebrow after reading the panel. A former tier 6 dark wizard. Even if he had dropped to tier 3 now, his combat experience and foundation were undoubtedly not comparable to an ordinary tier 3. Vlad slowly stood up from the coffin, looking down at the 3 at the edge of the square. His crimson eyes scanned Lin En and the others, finally greedily lingering on Sylvia and Vivian. So it's you little mice who killed my guards and disturbed my rest. It has been 100 years. I haven't tasted such fresh and powerful blood in a century. Especially that adorable one with the dragon horns. The dragon blood within you must taste exquisite. 100 years without brushing your teeth, your breath is indeed quite pungent. Lin En mercilessly interrupted his pretentiousness. The elegance on Vlad's face instantly froze, a flicker of anger passing through his crimson gaze. Vulgar little ant. Vlad snorted coldly. He abruptly raised his right hand. Boom. The black-red blood outlining the formation on the square instantly boiled. Dozens of blood-red spears formed from high-pressure blood erupted from the ground, shooting towards Lin En and the others from all directions. Attack! Lin En shouted fiercely. The pure yang power within him erupted violently, enveloping him in a blinding sun-like radiance. Pure Yang sword technique break armor. Lin En gripped his sword with both hands, striking down at the three blood spears rushing towards him. The golden sword light, accompanied by terrifying heat, cleaved the three spears in half. As the blood came into contact with the pure yang fire, it emitted a sharp hissing sound, as it rapidly evaporated, transforming into a sky of foul-smelling blood mist. At the same time, Vivian raised her staff high. Holy light judgment. A particularly robust hand of light surged upwards, accurately crashing down on the several blood spears attacking from the side. Roar. Sylvia did not defend at all. She exerted force with her legs, and the bluestone slabs beneath her exploded into a large pit. Her entire being transformed into a blue, icy streak of light, charging directly towards the floating coffin while rammed through the remaining blood spears. Get down here. Sylvia leapt into the air, gripping the frost dragon spear with both hands, and with a powerful twist of her waist, she smashed it down towards Vlad's head with immense force. Vlad clearly did not expect these three prey to not only be unafraid of him, but also to retaliate with such ferocity. He snorted coldly, shifting his body to evade swiftly. Boom. The frost dragon spear struck the dark golden coffin. This hard coffin, which had endured a century of death energy nurturing, was smashed to pieces by Sylvia's unreasonable might. Not far away, Vlad looked at his destroyed coffin, his eyes twitching violently, completely losing his composure. You seek death. Vlad spread his arms wide, a pair of enormous black bat wings suddenly unfurling from his back. He rapidly gathered magical energy with his hands at his chest, and the death energy in the entire square began to go wild. However, before he could conjure a large-scale spell, your spellcasting movements are too slow, old man. Lin En's voice suddenly rang out above him. Vlad, he saw Lin En had somehow leapt into the air, bathing in golden flames. The pure yang power on the low-grade flying sword was compressed to its utmost, the sword itself emitting a crisp sound as it struggled under the strain. Take a hit from my great son Buddha's sword. Lin En shouted a technique name, randomly gripping the sword with both hands, and with a destructive pressure, he brought it down heavily towards Vlad's head. Before the sword reached him, the extremely pure and overwhelming yang energy had already scorched Vlad's noble suit, causing it to emit wisps of black smoke. Vlad sensed the lethal threat, his expression changing drastically. Shadow bat. Just as the golden light was about to cleave him in two, Vlad's body erupted with a loud bang, transforming into hundreds of fist-sized blood-red bats that scattered and fled. Trying to escape. On the ground, Vivian hissed lowly. She slammed her staff heavily onto the ground, her purple gold hair billowing without wind. Holy barrier. A semi-transparent pure white light shield instantly expanded from her center, directly enveloping the entire square. Dozens of the fastest flying blood-red bats crashed into the shield like meat hitting a scorching iron plate, emitting shrill cries as they instantly turned into wisps of green smoke. Seeing that his escape route was sealed, the scattered bat swarm forcibly gathered at the edge of the barrier, reshaping into human form. Damn light lackey. Vlad let out a piercing roar. A flicker of madness crossed his crimson eyes as he violently plunged his hands into his chest, forcibly pulling out a large mass of viscous primordial heart blood. With my blood awaken the abyss. As he roared, the black-red blood accumulated on the ground seemed to respond to some sort of summoning, wildly converging beneath his feet. The blood writhed and swelled, instantly transforming into a blood-red skeleton adorned with a crown, wielding a massive blood-colored scythe. The blood-red skeleton let out a silent roar, the enormous scythe carrying a rich scent of blood, heavily striking down at Vivian's holy barrier. Boom. The barrier shook violently, and countless fine cracks instantly spread across the pure white shield. The blood-red skeleton did not relent. It lifted the massive scythe, and then came the second and third strikes that directly battered the barrier until it swayed precariously. Vivian's face turned pale, her hands gripping the staff, trembling slightly. Maintaining such a large-scale defensive barrier was already extremely draining on magical power, and faced with the undead creature birth from Vlad's primordial heartblood, she could hardly endure another heavy blow. Lin En stood at a distance, calmly observing the battlefield. Although Vlad appeared severely injured, the magical array beneath his feet continued to extract death energy and resentment from the ground, replenishing his consumption. As long as this array was operational, Vlad effectively possessed an infinite power source. I must first destroy this broken formation. Lin En made a swift judgment in his mind. He turned and shouted at Sylvia. Sylvia, go help Vivian hold off that blood-colored skeleton. Do not let it break the barrier. Understood, master. Sylvia replied crisply, and with a powerful push against the ground, she launched herself like an ice-blue meteor, charging toward the massive blood-colored skeleton. The frost dragon spear emitted a dazzling cold light in the air, forcefully intercepting the fourth heavy strike from the blood-colored skeleton. Clang! At the moment of collision between the giant scythe and the dragon spear, a visible shockwave exploded outward. Sylvia's palms burst open, blood trickling down the spear shaft, As she was knocked back 7 or 8 steps, her feet carving deep grooves into the ground. But she gritted her teeth and steadied herself, her ice-blue vertical pupils showing no hint of retreat. Is that all? Sylphia licked the ice shards from the corner of her mouth, shook the dragon spear, and thrust it back toward the blood-colored skeleton. Meanwhile, Lin En withdrew his gaze, concentrating all his attention on the magical array beneath him. He moved swiftly, transforming into a golden afterimage, racing toward the damaged statue base in the center of the square. That was the core of the entire magical array. Vlad immediately saw through Lin En's intentions, his crimson eyes filled with terror and rage. "You vile insect, do not even think about touching my array." He suddenly flapped his wings behind him, transforming into a streak of bloodlight that rapidly charged towards Lin En. 5 sharp, blood-colored claws sliced through the air, aiming directly for Lin En's back. "Get away!" Lin En did not even glance back. The pure yang power within him surged wildly as the 9 turns pure yang body formed a solid golden light shield behind him. Clang! Vlad's claws struck the light shield, fiercely producing a loud metallic clash. The searing pure yang fire recoiled along his claws, burning him and eliciting a pained howl, momentarily halting his assault. Seizing this moment, Lin En had already dashed to the front of the base. At the center of the base, a blood-colored crystal the size of a fist and radiating an eerie red glow was embedded in a recess. That was the core of the entire formation. "Shatter for me." Lin En gripped the flying sword tightly, the pure yang power within him flooding into the sword body like a burst dam. The golden light on the flying sword surged to several meters in length, the blinding golden flames nearly engulfing the sword itself. He let out a low shout, raised the flying sword, and thrust it fiercely toward the blood-colored crystal. Boom! The golden pure yang fire collided with the blood-colored crystal, instantly triggering a terrifying explosion of energy. The scorching golden flames surged along the blood-red patterns on the ground, spreading wildly. The array lines outlined in blood quickly dried up and shattered under the scorching of the pure yang fire, turning into harmless flying ashes. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering rang out. The blood-colored crystal, unable to withstand the forced purification of pure yang power, finally exploded into a cloud of red dust. The magical array was broken. At the moment the array was destroyed, Vlad felt as if he had been struck hard. He violently spat out a mouthful of black blood, and the wings behind him instantly shrank by half. The blood-colored skeleton also shattered under Sylphia's dragon spear, transforming into a mist of blood. At the same time, Mokto, who had been guarding the outskirts of the square, suddenly trembled. The invisible shackles that had been suppressing his soul and attempting to seize control of his body dissipated into thin air with the destruction of the array. Mokto's green soul fire flickered violently, and his previously chaotic consciousness became clear in an instant. He quickly rushed toward the square. At this moment, the blood mist of the blood-colored skeleton slowly dispersed, revealing Vlad's feminine face, twisted in anger and pain. Looking at that familiar face, memories buried for 100 years surged back into Mokto's mind. 100 years ago, it was this silver-haired, black-robed wizard who led an endless army of the undead across the wasteland, breaching the gates of Golden Spike City. It was this guy who cruelly transformed his comrades one by one into mindless zombies with dark magic. It was also this guy who forced Duke Morningstar to use forbidden magic, burying the entire city. Vlad. Mokto let out a beast-like growl from his throat. In that moment, the soul fire in his eyes turned blood red. Boom. Mokto's massive body charged into the square with the momentum of an avalanche. He gripped the jagged great sword, tightly dragging it behind him, creating dazzling sparks on the ground. "Vlad, your life is forfeit." Mokto's roar reverberated throughout the square. Vlad, in a weakened state, instinctively turned his head upon hearing the furious shout. When he saw the heavily armored knight charging toward him, a flicker of disbelief crossed his crimson eyes. "You are the one who broke free from control." Mokto wasted no words. He dashed in front of Vlad, swinging the great sword, without any flashy moves, fueled only by boundless hatred and brute strength, delivering a nearly frenzied downward slash. The great sword tore through the air, emitting a piercing shriek. In a moment of panic, Vlad could only conjure 2 blood-colored shields to block in front of him. Bang! Mokto's strike, fueled by rage, was astonishingly powerful. Vlad's blood-colored shield instantly filled with cracks, and he was pushed back repeatedly by the immense impact, his feet carving deep trenches into the ground. Before Vlad could regain his footing, Mokto was already upon him again. He completely abandoned defense, allowing Vlad's attacks to land on him, while the great sword rained down like a storm. "This strike is for the Duke." The first slash shattered Vlad's left arm shield. "This strike is for Golden Spike City, for my brothers." The second slash landed directly on Vlad's shoulder, black blood splattering out. Mokto's armor continuously shattered under Vlad's counterattacks, and cracks appeared in his dried bones. But the red soul fire in his eyes burned fiercely, almost overflowing, and the great sword swung faster and heavier. Under Makto's nearly suicidal frenzied assault, the already weakened Vlad was beaten back step by step, suffering multiple fractures, his black suit completely torn into shreds. "Damn madman. Get away," Vlad screamed, trying to create distance. However, Lin En and the others clearly would not give him that opportunity. Sylphia blocked the path. Lin En shouted loudly. Sylphia performed a graceful turn in midair, sweeping her frost dragon spear across the ground. Frozen tomb. An extreme cold surged along the ground, instantly forming several thick ice walls behind Vlad, completely blocking his escape. At the same time, the biting cold crept up his legs, reducing his mobility to the minimum. Vivian seized the opportunity, and the tip of her staff glowed with dazzling light. Holy light chains. For golden chains formed from pure holy magic appeared out of nowhere, accurately ensnaring Vlad's limbs and pinning him firmly in place. Lin En. Makto roared. With his last ounce of strength, he gripped his sword and fiercely pierced Vlad's abdomen, pinning him against the ice wall behind. Vlad was unable to move, and despair finally appeared in his crimson eyes. Lin En, holding the flying sword, stepped forward. At that moment, the pure yang power within him reached its peak, the golden flames on the flying sword shining so brightly that it was blinding. "In your next life, remember to stay far away from the Duke of Morningstar." As the words left his mouth, Lin En transformed into a streak of golden light darting past Vlad's side. Whoosh! The golden sword light sliced through the void. Vlad's head flew into the sky, instantly reduced to ashes by the scorching pure yang fire. Following that, his headless body erupted in a fierce golden flame from within, rapidly spreading across his entire form. In just a few seconds, this vampire, who had haunted Golden Spike City for a century, was completely reduced to a pile of black ashes drifting away in the cold air. As Vlad transformed into a puddle of black ash, the ominous cloud that had shrouded the city of Jinsui for a century finally tore open a vast chasm. The long-awaited sunlight pierced through the dark haze, casting its rays directly onto the dilapidated central square. Lin En sheathed his flying sword, exhaling deeply as the golden pure yang aura around him gradually receded, revealing his sweat-soaked clothing underneath. Clang! A dull metallic crash echoed from behind. Lin En turned his head and saw Makto's blunted greatsword clattering onto the bluestone pavement. Makto was leaning against the base of a crumbling bronze statue. His already battered black armor was visibly deteriorating and peeling away at an alarming rate. Large chunks of metal fell onto the bluestone, shattering into a fine powder. More alarmingly, his body was in worse shape. Makto's withered bones were riddled with dense cracks. Beneath his helmet, the once vibrant soul fire was rapidly dimming, on the verge of extinguishing at any moment. Old Mo. Lin En walked over swiftly. Without wasting words, he pulled out 2 third-level magic cores dropped by the slain necromancer, an iron coffin guardian, from his pocket, and stuffed them into Makto's iron gauntlet. "Take these. Absorb some magic power to reattach your bones. It'll cover the expense for the work-related injury," Lin En said lightly, although his brow had already furrowed. Makto did not accept the 2 magic cores. He struggled to lift his remaining right arm and waved his hand. "It's useless, Lin En." Makto leaned against the cold base, gazing up at the sunlight pouring down from above. "It's not a matter of energy. Although I've awakened my consciousness, I am fundamentally a wraith awakened by Vlad using the formation. My existence is predicated on the operation of the formation and Vlad's survival." He pointed to the remnants of the formation in the center of the square, burned to white by pure yang power. "Now that the formation is destroyed and Vlad is dead, my foundation is severed." Makto's voice grew fainter as the black motes upon him scattered away more rapidly. "It has been 100 years. This broken body has held on for too long. It is time to return to dust." Lin En fell silent. He opened the system panel, seeing Makto's life signs rapidly approaching 0, the status bar glaring with the words "source dissipation." He turned his head, and the greenish soul fire looked at Lin En. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might never have had the chance to personally slay that beast and avenge the Duke." Lord Lin En. This was the first time Makto used such a respectful title for him. "The city of Jinsui is in your hands. It was once the most prosperous city in the Morningstar territory. Do not let it fall into disrepair." "Rest assured," Lin En replied, looking at him. "I will rebuild it even better than 100 years ago." Makto nodded, seemingly letting go of his final concerns. "Big guy, don't die." Sylphia had somehow moved closer. She squatted beside Makto, still gripping her frost dragon spear, her eyes brimming with tears, her eyelids red, sniffling quietly. Makto looked at the dragon girl before him, wanting to reach out and pat her head, but seeing his rough iron gauntlet, he withdrew his hand. "Don't cry, little girl. For the undead, death is a release," Makto said calmly. "Wait a moment." Vivian, who had been standing in the back, suddenly spoke up. She stepped forward, her purple golden hair bathed in a warm glow from the sunlight. "I can try to save him." "But..." Vivian hesitated. "But what?" Don't keep us in suspense, his bones are about to float away, Lin En pressed. I have a special skill called Holy Spirit Command. It can purge the death energy within the undead and transform it into a Holy Spirit powered by divine magic. She looked at Mokto, her tone becoming serious. But the price is that you will no longer be a free undead. You will become my summoned creature subject to my command, your life and death at my whim. Vivian paused and added, to put it simply, you have to sell your soul to me. Are you willing? Mokto, upon hearing this, felt the soul fire in his eyes flicker violently. He looked at Vivian, then at Lin, and suddenly bursting into a low rumbling laugh that shook his chest bones. Then he calmly lowered his arms. Since I have avenged my great grievance, I have nowhere else to go. As long as you don't mind my broken bones, do whatever you want with me. Then hurry, or the ashes will be scattered. Lin En urged. Vivian nodded. She stepped in front of Mokto, raising her staff high. In the name of holy light, cleanse the death energy. By my bloodline, reshape the shattered body. Holy Spirit Command. With her clear chant, a brilliant pure white light erupted from the tip of her staff. Vivian gently pressed her left hand against Mokto's icy helmet. The holy magic surged in, completely enveloping Mokto's massive form. Sizzle. The lingering death energy within Mokto met the light magic, emitting intense burning sounds. A large amount of black mist surged out from the gaps in his armor, but was soon purified into nothingness by the holy light. Mokto quietly knelt in the light, allowing this luminous magic to reshape his body. Minutes later, the dazzling light slowly faded. A brand new figure appeared before everyone. Mokto's once tattered black armor had transformed into a splendid set of platinum heavy armor adorned with flowing holy runes. The greenish soul fire in his eye sockets had completely vanished, replaced by two flickering golden holy flames. Even the great sword that had fallen to the ground was reforged by the holy light, transforming into a massive two-handed sword radiating a faint golden glow. Lin En opened the system panel. Target Mokto race, Holy Undead, rank level 3, class Radiant Knight, talents Holy Light Protection, Indomitable. Lin En nodded in satisfaction after reviewing the panel. Mokto slowly stood up. He looked down at his brand new platinum armor, clenched his fists, feeling the power flowing within him. This feeling. Mokto's voice was no longer the abrasive rasp, but rather deep and steady. Since becoming an undead, I haven't felt warmth for 100 years. He turned to face Vivian, kneeling on one knee without hesitation. The massive two-handed sword was driven heavily into the ground beside him. Mokto lowered his head, performing an extremely formal ancient knight salute. Radiant Knight, Mokto swears allegiance to you. From now on, you are my master. My blade shall clear the obstacles for you, and my shield shall protect you from all harm. Vivian was somewhat flustered by this sudden show of respect. Get up. Just do your job well from now on. Vivian forced herself to remain calm, waving her hand, but the upward curve of her lips betrayed her current good mood. All right, the recruitment is complete, and everyone is happy. Lin En clapped his hands, breaking the somewhat solemn atmosphere. Just then a flurry of footsteps echoed from the outskirts of the square. Marcus burst into the plaza with 30 elite guards, breathless and urgent. Young Master, the undead on the perimeter have suddenly crumbled to dust. Marcus choked mid-sentence, his words strangled in his throat. His eyes widened as he stared at the scorched wasteland at the plaza's center, then shifted to the platinum-clad knight, standing beside Vivian, radiating blinding holy light and an overwhelming aura of authority. Young Master, is this Lord Mokto? Marcus swallowed hard. Just a new guise. No need for such theatrics. Lin En dismissed him casually. Since the perimeter is cleared, disperse the men immediately and begin battlefield cleanup. Scour the entire city. Retrieve every usable resource. Yes, sir. Young Master. Marcus snapped back to attention, rallying his men with fervent excitement for a full city sweep. Lin En, meanwhile, turned silently toward the pile of black ash left behind by Vlad's demise. A third-tier vampiric sovereign who had ruled Golden Ear City for a century. Surely he had not perished empty-handed. Lin En crouched and prodded the ashes twice with the scabbard of his flying sword. Think. A crisp metallic chime rang out. Lin En's eyes gleamed. With the tip of his blade, he lifted a dark gold ring from the embers. Intricate bat motifs coiled across its surface. Subtle, yet potent magical resonance still pulsed from it, even in death. A spatial ring. Vivian glanced once and cautioned. It bears Vlad's blood magic seal. Forcing it open risks destroying its contents. Blood magic. Ineffective here. Lin En sneered. Gripping the ring, he surged pure Yang energy. Hiss! Black smoke rose from its surface as Vlad's spiritual imprint was incinerated instantly. Lin En extended his spiritual sense inward. In the next instant his breath ceased. Damn! His expression turned uncharacteristically awestruck. What is it, Master? What's inside? Sylvia leaned in, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. Lin En said nothing, merely flipped his wrist. Rustle, rustle. Heaps of low-tier and mid-tier mana crystals tumbled onto the plaza's flagstones like glittering mountains refracting prismatic light beneath the sun. Then came dozens of enchanted weapons humming with palpable arcane power, and several large chests brimming with impeccably preserved high-tier magical materials. And finally 3 massive iron chests, each overflowing with gold coins and gem-encrusted treasures. Struck it rich, Lin En rubbed his palms together. Slaying monsters for loot truly remains the swiftest path to wealth. As Lin En bent to examine a shadow-laced dagger glinting faintly on the ground. Thud! A muffled thump echoed behind him. Lin En froze then whirled around instantly. Vivian sat slumped on the ground supported by Mokto. Her normally porcelain complexion had drained to ghostly pallor, her violet gold hair clung damply to her cheeks. Her hands pressed tightly over her chest, her brows knotted in agony. "Master, what's wrong? Where are you wounded?" Mokto asked, voice tight with alarm. Lin En strode forward, dropped to one knee, and steadied Vivian's other shoulder. "What happened?" Frowning, he channeled pure yang energy through his palm into her body. Her meridians were in utter chaos. Her normally serene, radiant light mana now raged violently through her channels, tearing at her magical pathways. Backlash. Vivian bit her lower lip, voice trembling. "I forced second-tier mana to transmute third-tier undead knights. I exhausted my core mana source. It's all my fault. Master did this only to save me." Mokto bowed her head, iron gauntlets clenched until joints cracked. She lifted her gaze, defiance flickering in her eyes. "It's not your fault. I believed I could endure. Pushing ultimate spells when your reserves are dry. Do you think you're some cheat with infinite mana?" Vivian didn't understand cheat, but knew it carried no praise. She tried to retort, but a metallic tang rose in her throat, which she swallowed down hard. Without hesitation, Lin En slid one arm beneath her knees and the other around her back, then lifted her cleanly into his arms. Vivian stiffened instantly, her legs jerked instinctively. "What are you doing? Put me down." "Silence. Conserve your breath." Lin En adjusted his hold with a subtle shift of his arms and strode purposefully toward the plaza's edge. Mokto rose and followed closely behind. "Where are you taking me?" Vivian's hands hovered uncertainly, then clutched tightly at the fabric of Lin En's tunic. "To the Duke's residence. To restore your mana." Vivian blinked, confusion flitting across her eyes. "Restore mana? Do you possess high-tier mana recovery elixirs?" "I have something far better." Lin En's lips curved faintly. "Guaranteed non-toxic, rapid absorption, immediate effect." Vivian gazed at his profile, so close, so inscrutable, her mind swimming with unanswered questions. But the searing pain of mana backlash drowned her thoughts. She surrendered passively as Lin En carried her across the ruins. He strode through the Duke's manor gates, climbed the wooden staircase, and ascended swiftly to the second floor. Seeing Lin En lay Vivian gently upon the bed, Sylvia blinked her icy blue eyes and stepped forward obediently. "Master, may I assist?" "No. Guard the door. Under no circumstances is anyone to enter, regardless of what occurs." "Understood, Master." Sylvia nodded, exited, and closed the door softly behind her. Click. The latch settling echoed crisply in the hushed bedroom. Vivian sank into the plush mattress, watching Lin En stand motionless beside the bed. "What exactly do you intend to do?" She forced herself upright, wary eyes locked on him. Lin En said nothing, only began slowly unfastening the top button of his collar. "Don't you dare." Vivian's eyes flew wide, her voice cracked with panic. "I may lack mana now, but I can still bite you." "Clever girl," Lin En replied, sitting beside her on the edge of the bed. "Huh? What do you mean clever?" Vivian stared, bewildered. "The cultivation art I practice is called the Yin-Yang Harmonious Union Manual. Put simply, the pure yang energy coursing within me can be transformed, through precise methods, into exquisitely refined attribute-neutral primordial energy." Lin En met Vivian's gaze. "Once introduced into your body, this energy will spontaneously convert into the light mana you require, calming the backlash and repairing your damaged pathways." Vivian listened, stunned. Trained at a prestigious academy, she had never encountered a technique capable of bridging fundamentally incompatible energy systems. "What is this precise method?" Vivian watched him, swallowing hard. Lin En leaned close, whispering the answer in a voice too soft for any reader to hear. Vivian's face flushed crimson down to her neck. "You're dreaming." She snatched the pillow beside her and hurled it at Lin En. "I'd rather die from mana backlash, outdoors leaping from this second-floor window, than restore my mana through such vulgar means." Lin En tilted his head, evading the pillow effortlessly. He didn't scowl, just regarded her in silence. "Fine. Then dot." He stood and moved toward the door. "I'll fetch a spade downstairs and dig your grave in the rear garden. A fallen princess dead abroad, no one to mourn or bury her. Truly tragic." Vivian froze on the bed, then winced sharply as agony flared anew, escaping her lips as a stifled groan. Lin En paused, turned, and fixed his gaze upon her. He returned to the bedside and looked down at her, calm and unwavering. Come now, he said. The pain had already broken her resistance. She clenched her jaw, lashes trembling, then slowly parted her lips. Half an hour later, the turbulent magical fluctuations in the bedroom finally subsided completely. Bang! The heavy wooden door was suddenly yanked open from the inside. Zirwaya immediately stood up straight and turned to look. She saw Waiwayan rushing out of the room with her head down. Her purple golden long hair was even more disheveled than when she went in, and her cheeks were flushed. What stood out the most was that she was tightly covering her mouth with both hands. A thin stream of pure white materialized light was continuously spilling out between her fingers. It was light magic of the purest form, so potent that her body had hardly absorbed it fully. Sister Waiwayan, Zirwaya began to speak. Waiwayan completely ignored her, not even looking back as she dashed down the stairs at an incredible speed. Zirwaya blinked in bewilderment. Lin slowly walked out of the room. Master, what happened to Sister Waiwayan? Zirwaya asked curiously. She ran so fast. It's nothing, we just had a bit of a quarrel. Lin straightened his clothes. But I've already replenished her magic. She's in a hurry to find a place to digest it. Lin walked to the railing of the corridor, looking at Waiwayan in the hall below, who was desperately taking deep breaths to swallow back the overflowing magic, feeling quite pleased. Let's go, Zirwaya. Lin patted Zirwaya's shoulder. The spoils have been accounted for. Next, we should consider how to turn this Jin Sui city into our true backyard. Night had completely fallen. The stagnant energy that had lingered over Jin Sui city for a century was washed away by sunlight throughout the day. Although it hadn't completely dissipated, it had become much thinner. With the rampant undead no longer around, the ruined outlines of the city revealed a different kind of tranquility under the cold moonlight. After an entire day of intense battles, everyone was utterly exhausted. Marcus and his guards found a clean corner in the first floor hall to rest after counting the spoils, with snores rising and falling. In Lin's room, the enchanting spring light had just dissipated. He covered the already deeply sleeping Zirwaya with a blanket, looking at her serene sleeping face and the slightly curled up corners of her mouth, unable to help but smile. The series of battles had also taken a toll on him. So much so that today's dual cultivation didn't even last the usual 2 hours. It came to an end at 1 hour and 59 minutes. Moonlight streamed in through the broken window at the end of the corridor, illuminating the wooden floor in a silvery hue. He walked to the staircase, paused for a moment, and looked up at the passage leading to the roof. There was an extremely faint magical fluctuation. It was Waiwayan. Lin thought for a moment, found a relatively clean wool blanket, and climbed up to the rooftop of the Duke's mansion. The night wind was slightly cool. Waiwayan sat alone at the edge of the roof, hugging her long legs with her chin resting on her knees. Her beautiful purple golden long hair fluttered gently in the night breeze. She curled up into a small ball, staring blankly at the city below, which resembled a vast graveyard lost in thought. Lin approached quietly without making a sound and gently draped the blanket he was holding over her. Waiwayan's body tensed momentarily, but upon sensing Lin's presence, she relaxed. Lin sat down beside her, following her gaze into the distance. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking, why does this world have undead beings? Why are there so many innocent people displaced, their homes destroyed? Her voice lacked the arrogance from earlier in the day, replaced with an exhaustion and sorrow that belied her age. 100 years ago, this place must have been very prosperous. There would have been many merchants, mercenaries, children chasing and playing on the streets, and wives waiting by the windows for their husbands to return. But now everything is gone. What did they do wrong? Just because of a black wizard's ambition, the lives of hundreds of thousands in the city turned into wandering skeletons in the ruins. She tilted her body slightly and gently rested her head on Lin's shoulder. My country was also submerged overnight by the undead army. Lin remained silent for a moment. He could feel the girl beside him trembling slightly. He reached out his hand without any unnecessary words and gently rested it on her head, slowly stroking her hair. Lin, she asked softly, will you go save this world? Eliminate all the undead, allowing everyone to live peaceful lives. Her voice carried a hint of barely perceptible hope. No. Lin's answer was decisive, without a hint of hesitation. Waiwayan suddenly raised her head, her purple golden eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. Why? You clearly have the ability. I don't have such grand ideals. Lin turned to look at her, his gaze calm and profound. I am not a savior, nor do I wish to be one. This world is too vast, and there are too many people suffering. I cannot save them all. He withdrew his gaze and looked back at the moonlit city of ruins. What I can do is quite simple. It is to ensure that those around me, those within my line of sight, live a little better. Not bullied, with food to eat, a place to sleep, and a peaceful night's rest. As for whether the world will be destroyed, whether others live or die, to say it bluntly, I cannot care, nor am I interested in it. Waiwayan stared blankly at Lin's profile. Under the moonlight, that face, which always bore a hint of jest and irreverence, now appeared exceptionally serious. Waiwayan remained silent for a long time. She leaned her head back against him again, this time with greater force, as if entrusting all her weight to him. She rubbed against Lin's shoulder, and with an almost imperceptible voice gently yet firmly said, "But you are already our savior." Lin's body paused slightly. Without responding, he simply wrapped his arm around her shoulder, allowing her to lean more steadily against him. The night wind blew, carrying a hint of coolness, yet it could not disperse the warmth that quietly rose between the two. After a long while, Lin said, "Sleep, we need to hurry back to Luoxuang town tomorrow." Lin spoke softly. Waiyan replied, but did not move. Lin, helpless, could only let her lean against him. He raised his head, his gaze passing over the sleeping Waiyan, and again cast it towards the vast city of ruins. "A savior, huh?" Lin murmured to himself. "Perhaps. At least this city now belongs to us from today onwards." The next morning, Lin En and the others left Jinsui City, retracing their steps. Halfway along the route, a thunderous call echoed ahead. On the wasteland, a straight gravel road was beginning to take shape. Hundreds of slaves and refugees were working fervently. A scarred-faced man was shouting loudly while holding a broken tin horn. "Smash those stones for me. Fill it up. The meat soup for lunch is already simmering in the pot. Anyone who dares to slack off will find themselves thrown into the pot as firewood." Stimulated by the promise of food and the prospect of a reward, this group of people unleashed an astonishing level of productivity. A section of the road that was originally thought to take half a month to level had progressed by a third in just a few days. "This scarred-faced man truly has talent," Lin En remarked with satisfaction as he observed the progress. A natural foreman. Returning to Luoxuang town, Lin En summoned all core members to the study on the second floor of the Lord's mansion. Marcus Barlow and the village chief Aubrey gathered around a large rectangular table. Sylvie brought hot tea and poured it for everyone. Vivian sat on a nearby sofa, playfully teasing a small wooden elemental sprite. Lin En slammed the sheepskin map of Jinsui City onto the table. "Everyone, the carrying capacity of Luoxuang town has reached its limit," Lin En said, leaning on the table and scanning the group. "There are no city moats, no sturdy city walls here. Therefore, I have decided to relocate the main city of the territory to Jinsui City." The study fell silent for 2 seconds. Barlow swallowed hard. "Young master, this. Although Jinsui City still has its foundation, it has been abandoned for so many years, and there is nothing inside. With just under 1,000 people in Luoxuang town, we simply do not have the capacity to support such a massive reconstruction project." Aubrey nodded in agreement, his tone filled with concern. "Yes, my lord, it took a long time for Luoxuang town to stabilize. Now if we relocate en masse, not everyone will agree, which could be problematic." Lin En pulled up a chair and sat down. "If it's problematic, then we can take our time, proceed slowly, and do it properly. We will let those who are prepared take the lead, and those who are mentally ready will go first, so that they can drive the others. We must also handle specific situations specifically, not blindly, but precisely, scientifically, efficiently, and strategically, involving those who understand management, and letting good communicators take the lead, using the power of wisdom to assist, while also maintaining flexibility for special situations." The group exchanged glances, stunned by this lengthy discourse. Lin En coughed lightly. "What I mean is, you can't eat a whole pie in one bite. If you take too big a step, you might trip over yourself." He picked up a quill and drew 3 large circles on the map. The entire relocation plan can be divided into 3 phases. Phase 1, securing and clearing the area. Lin En's fingertip rested on the location of Jinsui City on the map. "Marcus, the road crew will soon clear the way. You take all the extraordinary guards and enter Jinsui City, first, to eliminate all uncertainties within the city." "Understood." Marcus straightened up and slapped his chest vigorously. Phase 2, construction of the core area. "Barlow, we do not have the capacity to rebuild the entire city at once. You will take people to Jinsui City and, centered around the Lord's mansion, delineate a core area. Concentrate all bricks and timber to prioritize the repair of the city walls and housing in this area." Barlow nodded repeatedly. "Young master, this strategy is brilliant. Consolidating our strength into a fist allows us to build one section at a time." Phase 3, which is the most important link, involves immigration and development. Lin En turned his gaze to Aubrey. "With just the population of Luoxuang town, we cannot fill Jinsui City. Aubrey, you will draft a decree immediately, write 100 copies, and send people to the surrounding cities and refugee camps to distribute them." Lin En rapped the table. "The decree should clearly state any free person willing to settle in Jinsui City will be exempt from all taxes for the first year." Aubrey nearly dropped the pen in his hands, stuttering in panic. "Master, a year of tax exemption. How will the Lord's mansion manage?" "You don't understand anything." Lin En rolled his eyes. "Wool comes from the sheep. When people come and land is cultivated, the food produced will form the foundation of the territory. With people, merchant caravans will come, and with merchant caravans won't the trade taxes come rolling in. Don't focus on the 2 coins in the hands of those muddy-legged peasants. Oh, what we want is the demographic dividend. Although Aubrey did not understand the term demographic dividend, he was greatly shocked and hurriedly took notes. Additionally, there will be preferential treatment for slaves and refugees, Lin En added. As long as they are willing to work hard in Jinsui City to help with the reconstruction, they will receive 3 meals a day, and after 1 year of hard work, they will be directly transitioned to free citizens. Make sure this big pie is drawn to be both large and round, understood? Got it, Aubrey replied excitedly, his face flushed. With the strategic deployment complete, Lin En picked up his teacup and took a sip to moisten his throat. Luoxuan Town will not be abandoned. It will serve as a forward base and a filter for population selection, Lin En concluded. In the future, all refugees, displaced persons, and even captives who come seeking refuge will first have to undergo labor reform in Luoxuan Town. Only those who perform satisfactorily will qualify to go to Jinsui City. With the meeting concluded, Marcus and the others immediately took their leave to prepare. Soon only Lin En, Sylvie, and Vivian remained in the study. Vivian stretched her purple dress, accentuating her breathtaking curves. Vivian, Lin En looked at her. What? Vivian replied irritably, although her tone was clearly soft. Jinsui City has been abandoned for so many years, and the underground water veins and soil must have accumulated quite a bit of dead energy. Lin En tapped his fingers on the table. You are a light mage perfectly suited for this task. Please do your best to purify the water sources and arable lands within the city. Vivian's eyes widened in surprise. You want me to do hard labor? You want to kill me with such a large city? Those who can do more must work harder. Lin En looked at her with a smile that was not quite a smile. At worst, I can share some secrets with you tonight as compensation. You. Vivian's face turned bright red as she suddenly stood up. I'll go. I will go. You rogue. Lin En chuckled and leaned back in his chair, rubbing his forehead. Relocating the city was a massive undertaking with countless details to manage. Fortunately, they now had food and people, which gave them a lot more confidence. Are you tired, Master? Sylvie moved behind him, her cool, soft hands pressing against his temples, and gently. Not bad. Lin En closed his eyes, enjoying Sylvie's massage. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from downstairs, creaking the wooden stairs. Young Master. Barlow the steward pushed open the half-closed door to the study, holding a gilded letter in his hand, sweat still glistening on his forehead. Someone from Hot Spring City has arrived and brought this. Lin En opened his eyes and sat up straight in the armchair. Zerwia stopped her kneading and obediently stepped to the side. The envelope was made of fine sheepskin, its surface infused with a rich violet fragrance. The seal bore the volcanic emblem of the Lord's Manor in Hot Spring City. Lin En took the letter, broke the wax seal, and pulled out the letter paper sprinkled with gold powder. His gaze quickly scanned the ornate phrases written in elegant calligraphy, and a smirk gradually tugged at the corners of Lin En's mouth. What does it say? Vivian sat on the side sofa, her long legs crossed the purple hem of her dress, cascading over her knees. She stopped teasing the wooden elemental sprite and turned her gaze towards Lin En. An invitation letter. Lin En casually tossed the letter paper onto the desk. The letter states that to resolve the previous misunderstanding, I am invited to a secret island ball at Moonlight Lake Island in Hot Spring City tomorrow night. It specifically mentions that Viscount Jeffrey and Viscount Epos will be present, urging me to grace the occasion with my presence. A secret island ball. Lin En leaned back against the chair, unable to suppress a scoff. Who in their right mind would attend a ball on an island? Is he insane? Vivian rolled her eyes unceremoniously and snatched the letter from the table, glancing at it. Not long ago, we just uncovered 100 city defense soldiers, and even his own son and second-tier knight were ransomed back. Vivian slammed the letter onto the table, her tone firm. He definitely has ulterior motives. That old fox must have hidden assassins on the island. Exactly, my lord. Butler Barlow nodded repeatedly from the side. Miss Vivian is right, this is definitely a trap. Lin En did not answer immediately, but gently tapped his fingertips on the table, making a rhythmic tap-tap sound. There is a saying, a thief can only steal for 1,000 days, while a person cannot defend against a thief for 1,000 days. He walked back to the desk and pointed at the invitation. Since he has willingly extended his neck, why should I not personally assess the situation? But my lord. Barlow tried to persuade him again. Enough, my mind is made up. Lin En waved his hand, interrupting Barlow. Go tell the messenger downstairs. Say that Lin En, Winster, Lord of Frostfall Town, will definitely be on time for the banquet tomorrow evening. Barlow sighed and bowed as he went downstairs. You're usually quite astute. Vivian stared at him, confusion filling her eyes. Why are you being foolish at this moment? It's clearly a trap, yet you're willing to jump in. It's fine. Zerwia, who had been quietly standing nearby, suddenly stepped forward and positioned herself in front of Lin En. A chilling light flashed in her ice-blue vertical pupils, and the silver bracelet on her wrist transformed into a frost dragon spear, emanating a terrifying cold aura. I will protect my master. Zerwia gripped the dragon spear tightly. Whoever dares to harm my master, I will freeze them into an ice block and then shatter them. Good girl. Lin En felt warmth in his heart as he reached out to rub the ice-blue dragon horns atop Zerwia's head. Zerwia trembled, her originally cold, murderous intent dissipating instantly. She blushed and put away the dragon's spear, comfortably squinting her eyes as she allowed Lin En to ruffle her hair. Vivian watched this scene, her frustration evident as she bit her lip. Just indulge her. When surrounded by hundreds of people on the island, I wonder how you'll cry. I never engage in battles without preparation. Lin En withdrew his hand and walked to the desk. Rather than guarding against his hidden attacks, it is better to confront him and dismantle his hidden cards directly. Lin En flipped his wrist and took out 2 diamond-shaped black crystals from his spatial ring, placing them on the desk. These were the spoils he had looted from Vlad's spatial ring after defeating him. What are these? Vivian sensed the faint magical fluctuations within. Communication crystals, Lin En explained. Within a 10-kilometer radius, they allow for real-time voice communication. Lin En tossed one of the crystals to Vivian. In the event of conflict, or if I confirm enemy ambushes on my side, I will immediately send you a signal through the crystal. Vivian caught it, feeling the weak magical energy swirling inside the crystal. The day after tomorrow evening, I will take Zerwia to the island for the banquet. You will take Marcus and 20 guards to hide and lie in ambush in the woods outside Moonlight Lake in advance. Understood. Vivian tucked the crystal away close to her body and turned to walk out the door. I will go inform Marcus. You better not die at the ball. Oh, I don't want to retrieve your corpse. Rest assured, calamity begets legacy. As Vivian turned to go downstairs, Lin En withdrew his gaze. Tomorrow's trip to Moonlight Lake Island would definitely not be as simple as just having a meal. He leaned back in his chair and summoned the system panel in his mind. Since he was going to the banquet, he needed to grasp a few more trump cards. Open the system shop. A light blue screen unfolded before him. Lin En's gaze quickly swept across the dazzling array of items. His finger slid and stopped in the talisman section. The light flashed. Lin En placed all these items into his spatial ring. Preparations were complete. He closed the system panel and stood up. He walked over to Zerwia, who had been quietly sorting the sheepskin papers on the desk. Without a word, Lin En directly swept her up in his arms. Zerwia let out a surprised cry, instinctively wrapping her arms around Lin En's neck, her ice-blue eyes filled with astonishment. Master, let's go. Lin En strode toward the bedroom. We need to seize the time to improve our strength since we are going to fight at the banquet tomorrow. Zerwia's face instantly flushed red, her gaze shyly darting out the window. But Master, it's still not dark outside. By the time we finish training, it will be dark. Lin En kicked the bedroom door open and gently tossed Zerwia onto the soft bed. He looked down at her from above, grinning wickedly. Today I must redeem myself. A 1 hour and 59 minutes is an insult to my Pure Yang sacred body. Zerwia buried her head in the blanket, completely silent. The door slammed shut. Soon muffled sounds of suppressed moans echoed from the room. On the other side, Vivian found Marcus downstairs and detailed Lin En's ambush instructions. After arranging everything, she lifted her skirt and ascended the second floor. Just as she reached the top of the stairs, her footsteps suddenly halted. At the end of the corridor, alluring sounds were emanating from Lin En's bedroom. Vivian's cheeks instantly flushed, and even her fair neck turned a shade of pink. This bastard, she cursed under her breath, gritting her teeth. Is there nothing else on your mind except that? We are about to attend the banquet of the century tomorrow, and you still have the luxury to indulge. She quickened her pace, almost fleeing back to her room. Locking her room door, Vivian leaned against the wooden door, her chest heaving. The images from yesterday surged uncontrollably in her mind. Lin En transformed into a golden stream of light, striking down the vampire's head with dominance. And the feeling of his forceful embrace as he carried her upstairs, that overbearing yet warm Pure Yang power flowing into her body. Guaranteed with no side effects, absorbs quickly and has immediate effects. Lin En's teasing echoed in her ears. The magical energy within her, which had just calmed down, began to stir restlessly again. Vivian felt parched. She walked to the bedside, removed her cumbersome purple gown, leaving only a thin piece of clothing. Throwing herself onto the soft bed, she pulled the blanket over her head. Useless. Although the sound from next door was not loud, it constantly teased her taut nerves in the quiet second floor of the Duke's mansion. Vivian bit her lower lip. She extended her hand, slowly probing downwards along her flat abdomen. The room was filled only with deliberately suppressed breaths. Half an hour later, Vivian sighed, her fingers trembling slightly. She got up, poured herself a glass of cold water, and drank it in one go, trying to suppress the heat within her. She turned to look at the wall. The sound from next door continued. Isn't this taking too long? Vivian furrowed her brows and sat back down on the bed. She boredly counted the time. 1 hour. 1.5 hours. 2 hours. 2.5 hours. Finally, the sound stopped. Vivian's eyes widened in disbelief. How did Sylvia survive? Was that guy really human? He was practically a humanoid beast. As she pondered, there was a soft click. The door lock made a sound. Vivian suddenly looked up. Lin En walked in shirtless with well-defined muscles and a thin layer of sweat on his skin. Vivian's face turned pale, instinctively shrinking back to the corner of the bed, her hands gripping the blanket tightly. Don't you need to rest? Vivian's voice trembled. You must be a monster. Lin En didn't waste words, directly kneeling on the mattress and yanking the blanket from her grip. Less talking. Little Lin En looked up and immediately covered her mouth. Vivian's mind went blank in an instant. For the next half hour, Vivian experienced what a tempest felt like. Half an hour later. I can't take it anymore. Vivian pushed against Lin En's chest with her hands, her voice tinged with a sob. Lin En stopped looking at the girl beneath him with reddened eyes and finally showed mercy. Lin En rolled over to lie beside her, letting out a sigh. Vivian gasped for air, her cheeks flushed and charming. Her violet golden hair sprawled across the white sheets in a messy disarray. Lin En pretended to get up to leave. Suddenly, a long, fair leg stretched over, resting directly on Lin En's waist. Vivian hugged Lin En's arm tightly, refusing to let him go. You're staying here tonight, Vivian said in a hoarse voice with an insistent tone that brooked no refusal. Lin En paused, looking at her possessive demeanor with a hint of helplessness. It's a pity the system shop doesn't sell clone techniques, Lin En sighed. Otherwise I would definitely buy one. He lay back down, reaching out to embrace Vivian's shoulders, pulling her into his arms. Vivian was very pleased with his compliance. She adjusted to a comfortable position, resting her face against Lin En's chest, listening to his strong heartbeat. The fatigue of her body gradually faded, and her rationality reclaimed its ground. Vivian's eyes turned, wanting to extract more from Lin En. For example, those endless secrets of his. Hey. Vivian extended her finger, casually drawing circles on Lin En's chest. What? Lin En caught her mischievous finger. I don't know if it's just my illusion. When we did that, I felt the magic power within me growing much faster than usual. Lin En chuckled, lightly releasing her finger. You weren't mistaken. He placed his hands behind his head, gazing at the ceiling. My physique is quite special. When you cultivate with me, your magic power's circulation speed will increase significantly. Simply put, the efficiency is 10 times that of your regular training. Vivian was stunned. 10 times. Do you know how hard it is for a mage to accumulate magic power? Vivian gritted her teeth and said, I started meditating at 6, diligently practicing for 4 hours every day without fail, and I just recently broke through to the second stage. Now you tell me that a night's sleep with you gives such absurd efficiency. Lin En turned his head, looking at her shocked expression, a smirk creeping onto his lips. Not just that. Lin En leaned closer to her ear and lowered his voice. In the end, it'll also provide billions of experience points. Warm breath brushed against her ear, making Vivian shrink her neck. Experience points. She looked puzzled. What is that? Simply put, it's pure magic power accumulation, Lin En explained casually. You don't need to worry about the name, you just need to know that the magic power provided in that moment is roughly equivalent to you training day and night for a whole day. Vivian suddenly sat up. The sudden movement caused the blanket covering her to slide off. A large expanse of dazzling white was exposed to the air, trembling with her rapid breaths. How could there be such an unreasonable physique? Vivian's eyes widened, her voice changing in pitch. If this is true, then it would be a humanoid self-operating high-grade magic potion. And it's the kind that provides unlimited supply. Lin En reached out unceremoniously, covering that expanse of white, playing with it gently. Facts speak louder than words. Lin En felt the incredible elasticity in his palm, speaking casually. Otherwise, do you think you could have entered the second stage so quickly? Do you really think you are exceptionally talented? Vivian completely ignored Lin En's mischievous hand. Her mind was filled with beads of an abacus clicking away. Wait a minute. Vivian frowned, beginning to calculate rapidly. 10 times efficiency. We just did it. Half an hour times 10 equals 5 hours. Plus the last day's hard training. Vivian's eyes widened further. So that half hour just now is equal to me training for a day and 5 hours. Lin En nodded. Not bad at arithmetic. Full marks. Vivian's expression instantly froze. Instead of feeling happy about the terrifying training efficiency, a strong sense of regret flashed in her eyes. Damn it. Vivian gritted her teeth, slamming her fist onto the mattress. Why was she so uncompetitive? Just half an hour, and she was defeated. What about Sylvia? Vivian turned to look at the wall. That dragon lady Sylvia had managed to last a full 3 hours next door. 3 hours multiplied by 10 times efficiency equals 30 hours. Plus the last day's experience points. 2 days and 6 hours. Sylvia's one session of dual cultivation equaled over 2 days of hard training. And she had only managed a little over a day. She was at least a whole times worse. What a huge loss. The more Vivian thought about it, the angrier she became, her eyes glowing green as she turned to glare fiercely at Lin En. What are you doing? Lin En stopped his actions. Lin En understood instantly, seeing her flustered yet eager expression. He couldn't help but laugh. What? Lin En raised an eyebrow, his tone filled with mockery. I could still continue. I just don't know if someone can handle it. Damn it. Vivian was hit where it hurt her face, turning red with anger. She slapped Lin En's hand away. Sleep. Vivian yanked the blanket over covering both of them tightly. Lin En chuckled as he lay down, reaching out to embrace her in the blanket. Vivian struggled for a bit, but found she could not escape. In the end, she had no choice but to resign herself and snuggled into Lin En's embrace, finding a comfortable position. Be careful tomorrow night at Moonlight Lake Heart Island. Vivian's muffled voice came from his embrace. Got it. Lin En closed his eyes, resting his chin on her head. As the night deepened, the room returned to tranquility. The following evening, on the road to Hot Spring City, an ordinary carriage without any noble crest was racing forward. Inside the carriage, Lin En leaned against the soft cushion, playing with a diamond-shaped black communication crystal in his hand. Hello, this is Dong Guai. Please respond if you hear me. He curled his finger and tapped twice on the surface of the crystal. 2 seconds later, a voice filled with gritted teeth came from the crystal. If you keep using random codenames, I will shove this broken stone into Marcus' mouth. Lin En chuckled lightly, bringing the crystal closer to his mouth. Alright, no more jokes. Have you reached the designated location? We're already in position. Vivian's voice returned to normal. Faintly, the sound of wind rustling through the leaves could be heard in the background. We are in the dense forest across from Moonlight Lake. Marcus has dispersed his men. The visibility is excellent, and we can directly see the pier on the island in the lake. Very good, remain in place. Lin En leaned against the cushion, gazing out the window at the gradually darkening sky. Without my signal, you are not to show yourselves. Understood. Be careful yourself. The voice on the other end lowered. Rest assured, I value my life most of all. After cutting off the communication, Lin En tucked the black crystal into his bosom. Master. Sylvia knelt beside him, offering peeled grapes to Lin En's mouth, her ice blue eyes filled with concern. Will that lord truly set an ambush? Lin En bit into a grape, the sweet juice bursting in his mouth. Remove the will. If he doesn't deal with me tonight, then I would have to suspect something is wrong with his head. The carriage gradually slowed down. The driver's voice came from outside. Young master, we have arrived at the Moonlight Lake Ferry. Lin En lifted the curtain and stepped down from the carriage. Before him lay a vast lake, the water shimmering with a cold, hard silver light under the moon. The island in the center of the lake was about 500 meters from the shore, lit up brightly, and faint melodies of orchestral music floated over. The attendants who had been waiting by the shore rushed forward. Respectfully bowing, they led the two onto a magical ferry adorned with intricate magical patterns. The ferry moved smoothly across the water, heading towards the island. The island was quite large, with a grand castle standing in its center. As soon as they disembarked, a butler in a tailcoat approached and guided them to the castle's spacious main entrance. On the steps, several elegantly dressed nobles were exchanging pleasantries. One golden-haired youth turned his head, and the moment his gaze met Lin En's, the previously smiling face instantly froze, then turned visibly pale. It was Vedas, who had been detained by Lin En in Frostfall Town and had to pay a hefty sum to redeem himself. Vedas glared at Lin En, his eyes filled with resentment. Yet he said nothing, snorted coldly, and strode into the castle. Oh, Lord Lin En, your presence truly delights me. Baron Set stepped forward, raising his wine glass. Lin En picked up a glass of red wine from a passing servant's tray, gently clinking it against Set's glass. With the Baron's warm invitation, how could I dare not come? Lin En looked into his eyes. After all last time's transaction, we collaborated very pleasantly. Set's eyes twitched slightly, but his smile remained unchanged. Let past misunderstandings drift away with the wind. Tonight is a time for celebration. Baron Set turned to the side, gesturing for them to enter. Please, I hope you enjoy this wonderful evening. Lin En nodded slightly and walked into the castle with Sylvia. Lin En entered the castle with Sylvia. The banquet hall was extravagantly luxurious. A massive crystal chandelier hung from the dome. The long table was covered with a velvet cloth adorned with a whole roasted pig, golden brown heaps of deep-sea magic shrimp, and various rare fruits, whose names could not be recalled. Servants dressed in sheer veils weaved through the crowd with trays. The air was thick with the mingled scents of perfume and alcohol. A portly baron approached with a wine glass, his gaze unabashedly sizing up Sylvia. Baron Winston, who is this beautiful lady? Lin En stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Sylvia. She is my personal property. Lin En's tone was flat. If you take another look, I will gouge your eyes out and soak them in wine. The portly baron's expression changed, snorting coldly as he walked away. Sylvia hid behind Lin En, gently tugging at the hem of his clothing. Lin En did not venture into the dance floor, nor did he initiate conversation with anyone. He led Sylvia to a sofa in the corner and sat down. Holding a wine glass, he leaned against the back of the sofa, quietly listening to the sounds around them. To his left, several nobles with beer bellies were smoking cigars. The weather in the north is getting colder and colder. A balding man exhaled a smoke ring. I heard that contact was completely cut off with several border territories to the north a few days ago. Has the necromancer's invasion intensified? Another person frowned. It has indeed. The black mist spreads rapidly. There hasn't been a peep from the Empire, not a single soldier has been dispatched. The balding man lowered his voice. The higher-ups have no intention of intervening. The nobles with connections have long since relocated their assets near the capital. What remains are the unfortunate souls without any background. Let them die then. A third man nonchalantly flicked the ash from his cigar. After all, the North was always a poor place. Lin En took a sip of red wine. The undead situation in Jinsui City was not an isolated case. The entire North was falling while the Empire's attitude was one of outright abandonment. Lin En stood up and walked toward another long table. Here several young noble scions had gathered. The Orc Kingdom from the west is attacking again. A golden-haired youth sliced into a piece of roasted meat on his plate. This happens every winter. They don't grow their own food, but love to come steal ours. I heard the Empire has issued a draft order requiring all lords to send troops to repel the orcs. The curly-haired youth opposite took a swig of ale. Are you going? I wouldn't go. The golden-haired youth scoffed. Only fools and poor folks would go. It's much more comfortable staying in the territory and collecting taxes. But the draft order. Just pay the indulgence fee, and that's enough. The golden-haired youth waved his hand. As before, the Maple Leaf Organization will handle the collection. As long as you pay enough gold coins, the draft will be waived. That's nice. The curly-haired youth sighed. Those guys will probably make a lot of money this time. There's no helping it, after all they have Pure Yang Saint Lace backing them. Lin En paused, taking a piece of pastry and handing it to Sylvia. Maple Leaf Organization. Pure Yang Saint Lace. Indulgence fee. In the impoverished memories of the original owner, there are scattered fragments regarding this organization. It is a powerful organization controlling many high-level cultivators. They collect taxes on behalf of the Empire, holding special privileges. They are deeply favored by that empress. At that moment, the music in the hall shifted to a soothing melody. Lin En set down his empty wine glass, preparing to grab some food from the long table. The topic of conversation among the nobles ahead suddenly took an incredibly absurd turn. What do you understand? What is the point of human women? If you ask me, the best is definitely the cow people. Their touch, their size are simply irresistible. The cow people are too heavy. Another noble retorted. The snake people are the finest, okay? Their waist flexibility can pose unimaginable positions, and their body temperature is low, making it particularly comfortable in summer. Lin En's lips twitched. Good gracious, is this a gathering for XP exchange? Shortly after, a curry-skinned noble holding a wine glass disdainfully joined the conversation. You all are too lowbrow. You don't understand what true excitement is. Oh, then what do you consider exciting? The curry noble's eyes gleamed with fervor. He lowered his voice, his tone filled with a certain sacred yearning. Have you tried giant lizards? Buffed. The sip of red wine Lin En just took was immediately spewed out. The surrounding nobles instantly fell silent, looking at the curry noble with a gaze of disbelief. Giant lizards. Those things are tough-skinned and meaty, and they bite right. You just don't understand. The curry noble grew more excited as he spoke. Tie their mouths shut, and that tightness, that shudder unique to cold-blooded creatures, is absolutely something humans cannot provide. And then there are goblins, as long as they are cleaned. Damn. Lin En could no longer bear to listen. Standing a few steps away, his stomach churned. What kind of nuclear waste do these people usually consume? This cross-species indifference would make Darwin rise overnight to amend his theory of evolution. Not even giant lizards and goblins are spared. This is no longer merely perversion. It's a mutation of carbon-based biological genes. Lin En truly couldn't listen anymore. He feared that if he listened any longer, he would be unable to resist drawing his sword to slay these garbage polluting the air. He turned around, ready to take Sylvie out to the terrace for some fresh air. Ding! A clear sound of glass clinking suddenly rang out in the center of the hall. The originally noisy banquet hall fell silent in an instant. Everyone turned their heads simultaneously toward the direction of the sound. Baron Set stood on the circular platform in the hall, holding a small silver spoon, gently tapping on a goblet. The Baron cleared his throat and began his speech. Esteemed guests, welcome to the evening at Moonlight Lake Hard Island. Fine wine and delicacies are merely appetizers. The real feast is only now being served. He snapped his fingers. The red velvet curtain behind the high platform was drawn back. 3 enormous cages made of steel were revealed under the lights. In the left cage, a cornered elven girl with pointed ears, blonde hair, and striking blue eyes was huddled in rags, her pale skin standing out. In the middle cage, a mermaid with a sapphire fishtail lay by the edge of the water tank, her long hair covering her chest shivering. In the right cage, a fox-striped beastman with furry fox ears and a fluffy tail was baring its teeth at the outside. The audience erupted into enthusiastic cheers and whistles. These are truly rare treasures. Baron Set spread his arms wide, basking in the crowd's fervor. Here we must extend special thanks to Viscount Geoffrey and Viscount Epos. The elf and the mermaid are precisely the treasures generously provided by these 2 gentlemen. In the front row, two middle-aged men dressed in luxurious attire raised their wine glasses, modestly acknowledging the crowd and accepting praise. As per usual, Baron Set waved his hands to signal for quiet. Tonight we shall partake in something thrilling. The side door of the hall was pushed open. A team of fully armed guards drove in, nearly 100 female beastmen. Most of these beastmen had cat ears and long tails, wearing heavy iron shackles on their wrists and ankles, the sound of metal clanging echoing with each step. These are female beastmen recently acquired from the slave traders captured from a beastman squad in the Western Territories. Baron Set pointed at the group of huddled beastmen. In a moment, the guards will unlock their shackles and drive them all into the forest on the island. Whoever catches the prey belongs to them. You can take it home, or... The Baron elongated his tone, his expression exceedingly lewd. Do it right there in the forest. The surrounding nobles erupted in knowing laughter, some already eagerly loosening their ties and shedding their cumbersome outer garments. Not only that, the Baron raised his voice. The top 3 hunters with the most catches will receive the privilege of an exclusive experience with these 3 exquisite creatures in the cages. The atmosphere in the hall reached a fever pitch. Those nobles, usually neatly dressed, transformed into lustful beasts. Unlock the shackles. Let them into the forest. The guards stepped forward, roughly using keys to pry open the iron locks. Freed from their restraints, the beastmen, under the crack of whips, cried out as they raced towards the dark forest beyond the hall. Lin En sat on a sofa in the corner, holding a wine glass, coldly observing this farce. Master, they look so pitiful. Sylvie tugged at Lin En's sleeve, her voice very soft. Lin En gently squeezed her hand to soothe Sylvie's feelings. His gaze swept over the crowd on the platform. The system panel automatically popped up. Race half-elf rank, none talent plant affinity, E-race mermaid rank, none talent water manipulation. Race cat beastman rank, none talent none. Just as Lin En was about to withdraw his gaze, a cat beastman hiding at the back of the crowd looking dusty caught his attention. At the moment the panel popped up, Lin En's wine glass froze midair. Name: Yila, race golden striped tiger tribe, white tiger bloodline, En rank first level illusionist, talent Yin-Yang duality, S shadowy illusion, D purity 100, status hungry, calm, remarks descendant of the golden striped tiger tribe, royal bloodline of the beastman kingdom. Due to the awakening of a thin divine beast white tiger bloodline, her fur appeared in black and white, viewed as ominous and weak by the royal family, abandoned and loathed, captured after being forcibly sent to the battlefield. Currently using skills to disguise as an ordinary cat beastman. Condition met, condition met. Lin En scrutinized the beastman named Yila. She was not tall, blending in with the crowd of cat beastmen without drawing attention. Her cat ears drooped, her tail tucked between her legs, and her walking was unsteady, resembling a lower-class slave frightened out of her wits. But Lin En noticed that the girl's eyes were very calm. While others were screaming and crying, she simply kept her head down, using the crowd as cover to minimize her presence. Interesting. Lin En withdrew his gaze and downed the remaining red wine in his glass. Footsteps approached from the side. Baron Seth walked over, holding a wine glass and leading a middle-aged man. The man was dressed in an exquisitely tailored dark silver silk suit, with a complex lace collar cascading down to his chin. His face bore a pallor that suggested years without sunlight, with puffy eye bags and unsteady steps clearly drained by indulgence in wine and vice. Lord Lin En. Baron Seth exchanged a warm smile from a distance of 2 steps, slightly bowing and gesturing toward the man beside him. Allow me to introduce you to the most distinguished guest of Hot Spring City, Lord Ipos. Lin En remained seated on the sofa, merely placing his empty wine glass on the low table beside him. I've long admired you, Lin En said, expressing no intention of standing. According to noble etiquette, a baron should rise and pay respects upon meeting a viscount. Baron Seth's smile froze, ready to remind Lin En, yet he noticed that Lord Ipos had not looked at Lin En at all. Apos' murky eyes were fixated on Sylvia, who stood behind Lin En. Sylvia wore a high-neck evening gown in icy blue, which tightly enveloped her exquisite figure. The dragon horns on her head were disguised with a specially made ribbon revealing only the tips. Even so, her breathtaking figure and the exposed section of her snow-white neck exuded a deadly allure. Being stared at with such a sticky gaze made Sylvia uncomfortable. She frowned, took half a step back behind Lin En, and grasped the hem of his coat. Only then did Lord Ipos shift his gaze to Lin En, letting out a light chuckle from his nostrils while playing with the ruby ring on his thumb. Baron winced right. Apos' voice carried an air of arrogance. I don't like to beat around the bush. I have my eye on this maid behind you. Make me an offer. Baron Seth chimed in. Lord Lin En, Lord Ipos is a great noble from the imperial capital. To be noticed by him is a blessing for your maid. Lord Ipos is known for his generosity. You may propose. Generous terms. Lin En leaned back against the sofa, raising his eyelids to regard the 2 men who were playing off each other. Not for sale. The response was crisp and clean, leaving no room for negotiation. Lord Ipos halted his fiddling with the ring. The music in the hall continued to play, but the surrounding nobles who had been chatting collectively fell silent and quietly stepped back a couple of paces. Young man, don't be too arrogant. Ipos stepped forward looking down at Lin En. In this frozen land of the north, holding on to certain things can easily burn you. Gold coins, fiefs, even a manor on the outskirts of the imperial capital, as long as you nod these things can be put in your name by tomorrow. He leaned in closer, lowering his voice. It's just a woman. Exchanging for an opportunity to establish yourself in the imperial capital, even a 3-year-old child could do the math. Lin En smiled. I'm not very good at arithmetic. But I have one virtue: I protect my possessions. If Lord Ipos wants a woman, there are plenty with long tails and pointed ears on stage to choose from. As for the one behind me, you can't afford her, nor can you handle her. Lord Ipos stared at Lin En for a full 5 seconds. Very well. Ipos suddenly burst into laughter, his laughter dry and grating. Baron Winst, you are quite the character. I greatly admire your spirit. With that, he cast a lingering glance at the Sylvia hiding behind Lin En and turned to stride away. Baron Seth quickly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and hurriedly followed. As the two men left, the surrounding nobles immediately dispersed like they were avoiding a plague, fearful of being associated with Lin En. Baron Seth followed Ipos, and after a short distance he lowered his voice, his tone filled with resentment. My lord, this brat is too arrogant. How dare he confront you like that? He doesn't take you seriously at all. No need to get angry with the dead. Ipos stopped in his tracks and picked up a glass of wine from a passing servant's tray. He gazed at the crimson liquid in the glass and spoke to the empty air beside him. Shadow sting. Without warning, the candlelight beside him flickered. A shadow peeled away from the carpet, silently coalescing into a human silhouette. When the hunt begins, you will enter the forest and take care of that brat. Ipos sipped his wine, his tone casual. Remember, be clean about it. Don't harm that little maid. I want her alive. Yes. A hoarse voice emerged from the shadow. As soon as the words fell, the shadow melded back into the carpet, disappearing without a trace. Baron Seth displayed a triumphant smile beside him. My lord is wise. Baron Seth hurriedly showered praise, already envisioning Lin En's tragic demise in the forest. At that moment, in the center of the hall, preparations for the hunting game were nearing completion. Dozens of nobles gathered around the weapon rack, eagerly selecting bows and daggers. The servants led out massive hunting dogs, which, having caught the lingering scent of beasts in the air, pulled frantically at their chains, growling ominously. Hey, this composite bow is nice. I'm going to use it to pierce that cat girl's leg later. A plump noble pulled back the bowstring, letting out a shrill laugh. Shooting legs is so boring. A tall, skinny man licked his lips, a sickly gleam in his eyes. The faster the little cats run, the more satisfying it is when you catch them. I brought a special paralyzing poison, just a scratch, and they will be completely limp, able only to watch me. Filthy words filled the hall. Let's go. Lin En stood up and walked towards the forest with Sylvia. Sylvia closely followed behind him, her eyes filled with disgust as she looked at the frenzied nobles around them. The heavy oak doors of the hall were slowly pushed open. Outside lay a primordial forest shrouded in night. Moonlight was sliced into fragmented rays by the dense canopy spilling onto the leaf-strewn soil. The hunt begins. Baron Seth shouted from the platform, vigorously waving his arm downwards. The hunting dogs barked and rushed out the door, and the nobles howled in delight, rushing into the dark forest. Lin En walked at the back of the crowd. He did not follow the main group in pursuit of the panicked beasts, but turned and walked towards a secluded path at the forest's edge. Master, what exactly are we doing? Sylvia finally couldn't help but speak up. She simply could not understand why her master would participate in such a boring and cruel game. Lin En stopped and summoned a system panel visible only to him. The red dot representing Ira was rapidly moving in the northeastern direction on the map. From the trajectory, it appeared she was deliberately avoiding the search net of the main group, sneaking toward the more complex terrain of the ravines. The night wind swept through the pine forest, carrying a whiff of rotting leaves fermenting. In the distance, the frantic barks of hunting dogs were intermingled with the desperate cries of the orcs. The hunting game had reached a fever pitch. Lin En paid no heed to the fleeing prey, his gaze fixed solely on the system panel that only he could see. Master, we have strayed too far from the main force, Sylvia said, lifting her skirt and tiptoeing to avoid the puddles on the ground. Just follow me. Lin En casually brushed aside the thorny branches blocking their path. The two continued forward for about 200 meters. Lin En came to a stop and looked down. At his feet lay a pile of withered yellow leaves, among which rested a grayish round stone. The stone's surface was covered with moss, perfectly blending with the surrounding soil. At first glance, it seemed like an ordinary stone. That is, unless the stone was rhythmically rising and falling and did not have black hair sticking out from it. Lin En bent down, fingers splayed, gripping the top of the stone and pulling upwards. Ing! A faint cry of surprise came from within the stone. The originally hard stone skin twisted away like ripples, the illusion dispelled. What Lin En held in his hand was not a stone at all, but a petite girl with black tiger ears and white hair. Her face was round, still carrying a hint of baby fat, and in the moonlight one could see the soft fuzz on her cheeks. Her large black eyes were wide open, both fierce and aggrieved, with a thin layer of mist gathered in their sockets. The little beast girl dangled in the air by the scruff of her neck, her black and white tail thrashing wildly behind her, while her limbs flailed about like windmills. Big bad guy. Let me go, meow. I want to bite you to death, meow. Ira hissed, baring her sharp little tiger teeth that glinted coldly in the moonlight. She attempted to scratch Lin En's face, but her short arms flailed only in the air. Lin En pulled her a bit further away to avoid her muddy feet from kicking his clothes. Shut up, Lin En threatened. If you keep yelling, I'll throw you into that group of nobles in the hall. Ira's movements came to a halt. She shrank her neck, her black pupils filled with fear, her furry ears drooping limply, and even her tail tucked between her legs. Well, what do you want, meow? Ira's voice trembled, her eyes reddening. To save you, Lin En replied, setting her down, but keeping a hand firmly on her shoulder to prevent her from escaping. Ira looked up at Lin, in her face a picture of disbelief. What kind of people were the human nobles? Saving others. They would only flay and skin orcs or use them as objects to vent their desires. Lin En took in her expression. You are acutely aware of your situation right now. He raised two fingers, saying, I offer you two choices. First, you don't believe me. He'll turn around and leave, and you can stay here as that flawed stone waiting to be discovered by the hunting dogs and become someone else's trophy. Second, follow me off this island. I promise I won't mistreat you. You'll have meals every day, and I won't hit or Ira bit her lip, her gaze darting across Lin En's face. Trust the master. Sylphia stepped out from behind Lin En and crouched in front of Ira. She reached up and pulled aside the specially designed ribbon atop her head, revealing a pair of crystal-clear, ice-blue dragon horns. See, I am also a beastman. The master treats everyone very well. There are other beastman races in Frostfall Town, and we all live there. The scent of a kindred spirit eased some of Ira's tense nerves. She looked at the dragon horns atop Sylphia's head, then glanced at Lin En. In the distance, a piercing scream shattered the night sky. It was the wail of an orc that had been captured. She had no choice. Staying here would mean certain death. Following this man would at least offer a glimmer of hope. I will go with you, meow. Ira lowered her head, her voice almost inaudible. Then can you let me go first, meow? Your grip on my shoulder hurts so much. Lin En was just about to withdraw his hand. Suddenly the bushes to the side exploded without warning. A shadow dashed along the ground at high speed. A short dagger whistled through the air, heading straight for Lin En's lower back. Let go of my sister, meow. A shrill voice exploded in Lin En's ear. Lin En pivoted on his toes, sliding half a step to the left. The dagger grazed his coat fabric, slicing off a small piece. With the attack missing, the assailant did not linger, using their ankle to push off the tree trunk and performing a half flip in the air, landing steadily in front of Ira. Sylphia reacted swiftly. The silver bracelet on her wrist transformed into an ice frost dragon spear, its tip radiating a bone-chilling cold aimed directly at the throat of the intruder. Don't move. Sylphia narrowed her pupils, her killing intent locking onto the target. The newcomer hunched over, gripping the dagger in reverse, fiercely protecting Ira behind her, while letting out a low growl of intimidation towards Lin En and Sylphia. By the moonlight, Lin En could clearly see the girl's appearance. She bore a face identical to Ira's. The only difference was that her tiger ears were white, her hair was jet black, and her eyes displayed a peculiar shade of snowy white. One black, one white, like a mirror image. Sister, Ira exclaimed, grabbing the arm of the girl blocking her way. What are you doing here, meow? Ella did not turn back, her gaze fixed intently on Lin En's movements. Don't be afraid, sister, I'm here to save you, meow. Wait, I'll hold them. Off you run towards the lake. Lin En paid no mind to Ella's hostility, his gaze sweeping over her head. The system panel popped up. Name Ella, race Golden Striped Tiger Clan, White Tiger Bloodline, Yang rank First Tier, Striking Assassin talent, Enyang Twin Birth S True Strike, D Purity 100 status. Alert note, Ira's twin sister, who also possesses the Thin Divine Beast White Tiger Bloodline. Conditions met. Lin En raised an eyebrow. Buy one get one free. Such good fortune seemed to have befallen him. Ella quickly put down the knife, meow. Ira stamped her foot anxiously, forcefully pushing down her sister's hand that gripped the dagger. It's not him who's capturing me, he's here to save me, meow. Don't do anything reckless. Ella paused for a moment, turning back to look at her sister. Save you? The wariness in Ella's eyes had not entirely faded, but now there was an added layer of doubt. Would a human noble save an orc? Sister, have you been controlled by some kind of magic of his, meow? No, meow. Ira hurriedly explained, quickly recounting the events that had just occurred. After hearing her sister's words, Ella finally relaxed her grip on the dagger. She turned her head and began to reassess Lin, in her eyes slowly turning red. How did you end up here? Weren't you assigned to Team 2? Ira looked at her sister, covered in mud and scratches, and tenderly wiped the dirt from her face. This sentence became the last straw that broke Ella's spirit. She threw away the dagger and embraced Ira tightly, her suppressed cries echoing in the night. tears mixed with mud, leaving 2 clear white streaks on her dirty little face. When the news of Team 1's defeat and capture came back, I begged Father to send someone to rescue you. Ella buried her head in Ira's shoulder, her voice intermittent. But no one was willing. Father said we were a disgrace to the royal family. Dying outside would save the family's food. Ella cried harder, her fingers gripping Ira's clothes tightly. The Grand Elder even mocked that getting caught by humans was well-deserved. They don't care about our lives at all, boo-hoo. I had no choice but to run out myself, relying on our twin sense to find my way here. Listening to her sister's lament, Ira's trembling body gradually calmed down. She gently patted Ella's back, just like when they were young, and she would lull her to sleep. Stop crying. Ira's voice was surprisingly calm. See, I'm fine. Since they don't treat us as family, we won't go back this time. She lifted her head and looked at Lin En, who stood a few steps away. Sir. Ira changed her address, her tone taking on a pleading note. You just said you were willing to take me with you, provide meals, and not hit or scold us. Is that still true? Lin En nodded. Then, can you take my sister in as well? Ira pulled Ella to her side. We eat very little and work diligently. We can serve as your guards. As long as you don't separate us, we are willing to do anything. Lin En's gaze fell upon the 2 sisters who depended on each other. Even if she didn't speak, he had already planned to take Ella along as well. But he put on a conflicted expression. All right, seeing your sisterly bond, I will take both of you. Ella wiped her tears, her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Lin En. She bent down to pick up the dagger on the ground and skillfully sheathed it back on her thigh. Thank you, sir. From now on, Ella's life belongs to you. The deal was struck. Lin En turned around, preparing to lead the 3 back the way they came to meet Vivian across Moonlight Lake. Suddenly a light laugh echoed in the air. A thin figure appeared directly beside Lin En. Killing intent instantly locked onto him. Lin En's muscles tensed up in an instant. The 9 turns Pure Yang body activated automatically. Shoo! The sound of a blade slicing through fabric rang out. The short knife tore through his coat, carving a bloody line into Lin En's left shoulder. Blood gushed out instantly. The thin man looked down at the short knife in his hand, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. He had used all his strength for that blow. It should have severed the entire arm. But it only broke through the skin, not even injuring the bone. Master. Sylvia's ice blue eyes instantly narrowed, completing her dragon transformation. The silver bracelet on her wrist transformed into an ice dragon spear, radiating a frigid aura as it fiercely aimed for the assassin's throat. The thin man chuckled lightly. With a light push of his toes, his body glided backward a few meters, effortlessly dodging the attack. The dragon spear missed, leaving behind a thick layer of frost on the ground. Lin En pressed his hand against his shoulder and stepped back 2 paces. He immediately summoned the system panel in his mind. Name Shadowstalker. Race human. Rank Tier 3 Shadow Assassin. Status killing intent locked. Remarks a subordinate raised by the Earl of Appy's, skilled in assassination and stealth. Tier 3. No wonder he could sneak up so quietly beside me. The Shadowstalker stood still, casually flicking the blood off the short knife. He raised his head, his gaze crossing over Lin En and Sylvia, landing on Ira and Ella behind them. There are actually 2 exquisite beastmen. The Shadowstalker licked his lips, a lewd smile spreading across his face. It seems my brothers are in for a treat this time. Ira and Ella were frightened and huddled together. Lin En released his hand from his shoulder. Just a dog raised by a noble, is that all it can do, hiding in the dark and barking? Lin En looked at the Shadowstalker and mocked him. The lewd smile on the Shadowstalker's face faded. He stared at Lin En, his eyes turning sinister. Kid, you sure have a sharp tongue. I hope when I slice off your flesh piece by piece later you can still talk tough. Before the Shadowstalker's body instantly merged into the shadows beneath him. The surroundings fell into dead silence. Only the night wind rustled the leaves. Lin En's expression remained unchanged. He turned his wrist and pulled out the prepared talisman from his spatial ring. Barrier-breaking talisman. He affixed the talisman to his chest. Spiritual energy activated. The talisman instantly transformed into spots of golden light, merging into his eyes. The world before him flashed with a shimmer. A translucent gray shadow appeared in the air to his right. The Shadowstalker was crouched down, holding the short knife backward. He carefully edged closer to Lin En's right side. Lin En's gaze swept over. The Shadowstalker paused. He sensed Lin En's gaze. His heart skipped a beat. Can this kid see me? The Shadowstalker immediately froze in place, holding his breath. Lin En took a glance and then turned his head away, furrowing his brows tightly, pretending he hadn't noticed anything. His gaze swept left and forward. He feigned an air of being in great danger. The Shadowstalker let out a sigh of relief upon seeing this. A blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. To be safe, the Shadowstalker did not rush to attack, but moved back and forth a few steps. Seeing Lin En's gaze still fixed on the right side, the Shadowstalker was completely at ease. He grinned silently. Quickening his pace, he circled around to Lin En's front. Lin En watched the gray silhouette move back and forth in front of him. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Meanwhile, Ira and Ella were anxiously turning in circles behind. They couldn't see the location of the shadow stalker at all, only felt the surrounding air grow colder. Big bad guy, you must run. Ira's eyes glistened with tears as she urged. Hearing the cries from behind, the shadow stalker revealed a sinister smile. Having played enough, it was time to close the net. He no longer hesitated. With a sudden burst of power, the short knife aimed for Lin En's throat. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Lin En's face remained utterly unfazed, not even blinking. The smile in the shadow stalker's eyes fully blossomed. Just as the blade was about to touch Lin En's throat, Lin En flipped his left hand, and a golden armor talisman slapped onto his chest. Golden light erupted, suddenly coalescing into a thick shield on his body. Ding! The knife blade struck fiercely against the shield, sparks flying. The blade tip was less than a centimeter from Lin En's neck, but could no longer penetrate. The sinister smile on the shadow stalker's face froze, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Impossible. That brief moment of shock became the last mistake of his life. Lin En flicked his wrist. The flying sword transformed into a silver streak, piercing directly through the shadow stalker's chest. At the same time, Sylvia's ice dragon spear pierced in from the side, penetrating his abdomen. The shadow stalker stiffened all over. He looked down at the flying sword in his chest, and the spear tip in his abdomen. His lips trembled, but only a large spurt of blood foam escaped. His head tilted, and he died on the spot. Lin En retrieved the flying sword. Quickly activating the 9 turns Pure Yang body, he mobilized the Pure Yang energy within to seal his shoulder's acupoint and stop the bleeding. Sylvia kicked the corpse off the dragon spear, rushed to Lin En's side, her eyes red as she checked his injuries. I'm fine. Lin En wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up. He took a glance at the corpse on the ground. Plans have changed. Lin En frowned. With such a commotion, it will definitely attract other Tier 3 guards from the castle. If we get surrounded, we won't be able to escape. He took out the diamond-shaped black communication crystal. Dong Yao, this is Dong Guai. The situation has changed. Vivian's tense voice immediately came from the other end of the crystal. Have you encountered trouble? A minor issue already resolved. Right now, summon the skeleton army immediately and have Mokto Li pretending to attack the hard island of Moonlight Lake. Lin En spoke rapidly. Remember, let Mokto and the skeletons conceal their holy light aura and disguise themselves as ordinary undead intruding. Have Marcus take people to the northern shore for support. Understood. Vivian wasted no time and immediately cut off the communication. Lin En turned to look at the still-dazed Ilya and Ella. The 2 orc girls were clearly still recovering from the bloody counterattack that had just occurred. Do you want to save your companion? Ilya nodded vigorously. Wait, there will be chaos on the island soon. Take advantage of the confusion to inform those who are still alive and let them run to the northern part of the island. Yes, meow, the sisters responded in unison. Boom. A deafening explosion sounded from the dock on the southern side of the island, flames shooting into the sky. The undead are coming. Run. Someone shouted, and the nobles who had been excitedly hunting in the forest instantly lost their courage, scrambling away towards the castle. Inside the castle hall, the music came to an abrupt halt. A blood-soaked servant rolled in, collapsing at the feet of Baron Seth. My lord, it's bad. A large number of undead have appeared outside, led by a 3rd-tier undead knight. Our guards can't hold them back at all. What a... Baron Seth's face turned pale, and the wine glass in his hand shattered on the floor. How could a 3rd-tier undead appear here? Shadow Dagger. Where is Shadow Dagger? Come protect me. There was no response in the air. My lord, apes, do not panic. Viscount Geoffrey approached with a wine glass in hand, flanked. Shadow Dagger. Where is Shadow Dagger? Come protect me. There was no response in the air. My lord, apes, do not panic. Viscount Geoffrey approached with a wine glass in hand, flanked by 2 burly 3rd-tier warriors. I brought people. They will ensure our safety. Other high-ranking nobles also called their elite guards. Several 3rd-tier powerhouses surrounded this group of core nobles, forming a protective zone. With this security assurance, the terror on the nobles' faces vanished instantly. They resumed their lofty and arrogant demeanor as if they had not just fled in panic. Seeing this, Baron Seth hurried over to plead. Gentlemen, my guards are only 2nd-tier at best and cannot stop a 3rd-tier undead knight. I beg you to send a few of you to hold them off. What are you talking about, Baron Winster? Viscount Apes snorted coldly, adjusting his disheveled collar. Our safety comes first. As for your guards, if they die, they die. As lower-class people, it is an honor for them to sacrifice themselves to protect us. Exactly, just a bunch of trash. Viscount Geoffrey chimed in. Baron Seth's heart bled, but he dared not express his anger. He could only look out the window towards the fiery sky in despair, praying that the undead would leave soon. North of Moonlight Lake Island, Sylphia stood at the shore, her hands pressed against the water's surface. Frost magic surged wildly, and the lake froze at a visible speed, forming a sturdy ice bridge 3 meters wide reaching across to the other side. Urgent footsteps echoed from the forest. Ilya and Ella rushed out, with over 60 surviving catgirls. In just half an hour of the hunting game, many catgirls had already perished at the hands of the nobles. Among the remaining ones, some bore arrow wounds, some were disheveled, their eyes filled with terror and despair. Hurry! On the bridge. Lin En stood at the bridge's head directing. The catgirls helped each other onto the ice bridge, racing towards the opposite shore. On the other side, Marcus had already raised a torch with his guards ready to escort them to Frostfall Town. Watching the last catgirl leave, Lin En did not immediately retreat. He, along with Sylphia, Ilya, and Ella, turned and climbed to the highest hill by Moonlight Lake. Lin En held a fine steel longbow he had obtained from the guards. At the castle's main entrance, Viscount Apes was looking around the front yard, seemingly still searching for the missing shadow dagger. Dog, think it's time to collect some interest. Lin En smirked coldly, drawing his bow. The 9 revolutions pure yang body surged wildly, and the pure yang power within him was poured unreservedly into the arrow. The ordinary steel arrowhead was instantly coated with a blinding golden light, and the surrounding air slightly warped due to the high temperature. Lin En narrowed his eyes, his aim locked onto Viscount Ape's somewhat Mediterranean head. He released the string. Whooshed! The golden meteor streaked across the night sky, with a sharp sonic boom instantly covering hundreds of meters. Viscount Apes only felt a flash of light before he could even let out a scream. Bang! That noble head burst open like a watermelon struck by a hammer. Red and white matter splattered all over several nearby nobles. The headless corpse swayed a couple of times before falling straight into the pool of blood. The entire front of the castle fell into a deathly silence. For a full 3 seconds, terrified screams shot into the sky. The Viscount is dead. There's an assassin. Protect me. The nobles who had just been so high and mighty instantly crumbled, some even wetting their pants, scrambling on the ground in a panic. The third-tier guards braced themselves as if facing a great enemy, quickly tightening their formation to protect the remaining nobles in the center. Baron Seth was even more terrified, crawling under a guard's legs, hugging his head and trembling. Lin En stood atop the clock tower, drawing another arrow, originally intending to take a shot at Baron Seth as well. However, seeing that he was tightly shielded by several third-tier guards, he could only regretfully abandon the idea. You're lucky. Lin En put away the longbow. Let's go retreat. The 4 of them quickly fled towards Frostfall Town. The cartwheels crunched over the gravel road, producing a monotonous creaking sound. Having left Moonlight Lake Island, the distant flames were obscured by dense treetops, and the sounds of shouting and the clashes of magic faded into the night. Inside the carriage, Lin En leaned against the cushion, pulling out the communication crystal from the storage space. Ding Yao, how's the situation? Lin En lowered his voice to avoid waking the person sitting across from him. A one-sided massacre. A crisp voice unique to Vivian came through the crystal. Baron Seth's faction has basically been wiped out. But your voice sounded off just now. Are you injured? Just a minor injury. A retreat is planned. See you in Frostfall Town. Understood. Lin En put away the crystal, and illuminated by the dim magical light in the carriage, observed Ilya and Ella across from him. The twin sisters were curled up on the long seat, embracing each other for warmth. The tension after the crisis combined with the exhaustion from their long dash caused the twins to fall into a deep sleep. Sylphia knelt on the mat, holding a small porcelain bottle, her eyes red. Enough, stop crying. If you keep crying, this carriage will be flooded by you. Lin En reached out and flicked her forehead. Sylphia sniffed, using her fingertip to apply a bit of light green ointment to Lin En's shoulder wound. Does it hurt? She asked. It's okay. This healing ointment was exchanged from the system shop using 200 dual cultivation points just moments ago. The effect was instantaneous. As the ointment touched the wound, a cooling sensation overshadowed the pain, and the flesh visibly healed at a rapid pace. While applying the ointment, Lin En summoned the system panel to recheck the information on Ilya and Ella. The screen lit up, displaying the two's information not as separate entities as usual, but merged into a brand name: Yila. Race: Golden Striped Tiger, Clan Divine Beast, White Tiger, Bloodline Yin Yang. Rank: First Level Illusionist, First Level Strong Strike Assassin. Talent: Yin Yang Dual Birth S. Both parties within 100 meters can share vision skills, share damage, and exchange magical power. Residual: Illusionary Body D. Real Strike D. Purity 100. Status: Deep Sleep, Mild Malnutrition. Note: the twins inherit the extreme Yin and extreme Yang bloodlines of the Divine Beast White Tiger. Due to the bloodline being too thin, the main body is weak. Evolution path: simultaneously absorb White Tiger Holy Blood and assist with Pure Yang power for Yin Yang harmonization. Divine Beast White Tiger. But there are no White Tiger Divine Beasts in this world. Where can I find its blood? However, since the system provided the evolution Divine Beast White Tiger. But there are no White Tiger Divine Beasts in this world. Where can I find its blood? However, since the system provided the evolution conditions, there must be a solution. He opened the Unified Mall and entered White Tiger Holy Blood in the search bar. Item: Divine Beast White Tiger Holy Blood. Price: 5,000 dual cultivation points. Drop. Description contains the true blood of the white tiger's origin, unmatched in dominance, capable of reshaping the body and purifying the bloodline. Lin En glanced at the balance in the upper right corner of his panel, 8,566. This was the result of his diligent efforts with Zirwaya day and night, plus a little savings he had accumulated before. Originally, he was planning to save up to 10,000 points to exchange for a mid-grade flying sword in the mall to enhance his combat power. Now a drop of white tiger holy blood costs 5,000 points. His current balance couldn't even buy 2 drops. And is 2 drops really enough to purify the bloodline? Lin En rubbed his brow. Since the note said absorb the holy blood and assist with pure yang power, if the holy blood is insufficient, can a large amount of pure yang power be used to compensate? At worst, just work a few more shifts. He glanced at Zirwaya, who was still focused on applying medicine to him. It seemed that the nights in Luoshuang town would be busier than usual in the days to come. Master, the medicine is applied. Zirwaya put away the ointment. Lin En moved his shoulder. The effect of the muscle ointment was excellent, and the wound had already scabbed, basically not affecting his movements as long as he didn't engage in strenuous activities. Well done. Lin En casually pulled Zirwaya into his embrace, letting her sit on his lap. Zirwaya gasped, her cheeks instantly flushing with 2 shades of red, glancing instinctively at the 2 sisters who were still sound asleep across from them. Don't worry, they're sleeping like dead pigs. Lin En leaned down and blew a breath by Zirwaya's ear. After creating such a big commotion, we must quickly increase our strength. Zirwaya's ears instantly turned bright red, even the ice blue dragon horns faintly warmed up. Zirwaya, we'll work hard to help the master. The little dragon girl buried her head into Lin En's chest, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. The sound of the carriage wheels rolling over the bluestone pavement of Luoshuang town was particularly clear in the quiet late night. Lin En pushed open the carriage door, the night wind blowing on his face, waking up his somewhat dazed brain from blood loss. Marcus had been waiting outside the lord's mansion. Seeing Lin En get out of the car, he immediately approached. My lord, the matter you instructed has been taken care of. Marcus lowered his voice and pointed towards the south. All the rescued cat beastmen have been settled in the vacant houses to the south. Aunt Marcia sent hot soup and clean clothes and also lit the fireplace. However, Marcus paused for a moment, showing a troubled expression. Their emotions are very unstable. Marcus sighed. Aunt Marcia can only let the maids go in to take care of them, but the effect isn't very good. Many people are unwilling to eat, even a meal. Lin En nodded, indicating understanding. Having just escaped from that hellish hunting ground, they are currently in a state of stress. A bowl of hot soup isn't enough to alleviate it. Well done. Lin En turned around and knocked on the wooden door of the carriage. Yila and Ayla groggily rubbed their eyes, and seeing the unfamiliar buildings and fully armed guards around, the sisters immediately woke up, leaning back to back against each other, their hands instinctively reaching towards their thighs. We're home, put away your claws. Lin En pointed south. Your kin are very scared right now and need someone to— You are the most suitable. Yila looked at Lin and then at Marcus, and after confirming that these people truly meant no harm, her tense shoulders relaxed. We'll go right away, meow. Yila grasped her sister's hand and followed Marcus towards the south. After taking 2 steps, Lin En called out to Marcus. Strengthen the patrols around the town, especially to the south. No outsiders are allowed near the settlement point tonight. Those who violate the order will be directly thrown into the dungeon. Understood, my lord. Marcus acknowledged and left. After arranging everything, Lin En let out a long breath. He took Zirwaya towards the lord's mansion, planning to quickly take a bath and change clothes. Just as he reached the front yard, a light and brisk sound of footsteps came from the side door. Vivian was wearing that action-friendly black leather armor, her high ponytail swaying in the night wind. Her face was still smeared with a few streaks of dirt, but her eyes were bright, and she appeared exceptionally excited. Lin En, you should have seen those nobles' ugly faces. Vivian began to boast from afar, her steps light, as she walked up to Lin En. Mokto just stepped the skeleton horse's hooves on the island, and that group of nobles was so frightened that they rolled and crawled. Ooh, one fat guy got stuck in. Vivian's words stopped abruptly. Her smile gradually faded as her gaze fixed on Lin En. There were several long cuts on his coat, made by especially on the right shoulder. The surrounding fabric had long been soaked with blood, turning a striking dark red. The smell of blood in the air, although somewhat dispersed by the night wind, was still distinctly detectable. Vivian took a step forward, coming less than half a meter from Lin En. Didn't you say? It was just a skin injury. Vivian's voice was very soft. It is indeed just a skin injury. Lin En smiled lightly, his tone relaxed. It just looks scary, as Zirwaya has already applied medicine for me. Vivian didn't listen to what he was saying at all. She directly reached out, grabbing the edge of Lin En's coat and pulling it to the side. Is this called a skin injury? Vivian looked up, her beautiful eyes already glistening with tears. It's really nothing. Lin En extended his left hand, holding Vivian's hand that was suspended in midair. The ointment works well. It will be fine in a couple of days, and there won't even be a scar. Vivian allowed him to hold her hand, not pulling away. Suddenly, she took a step forward, pressing her entire self into Lin En's embrace. Before Lin En could react, he felt warmth coming from his left shoulder, which was still intact. Vivian opened her mouth and bit down hard on his left shoulder through the fabric. Lin En winced in pain. This woman bites really hard. Her teeth penetrated the fabric and sunk into the muscle of his shoulder. Lin En wrapped his right arm around her waist to keep her steady. Vivian's face was buried in his neck. Lin En could feel her warm breath against his skin. She quickly released her bite, but didn't immediately pull away. Instead, she rested her forehead against Lin En's shoulder, pausing for a few seconds. Next time, don't take risks. Vivian's voice carried a hint of tears. And don't lie to me. You promised to call me if you encountered trouble. Okay, I promise. Lin En gently patted her back. Vivian finally took a step back. She turned her head, avoiding Lin En's gaze, and randomly wiped her eye corner. This time I'll let you off. Vivian sniffed, regaining her usual demeanor. I'm going to take a shower. I smell like sweat. It's awful. You better hurry up and clean yourself up. After saying that, she turned and left, her steps much quicker than when she arrived, almost fleeing. Lin En stood still, rubbing the clear bite mark on his left shoulder, shaking his head in resignation. Suddenly, a soft laugh came from beside him. Lin En turned his head and saw Zirwaya standing 2 steps away, her hands clasped in front of her, her ice blue eyes filled with an unmistakable joy. Oh! Lin En raised an eyebrow, taking a step forward, closing the distance to Zirwaya. Do you dare to? Zirwaya sensed danger and was about to step back, but Lin En had already reached out, wrapping his arm around her waist and lifting her effortlessly. Up! Zirwaya exclaimed, instinctively wrapping her arms around Lin En's neck. Master, your injury isn't healed yet, so I punish you by making you help me bathe. Lin En carried her toward the bathroom, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Zirwaya buried her face in Lin En's chest, mumbling softly, I didn't mock my master. The bathroom in the Lord's mansion was spacious, with a large bath made from a single block of white stone in the center. Lin En placed Zirwaya on the stone ledge at the edge of the bath. The marble felt slightly cool, causing Zirwaya to pull her legs in. Master, my clothes are wet. Zirwaya pointed to her skirt. If it's wet, take it off. Lin En's gaze fell on the ribbon at her chest. He extended his hand, slowly untying the knot. The ribbon slipped away, revealing a pair of crystal-clear, ice-blue dragon horns. Lin En's fingers glided through her silvery hair, purposefully brushing against the tips of the dragon horns. Zirwaya's breath instantly became erratic. She bit her lower lip, gripping the hem of her skirt tightly. Help me take off my outer garment. Lin En released his grip and took a half step back, creating a little distance. Zirwaya nodded. She stood up, her fingers brushing against the buttons of Lin En's coat. The temperature in the bathroom was rising, and the steam blurred the view. Lin En could hear Zirwaya's breath, quickening, amplified in the enclosed space. Finally, the coat was shed and tossed onto the nearby wooden rack. Lin En was left in a thin shirt. He undid the buttons at the collar and then looked at Zirwaya. It's your turn. Zirwaya's face was already as red as blood. She turned away, her hands reaching to the back to fumble with the zipper of her dress. The sound of the metal zipper sliding was particularly clear amidst the sound of water. The ice-blue fabric slipped down her smooth back, pooling at her feet. Lin En stepped forward, wrapping his arms around her from behind. He lowered his head, his lips hovering near Zirwaya's ear, not touching, only letting the breath from his words brush against her skin. The water temperature is just right, Lin En said. Zirwaya felt her legs becoming weak. She turned around, unable to meet Lin En's gaze, and stepped directly into the bath. The hot water reached her chest, providing a brief sense of security. But soon ripples spread across the surface as Lin En joined her. Their knees brushed against each other under the water, and each time they made contact, Zirwaya instinctively shrank back a little, but Lin En would quickly follow her. With no retreat left, Zirwaya's back pressed against the cool wall of the pool. Lin En grabbed a towel from the nearby rack, soaked it, and began to gently wipe away the droplets of water from Zirwaya's shoulders. His movements were extremely slow, the towel gliding over her collarbone and trailing down its line. This deliberate torment was more unbearable than direct contact. Zirwaya felt the frost magic within her almost evaporating in the heat of the bathroom. She looked up right into Lin En's eyes, which were filled with a smile. Master. Zirwaya's voice was pleading. Weren't you supposed to help me wash? Lin En handed the towel to her. Why did you hide in the corner? Zirwaya held the warm towel, slowly moving in front of Lin En. She avoided her right shoulder's injury, gently wiping his body. Lin En suddenly reached out, grabbing her wrist. Water splashed everywhere. Lin En exerted a slight force, pulling Zirwaya toward him. Due to inertia, Zirwaya fell into Lin En's embrace, her hands instinctively pressing against his chest. The distance between them vanished in an instant. In the hazy steam, Lin En looked down at the face, so close to his. Water droplets clung to Zirwaya's eyelashes, gently trembling with her breath. Lin En said nothing. He leaned down, his nose brushing against Zirwaya, stopping just a centimeter away from her. Zirwaya closed her eyes, her fingers gripping Lin En's arm, tightening subtly. After waiting a full 5 seconds, the kiss still hadn't come. Zirwaya opened her eyes in confusion, only to see the mischievous smile in Lin En's gaze. "My little maid, you're not very focused today." After saying this, Lin En no longer gave her any chance to escape. He held the back of Zirwaya's head and kissed her directly. The sound of water masked all other noises in the bathroom. The pure yang force and frost magic began to converge in the small space, the temperature alternating between scalding and icy. The frequency of the rippling water increased. The water of the pool spilled over the edges, flowing toward the drain along the marble tiles. Lin En felt as if he was caught in a vortex of ice and fire. The frost dragon blood within Zirwaya surged into his meridians like a clear cold spring, while his pure yang sacred body enveloped and refined this cold spring, ultimately transforming it into pure spiritual energy. During this time, Lin En had hardly ceased his practice of the yin-yang harmony technique. Along with the life and death struggle on Moonlight Lake Island tonight, that extreme state of walking on the edge of a blade had completely activated the pure yang force within him. At the moment when the last trace of frost power was fully merged with the pure yang fire, a dull roar echoed from within Lin En. Foundation Establishment Stage 8. He clenched his fist, feeling the power surging through his body. The deep wound on his right shoulder, visible to the bone, had completely scabbed and healed under the nourishment of the pure yang force during the breakthrough, leaving only a faint white mark. Outside the window, the sky was already brightening. Lin En turned his head. Zirwaya curled up beside him, sleeping soundly. Her ice blue hair spread out on the pillow with a trace of drying tears at the corner of her eyes, remnants from the extreme situation in the bathroom last night. Lin En did not wake her. He gently lifted the covers, slipped on a robe, and sat down on the single sofa with a thought. The system panel unfolded before his eyes. Host Lin En, Winsight Cultivation Level, Foundation Establishment Stage 8, Physique SS Grade, Pure Yang Sacred Body, Dual Cultivation Points, Balance 10086. Lin En stared at that balance number, his fingers lightly tapping the armrest of the sofa. Lin En turned off the panel and stood up from the sofa. The daylight outside was bright, and the cool morning breeze flowed in through the half-open window, dispersing the lingering warm atmosphere. On the bed, Sylvia turned over, tightly wrapping herself in the blanket, breathing evenly and deeply. Lin En put on his coat and pushed open the door. At the end of the corridor, the intelligence officer Raven was pacing back and forth, rubbing his hands. This fellow had been left outside the hot spring city to gather information last night with dark shadows under his eyes, yet he appeared unusually excited. Hearing footsteps, Raven stepped forward and reported in a low voice. "Master, the hot spring city is in chaos." Lin En gestured for him to speak as they walked. Raven vividly described the turmoil of the previous night. Ever since Mokto retreated with the undead, the nobles had been fleeing back to the hot spring city in a panic. Before dawn, the carriages of various viscounts and barons filled the main road leading out of the city. "You should have seen the scene." Raven gestured with his hands, saliva flying. In order to rush out of the city, first several carriage drivers whipped each other at the city gate, and the guards drew their swords against each other, nearly starting to fight among themselves. The hot spring city is now completely sealed off, with the gates tightly shut, all gates secured with heavy locks. Lin En listened, his steps unbroken as he crossed the hall towards the courtyard. The invasion of the undead has stirred the waters. The nobles are now on high alert, their minds filled with the terrifying shadow of third-tier undead knights, leaving no room to investigate the missing cat beast men. Frostfall Town had ample time to digest the results of this battle and continue executing the plan for Jinsui City. Go to the treasury and collect a gold coin, buy some good meat and wine, then go back to catch up on sleep. Lin En patted Raven on the shoulder. "Thank you, Master." Raven beamed as he stepped back, his steps light as he headed towards the treasury. Lin En passed through the front yard and walked south along the bluestone path. From a distance, he could smell the aroma of rice porridge wafting through the air. Aunt Marcia was directing several maids, setting a large iron pot over an open space, steam rising. The cat girls stood in a long line holding wooden bowls. They had changed into coarse cloth dresses, their faces washed clean of dirt, but the fear in their eyes had not dissipated. Whenever a villager came close, the line would stir slightly, their furry ears flattening against their heads, tails tightly wrapped around their legs. Clang! A sharp sound shattered the tranquility of the morning. At the front of the line, a younger cat girl trembled, spilling the scalding rice porridge onto the ground, the bowl shattering in two. The young villager who had served her the porridge instinctively reached out to help. "Don't touch me!" The cat girl screamed, retreating, repeatedly tripping over her own feet and falling to the ground. This cry ignited the suppressed emotions. The cat beast men in the back retreated, some hissing protectively around the fallen companion. The villager holding the large spoon froze in place, caught between indecision, looking helplessly at Aunt Marcia. Aunt Marcia sighed and was about to step forward to soothe them when Lin En had already parted the crowd. "Step back," Lin En said to the villagers. They breathed a sigh of relief and quickly retreated behind the iron pot. Lin En did not approach the distressed cat girls standing 3 steps away, his gaze sweeping over their guarded faces. 2 petite figures squeezed out from the crowd. Ira and Ella ran to Lin En's side. After a night's rest, the sisters appeared much improved. Once the dirt on Ella's face was washed away, her exquisitely beautiful face was revealed, her white tiger ears twitching slightly with her movements. Ira, on the other hand, had black hair, her black cat ears drooping, making her look even more pitiful. Lin En looked at the sisters. "Your kin's emotions are very unstable." Ira glanced back at the huddled cat girls, her eyes reddening. Everyone was terrified on the island. Many saw their sisters being. She did not finish biting her lip. Ella clenched her fists, her white tiger ears perked up, a low growl rumbling in her throat. Frostfall Town is too small. Lin En considered the state of the cat girls. The commoners in the town do not have the same twisted tastes as the nobles, but prejudice still exists. You've been cooped up in this cramped storeroom area for too long, and there will be trouble sooner or later. Ira's pupil showed panic. "Master, are you going to drive us away?" "Master, we eat very little and work very hard. Please don't drive us away." "If I wanted to drive you away, I wouldn't have gone to the trouble of bringing you back last night." Lin En pointed north. "I plan to relocate you all to Jinsui City. We just reclaimed it from the undead not long ago, and there are still large areas of the streets that haven't been cleared. I will designate an area for you, and you will be responsible for cleaning and repairing it yourselves. That will become—" He paused for a moment, allowing the twins to digest the information. "There will be enough space and an independent living area. You will not need to mix with human commoners for now. Once you have established your territory and stabilized your emotions, we can consider contact with the outside world. In the meantime, Frostfall Town will provide food and tools." Ira's eyes began to light up. A home of their own. No need to live in fear, no need to face the strange gazes of humans. "Really? Really?" Ella interjected, her tail swaying uncontrollably. "I never joke about the planning of territories." Lin En looked at them. "But we don't know the way." Ira thought of the practical difficulties. "What if we encounter magical beasts or private armies of other nobles on the road? I will arrange for Marcus to lead the team." Lin En pointed to the guard team assembling in the distance. "Half of the guard will be sent out. They will bring a group of villagers willing to go to Jinsui City to cultivate the land and go with you. They also have tasks of guarding and rebuilding in Jinsui City. If you encounter trouble during that time, seek Marcus for a solution." Ira nodded vigorously. "Understood. Go and explain clearly to your kin. Eat well and prepare to depart." Ira and Ella stood up and turned to the group of still trembling cat girls. Ira spoke quickly in beast language, her voice gentle and soothing. Ella gestured nearby, occasionally flicking her white tail, trying to dispel her companion's fears. As Lin En's orders were issued, the entire Frostfall Town swiftly began to operate. Cart after cart filled with food, tools, and warm supplies gathered in front of the Lord's mansion. Marcus shouted loudly, directing the guards to maintain order. The cat girls, under the reassurance of Ira and Ella, although still anxious, obediently climbed onto the carts. Lin En stood in front of the window of the study on the 2nd floor of the Lord's mansion, overlooking the bustling scene below. The sounds of wheels rolling over bluestone, horses neighing, and villagers shouting intertwined, creating a vibrant tapestry. A knock sounded at the door. "Come in." Ira and Ella pushed open the wooden door and walked into the study, looking apprehensive. "The clan has been reassured, Meow." Isla spoke, her voice tinged with tension. "Everyone is willing to go to Jinsui City." Lin En picked up the bone china teacup on the table and took a sip of warm black tea. "The reason I called you here is that there is something important to discuss." Lin En set down the teacup, his gaze sweeping over the faces of the two. "You are too weak right now. You don't even have the ability to protect your own clan." This statement was blunt and left no room for sympathy. Isla lowered her head, her fingers twisting the hem of her clothing. Ayla, on the other hand, clenched her jaw, her white tiger ears drooping. With first-tier strength, there was no way to resist against the nobles' guards, otherwise they wouldn't have been assigned to the cannon fodder camp by their family. "But I can help you become stronger." Lin En flipped his hand. 2 drops of dark golden blood quietly floated in his palm. A peculiar halo flowed over the surface of the blood, and an ancient domineering pressure instantly filled the entire study. Isla and Ayla's bodies began to tremble uncontrollably. It was a stirring from deep within their bloodline. The thin white tiger bloodline was frantically fermenting at this moment, craving to devour the dark golden liquid before them. Ayla's breathing became heavy, the white light in her pupils intensifying, and her 10 fingers involuntarily elongated. 2 abnormal rosy patches crept up her cheeks, and deep within her body something seemed to be quietly melting. Her legs instinctively tightened, and her knees brushed lightly beneath her skirt. Isla was in no better situation. She clutched the armrests of her chair, the wooden supports creaking under the strain. A wave of heat surged from her lower abdomen, spreading along her spine to her limbs, rendering her half weak. She bit her lower lip, emitting a sound as faint as a mosquito's whimper. The extreme desire caused them to lose their sanity, their instincts driving them to leap towards Lin En's palm. Lin En flipped his wrist, and the 2 drops of sacred blood vanished in an instant, absorbed into his spatial ring. The pressure dissipated. A sudden drop in intensity swept over the 2 sisters, and their bodies, which had been tightly wounded, suddenly relaxed. Only their heavy breathing remained in the study. Their cold sweat soaked their clothes as they slumped weakly in their chairs. The surging heat and soreness that had ravaged them had not completely subsided. Instead, after the sudden drop, it transformed into a tingling afterglow that slowly enveloped their bodies, leaving them feeling sore and weak. Their fingertips trembled slightly, their eyes clouded with mist, and their expressions were dazed and distant. Their chests rose and fell violently, and the legs beneath their skirts were still twitching. After a long time, Isla barely managed to gather her wits. What was that just now, meow? Shock and an unmistakable aftertaste filled her eyes. Something that can completely transform you. Lin En leaned back against the chair. His gaze swept over their flushed cheeks, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. It can fully activate the bloodline within you, completing a return to ancestor evolution. Ayla swallowed hard, her eyes fixed on Lin En's ring-adorned fingers, her cheeks reddening further. Give it to us, meow, her voice still hoarse from recovering, please. Ayla also struggled to sit upright, her legs still trembling, yet her gaze remained fervently fixed on Lin En. Why should I give it to you? Lin En countered. The value of this thing cannot be exchanged for a drop, even if you sold the entire Luoxuang town. What can you offer me? The 2 sisters were left speechless. Indeed, what could they provide? I can help you manage the territory, farm cook. He'll do any dirty and hard work. Isla said eagerly, her tail unconsciously wrapping around the chair leg. I can help you fight, meow. Anyone who dares to provoke you, I'll assassinate him. My life belongs to you, Ayla declared passionately. And loyalty, meow. The Jinwen Tiger clan will never betray their benefactor. Lin En listened to these promises and gently shook his head. Working for me. The Luoxuang town does not lack labor. Fighting. A first-tier assassin couldn't even defeat a decent guard. As for loyalty, empty words are the least valuable in the face of absolute interest. Not enough, Lin En evaluated. The light in the sisters' eyes dimmed, a sense of helplessness rising in their hearts. They had nothing. Lin En looked at their dejected expressions and did not continue to pressure them. Go help Marcia arrange the transport of the cat girls. He waved his hand, signaling them to leave. During this time, think carefully about what you can offer me. Once you've figured it out, come find me again. Isla and Ayla stood up and walked out of the study, lost in thought. The door to the study was gently closed, isolating them from the chaos outside. Lin En walked to the window, watching Ayla and Ayla walking side by side towards the square. He was not in a hurry. The dual cultivation of pure yang power required both parties to be completely willing and in harmony. Forcing it would only have the opposite effect, leading to failure in bloodline evolution. What he desired was for them to willingly accept the harmony. In the square, the preparations for the transport team were nearing completion. Marcus rode on a tall steed, inspecting the lined-up guards. Mokto, wrapped in a large black cloak, concealed the skeletal horse at the back of the crowd. The villagers loaded the last few bags of grain onto the cart, covering them with waterproof oilcloth. Isla and Ayla approached the line of cat girls. After the stimulation in the study, their spirits were low, but faced with their companions, they still forced themselves to rally, directing everyone to board the carts in order. Ayla, what are you daydreaming about, meow? Isla nudged her sister's shoulder. Sister, I just asked Aunt Marcia about the... Ayla hugged her knees, resting her chin on her arms. Isla turned to look at her. Aunt Marcia said that the adult is a good lord. He never oppresses the common people, and even pays those who work. Moreover, Ayla paused for a moment, her cheeks flushing. Aunt said that Lady Sylvia was also a slave before, and it was the adult who saved her. What are you trying to say, meow? Lady Sylvia is also a beast man, who she is so powerful now that she can even kill third-tier assassins. Ayla looked at the dancing flames. She also received the adult's help. Ayla understood her sister's implication. Are you saying that Lady Sylvia paid that kind of price, meow? Ayla nodded. Aside from that, we really have nothing else to offer. We are twins if we do it together. Ayla covered Ayla's mouth. Don't say that. Ayla felt her face burning fiercely. She had heard too many rumors about human nobles tormenting beastman female slaves. Just thinking about those perverse methods sent shivers down her spine. For power, for the protection of everyone. Ayla pulled down her sister's hand, her eyes shining. I am willing, meow. What about you, sister? Ayla looked at her sister. They were twins, sharing each other's emotions and perceptions. She could sense Ayla's inner fear, but more so the desire for power. In this world of the survival of the fittest, without power, even living was a luxury. If this is the only way, Ayla inhaled sharply, making her decision. We will do it together, meow. The caravan set off on time at noon. The wheels rolled, raising clouds of dust. Over 60 catgirls, 30 guards, along with around 100 pioneering villagers, formed a large troop, marching northward in a grand procession. Frostfall Town had returned to tranquility. Lin En handled several documents related to territorial construction in his study. With the increase in population, food consumption and housing allocation had become the primary issues to resolve. Fortunately, the hot spring city had previously sponsored a considerable amount of supplies and food was ample. In the evening, Vivian pushed open the study door, carrying a tray with roasted meat and bread. Have something to eat. Vivian placed the tray on the desk. You've been in the study all day today. Lin En set down his feather pen and rubbed his sore wrist. He picked up a knife and fork, cutting a piece of roasted meat to put into his mouth. The meat was tender with the spices perfectly suppressing the inherent gaminess. Not bad. Lin En swallowed the roasted meat and wiped the corner of his mouth with a napkin. Aunt Marcia's cooking has improved greatly. The timing is perfect. Vivian's lips curled up, but she crossed her arms, tilting her chin slightly. I roasted it myself. Oh. Lin En raised an eyebrow. No wonder there's still soot on your nose. Looks like you were staring by the fire for quite a while. Vivian instinctively reached to touch her nose, then realized she had been teased. You? Vivian's eyes widened and she reached to grab the plate. If you're not going to eat it, give it back to me. Lin En was quick and pressed down on the edge of the tray. The meat that goes into the Lord's mouth can't be taken back. He smiled and forked another piece of meat. Let's talk business. How's the situation outside? Vivian withdrew her hand, her expression turning serious. The caravan has already gone far. But are you really at ease sending those over 60 cat beast men to Jinsui City? They were just greatly frightened on Moonlight Lake Island, and their stress response is severe. If they act out in any extreme way on the road, Marcus, small number of people won't be able to hold them. Run? Where can they run? Lin En leaned back in his chair, cutting the meat on his plate. To the south is Hot Spring City, where they were just hunted as prey. To the north is the land of the undead littered with bones. Jinsui City is their only way out. Lin En stood up and walked to the massive sheepskin map on the wall. His finger pointed at the location of Jinsui City. Jinsui City has just been reclaimed from the undead, and there are large areas of ruins that have not been cleared. I plan to designate the West City as an alien special zone. Alien special zone. Vivian was taken aback. It was a term she had never heard before. Yes, Lin En. Human civilians and beast men living together will inevitably lead to friction in the short term. Designating the West City for them will implement autonomous management. Frostfall Town will provide food, tools, and security, while they will provide labor and output. Once the territory expands in the future, not only cat beast men, but also other wandering alien races can be integrated. Vivian looked at the map, her eyes flashing with shock. She had originally thought Lin En was simply acting on a whim to save those cat girls, but did not expect him to be planning such a long-term layout. Your ideas are always so unconventional. Vivian sighed, bringing the topic back to reality. But there's a prerequisite. Frostfall Town must survive first. Hot Spring City is indeed locked down now, but the panic is temporary. Vivian leaned forward, lowering her voice. Once those nobles come to their senses and realize there is no so-called undead army outside, they will surely send people to investigate. Perhaps you're taking the cat beast men, and the killing of Viscount Apis will be exposed. They won't be able to recover in time. Lin En opened the drawer of the desk and took out a letter sealed with wax, pushing it in front of Vivian. Vivian picked up the letter in confusion and opened it to take a glance. The letter was addressed to Baron Seath. The content was extremely tragic, enough to make the listener's heart ache and the onlooker weep. In the letter, Lin En claimed that Frostfall Town had suffered a surprise attack from thousands of undead armies last night. The territorial guards fought bravely, suffering heavy casualties, and were currently holding the city walls. The letter also emphasized that several high-ranking undead knights had appeared in the Undead Legion with their sights set directly on Hot Spring City. The last paragraph was the core demand to defend the southern line. Frostfall Town urgently needed 50,000 gold coins, 3,000 sets of fine steel armor, 50,000 arrows, and a large amount of food and magical potions for support. If the supplies were not delivered within 3 days, the Frostfall defense line would collapse, and the undead would drive straight in. This is extortion. Vivian slammed the letter on the table. 50,000 gold coins. 3,000 sets of armor. How dare you ask for that? If Baron Seath sends a scout to take a look, your lies will be immediately exposed. They won't be able to send a scout. Lin En leisurely wiped his hands. Vivian was stunned. Mokto will be wandering on the only road north of Hot Spring City tonight, with his skeletal horse. Any living thing that dares to leave the city will be cut in half. You have everything planned out. Vivian looked at Lin En, using an undead knight to trap all the nobles of Hot Spring City inside. Fear is the best shackle. Lin En walked back to the desk. As long as they can't come out, Frostfall Town and Jinsui City will have enough time to develop. But will they really provide the supplies? Vivian still found it hard to believe. Whether they give it or not is not important. Lin En leaned his hands on the table, drawing closer to Vivian. The true purpose of this letter is not to ask for money, but to make them believe that the outside is filled with undead. As long as they believe that Frostfall Town is blocking the knife for them on the front lines, they will not doubt that Viscount Apis' death is related to me. Vivian looked at the face in front of her so close. You are much scarier than those nobles. Vivian gave a sincere evaluation. Really? Lin En walked around the desk to Vivian's side. He suddenly reached out, wrapping his arms around her waist, lifting her slightly. Up! Vivian exclaimed, instinctively pushing against Lin En's chest. The distance between the two became close enough to hear each other's breath. Lin En looked down at her, his gaze lingering on her flushed cheeks. Since I am so scary, do you fear me? Lin En whispered close to her ear. Vivian's body stiffened for a moment, then she began to struggle. Let me go, I want to go back. She twisted her waist, trying to escape Lin En's embrace. Lin En tightened his arms, holding her firmly in his embrace. What are you running from? Lin En chuckled. Weren't you fierce when you bit me last night? Mentioning last night made Vivian's face flush all the way to her neck. She turned her head, not daring to look into Lin En's eyes. I did it because you tricked me. Vivian stammered in defense. That was a punishment for you. Punishment. Lin En used his free hand to pinch Vivian's chin, forcing her to turn her head to look at him. Since you punish me, I have to get a little interest back. Vivian's heart skipped a beat. What are you going to do? She cautiously shrank back. Sylvia will not be back for a while to help Aunt Marcia count supplies. Lin En swept Vivian up in his arms. Vivian's feet dangled in the air, causing her to quickly clutch Lin En's neck in fear. Put me down, she protested in a hushed voice, afraid of alarming the guards outside. This is what you willingly offered to me. Lin En held her tightly, striding towards the bedroom inside the study. I only came to bring you food. Vivian exclaimed in exasperation. The meal is finished, now it's time for dessert. The bedroom door was kicked open and slammed shut with a loud bang. The embers in the fireplace flickered, casting a dim glow on the large bed. Lin En tossed Vivian onto the bed. Just as she was about to rise, Lin En had already lunged over her. He pinned Vivian's wrists above her head with one hand. Lin En. Vivian gasped. Lin En remained silent, lowering his head to kiss her lips. Vivian's protests were stifled in her throat. Initially she struggled, but soon under Lin En's skilled assault her body melted into submission. Their lips met, breathing intertwined. Vivian closed her eyes, responding to Lin En's kiss. Lin En released her wrist, his fingers slipping beneath the hem of her garment. As his fingertips brushed against her warm skin, Vivian flinched. Don't. Her voice trembled. Don't. Lin En bit her earlobe. Don't stop. Vivian, a mix of embarrassment and anger, opened her mouth to bite Lin En's shoulder. It was the same spot as yesterday, but this time she did not apply force. Lin En chuckled softly. It seems the princess really enjoys this position. The night deepened. The fire in the bedroom burned down to embers, and no one added more wood. The next morning, 30 miles east of Frostfall territory, on a rugged dirt road, the wheels rolled over deep pits, causing the heavy oak wagon to jolt violently. Okamoto St. Battle Roar's plump body was squeezed into the velvet cushioning, his layers of fat jiggling with the bumps. Why aren't we there yet? This wretched place doesn't even have a proper road. Okamoto threw aside the embroidered gold thread curtain, his short and thick fingers gripping the wooden frame. In the corner of the wagon, a delicate maid knelt on the wool carpet, holding a silver fruit platter with trembling hands, her voice quivering. Master, please calm down. According to the journey, we will reach Frostfall Town soon. Smack! Okamoto slapped backhandedly. The maid let out a shriek and crashed against the wall of the wagon. The silver platter flew and juicy grapes scattered across the floor. What do you know? Am I blind and can't read the map? Okamoto spat angrily, the flesh on his face jiggling. If it weren't for the summons from above, I wouldn't be caught in this godforsaken place. I heard that the Lord of Frostfall territory is a useless nobody with no background. This time we must squeeze his territory dry and drag everyone who can breathe into becoming cannon fodder. All the weight on this road is the hardest. As soon as he finished speaking, the horse pulling the wagon let out a pierce. The wagon came to a sudden halt. The immense inertia caused Okamoto to lose his balance, rolling off the cushioning like a runaway meatball, landing heavily on the squashed grapes. Are you looking for death? Can't you drive the wagon properly? Okamoto roared as he got up, his head hitting the roof of the wagon and causing stars to dance in his vision. Outside, the captain of the guard, Carl, warned, "Everyone draw your swords. Form a formation." Carl rode closer to the window, hand on his sword hilt, staring intently ahead. "Master, we've spotted a group of people up ahead. They don't look like good folks, they're blocking the way." Okamoto kicked open the wagon door and stepped onto the footboard. His massive body nearly blocked the door entirely. Ahead on the dirt road stood a dozen figures draped in tattered black robes. Their hoods were pulled low, completely obscuring their faces. They stood rigidly, exuding a strong stench of decay. The leader among the black-robed figures was thin and frail, leaning on a pale bone staff. "That sound," the leader spoke. "High-pitched, piercing, and extremely penetrating. It certainly has the potential to be a banshee. Who made that sound just now?" Okamoto laughed in anger. "How dare someone block his wagon? Have your eyes gone blind? How dare you obstruct my path? Okamoto placed his hands on his hips, chin raised high. Do you know who I am? I am a member of the Maple Leaf Organization. If you know what's good for you, get out of my way immediately. The black-robed figure slowly raised his head. Beneath the hood, a face as dry as withered wood emerged. He stared at Okamoto's massive form for a full 2 seconds, the corners of his sunken mouth twisting into a stiff arc. Apologies. Okamoto scoffed, his expression smug. At least you know your place. But what good is just an apology? You need to hand over 1,000 gold coins as a redemption voucher for me to even consider forgiving you. The black-robed figure shook his head. You've misunderstood. What I meant was I shouldn't insult a banshee. The captain of the guard, Carl, twitched at the corners of his mouth, struggling to suppress a smile. Okamoto was stunned for half a second, his plump face turning a deep shade of liver. What did you say? I said deal with them, the black-robed figure said without further ado, pointing forward with his bone staff. Whoosh. The dozen black-robed figures simultaneously lifted their hoods. There was no flesh, only ghastly white skulls. In their hollow eye sockets, azure flames of spiritual energy danced wildly. Immediately the soil on both sides of the road began to churn. A few ghouls covered in pus and crawling on all fours emerged, letting out excruciatingly screeching howls from their throats. Undead. Real undead. Okamoto let out a scream akin to a slaughtered pig. His massive body exploded with an agility that was incongruent with his size, swiftly retreating into the wagon. He grabbed the maid who had just managed to rise and forcefully shoved her out the door. Block them. Block them for me. The maid screamed as she tumbled out of the wagon, landing heavily in the muddy ground. Protect the wagon, Carl shouted. His sword was drawn and his shield was positioned at the front. The ghouls surged forward, their putrid bodies launching towards the formation. Claws scraped against the steel shield, sending sparks flying. Behind them, skeleton soldiers wielded rusty iron swords, marching stiffly, yet uniformly. The guard squad had only 30 men, and facing the doubled number of undead, their defense was on the verge of collapse. One guard swung his sword, severing a skeleton's arm, but before he could withdraw, a zombie lunged and bit into his neck. Blood gushed forth. A gap appeared in the formation, allowing the ghouls to slip through and frantically tear into the crowd. Screams erupted one after another. The maid lay on the ground, watching the hellish scene before her, her legs weak and devoid of the strength to crawl away. A ghoul stepped over her skirt, lunging at a nearby guard. And not far away on a high slope, 3 figures concealed themselves amidst the waist-high underbrush.